A brand new season, a brand new format, and we are truly kicking things off in style. Welcome everybody to the Blast Bounty, the first ever season, going down in what is a spectacular new studio. My name is Freya Spears, and I have the pleasure of being joined not only by Pimp, but I'd say much more importantly, Dupree, your desk debut. I'm so excited to get to pick your brain over the next week. How are you feeling being up here?
I'm feeling great. You know, it's definitely something new, but you know, new can be scary sometimes. But I'm also very excited, and I'm happy to be here with you guys. So I feel like I'm in good hands, and I'm just happy to go in here and hopefully bring some good Counter-Strike thoughts.
You suit it up here. I feel like I'm already gassing him up so much, but I think he looks great up here, Jacob, don't you?
He does, and he's been having this coming for a long time. You know, he's always been very articulate in interviews, always been a nice guy to listen to. So I, for once, I'm also excited. And
you would know that probably more than others, Jacob, because somehow, I know you guys aren't going to believe this, somehow Jacob was on a team with a 5-time major champion, albeit over a decade ago.
That's a long time ago.
What were the memories of that?
Not only on a team, but I was technically your captain for Team Denmark once upon a time as well. Me and Dupree played together in Copenhagen Wolves. Albeit, though, we look slightly different back then.
Yeah, we've definitely changed a little bit. You know, we've lost some weight. You know, we are still like rocking the cap sideways. You know, this is like the peak of our teenage years. But it was a good time. You know, it was like the early stages of our careers, both of us. So it's also some really good memories.
Imagine winning the European Championship for countries and netting 2,000 USD.
Wow.
Yeah.
I peaked too early.
You really did. I guess it was a peak in some form, Jacob.
Do you remember who we beat?
Use that cope.
Do you remember who we beat?
We beat Kenny S in France, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a pretty big scalp to take. What year was that?
2013, maybe?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, so a couple years before he won a major, I guess. Dupree, what was the worst thing Jacob did during your stint on a team with him? Obviously, that's safe to tell on broadcast.
Yeah.
We need some dirt against this man.
To be completely honest, I think we've done worse thing to Jacob than he's done to us. I mean, I think Jacob has always been, as long as I've been playing with, been a really solid guy, and like he's been a nice guy, even though the people might think otherwise. But you know, I think the worst thing that we've done, at least to Jacob, now that I'm gonna turn it around, is that we actually shaved Jacob's head. You know, we had lost the tournament, and we decided that he was the one to remove a player from our team, and then we decided that we also wanted to remove him from the team after we shaved his head.
Oh. Why did you go along with this, Jake?
I didn't know. I didn't know. First they asked me, hey, can you go in and kick this guy? I was like, yeah, sure, I'll take the burden. Went in, kicked the guy from our team, then got my head shaved. Yeah. Went back home from this LAN tournament, and the next day I tried to join the TeamSpeak room. It was now changed the password. Wow. Couldn't join it. Got a message, you, by the way, kicked. Yeah.
The early days of esports,
This was peer pressure. I think that was like the main thing, that it was peer pressure that he decided. We had already gone through a couple of guys, and we're like, Jacob, you gotta go.
So when you wonder why I became so sour over the years for you, now you know.
This does explain a lot. We've got a lot of exciting things other than that story to be diving into over the duration of this brand new tournament format. So let's get some thoughts from the players.
Well, the new bounty format from Blast, I think it's very exciting. The first time I see something in cybersport.
I actually like the whole idea about you can pick like opponent and stuff. So
adds a little bit of spice to it, I would say. Really interesting to see how it's gonna see out also throughout the tournament.
It's gonna make things more interesting for the fans as well. Putting money on people's heads, it kind of incentivizes people to take some risks.
To start the season off with something like this, like a new format, is always bringing something more exciting, and also the new rosters competing. So I think there's gonna be many interesting twists.
Something that kind of scene sort of needs, so hopefully it should be something that's fun to watch.
Most definitely. Plenty of spice going to be in the mix over the coming few weeks. Let's recap exactly how this format is going to play out, though, just in case you guys aren't familiar at home. Of course, we have 32 teams in total. 1 through 28 have been invited from the Valve Global Ranking System. 4 are going to be wild card picks. Week 1, the week that we are in now, it's going to be 32 teams playing in single elimination best of 3s online. Then the top 8 will be joining us here in the studio in Copenhagen next week for, once again, still single elimination best of 3s with the best of 5 grand final. Single elim, Dupree. How is that as a player? Because we always talk about it being, you know, so much pressure. You got no second chances. How does it actually feel on the server?
I think single elimination is always something that comes into mind as adding a lot of more pressure to the team. And as you as a player, like knowing that you will go into the game and you only have one shot, and if you lose this one, you'll be out. And obviously you're also in a position where from the previous season, at least when you had the showdown, you knew at least coming into the beginning of the season, okay, if we don't make it through the groups, we will still go down to the showdown. We will have a chance there. You know, that also kind of gives you some sort of a safety net.
Yeah, this is it though. For Bounty, one shot, you lose, you are out. So let's talk about how the teams were kind of seeded coming into this though, because previously, you know, the teams have seeded each other. Now we're looking at the Valve Global Ranking System where, you know, 28 of those teams, they've been invited, Jacob.
Yeah, we have the Valve rankings to use as a guideline, so to speak. Not all the teams within the top 32, on the Valve ranking are here at the tournament. You see the Mongols, unfortunately, not able to show up. So some of these teams are being bumped up in their seeding, but it all takes base in the Valve ranking. You can also see that, you know, teams going down all the way to the 32th place. Not every single one of them are showing up for the tournament. However, it is important, you know, especially at a tournament like this, to have as high a seeding as absolutely possible if you want to stay alive for as long as possible. So for all these teams, and that's the case it's going to be for the rest of the year, they want to make sure that they're always placed as high as possible on the Valve ranking heading into tournament.
Yeah, so effectively, you know, that bumps you up if a team like the Mongols, we saw, you know, not accepting the invite for this particular tournament. That will bump up some of the other teams, which means maybe, you know, you're moving into being one of the most wanted teams.
Either you become a better seeded teams at the tournaments or you get access to the tournaments. One thing is, of course, being here and being one of the bounty hunters or being one of the most wanted teams, but just being here in itself and getting an invitational into the tournaments is highly important for a lot of teams.
So obviously, you know, the top 16 are separated because they are the most wanted teams and they have a bounty on their heads. We're going to be, you know, going from 60k if you're one of the top 4 teams down to 15 if you're in that bottom portion. Dupree, if you were, you know, still playing, if you're still on a team, would you be tempted to go for one of the bigger names and maybe take more money, or would you be, you know, playing it more safe?
Oh, I think there's a lot of things to it. I mean, obviously you go into the position where you maybe go in as a top team, and or as at least a team you feel like you can contest the top teams. Then you, of course, you want to go against some of the top dogs and try and get that money and try and get that seeding, of course, because you want to get off for a good start, you know, at the season. But obviously there's a lot of teams here now that has also decided to go with a little bit more like the safe pick, and they decided to go for a team that they feel like this is more comfortable for us, and this is the one that we feel like we can beat, so we get that good start.
Starting off that season a little bit more slowly, but what happens if one of those bounty hunter teams, they win, they take down one of the big names? What happens then, Jacob?
Well, then they first and foremost take over the seeding, and they also steal the bounty, sort of, you know. So if you are a bounty hunter, you take down one of the most wanted teams. By winning against them, you take over the seeding, progressing into the tournament. You also bank some of the money, and you also become a team that now are most wanted yourself in that sense. So if you were to make the surprise, if you were to take over and win a surprising game, well, then the landscape for you and your tournament and the landscape for you and your team sort of changes from one moment to another.
There's lots of exciting things going down on Blast TV. There's also the Bounty Simulator. So you get to kind of see, you get to theorize how the money is going to be spread across the teams if one of the underdogs does take down one of the bigger names.
And I think that's a great way of showcasing what we're talking about right here. If you are a bounty hunter and you take down one of the most wanted teams, as we said, your landscape is changing. Now, we have the simulator right here, you can see, and let's go with the procrastination that we start with the favorites winning. So you have the first 8 games right here. All the favorites are gonna win. Nothing really changes, as you can see. However, if we start playing around with the idea that some of these bounty hunters are taking down some of the most wanted teams, all of a sudden you can see on the right side that changes the landscape. You take over the seeding of the team you're beating. You also bank some of the money that you're now guaranteed, unless you gamble them later on into the tournament, and you become one of the teams that now has a bounty on your head as well. So for every single round, the landscape can completely change depending on the results.
Yeah, and if you are one of those, you know, bounty hunter teams, you take some money, you get 50% of that in the bank, and then, as you aptly said, you know, 50% of that goes on your head for the next round of competition. Do you see any kind of, you know, likely outcomes of the, you know, the young guns taking down some of the bigger names?
I mean, there's a lot of the games here in the first round that are close on paper, where you could see one of the bounty hunters take down our most wanted teams, but especially when you move into round 2 and round 3 for that matter as well, that's when it gets super, super exciting, when there's a lot of bounties and there's a lot of banked money, and maybe even the possibility of you to channel some of the teams to spice
talk
it
a
up.
little bit about that. Yeah, because obviously week 3, that's when, week 2, stage 3, that's when the teams are going to be joining us here in the studio, and you have the opportunity to wager basically all of your cash against an opposition. That's pretty wild, right?
You can spice it up. So let's play with the idea that Na'Vi and G2 will face each other, right? And some of them, or both of them, have some money in the bank. You still have the bounty that you're playing for, but let's say that both of them have 50k in the bank as well. If both teams agree, they can put that 50k that they guaranteed up until that place on the roll as well, which means that you're playing all in on nothing. So we could be in a scenario where it could be a grand final, could be a semi-final, where a team would have won 2 or 3 games in the tournament, and they walk away with absolutely nothing because they gambled the entire thing, and that's what I'm hoping to happen sooner or later.
Imagine 2018 or 2019 Astralis were in this situation. Would you accept? I mean, because everyone would be coming for your heads, right?
I think that's one of the things that's really exciting about this new format is that you get these spicy things where people need to challenge each other and they need to go up and show some balls, to show that they still want to, take up the offer and take it. But it's going to be interesting to see how much it's going to impact the actual decision, if they feel like they can do it or not do it. Do we feel like we can beat this team or not? And do they want to play it safe or they want to risk it? I think there's a lot of great storylines to be coming up here.
It's also the game of the community, right? Because let's say that someone from a certain team, let's say that Na'Vi want to challenge G2 and G2 says no, then nothing happens. Both teams have to agree on the playing field, and that also plays inside your ideology. If you're G2, you don't believe you can beat Na'Vi, are you not comfortable in your own abilities? And how will the community react to you being a bunch of guys who doesn't have the big balls, to do that? So there's a lot of potential storylines going into this, and that's why I'm so excited.
I'd love to talk about balls with you, Jacob. Maybe check out his socials to see exactly what I mean with that one. But before you do that, let's check in with our most wanted team. So this is exactly how the teams have been seeded according to those invitations. As we can see, the top 4 going with that massive 60k on their heads. Bottom 4, we see the 15 as well. And then we can move into the bounty hunter teams. And this is exactly what they're going to be selecting for the big dogs coming into this. I'm kind of excited to get your opinions on whether you felt like there was any spice with any of the picks, any of the matches, or were most teams kind of playing it safe with this one?
I think most teams were playing it somewhat safe, and I think a reason for that is the format, right? We spoke about it, single elimination. If you lose a game, you're out. So if you're big, as an example, right, you get to pick your opponents first. If you're one of the seeds between 17 and 25, you had a lot of different options. And if you were one of those teams, I think a great idea, beginning of the season, stay alive in the tournament for as long as possible, and then you can always look into it later on. So not that much spice to begin with, but there were a couple.
I also think it's very important to note that the first stage is also played online. I think that makes a huge impact as a player. The fact that we, for a lot of the time, go to events and we sit close to each other. Like, the environment is really important as a player. You go in and all of a sudden you need to find yourself sitting maybe at home at a boot camp. It depends on what decision the team has made. But the overall environment is really important for you as a player. When you sit in this kind of arena, you kind of boost your performance, you boost your teammates, you can see the reaction of your teammates and everything. If you sit at home, where you usually practice, you just usually sit in your office and just chill, it can be very hard to find that special fire that you need to find as a player, especially in the beginning of the season, where you really want to, as you mentioned, get a good start to the season, show that you actually made the right decision in terms of your roster changes and all these kind of important things.
Let's talk about a couple of these games in isolation. Of course, we've got 16 in that first round of competition. Spirit versus Fnatic, though. I feel like Fnatic were a little bit cornered because they were left with either Spirit or Vitality. They chose to be picking into Spirit. How do you think they're going to fare versus Donk?
It's going to be tough, and it's going to be a fun matchup because obviously we get to see Donk play Counter-Strike once more, and something tells me that he's not going to slow down for 2025. We saw how fantastically well he was doing in 24, obviously winning Player of the Year. And then Fnatic, who has done a couple of roster changes, a guy well, Blame F in there as well. He's trying to make it work over there in the Fnatic camp, but there's no doubt that facing Spirit in the very first game in a single elimination tournament, that's going to be rough.
It's going to be definitely is going to be rough. I mean, like, for Fnatic, also with new players in the team, going up against a team that just came up from a huge win in Shanghai, they have this definitely confidence going into this game, and I think they're also gonna. I think it's gonna be a tough one for Fnatic. I actually don't think they're gonna make it.
But there's a big bounty, right? So if they were to make it, if they were to beat Spirit, that would spice up everything from the get-go.
That would be pretty crazy. Did you see Donk's acceptance speech, by the way? Like, that man was just exuding confidence.
Yes.
I would not want to be going up versus him. Let's talk a bit about Falcons versus Ents, though. Obviously, you've got a couple of your ex-teammates on those organizations. How do you think they're going to be faring against each other?
Oh, I think it's going to be exciting. I mean, I'm going to be standing here on the other side thinking that it can only go one way, only going to go up from here. I mean, it was a very disastrous thing that we had going on last season. So obviously, I hope for my teammates and my friends in the team, especially Matches and Sonic, but also by Lars, the sports psychologist, that things is going to go well for them. I know it's a passion project that they've been working on for a long time. So obviously, I want them to succeed. And for them, first of all, getting Nico into the team was, I think, at least for Sonic, that has been one of the things that he wanted to do as a coach. He wants to coach all the big players, and he's been gone through a lot of them by now. So getting Nico was definitely a gem for him.
How much did he, mention his name when you were in the team? If I can ask that, was it kind of, clear that he really wanted to pick him up someday?
I don't think it's been a secret for a long time. I think it's been going on for ever since the team was created back in the days when he made the switch from Vitality to Falcons, that he wanted to get these kind of superstars. So getting Nico was something he's been waiting for a long time. But I'm not going to be staying when he decided to.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Vitality, you mentioned them. Obviously, they're coming in with a roster change, minus Spinks, plus Rops. This is such an exciting change. How do you feel like that's going to be shifting up Vitality?
I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be a new environment for Rops. I think he needed that. I think Vitality needed that as well. We obviously heard during the summer break last year that Spinks were exploring options, even in a time where Vitality were doing great. So I think it was only a question of time. And people sometimes, I feel, forget how good Rops is, because they were struggling a little bit in FaZe, and he had a time where individually he perhaps were not showing up to his best abilities. But I think with some fresh air and a new role within Vitality, that can only be a good thing. I'm very excited to see them play, and obviously, flanked by Saivu and Apex, a guy that you played with as well, two guys you played with as well. It should be good.
I think Robs is one of those guys that all coaches and all teammates, they want to get a hold of him. He's this guy that is just super solid in all the situations. He's a smart guy, and he's also really good at playing situations, and his mechanical skills are just on elite level. So I think that is what all teams really need. So I think by the fact that Vitality has scooped this one by getting Robs and getting into something new, it's really great.
Small question. You played with Apex. You know how fired up he is. You know how he is as an in-game leader. Do you think he's going to be able to get the best out of Robs in a team like Vitality?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think Apex is one of these in-game leaders that I've been playing with that has the same leader style and the same captain kind of style that Glaive also had. Something that I personally think is really important in a leader. He wants to take that step in front. He's also the guy that's going to go in between the maps when even if you won, he goes in and he says, guys, we've been playing this situation really, really bad. We need to step it up. But come on, boys. He's the one that motivates the team and takes the step ahead, and he also takes the blame if something's not going right. So I think he's going to be doing a great job in that sense.
Obviously with Rops, joining Vitality, that left a hole in FaZe, which was filled by Elige. That's one of the most exciting roster changes we've seen. Finally, Elige in a team I think he kind of deserves to be in, right, with the people around him.
It's your favorite, right, Jacob?
Honestly, personally, for me, it's one of the favorite roster changes that we've seen all season long. Obviously, for Elige to come into FaZe, that's going to be super, super exciting. It's going to be a big challenge as well. This guy has been around the North American scene for a long, long time. I know he's been wanted by European teams, but to make the move, to move away from North America, come into Europe and fully dedicate yourself into that's going to be interesting. He took a year and a half in Complexity, and let's be honest, that was a team that didn't really match his values. No. He was way too good to be in Complexity. Now he's joining a team that has the expectations of going into every single tournament to win, and I think that's going to suit well for Elige.
Definitely. I think Elige is going to be really great for FaZe Clan, and I think one of the things that maybe is a little bit overlooked is that the role conflict between Robs and Frozen has now kind of been solved. Hopefully it's been solved for them. Bringing Elige, this superstar rifle that he is going to bring some really good firepower to the team, and I think that is what they also need to overcome, that kind of thing that FaZe has always had, having a lot of second places not really make it in the grand finals, but yeah, they are also always a great top contender.
Yeah, we've got so many exciting matchups to be diving into, but also exciting things over on Blast.tv. That is our fantasy teams as well, which you guys can get involved with at home. You've got a couple of minutes, well, I guess around 15 to get you ones locked in for that first stage of things before we are diving into the games, and we've got some bangers going down today. We're going to be ending out the day with Spirit versus Fnatic, Liquid versus 9 Pandas, not before 3D Max versus Heroic, but first game of the day, FlyQuest versus MIBR. That's going to be going down after the break.
You just don't believe that they're going to be this round. Not at least without doing other things first. That was the whole thing. Yeah. The only reason it looks like that is because Vitality didn't... This is Acme Explosives? What is this, Looney Tunes?
Meep, meep. 100 health on 3, 98 for Jax, 65 on Zyra. Spirit can't believe it.
The scope and all the bodies hitting the wall. I know. It's comedy. That's peak comedy, man.
Snacks tucked in, Hunter to Bates. And they seem to know, they seem to be aware of the prospect. The first leg shot is hit, and it's going to be Snacks. Can he find multiple kills? Not this time. Significant damage. Modesty keeps the round alive. He gets 3! snatches the round away as Apex towards middle, needs a double kill, won't be expecting Nico. And what a recovery once again.
There's still 3 alive here for Spirit, but
Gonna try to charge at this long place. Down actually steps into the op. Now,
suddenly 3v4.
We're at 30 seconds. The CTs have had all the time in the world to come get on this bomb site, and another player gets softened up, right? Add that to the early damage from Cadian versus Shiro.
There's a key molly, though.
Just sweep it away, boys. Put it under the rug. That's all you've got to do. You just got to close this.
No, finish that frag.
It's right there for the taking. Chopper dead now, 15 to the clock, and each of these T's continues to just get one.
He got the bomb back.
Steal a frag away. Even with all the damage, he goes for kills. Magic closes. And that's the round that does it. Team Spirit on Dust 2 from start to finish. They're gonna do it quietly, trying to get up short. JKS out of the pit, didn't notice. Now that timing could catch him off. Oh, but he still gets the frag. Twist comes wide with another, and it is Naf up next. Nothing to be offered from him. Oh, what? Odyssey.
Oh, the pre-fire. That's disgusting from Monacy. That was nice. This?
Oh. I mean, can you even be mad?
I would like to know if Twist could even see him.
30 seconds to that clock, and we're going to get that bomb rotating over into the A split instead. Ultimate, two missed chances, two huge chances that could have been. And now instead looking to lock down camera. The sight peek will help. Zywoo's done. Okay. There's the double. Those are the shots he was looking for.
Man, that could have been an ace.
Spink's doing the stanky leg down on the site, looking for ultimate as he peels back to storage. Hit him with a Dougie and try to find the 1v2.
South of the equator for the first game of the season as MIBR pick into the boys from Down Under. Now they've got a little bit of a Romanian flair in the mix. They've chosen to pick up Regali as their AWPer. Was this the roster change that you foresaw though, Jacob?
No, not really, to be honest. I mean, Regali has been around for quite some time. He's been a talent for quite some time. I remember watching him at the We Play Academy League, where he did well for Fnatic Academy, I believe, and he's been in and out of teams that haven't really found their footing. So for him to get another chance in FlyQuest, who have shown decent signs of good Counter-Strike, especially with the RMR, where they did well for themselves, it's an interesting team and an interesting project. And I think with Dexter coming back into Australian Counter-Strike, that has really lifted up this team once more. And for me, we spoke about it as well, Peter, we're happy to see Australians come into Europe and do well.
I mean, I've always had this kind of flair for the Australians coming like from far away, coming into the tournaments, and then at least back in the days, they would actually get eliminated quite fast and they had to fly all the way back. But as you mentioned, bringing Dexter back to this region, I think that has done tremendous things for this lineup.
MIBR, on the other side of things, do you think it makes sense for them to be picking into FlyQuest? You know, FlyQuest were, I think they were the lowest seeded team, right? So, you know, they're not putting their money where their mouth is quite yet.
No, but it's not an easy game at all for MIBR. I mean, MIBR have been looking somewhat solid. I think it's a team that's been going upwards. I think Lukowski is a great player. I think Safe as well is trying to find his footing. Overall, they have a pretty cool team, and Sani as well. We know what he's been able to do and how well he's been playing consistently. So MIBR is not a bad team, but it's not going to be an easy matchup by no stretch of the imagination.
I was very surprised by the MIBR in the beginning of the major, like going into the, I think they were in the 2-0 bracket in the beginning, and I was thinking, okay, this team is actually here to play. And then they got a really unfortunate matchups against, I think it was like Mouse Sports, Liquid, and Vitality. You know, some really, really tough opponents, you know, but I actually think they maybe had the level to actually make it to the playoffs. So it's going to be exciting to see what, if they can bring that kind of momentum they kind of built there despite losing, and then bring it into the new season.
Gentlemen, I think we need to talk about the elephant, or I guess the train in the room, because finally we've had a change to the map pool. You know, CS2 were teasing it for so long. Are you happy that we've got this map back in replace of Vertigo?
It's like an old school legendary map, right? It's been around the scene for all the way in the early iterations of the game, so it's nice to be back.
It is very nice. I mean, Train was my favorite map back in Counter-Strike Source when we started out playing the game. It was a great map in CSGO as well when we played in CSGO, and now finally we get to see it in Counter-Strike 2 as well. Yeah,
let's recap maybe some of the changes that it's gone through over the years, because you said it's an old school map, it's been around for quite some time. If you could describe, you know, how different it was, like way back in the day, because it's seen quite a number of changes over its time.
Yeah, like every other map, you know, that you change once in a while. I think Train for me is one of the maps that requires different skill sets in order to be good at it. You know, there's not a lot of maps in Counter-Strike these days where movement is required to be good at the map. I think train was back in the days. You could go below the trains, you could use the stairs on the trains to move around, and there was a lot of flair, a lot of movement, a lot of cool things you could do to explore the map. Unfortunately, I feel like we're moving away from that. It's becoming a little bit more simplified. There's not that many moves you can do anymore, but back in the day in Source, with going below the trains, jumping on top of the trains, jumping from one train to another, it was a movement map.
It definitely was, and it's also a map that has been very CT-sided favorite for a long time, and I think that is one of the reasons why they've decided to not be able to put the player models onto the trains, because it limited out the spaces where the CTs could hide. But also seeing how they've opened up the courtyard, how everything is more open now, and that the timings of the Ts rushing outside could get a lot faster. So I think there's a lot of dynamic and tactical aspect that has changed throughout the years.
You've had quite the number of, iconic moments on this particular map. Should we talk about the Atlanta major, right? Where you guys lifted the trophy. Yeah. It was such an insane map in that grand final. Can you just walk me through this? Like, what was going through your head in these moments? Because it was such a tight game.
You know, at this point when you are, I don't even remember how old I was at this point, but for us winning a major, and I think for every Counter-Strike team, it's about winning a major. So at this given moment, 14-14, the most hectic thing I've ever tried. Going in and just getting one kill at a time and feeling like, okay, guys, we just need 2 more rounds, then we've actually won the major. It was hectic, and I remember that Glaive, he was like, guys, let's rush outside this one. They will not expect this, and everyone was like, yeah, let's do it. So that everyone just bought in. It was not like, we should do this instead. It was just like everyone was on the same page on this one.
How much, off-spawn calling was this from Glaive? Like, had you kind of pre-planned this in your head, or was he very fluid with how he was calling?
This was definitely just on the fly. Like,
really?
This was not planned, and there was nothing in the playbook. There was nothing called at specific rush out here. This was just us going full ham, and we knew that we could catch them off guard because we got the momentum at this point, and we wanted to use that momentum to go in and secure those last 2 rounds.
And you said it was a very CT-sided map. It still was a CT-sided map in CSGO, but you pulled off one hell of a T-side in this game, and that's what Train offered as well. Good teams that had a good idea of how to play with the momentum, play with the flow of the game, and also had a relatively deep strat book. They could have good T-sides on Train. It was a map that offered both sides, so it honestly was one of my favorite maps as well when it was played during this time.
Yeah.
Okay, so you won this round, then we go on to what could be your final round.
The final round, yeah.
Tell me what was going through your head here.
So we were standing in spawn for the freeze time is called, and then obviously Glaive, he was like, guys, do you have any ideas? And then everyone's just like, just do the same. Just do the same. They did not expect it. And we knew that they had a kind of limited buy, so we knew if we could catch them off guard once more, we did that.
That's wild.
So it's basically just a rush. So we won the major. Now you can see like the buy, they have like a UMP, they have a max 7, all these type of things that require you to go close. So we're just like, okay, we're just gonna rush it one more time and we're gonna play it out.
Did you believe it? Did you believe that it was going to be sealed in regulation, or did you think maybe OT's on the cards?
I believe that we would seal it off. I mean, especially we were just oozing of confidence when we were running out of spawn. I don't know why, but we had made this comeback so far. And I remember sitting, I was around, this is me like close to the bomb site. I remember looking at the kill feed, just seeing one kill at a time. And that was like one guy left, pulling it out. And then, I mean, like eliminating Tess as the last kill, as a legend of the game. That was also pretty cool.
That's crazy. That was such an incredible moment.
I'm jealous.
It was very,
You also knocked me out of the tournament. I believe we played it in the group stage in a 2-2 game.
You were playing in a major, Jacob? Nah, I don't believe that.
That's part of the story.
Stage,
you guys were one game away from being eliminated. I could have eliminated you. I could have destroyed you.
But you didn't, Jacob. And alas, we move on to how Train looks today. Okay. There's been a number of changes. Obviously, we had a couple of different iterations in CSGO. Now we've moved into CS2. What are kind of the standout changes that have happened to this map?
I think the general consensus right now is the map is new and perhaps not ready yet. Starting with the inner bomb side as well. Peter said it, it's way more open than it used to be. There's not that many trains anymore. There's not that many places you can hide. There's not really that much you can do on the inner bomb side. So as a CT player, you're kind of limited in where you can defend, but as a T-side player as well, if you were to plant the bomb, where are you going to go in an after plant scenario? So I think it plays out in both favors in that regard. Again, a very open, thematic place right here, and definitely looks a lot different than what we used to on Train back in the days.
Definitely, and as you mentioned, it's very simplified. And sometimes when you go as a terrorist, it feels like it's very easy to take control of the bomb site, but it's also very hard to defend once you've actually gotten control of it.
Do you prefer this change, or would you prefer there to be more trains like it was back in the day?
We need more trains.
More trains, and as I said, I would love CS2 to integrate more movement. I know there's a couple of stairs where you can jump up on the train right here, but it used to be a map where you could go below trains, under trains, on top of trains, jump from one train to another. So yeah, adding some more movement requirements within the map, and also giving the teaser a better chance to defend the bomb site after they plant the bomb is probably something I'd look into.
Okay, Mr. Observer, let's go through the connector and into the outer bomb site. How many big changes have happened here?
A lot of big changes. I mean, like you can just see how open this area is.
Yes.
Like you've eliminated maybe 2-3 trains. You've closed up some of the back line. Obviously, the timings, and you've also removed part of the beginning of the connector. I don't think you can go up the ladder anymore. I think that's one of the things that actually changed throughout a lot of the train editions, is that you can never go on, like there's not a heaven spot anymore. That is one of the things you had both in 1.6 Source in the beginning of Go as well.
It's one of those things that I feel like we're doing a little bit too much with the map making in Counter-Strike 2 right now, where everything becomes too compact. One of the things I absolutely adored about Train back in the days was the long-range duels. When you came out of Pop Dog, you could have a duel all the way to backline. When you came out of T-Main, you could have a duel all the way to back alley. You had these like ridiculous long-range duels where your aim had to be super precise in order to win them, especially with a rifle, but they don't exist anymore on the outer bomb side because it's very compact and very close.
Can you still wallbang into, like when you're coming from T-Main, like through the garage? Can you still shoot through that?
That's a
I actually don't
question.
know. Can we get a second person in there too?
Hello?
Oh, yep.
Boom.
Yeah.
I think there's...
No. Yeah, maybe from there. That would make sense. Yeah, okay, okay, that works. So stand by the boxes. You're safe.
With the AWP, probably not with the M4.
That's very true. Can we move down to... Oh, no, like we're actually getting an M4?
We need to take a look at the Pop Dog one. That is like one of the crucial things that they've also changed.
Tell me your favorite memories of Pop Dog, Peter.
Oh, I have so many horrible memories of this one, because I was a Pop player and I've been playing in there, and back in the days, it was a ladder. And in the beginning of the game, it was really easy because defending against people going down ladders, super easy. And I have memories of killing people just like slowly walking down. But then, the creativity of Counter-Strike started coming, people bouncing Molotovs off the window, and people doing towers and dropping down, doing flashbangs, breaking the window at the same time. There was a ton of different things to mask the sound of you dropping down. But as you can see, they completely moved it. Now it's like a long corridor. There's no ladder anymore. And for me, I think this is going to make and break the map, actually, because this is maybe a chance for the CTs, or at least the Ts, to try and make like new tactical moves, and where this composition of trying to get White Horse and Dark Horse controls is going to be a little bit more specific.
Was that one of the things that kind of made it particularly CT-sided, in your opinion, like that kind of choke position of the map?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like the CTs just had so many opportunities, and they didn't have to defend that much. But at the same time, as a terrorist, you don't have to take that much map control in this map compared to a map like Dust 2 or Ancient for that matter. You already had that map control, and you kind of still do. You only need to fight for that inner control right now, it seems.
Well, remember JW with a Max 7 standing inside Pop Dog and just shutting down that area. So it was a very compact area. So at least they opened up that. There's one more area within the map which is towards Ivy as well, which is an iconic place. I think you used to play Ivy quite a lot.
I have. I think I've played pretty much everything in this map.
You played everywhere?
Maybe not inside.
Maybe not inside,
no.
but Ivy, and that's also changed quite a bit. It's still relatively open, but it's when you get out of Ivy. I remember as a T player back in the day, you always feared going out of Ivy. It was impossible. There could be a guy to the right, there could be a guy on the left. You could be open all over the map. Now you're a little bit more safe. There's walls to cover you, and there's less angles to worry about. Once you get out here in the open, of course, it's still a very open area. There's still a lot of different things you have to check. But I think from a T perspective, working on Ivy and placing 1 or 2 guys down there in a default would be way more utilized now with the new version of Train.
What do you think is going to be the most difficult CT position to play or Train?
Ooh, Ivy has always been tough, I feel like. And it's always the case of, okay, so if you're playing Ivy, do you get backup from one of your teammates? Do you get a smoke? Do you get help in that regard? If you're still up to only playing one guy down towards Ivy, I think that position is going to be super, super tough to cover by yourself.
I'm still in a position where I think it's going to be super hard to control T-Main and also Pop Dog, especially now with the new changes.
Yes.
I think now that you don't have a ladder anymore, I think it's going to be more easy for the terrorists to get control. But at the same time, how do you actually... Do you want to try and get close? I'm going to be very excited to see how the dynamics of the game is going to work out.
And do any teams actually want to pick it, or at least not ban it and maybe let it through? Let's check in with the map feeder for FlyQuest versus MIBR. See if anybody's tempted. No bans in the first wave.
Okay.
This is promising.
Okay.
This is nice.
It's possible.
Nuke Anubis, come on. Third map. No. Oh, MIBR, boo. I mean... That's fine. It's understandable, right?
It's understandable, but I think we will see Train at some point in this tournament. There's certain teams who can't afford not to ban it, and I think it's, as you said, it's one of those maps that every single time we see it, we're gonna learn something.
Yes, definitely. Let's check in with our predictions as well. We've put our money maybe where our mouth is, or maybe not coming into today. We've got 4 best of 3s going down. We've kind of all sided together, other than you going with Heroic over 3D Max. Tell me for why, Jacob.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
You could have just spouted anything. You could have said, "Oh, they used to be, Danish. I'm a Dane." No.
No, I was thinking Heroic is a brand new lineup, like a complete new lineup, and I actually like some of those youngsters they have within that lineup. And 3D Max, I think they slightly overperformed during the major, and that got people's expectation up a bit too high. I'm not gonna argue Heroic are the favorites, but I think it's gonna be a close game.
So your expectations are too high, Peter. That's what I'm hearing Jacob say.
I was about to praise him for jumping off the page and coming with something new, but then he's just gonna bring this one in. I mean, for me, I think it's at least for this one, as we're talking about Heroic and 3D Max, I think 3D Max is this team that has just been grinding so much. They played, I think, the most maps on HLTV last season, and even in their tweet saying that this has been the biggest grind season they've ever had. So I think they are coming in, and they are a team that are really comfortable at playing online.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. It is time to dive into our first game of the Blast Bounty. It's FlyQuest versus MIBR with Harry and Hugo.
That's right. Thank you, Freya. As we get ready for the inaugural game and the inaugural event here of 2025 Blast Bounty to start things off. 32 teams, $500,000, and a hell of a cutthroat tournament, Harry. Make one error, one wrong move, and you're going home.
Yeah, not one for the faint of heart, I think it's safe to say, right? There's no second chances here. There's money on the line in every game you're playing. You're trying to claim those bounties. If you are one of the bounty hunters off for the heads of the most wanted, it's kind of all to play for here, man. And no Train, sadly, in this opening series.
We'll give it time.
Rest assured, I feel like it's coming.
Yeah, absolutely. FlyQuest and MIBR taking each other on for a BO3 to kick off our day and season. And man, so many stories, so many questions, so many new rosters as well. And glad to see some of these squads boot camping as we come into their first game. Of course, starting the first couple of rounds online, we'll be ending in studio with a top 8 on LAN, where it really matters, where you show your top level, you'd like to think. Will these teams get there? Well, one of them certainly won't.
Yeah, well, right now, there's been a hit placed on Counter-Strike's most wanted, Hugo. And a heavy price rests on their heads. So as we get ready to head into this one, Blast Bounty about to begin. It's all to play for.
Without a doubt. I think it's a really interesting head-to-head as well, right? Because it's not only a rematch from very recent times, but it's a devastating rematch. It's a game where FlyQuest actually went 2-0 up in the opening stage back in the Shanghai Major. In that first round, it looked like they were a lock-in for the elimination. MIBR played them in the final match. FlyQuest choking 2 BO3s in a row, and then they got blown out of the water by this exact MIBR squad at 2-2 to get eliminated. Dupree mentioned it as well. Same kind of thing happened to MIBR in that top 16. They went 2-0 up. They choked that final game against Mouse, and we didn't see them make the playoffs of the major.
Yeah, I think the problem there for MIBR, we talked about it back at the major as well, was just the kind of shrunk down map pool for this team. And this is one where actually the removal of Vertigo Train getting added in has not helped MIBR, right? Vertigo was a good map for them. Time will tell how they feel about Train, but one thing that's helped them out a little bit here in the veto was FlyQuest also. It's been over 6 months since they last played Mirage. They actually banned it first to open up this this veto, and so I think that's actually left MIBR in a really good spot here. When we look at FlyQuest, big thing to talk about obviously is the Regali addition, and I think he could be a real X factor, because when you look at this FlyQuest team, they do have good rifling talent. It was Alistair back then, it was always a little bit hit and miss on the AWP, and I think Regali certainly has a higher ceiling. So I am excited to see him donning the jersey.
Yeah, I think it was a big question because everyone expected this team to pick up an EU AWP similar to the problem in North America. The Oceanic regions had the same thing with not necessarily having a depth of AWP talent that could compete at the top level from the eye test. So it was a question which EU AWPer is going to join this squad, and Regali is an interesting one. He was a prospect for a a while. He had almost a year on OG. He showed us some decent tournaments, especially at some Blast events back in 2023, but then he fell off the map for a little bit. So this is the first time back to a top level of opposition for some time for Regali, and he's going to have to come out of the gate swinging, Harry, especially in a game against a ready and raring to go MIBR squad that, sure, technically are the bounty hunters in this matchup, but since the VRS has updated coming into this year, since their major run, since their head-to-head where they destroyed FlyQuest, I'd say this is a pretty good pick for the Brazilians.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, I think they've come out of this very, very well. And, you know, when you kind of look at the individuals in MIBR, that's never the worry, right? You know you're going to have Insani putting up some good numbers. You know you're going to have someone like Lucauzi, who we were all really impressed with back at the Major. Well, here's what I'll say.
I can jump on that.
No, right? So my stance is this. When things went really bad from the 2-0 start, I didn't feel right still judging Lucauzi within that, only because it was the map pool that was a problem for this team. But let's get into it. It's FlyQuest taking on MIBR in the first game of Blast Bounty.
Yeah, $15,000 in the FlyQuest pocket for this bounty matchup. MIBR trying to steal it and eliminate them. T-side start on Nuke. They set up close to the lobby, waiting to see if FlyQuest make a play. But this does seem like it's going to end on that A site. Bit of a fake going in outside right now, and Sonic trying to sell something, but it's not drawing any moves for FlyQuest. They hold still.
Oh, ugly for Vexite. Certainly had a chance there to get involved early. Bit of help from Dexter, but it is just Regali left alive in this top site. Running low on ammo, he can't get it done. And so MIBR come in swinging with a pistol round picked up. They're going to get off to a good start here.
Yeah, need a little bit more from the Julies there, right? That's the position they're made for. Close hut, trying to get a multi-kill, but MIBR, bit of a fake outside, pop top, and make it an easy pistol. Yeah, this really is just a scary head-to-head for FlyQuest, considering how dominantly MIBR won this last time. It was the same opening map, 13-4. We had Inferno second. This time it's Anubis. FlyQuest switching it up. And of course, both these teams floating train, Harry, opting to get rid of their permaban. And I think eventually we're going to see some teams who have mastered this map, or at least believe they have over the break, over the brief moment they've had to train and go for those picks. We'll see you later. 4 BO3s today, in fact every day of this first round. USPs flying outside.
MIBR keep it nice and clean. Not too much to worry about there. Yeah, you know, I'm really, really curious to see how the Regali move pans out. This is a good eye test, I think, right? Just to see if you can improve on how things went down last time. I also think, you know, for MIBR, it was a smart decision to choose FlyQuest, not just because you have a good track record there. FlyQuest are one of the teams on the lower end of the guys with prices on their heads, right? So you get a kind of nice warm-up game, but also you know that FlyQuest have very unlikely been able to go back and take a look at the map pool, so your biggest vulnerability of that Mirage pick was never going to come through. FlyQuest weren't playing it before Regali joined, and I can assure you that since he moved into this team, they weren't immediately cracking one of the maps they looked to avoid.
Oh, they're not ready for the top side hit right now. Smokes have come down outside, but back garage is in, so he's got a call for a lower rotation, saying they could have crept behind these smokes. Dexter's dropped the vent. There's currently only one player on that A site. It's going to be hard for Vexite to hold this down.
Yeah, he's got himself the pixel angle at least, hoping that that's going to buy him enough time. Molly comes out as MIBR launched some util over. That has at least got the attention of FlyQuest back in towards the top side.
Now it just feels like a bad fake, but they're double pumping top. They are going to hit this one, and they've already burned out the one Molotov in the round. Still taking way too long, but they've got to go.
Smoke in the heart, that's a big problem. Lucauzi's going to get through it. Opening kill on a Vexite, but this play's slowed down for MIBR. They've changed their minds, looking into ramp. Wow. Liaz on the receiving end of the Insani opener. And now the route cracked open into this lower side of the map. Dexter dropped down here earlier on, so he's very quick on the scene. But boy, does he have his work cut out for him. And on that wide swing, quick work made of safe. Lower site locked in for MIBR, and nothing for FlyQuest to do here. This should just be a save, meaning MIBR get off to a real hot start. 3-0 to open, with that first rifle round falling dominantly in their favor.
Yeah, nice bailout ramp as well, really, for MIBR. They do a double topside execute, and even with the entry, it's not enough to tempt them in. Dexter probably doesn't want to go there, but he knows in a 3-on-5, it's either just cool to save or he has to be the hero. He has that early position. But MIBR makes swift work of every fight. Insani, very sharp shot on Lias at ramp as well. It's a good sign. This guy is, I mean, the future star of Brazil, if not already there in the present.
Terrorists win.
Without a doubt, the hottest prospect from this region at the moment. Lukowski was meant to be that next big thing, but you mentioned him at the major. He did have a fantastic beginning against 3D Max, but once we saw MIBR actually take on tier 1 teams, he really struggled. He's been farming Brazil, there's no doubt about that, over on the Fluxo lines, but he was not having great games against the best of the best. So let's hope he can get a little more situated this season. Show us what we've been seeing back in Brazil.
I mean, this is already evoking a similar vibe to when these guys went off against each other last time. MIBR in a very commanding spot, and it's reassuring to see Insani being such a big part of that.
This is good info gained for FlyQuest. The sooner they go, the better. I'd like to see them make a move with 2 players here. Get that information, because in a lot of these rounds, it's just been Vexai completely alone. Teammate in main might just get smoked off. So not an easy looking round right now for FlyQuest with just 5-7s. It's the Eagles, a hero rifle on Regali. Making that move. Now they start to know, but is it too little too late?
Oh, it's really awkward for Vexai right now, but he's made it work. 2 kills off the 5-7. Vexai with a swift reposition. Gun grabbed. Liaz on the board as well. Drop gonna try and move in, but he can't get past that Liaz Deeg, and so it's left on to safe. The pistols might be out. FlyQuest get on the board here. Liaz, 2 kills to his name right now, tucked in back of the site, and they could count this down. They could swing together. They're going to wait for Regali to take that contact, and then 3 players spring out. And so nothing for Safe to do.
That's the info move. That's all the info move for FlyQuest, right? Going for the push-up secret with 2 players. They realize outside's clear. This is destined to be a top hit. And I mean, if Vexai doesn't get the double, the info won't save them. So excellent 2-piece here with the 5-7, staying alive for a few more seconds. But it's his team spilling through main. They get back control of the round here. And FlyQuest on the board early on an eco. Good sign.
Yeah, it's one way to stem the bleeding, right, from how this game has started. You're at least not going to be like 5 rounds down, getting your kind of first proper buyback on the board.
Oh my.
But Insani wasn't ready. Farin's tucked in close in main. Lukowski has secured the double opener in the meantime. They start to spill on through. They know about In's main side, and so it's all Lukowski on these openers.
Oh, In's got cooked there. He naded himself for 40 damage while he was blind in main. That's just called the round off entirely. Regali never gets to showcase this orb. Insani really hoping that that main player was preoccupied by the amount of pressure MIBR were putting on top. They were throwing util in, they were nading door, they were spamming. But it doesn't matter, it set up Lukowski perfectly. 3 entry kills. That's what we wanted to see. And an awkward start for Regali, who has been left out of the action so far.
Yeah, that's the worst part, isn't it? Like, he's kind of chomping at the bit, wanting to be involved.
Yeah, you're a CT orb, though. Plenty of rounds to go, looking for starters, right? If you want to go for an opening pick on this map, there are so many options. Go for those close ramp peaks like he just tried. We're going to see a lot of smoke walls outside for MIBR. But look at these shots of Lukowski. Beautifully done. Let's keep our eye on Regali, figure out how he wants to kickstart this gun round. back outside with a vengeance. Oh my.
Yeah, it's another up-tempo round out of MIBR though. Straight in through the door. Exit leads the charge. It's not gone well. And Molly stopped them pushing in through hut. And so it becomes, you know, 2 isolated pushes.
They literally don't have a smoke. They didn't even have a smoke to put out that Molly inside of the hut, so they couldn't join him in any regard. So 2 players, 1 by 1, split into that top site. And MIBR turned into mulch. Outside conceded, Liaz on lower. And so MIBR do have a path to B if they want to take it. That bomb is still stuck in lobby. That forces this into an A split. One would do from this position for Inns.
And he was good for it last time. But I mean, if you're MIBR, you see Insani and Lukowski is still alive, you are not done believing in this round. And that's why Insani, from nowhere, quick double up. Inns and Dexter try their hand at the peak, back into the yard, and it's a no-fly zone for FlyQuest. They're locked out. 3-on-3 now as Insani has brought them back into the fold here. MIBR going to regroup lobby side. They leave Insani to his own devices out in the yard. 20 seconds left to play with. Regali, who's been constantly finding himself on the cusp of being involved, but always getting dodged, could make his move now. The defining move just misses that timing on the backstab. They managed to get out through the hut. Now it is Vex side, top side, only the one and done. Fast flank from Regali, but Heaven post plant secured for Insani. And this should be a done deal. What does Liaz do here? Gonna need this first one cleanly, does manage it. Insani is the one left to beat. The one that got away, the one that opened this whole round and now holds onto it from the heavens. Insani looks far from flustered. He knows how strong this post plant is. And doing everything he can to waste the time of Liaz. Tap on the bomb. Insani fakes him out. And he's just playing with his food. Liaz cannot win this, and at every turn, Insani plays it to perfection. The double up over in main, the flank into Heaven. They tee that round up for Insani to win it.
Oh, you'd really just expect him to peak there. He's 3 kills deep. He's hitting every single shot. Liaz is doing everything he can to bait out. Just an overstep, a little head over the top, and Insani fakes footsteps 2-3 times before he goes for the final swing. That's just a beautiful round for MIBR. Posting him in hell, letting the lobby reset come in. Regali missing the timing by mere seconds. That really could not go worse for FlyQuest. 3-on-5. And now they're confident. Look at the charge. Inns can call this. There is nothing you can do about it, though. 4 players crossing outside.
Good timing on the vent drop. Oh, never mind. Insani's here, and Lukowski. It's the 2 kind of goats, if you would, ready to resist this lower play. But hang on, Regali. He's low. Finally gets involved. It's another from Regali. Oh, man. MIBR thought they had this round. They thought it was done. Regali has just offered up all the resistance down at lower.
What's this reset, though? They've completely given the bomb away to go round the world. They've gone up the vent, back to ramp, on a flank, but Exit doesn't know this. It's going to take him so long to figure it out. They might even have backstab timing.
That's kind of the idea here, right? They're both low. They can't win these straight-up gunfights. So they can, but you don't feel comfortable. Meanwhile, now they try to give themselves a bit of a timing. They're both coming in on this backstab with a chance to double peek. And as you touched on, Exit is going to waste a lot of time clearing these dead angles. And in this downtime, what have FlyQuest done? They've taken away this lower control. So as he goes back, it's not a free bomb plant by a long margin. They can double swing him. They can stop this right now, but he's going to get the bomb planted and lives to tell the tale. 2 HP on Exit. Is that enough for anything to happen here? Manages to get out towards the double doors. It's a strong post plant to have, but a re-smoke down on the bomb.
It's got a nade.
Low HP on both players, and yeah, he can blow that smoke open. Oh, back turned, and Inns able to secure it. It gets a little bit dicey there for FlyQuest, but they are able to do good on what Regali started down at lower.
You can't blame them for spamming. They hear him in the smoke, but that is a very scary situation for FlyQuest to put him down to 2 HP. Regali Sets him up perfectly in the secret. 2 kills, finds low Lucalzi, and gets out alive as well. A very strange clutch for Exit to play. And okay, FlyQuest have won 2 rounds, both of them with ecos now. Can Regali be in the right place with this AWP?
Might not need to be, not in this round. Backside and Dexter both securing those openers. And if FlyQuest can start to change the tide a little bit here, for MIBR, this has been a pretty simple game thus far, right? It's been a lot of these top site plays. Sometimes they'll kind of fake into the top site and then look to explore elsewhere. I think that's one of the reasons as well why Regali's felt extra uncomfortable, because they're not giving him the duels out in the yard. And then oftentimes when it looks like it's going to be that A-side hit, Regali's found himself moving over towards ramp and been out of position.
I do find this setup funny because Inz isn't looking for a fight. He's just jiggling to spot Insani on a main look. He knows what he's been doing in a lot of these rounds. They don't want to lose this 3-on-5 again to Insani. Regali, ramp, AWP. If he sticks around, he could get the fights he's been looking for. But he's rotating, leaving this position completely open. He's going to realize soon that this is not the way. Back to ramp, but Exit's already in position. Regali hits a great crouch shot. Bomb dropped. MIBR tentatively clearing the ramp room. Double lower, triple upper. This might even be a combat save for MIBR. I don't like their odds.
As you're going to kind of start to force MIBR to explore the strat book a little bit more, I think we're going to see more clashes of them with Regali, right? Because he's largely been left out of the picture. And if they start going ramp, if they start trying their luck out in the yard, that's where he's going to get his chances to be involved with the AWP. I'm very impressed that he got away with that kill, moving back into ramp, the position he just held seconds earlier.
Yeah.
It looked like he wanted to go kind of help Inz clear that lurk smoke outside.
Yeah, I will say, FlyQuest, you know, they've lost some awkward rounds in this game, but they're adapting very well. They're changing their setups a lot. We're seeing Inz consistently switch up his position outside. He's actually been avoided for the most part with these smoke walls. Sure, Regali started outside or heaven, once or twice ramp. He's just been getting unlucky to begin this game. And it's a lot harder for the AWP to read on that upper hit and get involved with these skylight flashes. MIBR in an awkward position now because they have 2 safe guns, but they don't have loss bonus. So could argue a force around it, but it's not pretty however you paint it. Let's see what they piece together.
No, we're kind of hitting that point where, you know, if you're MIBR, this could go from being a really hot start to a game that like closes up and leaves a bad taste in your mouth. This was very cleanly done. You could have wrote off that early eco success for FlyQuest, but then they do it twice over. Now they find their first bout of success with the rifles, and suddenly the nature of the game's starting to change a little bit.
All right,
your money's bottoming out, right? You're starting to approach this horrible realm that you didn't imagine you would be in, where this game closes right up.
And again, a decent read, right? They know they're against low economies. They put the rifles on upper. Inz is here as well, and the AWP just spots outside. Ooh. Good run boost to get Insani across, but he gets caught on the wall, and Dexter stops him. Drop. Main roof, knows Regali's outside. Does find a lot of damage, but no utility to flush him out of position here. Regali is still trapped, but he can retreat all the way back to spawn.
Smoking main almost like gives the idea, hey, we want to try and take yard. We want to try and, you know, fight for garage. We want to get across. But in doing so, they will be playing into the hands of the AWP. So they instead take this real estate, try to get that secret control that Insani was looking for at the start of the round. But Dexter's already down here.
Saw that gun pick up.
Knows there more where that came from. Oh, bro, he's just fighting them. Dexter's brimming with confidence. Don't know where this has come from, but it's a perfect time for it. Dexter on for the ace.
He's gonna get it.
He certainly could. It's only Lucalzi on a Glock out in the yard. Go on, give it to him. Oh, Inz ruined it.
Not happy about that one. Robs the Glock. But rounds after rounds here for FlyQuest. That is now 3 in a row. Back to their winning ways after the 5-7 play down lower from Regali.
Yeah, I think when you start the round, finding the opener onto Insani after a run boost cross into Secret, you're feeling pretty good.
It's a relief.
Yeah.
Definitely on that main fight, which has not done FlyQuest well. Full buy now. Just about. But they don't have the util to do this double upper pop, for example. And Regali looking very confident. He has really tried everything in the CT side. He's going down the vent. To come up Secret. Again, these smokes outside take away a lot of info for FlyQuest. They're going to pad upper, and here comes the pop.
Dexter continues his good run of form, though, and there's Vexite lighting them up as they try to play through her. Oh dear, MIBR. This keen start.
They're being red.
Starting to peter out now. Something else I even love about the Regali drop down lower, whenever you've seen FlyQuest do that in the past, usually they're pretty conservative with how they've got it. You know, even when they kind of have players, you know, trying to spot a little bit outside, maybe you've had ins floating around at main, even then the guys that drop lower often play within the bomb site itself, right? They're not taking a lot of space. Regali was like knife out, walking towards the secret stairs, full faith that they weren't going to fight for the yard. So it feels like even on like an individual level, he's starting to piece together what MIBR are doing here and why he's been getting dodged. Yeah, no, this has been a very good turnaround, and now you're starting to get more individuals switched online. Vexite has actually had now a couple of multi-kill moments in these top site holds that are invaluable down the stretch. It was him who helped put that first, you know, eco round on the board with the 5-7 double up on the hut push. Does it now with a triple up on top of the rafters. So it's all coming together for FlyQuest and for MIBR. From the keenest of starts with their star players shining bright and everything looking good. Some very simplified, stripped back calls where it was just these top-side plays. Now you lose all the money on Lukowski as well. So FlyQuest continue to just tighten their grasp over MIBR in this first half.
Oh dear, that flash got him spraying and they just hard clear him. It's an easy kill after the clock. Oh dear, Harry, this FlyQuest recovery arc you're painting seems to have something behind it. It's on a canvas now. Someone put it on the wall. Broken money on the tail end of their T side.
The thing that's like super sick here is MIBR aren't going to have the sort of money to go for that top side play again till the last round of this first half. And even then, doesn't that feel too obvious now? The thing that like got you this really hot start, which were these top side aggro plays, which even then have started to turn a little bit sour as the game's gone on. You can't do that till round 12. And so FlyQuest, a chance to find pole position here down the stretch. It's like only one from ins in at lower, but Dexter's snuck past through the vents. They've got no idea. He's got two on a platter. Fires off too soon though. And Insani's not the kind of guy you want to give second chances to. Liaz snuffs him out at least. Lukowski P250 trying to wrestle for this lower control. Each shot that Regali misses gives Lukowski that much more room. Gonna go back onto an AK now. Top side's been secured in the meantime by drop, but he will get flushed out on the hut push.
Fake on upper, down the vent. He didn't mean to drop there.
Wants to challenge the Regali orb. Oh, it's only the tag. Lukowski's gotten lucky in some of these fights versus Regali on the ramp side, but not the third time in a row.
Right now, Regali is looking like that guy, Harry. He's hitting the shots he has to. He's not overstepping. He's playing with confidence. He's breaking a lot of smokes.
Yeah, you almost saw the kind of like bloodlust get to him after he missed like 2 shots in that Lukowski fight. He actually runs out into the open and chases it down, and he's given that time to go, okay, this is the wrong move. Like if I die lower, the whole round is cooked. So he repositions, plays it more safe, holds on to a far safer angle, and as you say, nails the shot, locks Lukowski out. Suddenly, FlyQuest up in the lead, 5 rounds straight, looking for 7 in a row. Wait, that's not how maths works. Looking for 6 in a row to close out this first half.
That is how maths works. Oh dear. They are again poised for upper. Insani on his main lurk. We often see him in these Nico positions outside, playing his late walk to red, to main. Inz is in a position he hasn't used yet. So this could be completely unexpected. Unless he goes backside of red and clears it, it should be Inz with the money.
But this was, as we headed into that last round, I was saying MIBR, the only time they can do the top side plays right now, round 12. And look at FlyQuest, they're three strong in the top side.
Just no.
Inz is even close by out in the yard trying to deal with Insani on this push. They know the value of removing him. If you get rid of Insani, you don't just get rid of the heavy hitter, you get rid of the guy that's getting teed up to come in on a big lurk and stop the round. So Inz winning that fight, laying Insani to rest, removes the chance of this lurk for MIBR. And now drop dead first out ramp side, FlyQuest 5v3. On their way to 6 rounds straight to winning out this first half.
Nowhere to go but into the belly of the beast, the B bomb site with 25 seconds, and there's 2 players here. Liaz, reliable, Regali hits another, and he's gonna take us all the way to 7 rounds on this CT side. FlyQuest back on their feet.
FlyQuest able to bounce back. You can take a look at the seeding here. They find themselves as one of Counter-Strike's most wanted, number 16. Bottom of the chart there, 15,000 on the line in this game.
Yeah, MIBR came in confident, they came in cocky, they came in knowing we just smashed these guys back in Shanghai with a quick FlyQuest pick. They're now down 2 rounds and a half. Not the hearty start they wanted. After showing us some lovely top hits, FlyQuest piece it together. Vexite gives us a great game, and Regali gets activated late into the first half to put a bow on it. Far from done though, map 1 of a BO3 in a single elimination format with 15 grand on the line right now.
Well, how will MIBR's CT side stack up? That's the $15,000 question. Dexter. Ouch. Has to lead the charge in. Instead, it's Liaz and Inns making magic happen, and Insani dead after 1. Safe gonna look to close the gap in through main. Moving on through. Safe takes this contact. Meanwhile, Drop plays his hand out of heavens now, but it's kind of these awkward whiffs to open up, and Safe's not alive for much longer. Neither is Drop. A dominant pistol round, locked and loaded for FlyQuest here.
That's a pug pistol. 5 Kevlar rush upper, and they make it look easy.
And this is MIBR's map pick. This is one that treated them very kindly last time these squads matched up. And it is so far from that right now. I think the Your Redemption might have to come on Anubis, FlyQuest's pick in this series.
Yeah, but that's not a map that MIBR will turn their nose up at by any means, right? You're fearing the lack of Mirage, but I think you know MIBR are going to be improving their weaker maps from last season. You don't want to be the first team to find that out.
Yeah, it's true. It's just you had a couple of weak maps if you're MIBR, right?
Sure,
you're having to spread those resources out across your Mirage and your Anubis.
Yeah, this did let them down, no doubt. Force up for MIBR, feeling the burn. And this is a far shot for the 5-7 for Lucals, who got a second vent drop. Dexter may know, but he just cleared out the entire B site. He's even going to go hunting, says.
I mean, they've opened the door for him, yeah.
Walking on a great flank timing, set up deep outside FlyQuest with so much space, and Dexter does clear out lower. He's being wrapped as well, but this shouldn't matter. He's actually read the double flank. They're all over the place right now.
How did Insani headshot that? That's
whoa!
Okay. Never mind, Dexter's still keeping the
B is clear.
Literal and metaphorical door open down
That's
at B.
The bomb.
And an AK given to Insani.
It's a bit much.
I don't know about
heaven,
that.
Harry.
Yeah.
It's in heaven.
Okay. Well, this has suddenly become a very losable round for FlyQuest. Drop. Ugly on the spray.
He could live. Yeah, go CT spawn.
That bomb's dropped. They're going to boost up over on top of Hut, sending him on a flank round to go and get this bomb. Inns has got it. So that danger's at least been alleviated, and Insani's given even more chances. Will eventually get traded out, courtesy of Dexter. They owe him a lot for this round coming together. Like, everyone else really tried to give it away.
Up heaven with the bomb, Regali. Are you sure about that one? Crikey. They know who they're up against as well. Liaz goes for the jump in main just to trade him. They don't want to fight him head on. I mean, Drop could have won the round. If he gets one kill and runs away, and Sani can play bomb, and there's 30 seconds. That's a very scary situation. So, sure, it's a round win. Full eco now, near about for MIBR. And somehow, even in the lost rounds, we continue to talk about Insani and his individual efforts. Surely this is a bridge too far. Dexter just playing disrespectful with the Mac 10.
Dude, he's still chasing. He's like gonna be fighting Insani out here in the yard.
You're trapped.
So clean stuff here for FlyQuest. Let's see if they can make it weird. No, it's all well and good. They keep it nice and clean.
To think how this game began, Harry. I know we haven't seen a gun round yet on the CT side, and they almost won the Force, but ifs and buts, maybes, none of these matter. FlyQuest on a hot start right now to begin their season. Looking to take their opponent's map pick. 9 rounds in a row. Not a weak link in sight. But Exit as the upper anchor may be exactly that. Dexter down secret again.
Dude, Dexter's been great in this second half. Taking so much space with just the MAC-10.
Yeah, if he can hold vent and they win this one ramp fight, they have a free path to beat, and MIBR cannot rotate.
Oh, a drop though, not going to go down quietly, has support. The safe moves in, Dexter's on the board, sure. But they have no route to get that bomb down or lower to join him. It looks like he wants to fly up the vent. Oh, but Regali has just given the bomb up over a ramp.
Seen that one.
Vexite knows he's got exit trapped, and that's when Dexter moves in. But he won't get past Insani. They kept that trade potential between backside player of exit and Insani waiting main side, even though the bomb was spotted ramp.
Yeah, one more of these, and I'm going to say stop giving Regali the bomb. You know, like, he could have been with them on that upper hit. Important round to keep MIBR above water. They're bobbing right now, just their head poking out. Oh my god, what? What? I don't even know. He was going 100 to 0 on a molly, and then he got headshot through the box.
Top side here, trying to give MIBR a taste of their own medicine. And they love it. That's why it's their medicine.
They're cured. Healthy. 4 alive. And okay. Back to reality, I guess. This game will not go easy for FlyQuest. Oh, he saw him. Yeah, he's trying to hide them. He was dead either way.
Look, Dexter's played a great game up until now. You know, he gets one.
No,
he gets one.
Looks funny. Looks good. All right, Glocks. Nobody loses to Glocks. Come on in, get it down, yeah. They couldn't be more safe if they tried. Yoink.
Oh man, how's he keep doing this out in the yard, bro? I just can't get past him. Oh, Insani. Oh, it's ended up being more awkward than he bargained for.
You'll take one. Any more? No. Back-to-back 4 alive. MIBR building money.
Yeah. All right, maybe those worries start up again for FlyQuest. MIBR finding themselves in this second half. And sure, you know, it's spearheaded by these huge rounds out of Insani, very much leading the charge, but it's safe to say that all the extremities have been shored up here by MIBR as well, right? Think about the ramp fights, drop and safe, playing in tandem there. That's looked really good. Lukowski's always seemingly floating around, ready to offer up assistance, whether that's topside, whether that's to Insani outside. That's a terrifying tag team to try and run into. Triple yard take here for MIBR, and Regali plucks Insani out of the round.
Off the roof.
You've lost your heavy hitter early here, MIBR, and they won't have any answers. Things go from bad to worse.
They've missed that main smoke twice now, FlyQuest, but it's not let them down. My God, Vexite on it again, hits an upper shot onto exit, on an off angle no less. And they're already thinking about getting out with these guns. Bomb has been planted. 2 kills outside. FlyQuest strut their stuff in upper.
That's a frustrating round to give up if you're MIBR. Insani's playing a very confident game, kind of goes without saying. It's his whole brand, and also he's got 20 kills. He's having a field day. And so he tries to take, you know, the most wild peak you can do out in the yard, which is playing up on top of the garage. And he's meant to have all his teammates there to kind of back him up, but with the smoke still down and Regali further towards the back of the pack on that AWP, it's a nice, easy shot for him.
If you get there quick, you can get there without getting spotted. You can hold silo for your team so they can actually play red, but he got spotted from the very back, and he knew he had to re-peek or he would have got mollied out. So that's, yeah, it's gone awkward for Insani, but the idea was there for MIBR. 3 players yard. They knew it was coming. Exit having a really poor game right now, and that round just makes it all the more painful. He had a free 1v1 on upper, but Vexite opening A as well as he was holding it. Safe AWP, didn't come out of the T side, now outside.
I didn't expect Insani versus Dexter to be like the main card matchup from this head-to-head.
He's a fragging IGL,
yeah,
Harry.
He really is.
Definitely has brought a lot more structure, right? We talked about Dexter coming back from Europe and joining this team and, you know, bringing back a lot of knowledge from Europe. And it took some time, but the latter season of 2024, we saw FlyQuest win a challenger. We saw them with some good games at the major, even if it ended in a sour note. And the CSO playing the T sides were a lot more structured. So these are good signs, but this game's certainly back on. Nothing coming for free right now. And even though the money looks dire for MIBR, Lukowski's got 8K in the bank, so they're fine next round. They'll make a mountain out of a molehill. FlyQuest, it's late in the round. Look at this, they have no time to clear secret. They're forced into upper from the clock alone. Insani in the right position.
To do all this contact, though, it's a ballsy decision, and they will get past Insani. Only good for one. Another follow-up out of Vexite. But there's no trade. Exit finally stakes his claim to this top site hold.
Ouch.
Safe now drops in. You learn about a heavy lean in towards top of your FlyQuest. And you won't break through. That safe orb battens down the hatches, holds the line. Doesn't let them in.
Like a pre-fire map, man. They were all there. Peeking main, peeking Tetris, backside heaven. They're everywhere. My God, MIBR poised perfectly. Insani has no business getting that first kill as well. He is so blind in main from that door flash. And he still just sprays out the first. Well put together by Exit and Safe. Double kill for Exit. His first really impact round of the whole map. Coming in number 20, but it's kept MIBR in it again. Nipping at the heels of FlyQuest. Committed position for drop. He could be in trouble.
It takes the time while the smoke's still up to reposition. Safer angle now. Spend the early moments of this round kind of talking things over, but they do still have that hero AK on ins, and they want to put it to work. He's looking for a dry fight in towards upper.
Exit again with no support. Safe is on ramp, so this could get a little bit weird.
Yeah, you're hopeful Lukowski could trade, but even then, like, he's going to have his work cut out for him.
The util's just being used so well right now. Double ramp smoke, door smoke now, forcing them into the orb. That's exactly what MIBR wants.
Oh. Safe secures the opener. Oh, we'll get tapped out. Vexite's been very keen on the openers.
Careful.
Now there's guns to be retrieved. Vexite gets to don that AWP. Might want to swap that out with Ins. And yeah, they will trade weapons. Ins tries to take first contact. They've got the spot on Lukowski. Oh, and that orb. Given a very easy shot there in through the door. Another chance for Ins. But it just sails past Insani, the one that got away, and he's the one that's going to try and rob this whole round from FlyQuest. Rotate in through the vent. Insani's low. And so Exit had his first high-impact round in the one prior. He might have to do it again. Dexter up top. Kits in play. MIBR have got time. Insani takes one more with him. Exit needs this kill. Deagle pulled for Dexter. Swinging wide. Wants to battle Exit here and now. And with good reason. Dexter has been a driving force behind FlyQuest throughout this entire map. And he wins that 1v1 to put them onto map point.
My God, he's doing it all. The captain with his team on his back. Don't get me wrong, though, some high impact for Vexite in this game as well. You mentioned his entry prowess. He does it once more. That Tech 9 pick on safe, and the orb is so valuable. It gets him another frag down lower. That was 4 pistols and a hero gun for FlyQuest. They are the Eco Cobras right now. That's 3 low buy rounds in this game pulled up by FlyQuest. One of them kickstarted a streak on the CT side, and the other might just end this map.
Yeah, if you weren't so proficient with the pistols, this would be over. This would be done. MIBR would have run away with it, but low money is not a problem for FlyQuest.
And we saw another inexperienced play for Lukowski because he knows they have the AWP. He knows they picked it up, and he's still taking that really tight line, that extremely hard shot after he got spotted in the single door. He's like confused. He wanted to push out. He gets seen. He goes back in. He re-peeks. He doesn't have to overcommit there. He doesn't have to give FlyQuest a way into the round. If he plays safer, MIBR don't need to worry about that B site. Big mistake. They're gonna nade this door smoke while he's inside it. Go on. There it is. Lukowski pushing through. They're ready. Very tight line for Liaz. MIBR may have the tricks, but FlyQuest waiting back. Punish an early move.
This is where, you know, your stomach drops a little bit. You just tried a gimmicky opening move in what could be your final round, and they were ready for it. You get locked out, nothing done. There's still over a minute left to play with, so it's not even like the info you get there is worth anything to MIBR.
Full reset outside as well, playing it very smart. They haven't seen anything here, MIBR, and Sani's already tempted to leave this position.
I mean, you know more than likely after forcing that kill, the guy that's going to start shuffling around a little bit is the yard player, is Insani, and so the route opens up to go for this control.
They have to move. They're triple ramp. They've got to push or gamble B, and so MIBR go for the former. They will clear the lobby out, but this doesn't matter. All it's going to tell you is what you already know. This is a B hit right now. Oh, wait, Dexter's faking it on upper. Bomb's running lower. This is going to sell this completely. Dexter, another high-impact kill as MIBR, the wool has pulled over their eyes. They're blind.
You think you've won the lobby fight, you've not. And now with topside secured, the bomb comes back. FlyQuest were going B. They were going into MIBR's double stack. Inns continues his dominion over the lobby, and so it's just Drop left in this alone. But he can't battle back against FlyQuest as they turn this one around, and they leave with MIBR's map pick in their back pocket.
Yeah, despite MIBR having a hot start to this first map of Nuke, FlyQuest somehow managed to turn the tides. They claim quite the revenge for a map that last time around, Jacob, back in Shanghai, 13-4 in the favor of MIBR.
That was a bit of a weird game, to be completely honest. I felt MIBR were in control. I felt MIBR coming into the game were obviously the favorites, given the history that we know between the two teams, but it was almost like it took one round for MIBR to lose control of the game, fall flat, and then, of course, FlyQuest also stepping it up, playing some good Counter-Strike. So slightly surprised already by map 1.
Yeah, I didn't expect this one. I mean, obviously winning your opponent's map pick is always going to be something that's going to be really beneficial for you because it gives you a mental advantage that you won their map pick. So I think it's a great start for them. And obviously you want to get this good start of the season. So I think they can be really happy with this one.
Yeah, certainly. Let's go back to the beginning of the map though, and, you know, put some praise on the names that really stood out from MIBR right from the get-go. I mean, Insani, he's a player that we always talk about, really delivering. He showed up great at the start. Obviously, you know, things change as we move later into Nuke, but a great start from him nonetheless.
And that's why I thought everything was going according to plan. As you said, Insani and Lukowski, both of the two playmakers with MIBR on the T side, finding a lot of openings, finding a lot of kills, and finding a lot of impact early on in the game, especially Insani had a round where he went absolutely off right here as well, ending up winning a clutch in round 6, as we see right now, where they're fighting their way back into it. So for my money, everything was going according to plan for MIBR. You have activated Insani, you activate Lukowski, you're up 5-1 T side on Nuke. At that point, you're prone to win the map.
Definitely. I mean, like, this is not the first time we see Insani go ballistic and go and do some heavy lifting for this team. So, I mean, he just definitely was the guy to look out for in this matchup for them. So I think he's just he's just this guy that you expect from him. He is like this superstar, and he's been doing it for a while, you know.
I wanted to just pick your brain for a moment, Dupree, because we were kind of chatting about it in the green room, how tricky it can be when you're coming into a new season, you've had a prolonged period off. How hard and how important is it to have those kind of hot starts individually as a player?
I think if you are a player that had a really good season, you obviously go into this new season thinking, I really want to continue this good stride that I had. So you have this mentality that I'm going to go in, but that can also backfire if you actually end up in a position where you don't get this good start. But at the same time, if you've had a really bad season and you come in, there's like, this is like the new year, new season, new me, everything. I'm going to go in with a new fire and I'm going to bring it up. So I think I can talk for every player, and especially talk for myself as well, coming into this game, having a good, one thing is that you might lose the game, like the first map, but you come in and you start out hot as an individual. I think that is also equally as important.
How would you have dealt with it, if you'd had a bad season? Would you have done anything different coming into, another season where you can turn over a new leaf? Maybe, you've got some new players in your team. Maybe you're in a new team yourself. How would you mentally treat that differently than, maybe back in the day with Astralis when you were winning everything left, right, and center?
I mean, obviously, throughout my career, I've had some really good streaks and winning a lot of tournaments, and not having had this many situations where I feel like we've got out to a bad start as a team. I've had multiple, a couple of times, but most of the time it's been going pretty good. But Counter-Strike is a very mental game in that sense, that you just need to realize that what is in the past is in the past. You need to start looking forward, because there's going to be a new map coming up. There's going to be a new tournament maybe next week. Even with this season coming, it's going to be crazy. So it's important that you don't dwell too much in what has happened in the past, and you just try and move forward and just realize that you are good at this and this, and that's what you need to focus on.
Everyone knows. Change sensitivity, change resolution.
Oh yeah, we've all been there. We've all been there. Just
change your mouse as well. I mean, things were looking great for Insani. Then round 7 happened. What was the story here, Jacob?
Well, it was the comeback of FlyQuest, and also where I felt that MIBR fell flat. As I said, it took only one round for them to lose control of the game. Again, you see it up here, 5-1. You're winning the trade duels. At this point, you're in a 5v2 scenario. A 5v2 against a Forspire. And then Rigali comes in. We spoke about him, the new guy on the block. Didn't have the best start to the game, but he went absolutely crazy right here, leaving just exit in a 1v2, which he cannot win, despite having 2 players on FlyQuest being on very low HP. He gets caught off guard with a nade in his hand, and they end up losing the round. You think to yourself, okay, 5-2, that's gonna be fine. MIBR bounces back. But from that moment and onwards, FlyQuest won, I think it was 6 or 7 rounds in a row, completely taking control of the game. And to me, that was disappointing for MIBR, that it only took 1 round where you kind of dropped the ball. It was a round you're not supposed to lose. But again, you got to shake that off. You got to be able to bounce back. But MIBR, we're not.
Yeah, you get 6 rounds on the CT side of things, then you win the pistol, you convert, get another round after that. I mean, it's amazing to see from FlyQuest being able to flip the switch that quickly.
I think this was a clear example of how the momentum just shifts so fast inside of the game. Like, you lose this important round, and Insani in the round previously had just done something really great off the bat. So the fact that they lose this round and they got too comfortable, yeah, that's a bit of an issue for them.
Also, I do want to give credit to Dexter. We spoke about him coming into the game. We said that him coming back to Australian Counter-Strike has kind of changed the tide of the team, has kind of given new hope to FlyQuest. It has elevated them to a new level. I think from an individual point of view as well, when Dexter was in Fnatic, I always rated him to be a hard-hitting in-game leader, but for some reason he couldn't really find that high level consistently within Fnatic. He's done that in FlyQuest. He's done that in this game. He's leading by example, and I think I've said it before, I'll happily say it again, not based on this one map, one game so far, but Dexter is slightly underrated. I think he's a great in-game leader, and I think he's a great individual Counter-Strike player.
I think we're coming in and talking about Dexter. I think one of the things that he is really good at is being this kind of X-factor. He is the guy that is super on, like, he will always do what is necessary for the team. If he's the one to push a smoke or the guy to go in first, he's going to be the one doing it. He's always so unpredictable, and I think that is one of his strengths. And I've played against this guy multiple times, and there's so many times where we've been in advantage, and then you turn and look somewhere else, and then he pushes the smoke, and he pushes from behind, and he's always creates these annoying gaps. But he's also the guy that sometimes you like killing him walking through smoke, like, what are you doing? So it has like 2 sides of the middle, right?
He seems careless in the way he approaches the game, and I think that's nice for a team to know that your in-game leader is willing to take the extra gamble, take the extra risk in order to win rounds, or at least create space for teammates around him.
You need to do that, yeah.
Certainly. Why don't you think MIBR were able to kind of bolster anything during that incredibly long streak that FlyQuest were able to put together?
I think Harry and Hugo said it a couple of times during the cast as well. They picked up on some of the mistakes that they were making. Lukausi, for once, there was a round where FlyQuest picked up an AWP and Lukausi played it in a way, knowing they had an AWP, he probably shouldn't have conducted himself in the way he did. So it felt a bit to me like MIBR mentally weren't in the game. The decision-making wasn't there. Again, we spoke about it. Insani having a great game firing off, Lukausi firing off as well. So from an individual standpoint, the players were showing up. You know, they could kill, they could go for the duels, but I think in terms of how you approach the game and how you mentally were not really giving enough respect, I guess, to FlyQuest, that's when they kind of dropped the ball.
That's for sure. I mean, I definitely think this round that we saw Regali pulling off the 3K on the lower bomb side with the 5-7 changed something in the dynamic of the game, and it also just kept going. And the fact that they lost the following rounds coming into it and then losing the pistol round as well, it is tough as a player going in. They are getting close to 13, you know, like we need to start bringing it back, you know. So I think it was tough for them mentally to bounce back from this issue that they had early in the game.
Now, the 2018-2019 CSGO fan would kill me if I didn't ask this. Obviously, you're a man that's had, you know, one of the most historic streaks on this map that we just saw of Nuke. In terms of your CT positioning, do you want to like give any insight as to how important it is to be, you know, locking down that A-bomb site? What kind of things you want to be looking at as a player?
Some of the most important things when you start off a CTS nuke is the first 15 seconds of the round, because that is where you need to be very aware of what's going to happen inside the map. You need to keep making the changes inside as an inside player, which is the one I'm playing. It's kind of a fluid position where sometimes you will take care of doors, sometimes you'll take care of hot, but you always need to be ready for, is it going to be a fast pop inside? Is it going to be some kind of vent dive, anything? How are you going to approach it? Are you going to be using double Molotov? Are you going to save the Molotov because we just made it, like maybe they hit the bomb site the previous rounds, but now we're going to try and save it so we can bait out some of the utility. There's so many things that you need to keep in mind, but as soon as you get into the bomb site and you need to close out door and hot, when you've passed this 15-second mark, this is where you are a little bit more prone to be like, okay, nothing's going to happen inside for a little bit of a while.
Until you get destroyed by flashes, Molotov, more flashes, and then an inner side execute.
But this is why you saved your Molotov and not always use your Molotov. That you need to keep being a little bit ahead of the game, right?
I'm just saying, we always speak about ramp being the most, you know, vital position CT side, and it is a vital position. I think playing the inner bomb side, especially in the hot area, you're so exposed, and it's so hard, you know, for you and everyone else playing those positions. All you gotta do is basically stay alive and get 1 or 2 kills, so you give your chance, or give your teammates a chance to retake the inner bomb side, but that can be incredible tough. And we saw that in this game as well, that the MIBR guys on the inner bomb side couldn't close it down.
I don't want this to just become, you know, history lesson, but why do you think you were so dominant on Nuke back in the day? If you put it down to one thing.
I've always praised Device and Glaive on the outside, like playing on the yard part. Like, they were really good at understanding what to do, but we also found this mechanic of throwing Molotovs and extinguishing people's smoke line, and, you know, back in 18, people had no idea what to do.
Well, enough Nuke discussion for now. I'm sure we'll revisit the topic, but we do have Anubis laying in wait, the map pick of FlyQuest that's going to be going down after this break. third map that wasn't needed last time around, now as the second and the pick of FlyQuest. Anubis laying in wait after FlyQuest managed to change the tide after what was a very hot start from MIBR on that first map of Nuke. We know FlyQuest is going to be starting on the CT side of things. Dupree, what's your opinion on Anubis? You're pretty passionate about this one, right?
Oh, it's not my favorite one, that's for sure. I like playing as a terrorist, that is definitely sure, but playing as CT, that can be, that's just going to be difficult.
Why do you think that? What's so tricky about that side?
I think the things that you need to do as CT, like it's so hard to punish. Like you need to go out and get these first kills. You need to go out and try and get these kills. Like if you're just standing, otherwise you need to be like really good at playing your utility, which is not something everyone is good at. But it is just so hard for the CTs to find a solution, especially if they find themselves on the back.
Was Jacob good at utility when you used to play with him?
I don't think utility was a thing back then. It was just like people were throwing grenades left and right and then hoping for the best.
All these positional, you know, an anchor roll or whatever.
It was not really a thing.
It's not a thing.
No,
You're just
no.
running
Run
around.
and gun, just kill them.
Run and gun, having a good time. I think it's getting slightly better. I know what you're saying with Anubis, you know, and especially when it came out in the beginning. I always like to use the phrase that you felt like a fish in a barrel on the CT side. You're limited in what you can do, and you feel like whenever you stick your nose out a little bit too far, you get punished like that, and then you lose out. People are getting better at playing the CT side. It's still a T-sided map, but I feel like there's more solutions, and people are getting a little bit more creative in their setups, getting better at defending the bomb sites as well. And I'm curious to see if that's going to be the same for FlyQuest here. They must have known they're coming into it as they picked it themselves. They will be starting on the CT side as well. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be opting to be proactive, trying to find the first kill, or if they're going to sit back on the bomb sites and maybe be a bit better with the utility and then defend the bomb sites better.
Dupree, you were mentioning that you feel like, you know, this could be going to a third because MIBR, you know, not too shabby on this map. What do you think they're going to be pulling out on that, you know, more favored T side that might be hurting FlyQuest a little bit?
At least I know that MIBR is definitely a team that knows how to play Anubis. I've seen them multiple times pull off some really great results, and I think it's a map they feel comfortable in. So it's not like they go into this matchup thinking, we're going to play Anubis. I actually think they're quite comfortable around it. But I think they're going to start off slow. You know, the thing is that playing slow on this map is just so beneficial. Like grinding out the CT's utility, understanding when to push and when to bait out the right, rotation that happening depending on what kills you get. And if you just get that first kill as T, there's like a 90% chance that you will win the round if you just play correctly, play it off each other, and just squeeze out the CTs.
I want to put some spotlight on Regali, the new guy coming into FlyQuest as well. He did a good job on Nuke. You know, he was the one turning it around when it was looking dire for them. But especially on Anubis, if you have an AWP player on the CT side who can obstruct the T side, you know, who can go out and find some kills, be a little bit aggressive, sort of like Monacy is doing, he's forcing the duels. If Regali can do that for FlyQuest, that could be a massive win condition for them as well. And I guess that's why he's signed, to come in and have an impact.
Yeah, definitely. Did it make sense for you for FlyQuest to be changing the AWPing side of things? Because I think we were kind of saying, you know, they were almost but not quite making it through to, you know, the higher stages of competition. I think back to Chengdu, you know, they were just one map away from making that happen. VP, you know, kicked him to the curb. EPL as well, also a similar story. Was it the AWPing that you think was the issue for FlyQuest?
I wouldn't say it was an issue, but it was definitely an area where you could improve. And I think that's what teams should always do. You should always look at your lineup, and even though you're good friends with the AWPer, or even though you're trending in the right direction, if you think there's a player out there on the market who can do an even better job, you should always try to improve. So I wouldn't call it an issue. I wouldn't say that was the reason why they didn't do too well, but it's definitely an area where they could improve. And I think Regali is an interesting signing. Is he going to be enough? Well, we're about to see.
Did you ever have any experience, you know, playing against Regali? Is there anything you're familiar with him there?
I think I've played against him when he was an OG.
Yeah.
That's what I remember. But as we already talked about, he's been this talent for quite a while. You know, it's going to be interesting to see if he can come into this lineup and actually make a change. But I definitely believe that him coming into this lineup instead of Alistair is something that the team needed. I mean, Alistair was for a long time outed by, you know, a lot of people, maybe also by the team. So I think they needed this change to try something different, and also getting an AWPer that potentially could go out and get those kills and be a little bit more consistent than Alistair has been.
Well, map 2 is ready to be getting underway. It's Anubis with Harry and Hugo.
Oh, yes. I'm excited for this one. Dude, I don't know. I think already we're seeing some of the very cool things about this format, right? MIBR coming through with the decision to pick FlyQuest. And I think out of all the teams you could have looked to go for, this is one of the lower risk picks, right? Without a doubt.
They literally picked the bottom seeded team of the teams they could pick. So it's not a bad start, but it is a bad start.
Yeah, it really might not be panning out for them. And considering MIBR came off the back of a surprisingly Oh, it's really weird. How do you frame their performance at the major? They did really, really well up until, you know, they were one game away, and then it kind of ends on this very sour note, but still, they looked like a legit squad back then. They had some huge holes in the game plan, and in particular their map pool that they had to go back and fix. But in this series, in this matchup now, they didn't have any of those problem pieces, right? These were comfortable maps for MIBR. These were maps they have a proven track record versus FlyQuest on, and it's really not looking to have panned out on the opener.
Yeah, you mentioned this earlier. It's just the hole was the map pool at the major for MIBR. And so there is an angle where I'm looking at it like, well, MIBR left Shanghai knowing exactly what the problems were. And the problems were Mirage. The problems were Anubis, Harry. And so you'd hope that they put in a lot of time over the break to get ready, get in shape on this map. But this has been a go-to for FlyQuest. This has been a map they've not shied away from.
Yeah.
They had a 7-win streak coming into Shanghai that ended there on this map. They beat Complexity dominantly on this map. They actually had some things to enjoy, and with another map that lends itself to a strong AWP presence, especially on that CT side, regardless currently looking like the real deal.
Yeah, you know, whenever I've spoke to coaching staff and the likes, they always talk about this period where you've worked on a bunch of things, you've introduced a bunch of new ideas, but in the beginning, it's very ugly as everyone's coming to terms with the changes and adaptations that you've made till you figure out exactly, you know, what your kind of style, what your nuance is within these maps. And so I am still very worried heading into this one now for MIBR. The map pick of FlyQuest, and MIBR, this is where they've got to bounce back.
That's the difference between prac and official, and this is the first official of the season. So let's see if MIBR can hold on. Vexite getting blocked in Kong, got to get back as MIBR come running into a double setup. Jumping Glocks, but out of ammo, Exit's in trouble. Vexite still takes 2 kills. He's got a fresh mag. This B split is weak. Safe coming in late, maybe too late. FlyQuest is spilling out into the bomb site as we speak. Dexter here looking to force more kills, and they are just disappearing in this pistol. An ugly look for MIBR. For a quick con drop, where was the split? Where were the B main players when MIBR needed them?
Man, also, Vexite's playing like a mad dog right now.
Woof.
I was hoping you could do like the Aussie meme, you know, like the guy.
Don't know that
where
one.
He goes, yeah, they came banding over.
I don't know that one, but they did come banding over,
They did come bounding over. Dude, he fought to the very end down there, down in Dog, and made it look easy, uncomfortably so. So that's a pistol round locked in for FlyQuest. Their map pick, CT side as well. Winning a pistol on the CT half, oh, there's nothing better.
Yeah, and the idea that MIBR don't plant, so they don't buy, so you actually don't even lose the second round, which is the worst round to lose. This should be smooth sailing for FlyQuest. They see a heavy spawn stack. So Inns ready for multiple players here. Even Dex has pushed the mid smoke, Harry. This guy does not stop. This guy is relentless. I did like how the desk talked about Dexter, right? Dupree saying, yeah, you know, he'll just make the craziest play. He'll be behind you when you least expect it. But then sometimes he just walks through a smoke and you think, what the hell is he doing? A bit of madness on this FlyQuest squad. But there was method to it on Nuke.
No, there really was. You know, I mean, we were all kind of excited for the FlyQuest change, signing a star player. We just didn't know it was Dexter. He was there all along. Dude, I mean, his performance in that opening game was the only guy vaguely comparable to Insani is Dexter. And his rounds maybe even have more impact. Like, it's kind of insane.
Well, one thing we said on the previous map was how much we talked about Insani, even on lost rounds. So on the T-side start, going for dry fights A main, this is kind of where you hope to see Insani start strong. Drop leading the charge, but it's more like a waddle creeping in to this A site. Execute comes up.
Yeah, in they go. A drop at the front of it. Insani up on the board first. Vexite's going to try and withstand this. He does have support barreling in through the camera smoke, but Liaz is getting spammed, and that smoke naded open. It's far from ideal. MIBR bring the heat.
That stairs smoke thrown down, in fact, by FlyQuest is actually kind of cool. It allows them to scale that camera and actually fight for the site and not play full retake. But MIBR just stand still. They nade the smoke. They all fight as 4-5 players. That's brutal. FlyQuest get the engagements they want, but it's MIBR who hit the shots. Not losing a player until the very end. And it was already a formality. So MIBR starting early on the T side. A requirement here in this map. Regali's orb appears as well.
Oh. Did he see him?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he did. Flick back around, Dexter on the receiving end of that.
Crazy smoke
Still,
shot.
1-for-1 out of the quick trade from Vexite, and you get rid of Insani. That's a pretty good trade.
Yeah, Regali runs back. They hear him go back to B.
Problem is now, like, you've lost this mid control, so immediately the whole map feels very claustrophobic, right? Even the route to rotate now, if you don't try and contest middle, gets very long for FlyQuest. And so you're left kind of hoping that this play leans over towards B. Regali still floating around middle on the AWP, so he will be able to confirm when they try and take camera if MIBR head towards that A site. It's just if they do, there's only Vexite here, and those rotates will not emerge.
A-Split relies on this A-main player. They know he exists. It's really the one for the, the 1v1 that matters for FlyQuest. It allows them to flank Con and go for a retake together. If Vexite wins this, FlyQuest have incredibly good odds, but if he falls, it might just be a done round. They haven't used Util yet to push this AWP off. I don't think they're ready for it in round 4. Regali could make this very interesting. Ooh. Here we go. Here's the 1v1 though, and they're going to wait for the split from camera, so Vexite's in trouble.
Yeah, it just looks away. And Exit plays that one perfectly.
It's done. No way you can risk playing for this. You don't want to give them an AWP this early in the game. You relied on, you had your opportunities. You had Regali with the angle to stop the camera split. You had a guy in A main, but turning around at the worst possible point. Surprised to see Vexite fall for that, really. So MIBR, back to back, 4 alive yet again. Oh, they already got the nade.
Terrorists win.
Good start.
I mean, this is where you're supposed to be finding the bulk of your success, right? So they've at least been able to make the start of this game competitive. MIBR. Chance now to really start to take control over this first half. As FlyQuest are all in here.
Regali assisting in A main. Even if Vexite sends it. Oh, it's Regali forcing, looking for the stairs kill, but up top sits Exit, backing up at the worst time. And now MIBR have no idea the amount of space that has been taken away. Exit's still playing cautious, but I don't know if he'll be ready for Vexite finding this slim gap into water. And he's chomping at the bit to get this kill right now. Oh, Regali comes to rob it. And Vexite bounds out as well, forcing MIBR really just into this B play. There's 3 CTs here. There's no way you're getting through, surely.
Gonna want a Molotov to try and displace this player over on Glyph. Liaz should have been spotted there on the jump with the flashbang, and Sani able to deal with him. But that's the 1 kill to come up for MIBR. In's on a tear, and Regali's AWP last spotted over towards A main on the push. Gets that final kill of the round over at B just seconds later. Regali's had some good reads here to open up this map. It's no longer Nuke. He's not getting dodged like he was to open up the series. Regali's now the one setting the precedent of when and where these fights are taking place.
Very confident. And yeah, Liaz gets no kills there, but he has a lot of impact. He calls his team with the flash. They let MIBR out. He says, I'm popping this perfect pop flash over the front of B plat. And all of FlyQuest swing with it. Ins out con. Dexter runs through the smoke. A nice collapse for FlyQuest. Puts them back on the board, stops them from being sent to eco early. MIBR opt for middle. This got them on their first gun round. Or second, rather. Regali camera side. MIBR just getting it set up. Whoa! Take that. Full nades of Excite is a problem for MIBR.
Oh, but a B-Wrap, okay. Control taken over towards Temple, and now you have Insani in the backline. Regali's going to try and sniff him out.
Uh-oh.
But still, there is a weird timing here.
Oh my God.
Falls off. That's where the trade comes through. Or not even a trade needed. Liaz, quick reaction. Turns around, deals with Insani. He finds that really awkward timing right as he's getting battled from the stairs. Leaves it all on drop. The last man from this B split, but he's opened up. Bomb let loose over in middle. With 20 seconds, this one is going to be down to the wire. Lukowski running shoes on as FlyQuest battle for the bomb control. They know that even wasting a few more seconds here could make all the difference. But he should have time for this.
Regali's got to hit a crazy shot here. Will they throw the bomb over? Surely that's the right play, but there's no room for error. He hits it!
He hit it!
That's crazy.
And that's the round. Regali, he had to hit that shot. Seconds were the difference there. That is crazy fast out of Regali.
Through the wall. Beautiful. And the damage from Dexter done early. The bomb dropped in middle on that cross. Safe didn't feel like he wanted to run all the way through T-Spawn. He wanted to join his team, and that completely let them down. They won the B-bomb site. They got the entries in a 3-on-5, making it even. But Dexter does the damage in middle, and Regali puts a bow on it. Boom.
It felt like he'd missed the opportunity.
Yeah,
it felt like it sailed past him. Oh, man.
Careful, they're ready. Oh, Lukowski, what? All right, okay, Regali highlight reel.
Yeah, is it the revenge of Lukowski, or does Regali continue to dominate on this AWP?
They know there's more here because of the flash, so they don't want to just throw the round into another player on the B-bomb side. There could be two. So they're going to hold off. They're going to reset, get those guns, take stock.
Okay, like Vexite's had really good mileage out of the MP9, but I think this is the one round where that should stop.
I don't know if he gets a quick con flank in this round once they realize it's B. Regali making a passive move on this site. He's going to give it up. He knows there's huge gaps available. So retake on B, waiting in the fade. Vexite can flank. It's not done yet.
Another round where Regali has to hit these cross shots. Waiting for it, giving a jiggle. First one lands, safe dead. Regali not content with just the one, needs that much more.
There's that flank.
Starts to materialize now for Vexite, but they have taken away this control over Dark. And it's Insani lying in wait. Certainly not the guy you want to face, or so you'd think. Vexite drive by. Insani, kick to the wayside, has to watch on as Exit and Lukowski try to hold on to this round. Regali knows there's so many angles that have been given up here, and so Exit with the backstab. A slow retake. Leaves FlyQuest wanting. They just never really had the control here. Vexite looking for that bomb. Tap on it, gets the spam out of them.
Oh my God.
Secures the first. But so much time has ticked away. Exit takes it to the clock, and MIBR will deliver on that early double out of Lukowski.
Yeah, sick entry to Lukowski on the B main Tech 9, but I think Vexite would have won the round if he stuck the bomb. Lukowski used his last 3 bullets in that spray. He was getting a reload off when Vexite peaked, so I think a stick might have been the answer. He just got so flustered trying to find that defuse in the smoke. It was a nice try, this kill especially. But MIBR make the most of that man advantage in B main. But boy, they had to work for it. Money hangs in the balance, not just on the match, but in this very round. Both teams on the cusp of an eco. Nothing to show at 4-3. Winner of this is going to be in a great position to run away with the half. Especially if it's MIBR on the T side. Solid A main utility keeps them honest.
Oh, that's annoying, but still going to get out with the kill. Bro, the MP9 has not been kind to exit. Every time he's had to face off against one, you feel like he's been on the receiving end of it.
That's a different boost.
And here's the thing. You faced the MP9 before over him, but Vexite's graduated from the little guns onto the big boy. That M4 put in his hands.
So scared of the split, though. It's not a factor.
He's going to have to flick back down.
But the flank is still coming in. If he can just delay this play, he can't do a thing. You may as well try if you're FlyQuest. But it's MIBR who look to succeed. Can Regali make the difference? No kit in this round. Out he goes. Safe stops him in his tracks. And no kit for ins. Means FlyQuest are looking at eco.
Sniper gun, maybe?
Oh, beautiful. You got to kill with a nade, but it's MIBR who get out bandits. Yeah, Dexter, he's confident. I'll give him that. Pushing the smoke molly for the entry, but jump checking main.
You know, I mean, I think
couldn't take the 5v4, could
you know,
he?
I think that's the nature of it. You know, you live and die by the Dexter aggro pushes. And more often than not, when he feels like he's had that room, he's been right. Sometimes they don't pan out.
Okay, FlyQuest can pop through this smoke. That's probably all they've got here. Gets naded open, but here they come. This could be fruitful.
They waited out both nades on it.
Oh, that's so fine. Well, they didn't exactly dodge that flash, not very well. Vexite got 2 kills from Platt. But it's going to be MIBR sweeping it under the rug.
Yeah, statistically, a flash that blinds 9 players is a really good flash.
Sure.
But
sure.
Unfortunately, yeah, it could have been more.
It's not about blinding them, Harry. It's about killing them blind.
Yeah. No, this is starting to build for MIBR. 3 rounds straight now. It is on the T side of Anubis, though. They are supposed to be finding their successes here and now.
Excellent nade into A. Puts the anchor low already.
Yeah,
it's
and I like
53 damage HE. My God, did it bonk him?
Very well could have done.
The max is 55 damage, so... On the money for MIBR. This A site has just been their goal.
Yeah, and I think as well, you know, Exit's needed a bit of help over here. So putting some more resources with him, and then you end more of these rounds over towards A as a result. It's worked out thus far for MIBR. But this time, FlyQuest are ready to receive. 3 strong here.
2 straight.
Double swing from Platt and close. Vexite and Dexter lay waste to the A play before it even takes shape. MIBR are in hot water.
And Dexter gets out this time. That's the difference maker. There's also no nades, so backside is not even a dangerous position unless he can find something on the floor. This is disastrous for MIBR. They're even playing anti-flash, but they get a different kind of peek. The layered double swing through the smoke. And Dexter once again makes this round a reality. He's rotated out, left the AWP in heaven. MIBR are saving right now. Just from position. They can rebuy, safe can drop, drop can buy. Exit should be fine. So could be a lot worse here for the Brazilians.
Counter-terrorists win.
Clean. Whoa. Orb for safe.
Yeah, I mean, I think these next 2 rounds matter a hell of a lot that MIBR are able to find them.
Oh, it's ugly.
Ooh, and it's at least looking good for that. You know, for MIBR here, in the past, whenever you've seen them on Anubis, even if they've had a strong T side,
oh no,
it's often not been enough. It's CT where things really get tough. And so 7-5 half is, in my mind, sort of the bare minimum that MIBR are looking for. Now they've got themselves the openers here. They shut down their early aggression. And they have the route to this empty B bomb site. Exit secures another kill to bring this one home for MIBR.
Yeah, flank timing is unfortunately not going to save it. Ins, oh, there's no wallbang available. Dexter, yeah, they're ready at that point. Late in the round.
Okay, but this is more interesting now. MIBR can at least look to win out this first half, as the money of FlyQuest kind of peters out here, heading into the final round on this low econ buy for MIBR. They find all the success. Drop with a very pivotal kill, turning around early, putting a stop to that constant harassment of A main that MIBR have had to deal with.
Cool that FlyQuest are going for plays like that, though, right? They've won out with some very passive A holds and some double setups in the site. Regali often rotating very quick. And so to just throw Vexside out main, I don't hate it. He just missed his shot, didn't he? And MIBR looking for 7. I'd say they need it, given that poor CT side that you prophesize. Luckily for them, it's just 2 rifles in the round to stop. Let's see this boost finally getting used at the right time. And he gets it done.
I kind of can't believe he recommitted to it, right? The whole thing with that boost is you've got the element of surprise. But it's on the second time that Regali found the opening.
Oh, good bait. Now they know the orb's there. The molly
yeah, this
pushes
is
the bomb out.
a lot of info for FlyQuest to work with. And look at how they've responded to it. They've taken away all the room over towards this A side. Now that does leave a hole in middle. And MIBR should be aware of this. They've spotted multiple players over towards B, and you've seen one guy pushing up through A.
They need to do something.
As far as you're concerned, there's one player unaccounted for here. As MIBR go quiet, it's given time for that to change. And so they instead have to go and re-clear all of this real estate. At 45 seconds, that can be a bit of a problem. You're wasting a lot of time here clearing dead angles.
I do like what FlyQuest do, though, because they can't just sit 3 on B in this round. So they go re-clear middle together. They have that camera cross. Dexter going to choose to play for the A main instead. But again, MIBR, 30 seconds. That smoke is a problem. They're going to have to nade it and go through. Exit's just walking the smoke right now. Dexter needs to pull out his gun. He hit him with a Molotov. He finds him through the smoke. Somehow, just a lonely pistol is putting in work.
And they can't get past him. Dexter, the lone defender, holds on to it for FlyQuest as this half ends neck and neck. coming into this, there was 15,000 big ones on the line. MIBR were the ones looking to claim that, but FlyQuest have offered up resistance every step of the way after stealing MIBR's pick right out from under them. Now on Anubis, we're in a neck-and-neck battle, but that's at the end of FlyQuest on their CT side. MIBR posting a 6-round T-half. I'm not terribly optimistic that that's going to be enough here. They will have their work cut out for them. It's going to be an uphill battle every step of the way. So let's see if MIBR can at least get off to a good start here and post something in the pistol.
Yeah, they're going to have to give us one of their best defensive halves on this map yet. Vexite with a pistol in the pocket. He rocks a double in A main. And he has had some impactful entries in this series from Nuke to Anubis. Continues to deliver. Drop in trouble. Does get a bit of vengeance, but that Molly's going to force him into the open. And Inns will take that kill with ease. FlyQuest, pistol, seemingly done. Start of their bounty campaign. Looking to come to Copenhagen. For MIBR, it will be back to boot camp. Single elimination. They're going to have to wake up now.
And, you know, I think, you know, coming into this series, we were talking a lot about MIBR and their results back at the major and how things looked there. And what the sort of very obvious problems were for this team in terms of their map pool. This was one of the 2 maps they had to work on. They had to put some time and effort into. And it feels like they're still in that teething stage where things are a little bit awkward. You know, you're learning how to use all these new pieces that you've come up with. I think long-term, there's still a ways you could leave this match and feel like there's promising signs if they're able to make it real close. But in terms of just the numbers and what we know about these teams, FlyQuest are now very much in pole position. With a pistol round locked in, they're on the favored side of a good map to this squad. You know, things are very quickly building for FlyQuest.
They are looking a little flustered here. Expert armchair psychologist myself noticed there was a camera that fell off the table, Harry.
Yeah.
Insani looking stressed. Drop head in hands. Can they stay in the game? The first time out popped after a pistol fall.
And, you know, I mean, especially because this was FlyQuest being seeded 16th, you know, you tried to give yourself the easiest possible matchup. So for MIBR, this probably is leaving a bit of a sour taste in their mouth right now.
It doesn't help FlyQuest in any sense. Even if they win this game, they're the last pick of the next stage. So it's going to be an uphill battle for this squad, but they're getting some good game time in, no doubt. Little A-rush on the ante, but it's a force buy for MIBR.
Vexite.
There he goes. Nice routing.
He's been studying Dexter's Mac 10 all day. Didn't have to hit me with the fake laugh, but I appreciate it all the same.
I think it was like 50%
no
real.
one laughs like and they go, It's like you read out a text.
I'm LMAOing, Harry. They're going to save this M4, but this is now a hole that just got dug deeper. If they keep digging, though, Harry, they might get out of that hole.
It's a bit of a logical fallacy on that one, isn't it? Is that the right combination of words?
Those are two words. Illogical, maybe. Can't dig up, though. Hand him a ladder.
Terrorists win.
But I tell you what, this is a very, you know, we were all wondering how FlyQuest were going to look with the addition of Regali. This has got me, you know, this has piqued my interest, we'll say.
I will say, it's not
because
even...
there was no doubt around that FlyQuest always possessed a couple of capable individuals, right? It was always kind of them as the sum of FlyQuest, where it felt like every now and again, not every now and again, pretty much every game you would have someone go quiet and give you a pretty horrible time. But I think right now you're getting some great mileage out of Vexite. Dexter's been playing like a bowler all day. Regali has had a lot of impact in this series. And that's that's in spite of like MIBR trying to make life really hard for him at every turn. MIBR bring out the more standard boost. Trying to put this one rifle to use.
4 on B, they're really just hoping FlyQuest walk in blind. It's their best bet right now. Gonna go for info. They see nothing, that might make them just scramble.
Dude, I mean, even if you're Liaz there, you just heard so much noise over towards this B site.
I still think, I don't know if you hear them leave, I still think you're gonna wanna go A. Look at your setup, everyone's in position. Now MIBR make the right gamble. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you are gonna be walking into this stack.
Psych. It's a fake.
It's always the problem, isn't it, though, with these CT halves? That's why we say that they are hard, is the path to rotate for T's here with the map control that they get almost as standard in a round like this, where you can't really challenge any of these deep lines. It gives them this instant path to rotate. There is no way that MIBR can go from A to B faster than FlyQuest can. And so Liaz has opened up the back door. Round secured, stack dodged. And even a bit more money made down the stretch for Dexter on this map.
Dexter, just full send it right now. You know they're saving something. You've heard an M4, so just go find it. He wants to upgrade anyway. Well, he probably doesn't, but he'll get the chance to.
Full force of the Mac attack being felt in towards spawn. Oh, that M4, they found it now. Wow. And Inns will get rid of both players down the end. FlyQuest 9-6.
Did he cycle Vexite the gun? He was in heaven. Looked like he was trying.
Dude, this is so intense now for MIBR. They have, you know, this coming rifle round, but if they don't win that, so quickly this game is over. So quickly this gets away from them from a 6-6, you know, neck and neck first half, where it felt like, you know, the work that they've clearly put in and showing its value here to open up.
Yeah.
To suddenly it all falls apart, and then you risk leaving the bounty with $0.
Exactly. This is a head-to-head that last time in Shanghai.
So bro, it wasn't even close.
They got 9 rounds across the series, Harry FlyQuest, to get to the elimination stage. They didn't make it after a 2-0 lead. So BO3s, they got put down by this team. But now FlyQuest, off the back of a break and a roster change, look to change their tune as well. It just hasn't felt like there's been much fight from MIBR, with the exception of Insani on Nuke. A couple of good rounds for Lukowski. But the consistency has been there for Dexter, for Vexite, across both maps. And they're going to keep this one really simple. They're throwing con util, but they immediately walk back. They're just going to pop A. Safe AWP is here, though. Safe and exit, side by side, a hope and a prayer in this first gun.
Molly used displaces exit. Forces a reposition out of him. And now the pressure's really on. You're aware about the lurk out through middle. Safe tries to deal with it. There's more where that came from, though. Safe head on a swivel. He's got to light up the scoreboard. It's just 2. Drop trying to battle back, but Liaz has wrestled with that Galil and gets out with the double. Can't stop the plant as Regali holds the line, and now it's just Lukowski. 1v2 creeps in through the camera. All eyes on him. And Regali looks to fight this, swinging it wide, doesn't play around the bomb. He wants to end this on his terms. Regali, playing with confidence here, has secured double digits for FlyQuest.
He is so audacious in this game. He is forcing so many kills. As a 1v1, he can just sit back, play the bomb, hold a line. He swings in with the AWP, and he nails the shot after Safe's double as well. Regali.
Yeah, I do. The thing that's so sick about that as well is, like, don't get me wrong, it's a very confident display, but because Lukowski's coming in late and you played the round pretty quick over towards A, you don't know exactly whether he's got the smoke or molly, you know, just things to make life awkward for you when you're trying to clutch up on the AWP. So he makes, like, the perfect move there with an audacious swing, and he's got the shots to back it up.
Yeah, Drop also, he's been missing some awful shots in this game. That's another one. He had a free kill on Liaz, I think it was, and just drops the ball completely, if you pardon the pun.
Yeah, I can imagine that this is where, especially because Drop is newer to the leadership role, and I think he's been doing a fantastic job, but this is one where, as we spoke about coming in, you will have made changes, things will be different here, and he's the guy having to focus on a lot of that, right? And so you can imagine that takes away from the output that you're putting forward on the crosshair.
Often does.
I think also just Exit has been struggling across the entire series, and so it feels like MIBR are sacrificing a lot of resources to shoring up one player on the team.
Oh, wow. Inns dodged it, but he's still stuck in the open against two close players. Four-man stack here, and FlyQuest come back. They are not relenting on this A hit. Vexite keeping the pressure on. Meanwhile, Dexter's found a gap. He's walked entirely through middle into CT spawn. He hears this rotation, and Dexter's got the round in the palm of his hand.
Yeah, that kill's free. Insani's still nearby. Here's him trying to get round. Will convert the kill. That's a gun to be retrieved for Insani. He's the one you want armed with the AK. Can Insani do it all to keep this game alive for MIBR? Closing the gap onto the Regali AWP. But the line is held. The line is covered right now from this player in jail. Won't even be needed as Regali swings on out for another. Regali just takes fight after fight and wins them all. 5 rounds straight now, as they are sprinting towards the finish line. FlyQuest, all guns blazing, everyone landing their shots, and Dexter finding these impeccable timings. I don't know, this one feels as good as done.
Yeah, they've got MIBR right where they want them. There is seemingly no trip in sight for FlyQuest. Have yet to make a mistake in this half.
Even when they've been really close to making mistakes, they course correct at the final moment. Feels like they're always finding the gaps.
Oh, Regali gets out.
This is a nice move.
Yeah, he's walked past everyone. Oh, that's, yeah, all right. Better than going 4v5, but I do wonder if that could have been so much more.
Dude, the other thing that's sick here is, like, you and I have known Regali for a long while now because of, you know, we covered his, like, early academy games, and it always felt like there was a bit of a kind of like disconnect in how he looked there and how much we were all talking about him as someone to keep an eye on, and then what he was able to offer at the top levels.
Yeah.
But bruh, he is living up to the hype right now, is Regali, and it's very, very cool to see. You know, he's playing this very much within his comfort zone. He likes to be involved. He likes to get aggressive. And with how this whole series started, with him getting left out of the picture time and time again on Nuke, I think it would have been easy for him to just get kind of swallowed up by the occasion, shrink a little bit, and his kind of over-eagerness to be involved might have let them down, but it hasn't. His aggressive moves have been a huge reason for the FlyQuest success here.
There it is.
And once more, it's him playing in tandem, this time with Vexite, to secure the B site and look to wrap this one up. FlyQuest, 2 kills away from match and series point.
Yeah, it's not just how much he's re-peeking in, and sure, like, don't get me wrong, we will see him punished by tier 1 teams, I'm sure. This is a great game to debut in the FlyQuest jersey. He's getting away with a lot right now, but he's reliably hit his opening shot in so many rounds, and as basic as that sounds, often that's, you know, you just need to at the end of the day as an AWPer. It's such a heavy investment, it's such an important role, it's something Alistair struggled with, being consistent, and of course with time we're going to see if that keeps up for Regali, but for a debut I'm very pleased.
You just have a very different player, right, in the team. Like, Ali very much kind of fit the bill of being more of a supportive element. He could be the guy, you know, teeing up the rest of his team to succeed, coming out of post plants or, you know, the likes on that AWP. But Regali likes to be involved, man, and you want to set him up almost, you know, like your star.
Yeah, someone who's trying to take over the game right now, and he has done so in so many rounds. So let's see, with more games, with more time, how this looks. But I test right now a pad. That's it. Match point, elimination point for MIBR. They have not fielded a single round on the CT side. They may be sent out of the bounty quick and clean by FlyQuest 2-0.
Dexter trying to find more of these gaps.
Oh,
this time
volley.
leans out in middle, and he's heard drop tagged up. He knows he's got him in a box right now. Creeping through the smoke. He plays it deep in through the window. He just wants the real estate here. Knows the pressure's on drop, especially after the sound cue to reposition and back up. And so it's a nice bit of leverage to have over middle, having Dexter here.
Oh, are they going to force Regali's hand here? He's walking towards Khan. They smoke him off. Regali still looks crazy. Dexter takes a lot of damage in mid, but he finishes what he starts on to drop.
I mean, this is really awkward now. Oh, what? Regali hits that. They blow the smoke open. Another one of these gimmicks that's meant to bring MIBR back into the round, but it ends up making matters worse. Coming into this game, MIBR picked the 16th seeded team. It was low risk and no reward, as they are just 2 kills away from elimination at the Blast Bounty. It's going to fall to Exit and Lukowski to try and keep this one in check.
Good timing, at least for Lukowski. Can he get into the site, though? He's creeping up. 20 seconds. They're going to go for swing. Spot already conceded. Lukowski trying to block the bomb, and they go for a fight as a pair. They take another kill. 15 seconds out. Molly's bought a few more for Exit, but he's blocked as well. There should be no saving this situation. FlyQuest improving upon the end of 2024, looking to start this one with a bang, a new roster and new wins as Regali looks to finish the job. Missed shot, they all swing, and FlyQuest do it with ease, 13-6.
Hell of a debut from Regali. FlyQuest journey just beginning. $15,000 still on their heads.
Yeah, no reward claimed by MIBR. Unfortunately, just elimination here at the first game of the Blast Bounty 2024. But man, I think you hit it perfectly. Regali, in that second map, he's been showing up in a big way for his new squad.
That was the perfect debut for Regali coming into FlyQuest. Obviously a great game overall for the team, but as we spoke about, a new guy coming into the team in an AWP role as well. A guy that's been a talent for quite some time. Couldn't really find his footing in OG, couldn't really find his footing anywhere else, and now he's coming into FlyQuest and getting off to the perfect start. As you said, Freya, a fantastic showing by Regali, finding an awful lot of impact over the course of both Nuke and Anubis.
It was great from him. I mean, that's what I talked about. The consistency was there. He hit the shots that he needed to hit. He also made some plays that was needed of him, so he did exactly what he was hired for.
How can that be when, you know, you're in a team that's kind of like FlyQuest, you know, you've been so used to being within your region, just picking up players from down under. You go for somebody a bit out of left field, somebody that we didn't expect. What's been your perspective when you've been in a team coming into a new season with, you know, somebody that was maybe a bit under the radar, I guess, on your squad?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always going to be difficult for a team like that's coming from this region that, you know, they are very limited in their talent. And, you know, from my time playing in an international team, you just, if you decide to go international, you decide to just pick up a lot more players. You have a lot more availability instead of just staying in your region. Obviously, they will communicate in English, so it's going to be somewhat more easy for them compared to if they were from a country that would only talk like a specific language. But I think it's a great pickup for them. I think it's something that they've needed, and I think it's something that they are very happy about.
And I imagine boosting motivation as well, right? If you're going to be having a debut like that in your new team, it's got to feel good.
It's got to feel good, you know, especially the way you're winning. Not only do you take down MIBR, but you do it in a convincing fashion. We could also see by the player cams that the mood, the vibes within the team seem to be very uplifting. A lot of smiling, a lot of happiness, a lot of laughing. So it felt like the perfect debut for Regali and FlyQuest.
Unfortunately, though, for the side of MIBR, it does mean the end of the line here at the Bounty. We do have Exit for a few departing words. First of all, commiserations to you, Exit. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us. I just want to go back to Nuke. It was obviously a map that you'd, you know, played FlyQuest on just before we went to the break back at Shanghai. Tell me what happened today. Did it feel differently for you guys?
I feel like we didn't win the rounds that we needed to win. We had like a lot of rounds that it was like in a way better in our situation, but we didn't win. We didn't play good, and I think the key rounds, and we lost a lot of anti-ecos. I think this destroyed our economy as well. So this kind of makes it things happen today, and we couldn't win.
I know it's probably difficult for you to say now because it's, you know, just happened during the game, but obviously Regali coming in for FlyQuest, did it feel any different playing against this iteration of FlyQuest?
To be honest, I think FlyQuest is gonna be better with Regali. I think he's a better player than Alistar. He's a good player, and I think they'll be better.
Exit, obviously you had a strong ending to 2024 and now a bit of a slow start to 2025. But overall, what are the feelings like in MIBR right now? Are you looking to progress even more so? Are you confident that 25 is still going to be a great year? Or is this more a reality check for you guys heading into 25?
I don't think. I think we are still confident. It's just the start of the season. We didn't have like many days to practice. We needed to do some stuff in Brazil. We just need to keep practicing and keep working and come better in like 3 weeks. I think that we're gonna have a next tournament. So just keep playing Counter-Strike. It's just starting. We're gonna have like a lot of tournaments this year, so I don't think our confidence is lower. It's of course we wanted to win. It would be very good to start the season with a win, but it happened. We just need to focus and get way better because we are gonna face a lot of Taiwan teams this year. So we needed to step up a lot, and work on the things that we are not doing well.
That sounds good. Are you guys going to stay in Europe boot camping for the next time then?
Yeah, we are going to stay in Europe for the next week. Then we need to go back to Brazil, but we are going back to Katowice really fast. So we will have like more days here in Europe. It's the best place to practice and to get better. So it's gonna be good for us this week.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time, Exit. Yeah, super looking forward to seeing you guys in Katowice, and best of luck with the rest of that boot camp. That does mean, though, the most wanted have survived the first round, Jacob. So just in terms of like prize money, all that stuff, nothing changes, right? They still continue with that 15K bounty on their heads.
Nothing changes. It was one of the few games when I was looking on paper where I thought, okay, there's a good chance for one of the bounty hunters to actually take down one of the most wanted, but not this time around. Very convincing from FlyQuest, and moving on into the tournament. I think they are still a team that certain teams would be pointing towards and thinking that is a bounty that we can collect, but for now they survive.
Do you think that's a fair assessment based off, you know, quite a dominant performance over MIBR?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think as Exit also mentioned, you know, he did the very classic loser interview. I've done multiple of those. It's like you go in every
You've done a lot of those.
Yeah, I have done a lot of those. But it's the classic one, like, we didn't play well, we didn't win the NC course, and, you know, there's just any direction. But they're still confident, you know, and he mentioned it's the beginning of the season. If you start dwelling too much in what you've already done, it's going to be over. So it's better that you just look forward. And I think, as they mentioned, they're still going to be in Europe for a little bit of a while. So I think they are still in good hands.
Yes, unfortunately, MIBR the first up to the chopping block here at the Blast Bounty. But we do still have 3 more games going down today. We've got Spirit versus Fnatic rounding out the evening. Not before Liquid take on 9 Pandas, but we're going to be jumping to a quick break. When we come back, it's 3D Max versus Heroic.
One side should be.
Temple.
Short.
Temple and short. Side.
Short. Elbow. Nice!
One more short.
Short.
I'm nading short. Careful, one. Guys, watch one lurk. We need to.
CT and then short. Low Rocky as well. Low. 1 HP.
Nice! Let's fucking go! Pick long. Don't be afraid.
I'm holding short.
Let's walk.
Holding Kabi.
Hold Kabi. Keep holding.
Don't see.
Come closer.
I have short. I'm watching. I'm stuck.
Keep holding.
Nothing.
Kabi. Nice hit.
Nice. I'm coming short. Guys, I'm only bike. No, I don't have. Good. Flashing above apps. Good. Don't say bike. Bike. Let's move Alexi. Just
Headshot.
Apps guy. I'm flashing.
Inside. You're around.
Nice! What's inside?
Hold smoke someone.
I hold.
I didn't.
I think
I
it's
can
better,
break.
guys.
I can break. Let's combo.
They're running. Camera.
One more backup.
Two there, one more. Pick together. Off there, Mario. Take the op, take the op. B smoke. Yeah, B don't smoke. Yeah, flashes. Flashing. Flash. 4B. I can plant. Out. Many. Let's go, boys. Let's go, I'm showing. No! What the fuck? Bro, you don't think that. Come on, shit, you do. 5. Bro got 5. Fucking sick, bro.
Shotgun close.
Yeah.
Bomb drop at B. Bomb drop at B or top right mid. And even mid.
40 seconds.
I'm playing ninja.
Can flash mid for you soon. Wait. 30 seconds. I can deny if they follow you.
I'm in quad.
Okay.
Come.
B2.
Maybe I don't see. Two gone. Rotating. Follow me.
Combat.
Nice. Main. I'm molot.
B-main coming out. Sun hit.
Sun dead.
One more open.
Outcon. What's that?
Nice, man.
Remember your defensive smoke, David.
What?
Defensive smoke is...
Yes, sir!
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
I think 3D Max had a really good end to the season. Like, they did pretty good at the major, but I feel like they can be a good matchup for us with their map pool and with the players they have and with the players we have also. I think it's gonna be like one of these matchups that can be really good for us. Also, them being a bit higher in the ranking gives us a chance to do something good in terms of gaining some points from them, hopefully at least.
I think they picked us because their core roster from Senegal is like kind of on the same level, even though we finished last year better than them. We played against them like I think 5-6 months ago, Grand Finals, Challenger League, and we lost to them, so I think that plays a bit, and we have a good bounty, I think.
Heroic versus 3D Max next up on the cards. That is Heroic picking into 3D Max, which is an interesting topic in of itself. If we could bring up the seeding, because that wasn't necessarily the lowest team that Heroic could have gone with. 3D Max have a 20k bounty on their head, so that's an interesting prospect in of itself.
I love the entire thought process that goes into that, and I love the entire format that is being set up for this very reason, right? It's not only about who you pick in terms of the bounty, but also in terms of if you were to beat 3D Max, you gain an extra amount of points because they're high in the ranking. Saw speaks about, you know, I think our team, the way we play, the map pool is a great match for 3D Max as well. So there's a lot of different storylines, there's a lot of different thought process coming into it that then culminates in the decision. But it's not only about the bounty, it's not only about the points, it's about everything combined, which I absolutely love.
And obviously if Heroic do win today, not to get ahead of ourselves, they could take, or they will take that seed, right? They'll be taking the 12th seed moving into the next round of competition. That's a pretty good thing to be going for.
Oh
right?
yeah, they would definitely love that. So I think there's a good reasons why they decided to go for this one. So as Jacob's already mentioned, there's so many good things about this one, both about the map pool and how they go up against each other. And I think it's going to be interesting to see if Heroic, with this really new roster, like with the limited time they've had already, it just, for me at least, it feels like they've just been thrown in the mix and like, okay guys, we just need to go out there and perform and see how we think it's going to go. And they're actually going to go up against a team like 3D Max that has been playing together for a long time, and they've been grinding last year.
I don't know whether you guys have an answer for this, but what do you look at Heroic and think the identity is of this team? Obviously obviously we haven't seen them play with this roster just yet, but we've got, you know, quite a few players coming over from Sangal, obviously Sunpair, so guy you played with as well. How do you think that's all going to mix together?
I don't think that's a fair question. You don't look at a baby and be like, what kind of identity do you have? You know, you kind of see the baby grow up. You know, I'm saying
Are you
that.
a dad? I'm a dad.
Not yet. Not yet. No. But I'm saying that it's very new. You know, as Peter said, they're being thrown together, they're coming to life, and the early stages is building that identity. I think for every time we see them play, for every match we see them play, we get an understanding of what Saul wants to do with this lineup. We spoke about it as well. Do we necessarily think that these 5 players are going to stick together for the next 6 months? Not necessarily. There could be more changing on the horizon, but every single time we see them play, they grow that identity. Right now, I don't think they have one.
I think the most, like for me at least, one of the things that is very interesting is the whole Saw thing. Like he's a coach that has been praised a lot to get the best out of the least expected. I think that is like at least the storyline he has created from going all the way back to when he started the Ends, getting a team that really won tournaments and had a really great season. And then you know going into this heroic lineup, the last heroic lineup, and then you know making a pretty decent result at the major, and then eventually now once again has to stand here with a brand new bunch of guys. Have to see if he can get things to work. If he can do this like 3 times in a row, damn, I think he's going to be considered like at least a top 5 coach.
I think he's slept on as a coach. You'd probably agree as well, Jacob?
I very much agree. I think wherever he's gone, whatever he's done, he's always gotten the most out of his lineups. One would argue that the old Ends lineup that at one point in time were ranked number 1 or 2 in the world, got into grand finals. They weren't supposed to be that good, but part of the reason was obviously him working with Snappy and making the most out of the players. Can he do that again within Heroic? Then yes, I think it's another great case of his abilities as a coach and how he always gets the most out of the teams.
Dupree, I really want to pick your brains about Sunpairs, because obviously we get to see him from the outside. You played with him on Falcons. What's he like as a player? What's his biggest strengths?
I think Alvaro's biggest strength, well, Sunpairs, Alvaro, he go by his first name, you know, is his strength is that he's this very versatile AWPer. He's also good with rifles. He's good at clutching. He's a guy that also brings a smile to the team, which I think is really important in a term. He's a guy that will bring a lot of good joy. He's a guy that also wants to take the initiative. He has been seen, at least when I played him, that he is also a very passive AWPer. It's something that maybe will go to him being like, that's his comfort zone. At least what we try to work with him is that he also needs to get out of that boundary, because you do see that a lot of the really good AWPers out there, they are the aggressive ones that want to go out and get that kill. He is more in a position where he feels like I'm comfortable staying back, getting my kill, you know, taking the line. That is what he's really good at.
How would you have compared, like obviously you played with Device, who I would also classify back in the day as being a more passive style of AWPing. Like, is there a comparison to be drawn between them and how they kind of like to treat the game?
In some sense, I mean, like, obviously the game has also changed a lot throughout the years and everything. So I think that it's hard to make like a clear similarity. But obviously, Device has also been seen as a passive AWPer compared to the likes of Simple and Saiwu. But you know, to be completely honest as well, I think also Device is also in another league, like in terms of raw player material. But I definitely think that Sunpairs has the capabilities of being in a top team.
You speak of initiative, and I think that's going to be vital for Sunpairs within this lineup. Again, we're talking about a team that's being thrown into the mix, being thrown in together. As an AWP player, you have a responsibility to take that initiative. So if there are certain points in his Falcons career where a bit of an issue with that, that's something he has to overcome within Heroic, because someone has to step up there and dictate the game, and who better to do that than the AWP?
Well, speaking of which, I did catch up with Sunpairs earlier on today, so let's see what he had to say. How much of a heads up were you given that, you know, Heroic were interested in you and you're going to be joining the team?
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to play. I didn't really matter too much for me, like the lineup that was, I just want, like that was in wherever I would like to go, right? So I just decided to come Heroic because I have my old coach from ENS, which is really good, and I am like really close friends, and I'm very confident on him, and I'm very confident on the project, and I just decided I need to play. I cannot stay like away from the competition for such a long time.
No, we're very happy to see you back in a team and back on the competitive circuit as well. How much practice time have you had with your new team?
Well, not too much, 2 days probably, but it's fine. I think everyone is grinding a lot, and we are just having fun with each other, but we need to work a lot still. It's gonna take some time for us to be like consistent or to be actually like a real good team. So right now we need to have fun with each other and just try to do as good as we can.
thing I loved hearing in that interview was like, it's really clear what Sunpairs' work ethic is, right? Like maybe, you know, he could have just taken some time off. No, he wants to get back in the game. He doesn't really care, it sounds like, who he's playing with. He just wants to play the game. I love his wording in the end, that they just go out there and have fun. I think that is also what kind of emphasizes and categorizes Sunpairs for me, is that it's a guy that needs to have fun to play. I'm in the same boat. I need to have fun while I'm playing. And
sometimes Falcons, it was not always fun. So in hindsight, you know, it's something that's really important for him. And I think also with the fact that they are just these bunch of guys that's been put together, I don't think they're going to go into this game and just blow our mind out tactically. I think if they're going to have a chance of winning and get a good shot is if they go out there as individuals, have fun, play off a little bit of the honeymoon thing, you know, new project, new everything, and just, you know, bring the firepower.
It's a very democratic way of putting it, isn't it, Jacob?
It is, you know, and it's an answer I respect an awful lot, like saying that he just wants to play. He could have been sitting on a contract within Falcons doing nothing, getting paid still if he wanted to. He just want to play. And then even, you know, more so as we spoke about with Saw as a coach as well, putting in faith into him, saying that he's joining up with an old coach that he knows well. That's part of the reason why I think Sun Pears was okay with coming into Heroic, because he trusts Saw, he trusts the project, and he knows it's going to be fine down the line.
We're just waiting for the final few players to be joining the server. We haven't touched upon 3D Max though. Jacob, you had a statement, as you sometimes do, I guess. You felt like they were kind of overrated after the major.
Well, overrated is a tough word, you know, but I think a lot of people were looking towards 3D Max after the RMR. They went 3-0, if I'm not mistaken, beating G2 2-0 in the fashion qualifying for the major. And after that, people went like, oh, this is a team that maybe can go to the playoff. This is a team that all of a sudden is going on a meteoric rise. But while playing well and while doing well for themselves, while trending upwards, there's still a limitation to this lineup. I don't see 3D Max as a top 10 contender. I don't see them as a stable team within the top 12, top 15. I think there's other teams out there who down the line will do better. So I mean overrated in the sense that they overperformed in the RMR, beating G2 2-0 in that fashion. Hella impressive. That's not something that's going to replicate itself.
I agree to you, at least to the point that they are not considered overrated, in my opinion at least, but I think that what I agree with you on is that the fact that if they get close to being this consistent team that will consistently make a top 15-10, they maybe start, you know, feeling the pressure, like the people start expecting something from them. You know, they've always been this kind of dark horse going to tournaments, and they can pull off really good. They are playing extremely well in some cases, and they are playing a lot, as I mentioned earlier. So they are this type of team that can definitely make a lot of upsets, go far in tournaments, but I'm also a little bit worried that if they start feeling that things are going the right way, it might also get a little bit too pressurized.
It's also one of those teams that if you're G2, if you're some of the top dogs, you look toward 3D Max, and you can probably attest to that as well. You always prepare for teams, but it's way harder to prepare for a team that you don't face often in tournaments. Way harder to prepare for teams that you maybe doesn't respect the same way as you'd respect a team of the caliber of FaZe or Na'Vi, you name it. So now that they put themselves on the map, now they've done so well, which I agree with you, it also gives a little bit more attention toward 3D Max. It earns them some respect, but it also means that every team out there now watching at 3D Max prepares slightly harder for them.
I think that's a fair assessment. How would you compare, contrast the AWPers? Because obviously we're talking a lot about Sun Pears for good reason. I'm really happy that he's, you know, getting back into the mix, getting back on a team. What's the AWPing side of the equation for 3D Max then?
I mean, just like we're trying to compare Device and Sun Pears, I think you could argue the same here for Sun Pears versus Maka. I consider Sun Pears to be the better player. I think there's a skill gap between the two. If he gets back to the level that we have seen him at. In ENCE, he was arguably a top 10 player in the entire goddamn world at times. However, in Falcons, he couldn't really get it going, couldn't find the consistency. So for my money, it's also a thing of Sun Pears coming into Heroic. That could be him being regenerated. That could be him coming back to his old self, back to his old level. And if he is at that level now, then Maka is going to have a very tough time.
I really hope some of the pressure is going to take off his shoulder, like the whole Falcons pressure, also coming from a really successful time in ENCE, coming into Falcons, not finding the success he wanted there and not finding his level. Maybe taking a little bit of a step back, going into a lineup that no one is really expecting that much of, you know, at least from the beginning, you know, finding himself starting to be this kind of rock-solid player that we knew he was, and then, you know, finding his groove again, because I know it's in there, and, you know, he is a really solid player, and as I agree with you, he is, in my opinion as well, also a better player than Maka.
Very shortly, teams will be fully in the server. Let's talk about the maps, though. No train.
No train.
What's banned in the second wave? So people are floating it. Like, I guess that's a good thing. Who do you think's going to jump on it?
It's going to happen at some point.
Surely
it's going to happen at some point. Today, maybe not.
Yeah, it's a bit of a chicken here.
How do you, I mean, you've probably experienced this, right? When you've got a map pool that's shifted up and it's not your permaban that's moved out. I'm thinking of Vitality, you know, in this moment, because obviously, you know, Vertigo, they would play it somewhat. Are you more willing to float a new map when you know that maybe other teams haven't been practicing it?
I think there's a lot that pays into it. Obviously, your scrim resource also pays in. If you've had a really good success, sometimes you'll be confident. Maybe you get a little bit too confident because you've maybe beaten an opponent that is not really great on that map, and you get this fake confidence that you can actually play it. And then eventually you start playing this official game, and the things you did in practice doesn't really work out the way you want it, and yada, yada, yada. And then you end up in a position where you're like, oh, this was not the pick that we should have gone for. But we've always had this theory in my teams, when a new map was rotated into the map pool, we wanted to go and practice that map as hard as possible, because if we could get that card and have that card in the veto, we knew that we had a really strong get-go.
Well, not happening just yet. We've got Ancient, Dust 2, Anubis, if we do so require, and we do have Hugo and Harry on the mics.
A French squad we've seen before against an eclectic mix of European players, Harry. We've got 3D Max taking on a new form Heroic in the ex-Sangal core with a couple spicy pieces in the mix. I don't know what to expect from this Heroic team. I don't think they know what to expect from this team. They barely played. It's been a few days since we've seen this entire roster put together against an experienced squad who have been together quite some time.
Yeah, it's an interesting one as well, because even, you know, thinking of like this Heroic squad as the Sangal core right now, actually the veto's panned out really nicely for them, getting both Ancient and Anubis in there. Those are two very good maps for that old Sangal. And even in like the one time that Sangal ever matched up against 3D Max, admittedly, that's like over 6 months ago now. Yeah. It was those two maps that Sangal picked up to win that series over 3D Max. So I think this one does have 3-mapper written all over it. With Dust 2 in there as the pick of 3D Max, I'm feeling pretty safe betting on them on that one. But let's get into this. Ancient to open up, as Heroic have their eyes set on that $20,000 bounty on the head of 3D Max.
Oh, it's getting bigger, Harry. Yeah,
the numbers are growing, aren't they?
They went for a high pick here, so I want to see if it pays off. Joko swinging out heaven, finds a 5v4, and it's Exercise overwhelmed inside of the site as Heroic come charging through. They're getting chased back, but they turn around to Neil with another. It's Gravity unlucky in a 2v2. Oh, they left before Heroic. They are so ahead of this call.
They're going to meet them at B. This is not at all what Heroic are expecting. Some Pious leads the charge. Dawn Berettas do a lot of damage, and Tanir is able to mop up the remaining two. Heroic stick the landing on this pistol round. 3D Max might have had their number, calling that rotate very, very ahead of time. But in the end, snuffed out.
Yeah, this is the guy I want to see today. This is the guy who I've got my eyes on. You would think Some Pious, that's the big piece, Harry. That's the guy, right? 4 months since we've seen him in the Falcons jersey playing officials back at the full final. No, it's Tanir, one of the upcoming prospects, a Belarusian who we've seen on the side of Gun 5. He's put up some really good numbers online in some of these upcoming squads. And now he's on a big boy team. Now he gets to make his mark here. Because for me, when I saw this pickup of Sangal to Heroic, I said, well, they actually didn't get the best piece of that Sangal team, which was Jota. Now, they definitely upgraded the AWP into Some Pious from Sammy, but Tanir, can he fill those big, big boots? 4v4, but there's only one man here, and they're going to clean him with some jiggles. Youngstar sends him into this B site. And the force buy left by the wayside, as Heroic should be able to convert. Heroic as an organization have definitely made some really cool roster moves, some pickups, some sells that we know about recently, but over the years, fielding some very exciting teams.
Yeah.
And so with the leadership or the coaching of Saw behind this squad, I don't want to say I have high expectations, but I think this is a team that is going to be more than the sum of its parts. I'm optimistic for the future for Heroic.
No, I think it's fair enough. Also, yeah, just because, like you say, they've always had this, for the longest time, right? Heroic was sort of the second fiddle to Astralis out in Denmark, always having to build teams, losing pieces, build it again. Well, now you factor in Saw, who's had a lot of success in building rosters in the Ents jersey, right? And he links back up with Some Pious, puts together this one on a very, short turnaround time. You heard it from Some Pious in the interview heading into this. They've had about 2 days worth of practice. But sometimes that can make you kind of lethal, right? You have a core that are used to playing together, and then you have these pieces either side of it. In Some Pious' case, someone who's eager to get back to playing and who has had a lot of experience at the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. And then you have Tanir, who's very, very hungry to leave an impression and who does put up big numbers.
Yeah. Just hope he's been to Buster's London school ahead of this game. This is getting weird. MP9's getting in the face of Heroic. And Z should know there's a player up close, but Gravity still squeezes the trigger for one more frag in that B bomb site. 2v2 now with a quick flank, and that bomb is hanging around, Harry.
This could be their undoing, but Sampaio catching the first. Knife hold. It takes LNZ. Linus moves back in, lends a helping hand.
All right.
And we'll keep that one in check.
Almost jumped the gun there, Harry. It's been a minute, the first official in 4 months. Knife pull after that one kill on the flank, but LNZ keeps him in the round.
You know, we've talked changes for Heroic. Obviously, 3D Max haven't made any, but they haven't changed players. But I would like to think maybe there's a bit of a mental change, right? When we saw them at the major, managed to make it to top 16, it was an impressive result. Someone who, you know, obviously, right, when you really think about that, like Lucky was such a huge part of their major run. But even outside of that, someone for me was Gravity. He was kind of disastrous at the start of that major run. Had a lot of flubbed games in there. There was that one that springs to mind where he like, it's like Lucky, Lucky is like 40 kills and Gravity had like 8.
Yeah, they won it.
I think throughout the tournament, he actually did start getting a lot better. Even down the stretch, when they went out 1-3, he was finding himself up towards top of the board. It felt like as the tournament went on, he grew to handle the pressure far better than what it looked like off the top. And so I can imagine that was a bit of an invaluable learning experience for Gravity. And I think I'm expecting a lot more from him in this game today as a result, because he's now been tested, you know, under the brightest lights, the biggest stage at the major. You come into Blast Bounty, $20,000 on your head. You got to play like it as one of the most wanted teams. And I hope he can deliver that. At the start of this game, he has looked good. But there's a quick trade over towards Cave. Exercise tries to respond with aggression, and Tania is caught by it.
They still get A, though, and they know because that deep push, they actually have a plant.
Oh, awkward timing for Maka. They've been able to get past, find their way in towards Temple. They know about Exercise on his push, and Joko's picked up for free. It's going to come down to Exercise making that first incision to get the ball rolling. He's opened up, Sampaio removed. That's the player they knew about making across the Temple earlier on. Another one out of Exercise, and Maka finally in a position to get to fire off on the AWP. Maybe not the gun for the job here, though.
Yeah, no kit either.
And so Heroic are able to withstand the first rifle round put forward. Doesn't get to make a dent. Maka's got to save that.
I'm really loving what I'm seeing from Heroic, to be honest. They're playing very fast and loose. They are grouped. They are playing off of info extremely quickly. And yeah, just some oppressive T-side rounds. As soon as they figure out where players are, they're hunting them down. That run into the A site, great call from LNZ. When they realize that A main push has come through, there's no A anchor. The best bet is that CT orb. And he misses his cross shot. So Heroic right now running around 4-0. Some good shooting from xFloud as well. Guy we know who has a lot of firepower. Much needed for this young squad. Can 3D Max problem solve early in this game?
Yeah, I mean, you know, here's the thing, like for 3D Max, coming off the back of their major results and then heading into the break, they played versus top teams a hell of a lot, and it was them kind of injecting the chaos, bringing a very hectic look, but it's always, you know, there's method to the madness. It was always calculated. They just seem to thrive in the chaos. I think now that you head back into the online realm, that's where a team like Heroic can certainly pull some punches, but Gravity quick double up over here in Cave. And the aggression finding success on the push in middle. This chance at the flawless 5 straight rounds to open might not come through for Heroic after all.
Yeah, Joker shut the door in this round. He's playing so safe in spawn, so there's no getting out of here, Heroic. They're going to have to fight for their lives. To heaven AWP ready. Molly might push Maka back, actually. He's going to burn them both. He's forced into the kill. Sunpius gets away with it. Doesn't know about Maka, though. Didn't hear that tick, and so the jump up from the AWP will get rid of Sunpius, leaving just Tanir. New boy on the block. First time in the top squad, but he can't do a thing in this round. 3D Max, you said they were injecting chaos at the major. They do so in this round. The rush down bottom mid through the smoke. xFlower just caught with nades out, not ready. And Gravity again, multi-killing Cave.
I mean, let's not forget, right? When Gravity joined this 3D Max team, he kind of played in like these high-pressure officials, maybe twice over in his career, right? Like his kind of LAN debuts where the games really started to matter didn't happen till he joined 3D Max last year. And even then, there were a lot of growing pains early on. He started to find himself down the tail end of their major run, but Tanir, hello, quick double kill has made this one a lot more exciting. We'll get naded out, but he still kept this in a 3-on-3. They're not ready for Youngstar on the backstab. Sight lost. 3D Max on for the retake and left a man down as they do so. This is going to be far from easy. Once again, you're looking for that kind of first incision to bring you into the fold, but Sunpius holding this line on the AWP. Not an easy guy to go toe-to-toe with.
Ramp smoke, but I don't know if they've got to go quick. The bomb's half gone. Smoke in the cave as well. Okay, someone's got to push through one of these smokes. Joker gets on the tap. Youngstar's already in the sight, and he catches him by surprise. That smoke used to his advantage. They don't even see him creep behind default. And Heroic, an explosive B hit yet again. That little walk through cave that Maka did not expect after finding 2 kills on the B ramp. Cracks a sight wide open. Heroic running amok right now on their map. Again, we saw Train floated in this series, folks. I'm sure a lot of people today are waiting for that first game of Train. 3D Max second bandit. Sunpius edging the smoke. Actually fails, but his teammate once more. xFlower runs through the Molotov. Does get traded by Exercise.
It's an awkward skirmish for middle, and no one really feels like they won that out, so Heroic aren't quick to take the control. Exercise repositioned all the way up into the red room. Heroic are looking for this control over middle.
3D Max, often in the major, we saw them crunch mid in the mid round like this. They get 2-3 players, they walk through red together and just clear out middle entirely. They're doing a similar thing right now. Maka's going for the play. They won't be able to see Exercise in this corner. Gonna need to molly him out. It is available, but the swing comes in first, and now Exercise is trapped as the bomb gets loosened rather in middle.
Good timing on this push for Gravity. Right, as Youngstar's trying to lend a helping hand to the mid take, that's where Gravity makes his play.
I don't even know about Maka.
Likewise, they don't know about Linus, so he's got a very, very deep line here. Kind of goes without saying. He's in CT spawn for crying out loud. Lucky caught on the rotate over. Now Maka needs to leave his mark, but he's lobbed out that Molotov, so they know that he finds himself on the side of Donut. Quick kill onto the push up in spawn. Tanir with a bomb plant, and now a chance to shine maybe in this 1-on-3. First shot lands, but goes no further. Maka will save the day there for 3D Max.
We've seen him in a couple of these clutches, Harry. Haven't seen what we've been waiting for yet, because 3D Max very hot on the trades. Playing that all together and trying to build into this game after a bit of a slow start. Heroic making the most of every one of these rounds, though, even when they are seemingly lost. And it's like COVID all over again, Harry. We get to see into these players' bedrooms who's a dark gamer, who's got the windows shut, the lights off. xFlower and Tanir Is that you? You let light into your bedroom or no? Or your studio?
I have the lights on.
Okay.
I'm not like young Star here. I like a nice bright room, keeps you alert, dialed in.
Yeah.
This just always feels like too dingy to me when it's pitch black.
I love a dark room.
Yeah, big photographer you are. That is where they process the image.
It's a good joke. I just had no follow-up, yeah.
All right, Gravity. He's certainly been being a nuisance over here in Cave, isn't he? Seems like Heroic.
No.
Try and get one back over him, and Lucky was there, meant to lend a helping hand. Maka once again thrust in a real hot water here. Can't hold the line on the AWP. And already that's a save call, the round written off for 3D Max.
They're just so explosive. That's what we're getting out of Heroic right now, especially when teams aren't going to know what they're up against. There's no demos, there's no prep you can do against this squad. You can't look at Sangao. It's unrealistic to expect the same style, you know, exactly the same at least. So Heroic just playing very aggressive, running through a cave smoke with 2 players, even though they 3D Max pull their guns out, have a double setup, both players lined up by LNZ. Just very annoying CS Heroic are playing at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's even interesting, like with how the team is composed. It's not like you're slotting 4 or 5 players together who have never competed with one another, right? You have a 3-man core who all know their strengths and their weaknesses, and you know the kind of plays they like to make, and then you have a very experienced AWPer in some Pius to slot in with that, and then you have someone who's very young and hungry and on the come up in Tania to try and, you know, have a bit more freedom maybe, right? You say, well, us 3 like to do this, so we'll go do that. Some Pius, you come with us. Tania, cause some havoc, man. Go cause chaos. I think that's a very comfortable environment to be in. It's not like you're encountering every problem for the first time.
Oh, but that's 3D Max injecting their element of chaos again. A double B push. One player does get stuck in the mud, committed to that lane, so Gravity dead. And again, they just, when they kill Gravity, they just walk through the cave. They don't seem to look a gift horse in the mouth. Maka's still here, close Molotov. Gonna try fight behind it. Oh, but Tania, quick shot. It's gonna push Lucky back. He can't play both positions. He's hanging on the edge of one right now, but open to the ramp, he's got to concede and play retake. Meanwhile, the classic 3D Max recommit middle sets him up for a flank timing. They could even catch the bomb stuck here, back at door. They're in no hurry, though. They know Heroic are called to freeze. So it's 3D Max waiting for the next move. Or at least waiting for enough time that they think Heroic are going to go. Then they can start to climb. Here's the util, making it clear. Oh,
there's
that's
the backstab. Yeah, bomb away from Heroic. Time now becomes a big problem. They're going to battle forward, go looking for Lucky, but he's just playing to delay.
Gotta go quick.
Wasting time that Heroic just simply do not have. Back in a Joko, they weren't ready for him facing out through cave. They think he's going to go play around that bomb, and that leaves it all on Tania again. Another one of these clutches, and another one that won't go his way. This time, not even a chance to attempt it. 3D Max, good timing on that jump up. Nice play from Lucky even to not offer up a kill as they're getting aggressive. And so that is a classic, you know, 3D Max crunch of mid. Jump up heaven, catch the timing on that bomb crossing.
Yeah, you could see that one happening, right, with the bomb so late and 3D Max not rushing on the flank. If they went any sooner, Heroic would have been holding for it from cave. That's a really nice round out of 3D Max. And they also, even though Heroic chased this kill in CT, it doesn't really do them any favors because it leaves them no time. They're knife out, running back ramp, 15 seconds. So 3D Max trying to level up and level out the half at 6-6. Tania doesn't know, but he's walked right past exercise, and some Pius may pay the price.
Is he ready for the second man? Doesn't matter. The play was audacious. And Tanier's good to pick up the trade.
They're coming back in. Oh, they stepped. I think they'll call it off. Don't want to walk right into Tanier, but he might walk right into them on the edge of the smoke. Heroic go back to what has been reliable, this cave control. Blocked again.
Is that exact example, though, what we were talking about earlier on, right? The three former Sangal players all look to group up and they say, all right, Tanier, you're out on your island, bro. Go leave an impression over towards the A site. X-Floud waiting for the push. Gravity's frequently found good timings here.
He can just sit here, though. He's got cover. Oh, forces it. Bomb up heaven, but of course the MP9 does no favors in that fight, and they leave. Tanier's had main all this time. Gonna try split the A site open.
Oh, Joko. Oh, lines up with his teammate. Still, they've been good for the kills, and now Youngstar finished off. Joko with the pistol whip pulls up and puts a stop to that one in its tracks. It's a little bit ugly there for Heroic,
yeah,
but there are going to be, you know, some growing pains.
He's way too late.
Yeah.
He's way too late. They're out in the site. He's still holding like big box. They've already cleared it. He needs to get out. He needs to get involved. The fact that they can go for that peak and still get out is crazy. So, a couple seconds too late. And 3D Max keep building back into this game.
They're out here. Oh, God.
I thought he was dodging the flash.
Yeah. All right, exercise. Whoa. There we go.
On your bike.
Doesn't even break a sweat. Love that. Quick cleanup for exercise over in middle, in spite of the awkwardness that took place to get him there. He makes it look easy. And so that one is kept in check.
Checkmate. Last chance here for Heroic to win out the half. Full by now. Lacking the util. No orb for Sun Pius. Hasn't made his claim on the match yet. Neither has Maka. Joko forced out. They just run the Molotov. Oh my God, break on the smoke. Maka looking the wrong way. They are deep in middle. That smoke does not stop them as he peeks before it. Heroic find a triple entry. It's again the injection for Heroic. An EpiPen.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh, give us one more, Tanier. Gravity's still there. Heroic eyes prime for 7 on the half as they take it flawlessly to get there. They get out of this one with a little lead squeaking past on their map pick. 2 days of practice, 2-round lead. That's where Heroic find themselves right now on their pick to open this up. Ancient. That's where they find themselves. Sorry, I don't know where I was going with that. I felt like I had a great follow through it, that it just left my brain. But I tell you what, that was a very good T-side put forward from Heroic. They're certainly playing to their strengths right now. They're keeping it quite puggy, quite light, and it's worked wonders. 3D Max leave us wanting at the end of that first half. As now they embark on their T-side, they're going to look to try and take this mid control early with the smoke down in Red Room. Mid is theirs, but can they go anywhere from this? As Donut currently occupied heavy by Heroic. Max turn on the flashbang, and Tanir can't get anything done. So 3D Max have found the openers. Do they have to follow through?
No. Closed door immediately on that A site. They see the stack, they abide. Back to the B site, Heroic already rotating. Similar scenes to last time as they go charging into B, taking a lot of space immediately. Oh, Gravity, he's very low. He's still looking to fight with his team, though. They make the call. You've got to live and die by it. Maybe just die. Gravity hits the head, and he finds 4 on the pistol.
Yeah, all right, Gravity, we see you.
He's back.
Brings him back down to earth. Look at him go. That was a stellar turnaround. In the clutch as well, where he's low on health. Left fighting. They know exactly where he is. But a pretty picture indeed, painted in that pistol round for 3D Max. They can rely on Gravity right now. He's topping the charts in there alongside Exercise after that first half. Force buy up for Heroic. They want to fight for this control. Right now, it's Linus all alone over towards the B site, and that's where 3D Max have got their eyes set on.
This is quite a gamble for Heroic, of course, but they force board in. They can always save if 3D Max hit B. It does seem like where this is going.
He's been dropped some extra smokes, right? He's just cycling them now, trying to give the illusion like, yeah, we're multiple players here.
Don't come B. It's stacked. But that does feel a little obvious. If you were stacked, why would you be spamming smokes? You want them to walk in. So will 3D Max call the bluff? Oh, the shadows made by that smoke, just freaky. You're looking like a person. Lucky's got to be diligent on these clears. It's a good position for a 5-7 right now, but with an execute, it limits spots that Heroic can be standing in. There is no Molotov, but they've cleaned the site. Cave is the only position left, and Linus hits a flick to the head. There's more where that came from, though. 3D Max with room to breathe. And just enough time to get this bomb down. Nice boost.
No. All right, first shot lands.
It's a gun behind him.
Oh, another one for Tanir.
He's hitting shots today. Does look like a solid addition. Sticking with the Deagle as well, Harry.
You got to respect it. Ah, Lucky doesn't.
Would have liked to just see a save there. But the damage, it's done. 3 kills, 1 more eco for Heroic. And that will put 3D Max right up in the lead.
Gravity certainly had his moments over towards Cave. But in this round, it's not really about him, it's the rest of his squad. Gravity comes in a little later, makes that money on the MAC-10. And so 3D Max keep that one in check. They keep it nice and clean. Money secured. As the buy looks to come through for Heroic.
Does that say Olaf Meister?
It did say Olaf Meister.
He's back. We were all waiting. Triple mid here for Heroic. They hit the, not even the run boost, that's just the jump and into the Molotov on Heaven. Did not go the way they wanted. Gravity's up here as well. They're not ready for a third player, so they may think B's a little bit more stacked. 3Max now won't jump the gun. But they are 5 strong, so enough manpower to trade out, leaving Linus in hot water. They're gonna boil him alive.
Oh, this is so awkward. Yeah, nothing's comfortable. Just get out.
Run.
Just leave.
Run.
Bullied by the util. And now flung far afield. Linus going to look to get out of there. Heroic are just saving already. This one's been decided after the rough start over in middle. The util burns out Xfloud. And then Gravity picked up the following onto Youngstar. This one was over from that point on. And are they going to hunt?
I was going to say, they're delaying the plant. They were just trying to clear it, but now they even have advanced positions to hunt. So knowing 1 kill here stops Heroic buying next round. So I think they definitely should use a couple of players.
Yeah, like, you know, if I'm exercise 13 kills deep, great first half, I want a real gun next round, not a Galil. Oh, he's got one now, never mind.
Yeah. Oh. But still, they've got them trapped. They're clearing positions. Yeah. So Sunpire's 4 and 11 has to hit the shots to hold on to this orb. No excuses here.
Oh, you can't lose a single player.
This is a good setup, though. Oh, he's read it. Oh,
that's even worse. Oh. Exercise lays waste to them, and it goes from 3 saving to none surviving in seconds. That was a worst case scenario.
Yeah, and Heroic would have played more aggressively if they knew there were 3 players right there, but everyone walked into position. So suddenly, it's the whole map silent, and everyone's in your face. Oh, the nade on the molly, that's great. Extra damage. And Sunpire, he missed it in 1 shot, Harry. He had 1 shot. Probably wouldn't have saved him anyway, but... Dear, oh dear. From bad to worse, Heroic. They were up 7-5.
Yeah, the thing that I think is just very problematic now is like, this was Heroic's, you know, best chance to start this one off strong was here on Ancient. It's their pick. It's one that for the Sangal core they used to feel right at home on. And I think it was needed if they wanted to take us all 3. And by the time, you know, if we got to Anubis, I think there is still a very healthy chance for Heroic to win the series. But in my mind, it all hinged on securing the win on Ancient. And things were looking really good for that. 7-5 up, as you say. Well, that's now called deeply into question. It's 3D Max on the verge of double digits.
B stack, but... You stack B, of course they go A. Just creeping into Donut. Gravity looking to live, get out of that dangerous cubby. And a CT smoke, and that's really only to fake them out, but it also keeps Heroic trapped at this B site. There is a kill. That was a molly for the boost getting thrown in. Youngstar's got an upgrade, but they've lost control. Heroic can risk it for a biscuit right now, but Gravity, he has played a phenomenal game.
Oh.
I still don't think it's...
Yeah, right. It's like, do you...
I mean, you need the round. Oh. Maka's here.
They're quick to try and close the gap on Maka.
Wow.
Youngstar, that double up comes from nowhere. Starts this round with a kill in main, but he's not able to finish it off on the wrap in through Donut. Lucky will withstand it.
Nice try.
5 straight now for 3D Max. Double digits secured. And they know that if they can walk away with this next rifle round, the job is as good as done. So maybe a timeout called on in here.
Super nice try on the eco, but yeah, even with a 4-man B stack out of position, just felt like it was never meant to be. Maka, highlight reel on the Donut. And this is it, last chance for Heroic really on their map pick.
The armchair psychologist in me is feeling great about the gravity call, by the way. The fact that, like, I don't know, it just felt like he kind of had a bit of a breakthrough moment back at the major. And so now, you know, when you sit in comfortably at home, big chilling, but there's no chill on this guy, man. He's topping the charts.
Do we have a hero on Heroic?
I love the util combo that they're throwing to stop the fast heaven play.
And now look at what they do with it. They just charge into the B-bomb site. Another missed shot for Pius. Gravity will fall, but they're inside of the site. Linus lets them go, not for long. 3-on-3, and they bail. They've actually got A. They were planning for everything. Oh, God. Even though they hear this, can they stop it? Exercise deeper than expected, but Youngstar gets him, and X-Cloud lets him pass, only to shoot them in the back.
Oh, well, lucky. Awkward spot to begin this clutch from. He's in a box. And Linus is able to put a stop to him, so Heroic clamped down on that one. Hey, considering that's a 3-on-5 off the rip, you do a fantastic job of turning that one around.
That's crazy, actually. Double entry for Gravity, Mach 10 Cave Rush, and they still can't close it. They get a bit split up.
That is one way to take middle if you're 3D Max. The blanket of fire. There was Molly up close to stop anyone crossing around the smoke. Molly a little bit deeper as well to stop the cave kind of player fighting through the mid line, and the Molly in the cubby in mid. So there was nowhere to play. 3D Max knew they had that control. They've even gotten away with a 5v4 from it.
Yeah, we saw that a lot more at the major. Instead of people just bouncing HEs on the back wall, they just throw a Molly so no one can re-swing after the nades. Joko goes aggressive, and he gets info at least 2 players in red. So Heroic on a B right now, and Linus really tried to force his way back in to near court with nades out. They're coming for you. A 1-on-4 in B right now, stuck in a smoke. They're not going to let him out. Oh, maybe they will.
Maka really doesn't want to.
Another missed shot for Pius. Finally lands it. He is having trouble today. We'll let him off. It's his first game in 4 months. First official game, should I say.
Yeah, you know, I think the thing that's going to hurt there, though, is even when you think about where this is heading onto Dust 2, in my mind, it was like, oh, that could be, the one difference-making piece. And he started this series off real slow as Pius. And it's not like he's been getting avoided or left out of these rounds. No, he's certainly had chances to leave an impact and just hasn't hit the mark yet.
Just an excellent T-side for 3D Max. I thought it'd be hard to top Heroic's explosive style, but 3D Max are happy to meet them there. The pace that they've been getting Heaven control is insane. And Heroic have tried to stop them. They've gone for the Heaven jump. They played double cave. They've died both times. Heroic out of timeouts. So we're trying to save their map pick.
There's a bit of a move happening for Heroic over towards Cave. At the start of this round, Gravity walking through threads the needle, gets past Linus, and catches him on that aggressive cave play. And this has been a big problem for Heroic. It feels like wherever 3D Max won on the map, they've had it. And sometimes that's due to, you know, some sick like util combo to take the space. But sometimes it's moments like that, Gravity just calling their bluff, walking the smoke. And so Heroic never really feel in control of these rounds. They're very much at the mercy of 3D Max. Can't get the double up on Youngstar, and so this one's kept to the French advantage, 4-on-3 in the round that really does decide the outcome of this first map. Important trade from Tanier. Flushes Joko out of the back lines at least.
Tanier's here, but that smoke's fading soon. Just caught swinging. Maka's ready. And Sunpies has a kit, so he might as well give it a try. But probably not full of confidence in this game. 1v3 and he's out of there. Looking for his AWP and looking for a save as 3D Max on Heroic's pick find 12 rounds. And Gravity might have heard that run away as well. No, it doesn't look like it. But he's still going to be coming for this kill.
I mean, there's just not really many places left for Sunpies to be.
Yeah, he should be fine though. This line is very nice on the AWP, so. Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm getting,
now I'm worried.
I'm getting like more nervous each passing second.
Yeah. Okay, they allow it. Surprised they allow it. They have so much money. They have a great lead. But here we go anyway. Could be the end of Heroic's map pick. A phenomenal start on their T side, but 3D Max more than one-upping it.
I mean, only one round for Heroic in this second half.
Can't be too shocked, right? It's a brand new team. It's a first official. It may have a Sangao core, but it's got two pieces who are, you know, one who has never played at this level and one who hasn't been in this level for 4 months. So it's not the most shocking, but it is all the more impressive that 3D Max did this from the back foot. Youngstar just trying to hold on to A, but they're only prodding and poking.
I bet even this feels annoying. It's like every one of these rounds, 3D Max have looked to take the mid control. So what does Sunpies do? Takes the AWP over towards middle. Yeah. And of course, 3D Max haven't come here to open up this round. Instead, it's patience over at A, and Youngstar feeds right into it. Lucky given a freebie.
Going mid now. Oh.
I mean,
I don't know.
Like, I feel bad for Sunpies there. The back 10 charging at him. Linus tries to keep them away from the cave. 2 kills, is that going to be enough? The captain of this Heroic squad, Tanier, wins the fight to Maka. Oh, exercise, awkward timing there. And so Tanier gets away with murder. It's just lucky, 13 points, or 17 points of health rather. Low on HP after that early skirmish with Youngstar back in main, left in the clutch.
He could nab the bomb and go away, but they're prepared for that. They're playing for that, in fact. Xfloud is still on this site, so lucky if he did it, he'd be running with knife out. He's going to go look to finish what his team started on B. Tanier still patrolling, prowling, looking for this kill. Xfloud starting to edge his way over it as well. Lucky's going to get a bomb plant. Unless Tanier can find a wallbang here, he's just going to creep up, take his timing, look to finish. Oh no! Oh, he's jumped the gun. Low on ammo now. Lucky swung at. Tanier will close it. 3 kills on B. An awkward whiff for Exercise, who gets tucked into long at the wrong time. But Tanier, that third piece at the B bomb site, finally puts on a round for Heroic. Been hard to come by on this CT side. So 3-on-5 again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the fact that you, and it's almost no surprise in this statement, but the fact that both the rounds you picked up so far have been 3-on-5s, it's like these hulking individual performances to help take these rounds over the line. That's where Heroic, you know, a team with so little time to get accustomed and practice together, that's where they might have to find a lot of their success here. Fight for middle again early, this time 3 strong for Heroic there. The Util's been punishing though, it's softened up 2 of these players on the mid push. And 3D Max
they have to go.
Wanted to fight for this mid control, instead it's just the all-in B play.
Oh.
I wonder if that changes things.
No, it can't. You're so committed. Everyone's here on the ramp. They just have to brawl, bash through the smoke. LNZ inside of it finds 3. And they stem that bleeding very, very quick. Hot knife on the wound. Heroic hold on, but they're very low. A little detail I do like, Heroic throw a wide insta-smoke that sort of looks like it's missed, but it's just so they can throw a nade on it even easier to fight elbow. So they're swinging 3 mid. Sure, their goal is heaven, but before they take heaven, they make sure that no one's pushing through that quote-unquote miss smoke.
Oh, okay. Well, that was like the golden chance for Exercise. And it's just slipped by him. That could have been the start of the 1-on-3. Instead, it will just be him backing out of the round, holding onto this AK, the armor with it. And so a 2-round game now as the gap starts to close up. LNZ's been instrumental to this fact, right? Wins it with the multi-killing cave in the round prior, kind of tease up Tania to go on the tear and close out that round. In this one, it's a high-pressure situation. He's lost teammates on the jump up heaven. He's lost his other site player in Tania. And the whole time he's getting like harassed with util, split on through the ramp smoke. He conducts himself very well there to keep that round in favor of the Heroic squad. From a real back foot, it's another 3v5 going the way of Heroic.
They just keep doing it, don't they? Relentless.
That was actually a 3-on-4, but still.
I'll forgive you.
Close enough.
I forgive you. And save round pistols. Mac is saving for the AWP. It's going to come down to the last round of regulation. And perhaps some more. Do Heroic want it? Ouch. Some Pius in the right place. 5B.
They're giving that hero AK room to work, and right now Exercise does have a bit of a platter laid out ahead of him over in middle. That's weird reposition for X-Cloud.
Oh, no.
Oh dear, Youngstar's been deegged out as well.
Got to win this 5v3.
Certainly there is a route open to try and get in towards A. Tania denies that first man crossing. Exercise removed. That is the big gun taken out. Dealt with the big bit of danger, but you still left a man down here, and you don't know what's happening over in middle.
I'm scared, Harry.
It's weird for 3D Max too, right? Like, even though they found these kills, they've got some room to work with. They came into this round saving, so, you know, these guns, they're at the full mercy of the aim punch. They don't have util other than this one smoke unlucky. They're slowing it down, hoping that Heroic feed them something in the mid-round. And when that doesn't happen, they're just going to regroup, move in 3 players over at main, leaving Joko to hold on to middle. And right now, Heroic took the full gamble of rotating everyone over towards that B site. So as they try and move for this retake, which will have to happen, is Joko going to be able to soften them up?
It's a really nice reset call for 3D Max. Having a lurker in middle means they don't need to worry about Donut. Once they've cleared it, he can control it from mid. So LNZ is in a lot of trouble. He has to hard clear this position. He can't leave it unaccounted for as they group. They're so paranoid. They don't know what's open. Heroic starting to storm. Tania feels like he's cleared it. LNZ will instead. Now it's on. 3-on-3. They've got kits.
Lucky up close, can't deal with Linus on the push. Up through Donut, and now the play moves out through CT Spawn. They're looking to storm the board here as it's just Maka left standing.
Oh my.
And Heroic make this a 1-round game.
Another 3v5 win for Heroic. They lose 2 entries in middle and in B. Oh no, double mid. They kill both the mid players. They freeze, they reset. They get a perfect empty bomb site and a plant. Donut, main, Temple, they have everything, Harry. And they all split up. Every single player of 3D Max offers up a 1v1 to Heroic, and Heroic do not make a mistake. That's crazy, though. Not a single player playing for trade. 3D Max choking this game right now.
It's insane. Like, Heroic have made this comeback happen while never having an advantage in the rounds that they've won.
Yeah. Okay, they saw a player get tucked in the cubby, so this is actually really dangerous right now. Lucky he does have a nade, not a Molotov. He's just going to go for the hard clear instead. Good trade. 4B.
Look, I mean, you lay out the sacrifice, you go a man down, you pay the price, right? But now you have them right where you want them somehow if you're Heroic.
Look at the gamble.
This is mad.
Dice rolled.
Back into a mid take. I mean, this is kind of a 3D Max classic, right? To go in group and retake mid. That's exactly what Heroic are now doing now.
OT, surely. This is too good for Heroic. They've got all the info. They're about to hear it. It's so early. Flash goes into main. Youngstar, 1 kill. I mean, if he throws a Molotov right now, he cooks the round, but 1 kill. That's all he's looking for. Anything more is perfect. 3D Max fake that they're in main, only to freeze. But they basically have to go.
You got 2 mollies, but I don't think either of them are going to... You're playing contact at this point. Like, Youngstar's going to have free reign to try and clamp down on this.
I have no idea.
He's not getting mollied. They've used 1 on default.
There it is.
Second one's come out over towards spawn side, and the nades will find him, sure, but he's got his 1. That's what matters. Tania pushing up through the donut smoke. 3D Max, this will not be easy. They've got to deal with Tania. Sampaius' AWP fires off, finally finding some success, and there's the double up out of Sampaius. This one gets run back in OT.
Unbelievable for Heroic. I cannot, that's 4 rounds in a row from man downs, from 3v5s, 4v5s,
every round they won.
3v4s.
Every round they won in that second half
was a disadvantage.
They were at a disadvantage.
That's crazy. And you could tell that 3D Max are panicking, even in that 3v4 regroup, just walking back into main. They almost went into donut. They changed their mind. They didn't know where to go. They didn't believe. And Heroic hunting the bounty on the head of 3D Max in their debut map with this new squad have dragged us into OT.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, right? Heroic, I think it would have been very easy for them to start with the ambitions lower, right? They picked 3D Max, who not only had a great major coming into this seeded 12th, 20K on the line. They got some ambitions. How much is for certain? And Heroic, after turning that that second half around, I feel like runway's open now.
I do like this call, though. They haven't done this before, just walking 5A main. The issue is Heroic took so much space that now they're rotating multiple players into position. Sampaius not playing AWP, by the way, looking to just rifle to get his health back in the game. Deep spray for Joker finds the entry. Sampaius fighting for the round, still makes it even. Again, goes for more. Him and Youngstar combine for a double. And a man up at Heroic. Do they want to relent? Because Tania is on the edge of the smoke. He's going to come through with Youngstar, who falls to the AWP. And Tania cuts it off. So Heroic not on the same page for a moment. Might cost them something here. Tania, crouch peek, and no clutch up today. Heroic are playing with balls right now. They're playing like they're the favorites. And at this point in the game, I think they are. Another 4v5.
Yeah, I mean, this one is a lot more about quick trades out of the Heroic squad. But yeah, they lost that opening fight. They still battle back. Anything that gets dished out to them, they hit back twice as hard, it feels like.
Now 3B. Every round's a different setup. It's so hard to read, I bet. Oh, that's a great shot.
Okay.
5v3, so Heroic are favored in this round.
Somehow. It does make sense, but they're doing it.
Like, you've got to... Oh, God, Harry, there's...
No, it was still a tag. You'd like to think that that's enough, especially with Exercise going and clearing out this other side of the map.
Sure.
Smoke down in red room. xFly can't have any say in what's happening in middle unless he walks right through, but that will feed gravity. Linus backstab in. Joko still waits up in the heavens. Good thing that he's tapered off there. They lose some Pius out in the spawn. Finally, 3D Max are going to convert one of these 5v3s.
It was about time. It was about time. Quicker heaven take. This is what worked at the beginning of the half, right? 3D Max, at the start of their T side, they went 5 rounds in a row. Just taking very quick control towards middle. And Aurora get a little cocky with it, pushing some smokes. Can barely blame them with how this game has gone. Got to keep their cool though. No money for AWP here in this last round of Reg.
Oh my. Uncharted territory now. It was heroic to find the opener. They get the mid-control, but smoke blowing open to near. Hello? That's how you leave an impression.
This guy's got it.
Tanir, more like tenacity, blows that open, faces mid, takes the head off 3.
And he's ready.
And now it's just gravity. Walking into a locked off angle. You think Tanir's gonna mess this up? He ain't. What a round from the young gun on the scene of Heroic. That leaves a mark, and it's left him in pole position here, heading into the second half of OT.
Yeah, only one of the gun 5, but he's doing it all. He's lifting this team on his back with some incredible impact in this game. Now taking top of the server, Tanir, in his first top squad. Playing with the big boys now. And playing like one. Love to see it. Heroic take a lead. And they go for the A-rush call out of spawn. Oh!
Luckily for Exercise, someone who in the first half of their CT side was lights out. Tanir.
Not again.
It's all about him. Nearly 30 kills deep. What is that? How has he just done that? Full blind. As he chases down the 3rd man. Oh, Tanir's the real deal.
Yeah, I told you.
Told all of us, frankly. Tanir. Not one to miss.
My God. It's just like, when he gets his first kill, he just goes full bloodlust. Full W. And Heroic hunt every kill. Remember the face, remember the name. Tanir on top, 30 kills in overtime. And Heroic, one more to take their map pick. A map that felt like it was slipping through their fingers. And 3D Max had ample opportunity to close.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that's most insane, right? Like, it is insane to think that throughout the entirety of regulation in that second half, Heroic never had the advantage, and they were still winning rounds.
I love that.
Maka makes it a crossover in middle, secures an opener for 3D Max.
Audacious move. And good smoke timing. Doesn't risk it with just getting caught on a jiggle by an AWP. Okay. Talk about a risk. He's got a different one in mind. Pushes through his own smoke and clears main. Heroic has just left this position. Does he want to go the full distance? Exercise. Oh, I like this setup as well. Maka will get the first contact, but his teammate is there, tucked in. If Maka misses or departs, he's glass right now. No, he's not, sorry. Oh, there's the flank. Round done. Lock it up. Although missed shot. And it's going to cost them.
No punish, burning alive as well. One more out of Youngstar. It's just Tanir left, but my God, has this guy been enough in rounds gone by? 34 points of health on Tanir. Smoke down on the short side. We'll give him passage to try and cross in. Joker's moving in through middle, but Tanir has the open route, the open sight lines to get that bomb planted. It's lucky spam. That wipes the sweat off the brow of 3D Max.
That was a little scary that, you know, he had position. If he was a bit further along, he might have got that plant, but you're open to one side or the other if they have the long control. So it's getting tense. Tick-tock. Will 3D Max get banned from the map here? Or can they drag us into another overtime? Saw would love to know what he's saying, because he burned his timeouts in that second half, and my God, did this team hold on. Truly did not give up. Everyone's talking about how he's been turning these plucky squads to rosters that can rock the world. Constantly getting players bought away from him. Well, they bring in some new talent, a fresh face, and playing very nice. This is it, Heroic, their first or second chance rather to close this map.
That's the opener for Youngstar. Quick trade back from Lucky. Sampaya stakes his claim to middle. Now it's Exercise in Donut, needs the double up. Damage done, and Exercise will convert both the kills. Quick chase at LNZ. One more from Tanir, and it's all eyes on Lucky. Clutch up or bust. Heroic. This final kill seals the deal on their map pick of Ancient, and it's fitting that it's Tanir to take them there, showing up the real deal and securing that first map for Heroic in the series.
Oh yes, the Bounty Hunters taking down the Most Wanted on map #1 at the very least. But Jacob, this was so back and forth. I was convinced, you know, Heroic putting forward a really good case at the beginning, 3D Max answering back, but ultimately Heroic to be closing it.
That was a really good game of Counter-Strike. Very close, as you said, very much back and forth. You felt Heroic were in control in the first half and in the first portion of the game. Then 3D Max showing that they were the better unit, the better team play, have been playing together for quite some time, shut down Heroic completely, and then all of a sudden Tanir and the boys from Heroic found a second gear to fight their way back into the game. That was a good game of Counter-Strike, and honestly, could have gone both ways.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what a great combat. I had written Heroic off in the CT side. I think it was clear to see that they lacked protocols and they lacked preparation. And when you're a new team and you usually go in and spend time on the T side, you want to work out your defaults and your set tactics and everything, but you maybe start to think a little bit too little about the CT side.
Speaking of lacking, there was one player that we spent quite a lot of time highlighting coming into the game, and that was Sunpayers. You spoke about him, Peter, saying it's a guy that needs to have fun when playing Counter-Strike. That's when he thrives the best. Getting off to a rough start was also part of the reason why Heroic were struggling when 3D Max were making the comeback. Yeah. They lacked the AWP presence of Sunpayers to bail them out. You know, you see a highlight package right here of him getting caught off guard, not really finding his footing, not really getting it done. So for Sunpayers to have a game individually where he didn't really show up at any point apart from the later stages, that's probably what kept Heroic from winning in regulation. However, when you're able to win and your strongest card on paper, your best player on paper is not playing a good game of Counter-Strike, that can also be seen as a sign of strength.
Definitely. I think the fact that Sunpayers didn't have the best game and that he still won, I think he's going to be happy about it. Obviously, you were happy when your team wins, so that's going to be a really strong card to have in your hand. But I think for him now, he just needs to leave behind that he maybe didn't have the great start. Maybe he also had expectations going into the game, and like we did, we have expectations that this guy wants to go in and, you know, put up a good performance. So
I don't know how much you'll be able to give away just in terms of this, but obviously playing with him on Falcons, what was he like when, you know, maybe he had a rough start to a series? Was he one of those players that was able to, you know, get his mentality in check, just put it behind him? Obviously, they won the map in this context, so he's obviously going to be feeling decently about that, but just individual performance, right? We do have high expectations for him because he has delivered previously. What was he like when he was in those kind of difficult periods?
He had this tendency of falling a little bit back, being a very passive AWP already, taking a little bit a step back, being even more passive, which sometimes is not the right decision when you're not getting the best start. Sometimes you need to face your issues and just get out there, you know, get and face your issues. So I think that has been his weakness in that sense. And what I think he was good at sometimes is still, like, even he takes that step back, he still keeps up the communication, he still keeps up the thing that makes his teammates play well. So it's not like he disappears, but as an individual, he maybe takes a little bit of a much of a step back.
Should we take a look at one of the rounds where, you know, we saw Heroic kind of struggle struggling on that CT side of things. We've got round 16. It's the first buy round coming out of 3D Max on that T side, right?
Yeah, and now with the whole system of playing MR 13, I think it's in 12, sorry. This is a situation where the first buy round, see how they just eliminate Ace Cloud in the middle by making this combination of the volley and the nade. That gives Gravity the space to go in mid, because this guy that was actually meant to go up here and take control of this, he dies, his teammate doesn't realize it, he gets shot in the back, and all of a sudden you have a 5v3.
And that's what happens, right? And that's what we saw happen in the second half. 3D Max as a team coming together on the T side, taking charge of the game and showing Heroic that maybe the playbook of Heroic weren't that deep. If the initial mid presence is not working out, it's a new team. We spoke about it. The way I like to phrase it is that you have a plan A when you're coming into a new team or into a new tournament as a new team. You may have an idea of what your plan B looks like, but you never tried plan B, you never try plan C, and you don't have a plan D. So if you can shut down Heroic and the mid presence, which they were able to do right here, that's when you make them look silly, and that's when I thought they lost grasp of the game, and when Heroic were, I guess, supposed to lose the game to 3D Max.
Debris, tell me a little bit about, your experience playing mid on Nation, just how crucial that is and how tricky it can be on that CT side, right?
It can be super tricky, and especially now that they've opened up the skybox that allows you to smoke down mid and everything. So there's a lot of decisions you need to make out of spawn. Are you going to fight mid in the beginning? Are you not going to fight? Are you going to play passive? And I think that the go-to thing when you don't have that much as a CT, as a protocol, you would probably just go and try and fight mid because you know it's such a crucial thing. What happened in the first Pyro now is that they got destroyed in mid. They lost that thing, and they were like, we maybe need to take a bit of a step back. And I think that 3D Max realized that. They know that they could get this crucial part of the map without fighting too much about it, and they kept winning and winning and winning. So it was easy to feel that Heroic felt uncomfortable, and they didn't have, as Jacob mentioned, this plan A, B, and C, but they just didn't have that get-go. So they decided to take a step back, and that eventually made them have a pretty poor CT side, at least up until that point.
Just like outside of the context of this particular matchup, I'm really curious to pick your brain, because obviously when you're back in Vitality, you didn't play Ancient, as far as I'm aware. You obviously moving on to Falcons, then you're tasked with getting you to this position. How difficult was it to master?
It was super difficult, and I don't think I ever managed to master it. And it was all about looking at all these, experienced players running down mid. It's all about knowing when you need to dot a specific flash, because the terrorists can just time their attack so much, and sometimes you want to smoke to get this cover, sometimes you want to double molly. The thing is, you need to keep people guessing when you're going down mid. Like, you need to make sure that, do you actually have 3 guys present? Are you flashing? Are you leaving A open? There's so many things that you need to keep in mind and keep them guessing. Sometimes you leave it, sometimes you play it.
As we mentioned earlier on, shout out to Nir. Like, I think he was one of, the least known quantities of this new Heroic lineup. He's been standing up looking sharp on map 101 at least.
Massively, and as we spoke about, I think from a team composition and from team play based on this game, 3D Max were the better team, but the better individuals were on the side of Heroic. Tenir stepped up massively, not only in the first portion of the game, but especially when we moved into overtime. He was the spearhead, he was the guy coming in, taking charge of the game, and sometimes that's what you need, Peter, right? When you have a game where your game plan is not working out, then you gotta deviate, you gotta find different ways to win, and from an individual standpoint, there was one player standing up to it, constantly applying pressure, constantly getting the reflex, constantly charging. You see it in this round in overtime as well, running through the smoke, getting another kill right here. He was on a tear right here. So for him to be able to elevate himself from the fact that 3D Max probably played as the better team, that is worth its own weight in gold for Heroic.
That's exactly what I touched upon when we got into the game, that they maybe are not going to play the best perfect tactical Counter-Strike, but if they can just go out and, kill them before they kill them, then they will end up in the winning situation, and that's what they did.
Is there anything that really stood out to you about Tenir's playstyle? Because, as far as I'm concerned, I didn't really know too much about him. Obviously, he's played on a couple of lower tier organizations. Anything that stands out as kind of a key characteristic from him?
Based on this one map, I don't want to overdo it, but based on this one map, his willingness to fight and his willingness to constantly push for the right duel at all times. You see it in overtime. You see inexperienced players often in overtime will take a step back, maybe not play as aggressive as they normally do. It was like he ramped it up, The more confidence he got, the closer we got to a GG, the deeper we got into the game, the deeper we got into overtime, the more aggressive he became on the server. If that's a tendency of the way he approaches the game and that's his mindset, that's something I absolutely love to see.
Definitely, like you can just see that he's oozing of confidence. He gets a chance in this team, and people maybe don't expect too much of him. He got in there, and that's what I've been talking about so many times now, is that getting that good start, especially for a young player like this, I think this is going to make it or break it.
How you think 3D Max are going to be faring for the rest of this series then? Because that was, so close, a really valiant effort on that T side of things. I mean, it really could have fallen in their favor if they'd have been just a little bit more cleaner, a little bit more succinct in some of those late rounds.
Yeah, I think the silver lining for me is that I still think 3D Max look like the better team, and I still expect them to have more team play, more solutions, more plans, A, B, C, and D, as they've been together for such a long time. So I wouldn't rule them out of the series just yet, but from an individual standpoint, if Tene and the boys from Heroic are continuing to play this way, and if Son Payers wakes up all of a sudden, then that could change the game once more. So I have Heroic as a slight favorite now, winning the first map, but 3D Max not without a chance.
Let's put a pin in that conversation though, because a break is required. Dust 2, the map pick of 3D Max, and a chance for them to bounce back after this. Hunters taking down the most wanted on map number 1 at the very least, but a chance for 3D Max to right their wrongs as Dust 2 does lay in wait. But not before that. We're going to be announcing something very special. That is that day tickets for the Blast Open in Lisbon will be going on sale at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We had a spectacular time when we were on the desks, Jacob. You had an even better time on the stage, Dupree, because you won a trophy there, right?
No, I didn't win. I lost the grand final.
Oh, you lost?
Oh my.
You lost?
I lost.
You won in Astralis, no?
Oh yeah, in Astralis. I thought you were going back to the one in Vitality.
You won a trophy everywhere.
I've won in this one. I've won a couple of trophies.
Yeah, I mean, you've won basic.
Not Cologne? Okay, maybe you... I looked at your HLTV profile. You didn't have a trophy, Jacob.
Oh.
Anyway, yes, we won it in Astralis. And then we made it to the grand final with the first iteration of the Vitality lineup, which was consisting of me, Saiwu, Apex, Magisk, and Misuda. Wow. So that was like, I think that was like the first good result that we could consider for ourselves when we had that lineup.
No, throwing it back a little bit. The crowd are always fantastic there, aren't they, Jacob? We had a great time.
We had a great time. They were super, super loud, super, super passionate, and I cannot wait to get back.
And this is going to be a really exciting format as well, because the top 6 teams from the week prior, which will be going down in this very studio, will be indeed flying on over there, and you can get a chance to watch them on stage. So that is going to be super exciting indeed. But back to the task at hand. That is Dust 2. That is 3D Max's pick. Makes sense. French classic map. What are you expecting from this?
I mean, it's a map we've seen them play an awful lot. As you said, it's one of the teams that plays the most games online, especially in 2024. They were grinding and grinding and grinding. So there's a lot of material. There's a lot of, I guess, demos that you can look into. However, we just had a break. So it's also a great chance for 3D Max to come in and redefine the way they play the map, or maybe update their playbook a little bit. So again, I don't like to say it, but I'm here to learn, in a sense that I'm coming into a game where after a player break, and you know that as well, that's your only time where you can actually update your playbook. During a season, especially if you're 3D Max and you're playing all these online qualifiers, you have limited time to practice. So now you had a chance to redefine the way you play Dust 2. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see any positional changes, or maybe even a change in how you approach the map.
I think, coming from a player's perspective, I don't think they've actually managed to find that time. I think they've also, with the grinding, you know, and with going to China and having to spend Christmas, you know, I don't think that's like the first priority to go in and just change things unless it's like super crucial. But I think for them as a map, I think it's something that's been working for them. And I'm more curious to see how Heroic is going to go into it, because obviously they are the ones that has a very limited time. So I think I'm going to see how deep is their playbook actually. Are they going to be coming out just playing a little bit more like Face It style, going out a little bit aggressive, or are they just going to, you know, pack themselves down and get smacked? I'm not too sure.
How's Sun Payers and Dust 2?
That's a good question. Actually, to be honest, I think he did pretty well. There's one of his maps that he actually preferred. It's also like some kind of a secondary AWP heaven. So I think it's something that they seem to be. If people are sloppy in their A executes, it's a place where you can find a lot of kills. But obviously also if you want to go aggressive in mid, going up catwalk, going into lower dark, and there's a lot of possibilities. And I think that is why you as an AWP think it could be a good place for you to start.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be, you know, too bad of a ground for Heroic, because you look back to kind of the 3 core coming from Sangal. They were pretty decent on the map. And as Dupree was rightly saying, you know, you can have a bit more of a, I guess, more puggy style, more face it style. It's not, it doesn't require you to be super well drilled in the protocols, maybe compared to like a new core, you know, overpowered.
I mean, obviously, if you want to be the best team in the world in Dust 2, you got to take it to the next level. But Dust 2 can be very default heavy, you know, getting short control, getting long control, you have the spawn for it, and then, you know, do mid-round calling from that point and onwards. And as you said, doing a B-split is not the most complicated thing in the world. So I think if you're Heroic, you're somewhat happy that the second map is Dust 2.
Well, are we going to be seeing the bounty hunters taking down the most wanted? That's my question for Harry and Hugo as we dive into Dust 2.
Oh, we haven't seen it happen yet, and finally, you know, second game might be about to have a bounty claimed if Heroic can keep delivering on this performance. Now, back on Ancient, I think, you know, that was one that even when you look at like the pieces in this Heroic squad they used to like to play, can't say the same for Dust 2, but that's where I'm hoping that someone like Sun Pius can start to, you know, find his form a little bit more, because in that first map it wasn't really about Sun Pius, you know. Instead, we were looking at Tanir, who exploded into this game. It was crazy.
Dare I say, he might keep it up on a map like Dust 2, Harry. But yeah, we're going to need more from Sun Pius. I will say it seemed like he had a lot more impact in overtime than all of Regulation combined, so that is a good sign, hopefully waking up into this game. But I also just like the calling from LNZ. I think it was very flashy, very aggressive. 3D Max certainly matched that on their T side. We know they can. That's what they're kind of known for, just catching people off guard with some very ballsy plays. But if LNZ's going to keep the calling and he has the firepower to back it up here on Dust 2, we're in for a very exciting map 2. Heroic looking for a big upset to kick off their bounty run. Got smoke molly down middle, block on the smoke as well, so someone's going to get flak, but it wasn't missed. Xflouden lower, in trouble. He's lost his cat control. He goes 1 for 1, but 3D Max clear him out. And 4 on 3, a mid to B would not be a bad call with a smoke flash available. Oh, they didn't clear it! They didn't clear it! Sun Pius burns them alive. You've got to clear that.
Well, they give Sun Pius a little bit of room, and it's room that they will regret. Lucky manages to get back with the bomb, but they double swing him.
Oh no.
Just some pious, and he's still putting the pressure on. Won't let that bomb cross out. Lucky had to win it in the straight-up fight, and he will.
Oh, dear, Harry.
4 kills for Lucky on his way to that clutch as he just beats out some pious who was on the hat-trick already.
Oh, he looks sad. He got 3. He played it so well.
Yeah, he felt like he'd done enough.
Oh, he played it so well. But great work for Lucky. He was the hard carry at the major. Old, reliable. Oh, damn. 3D Max, do it like that. Another smoke block. But this time a top mid push for xFloud. Given a gun by some pious, trading onto the scout.
They went and looked for this control over middle early on. Linus is still floating around deep on the catwalk. There's a triple B lean for Heroic. And Lucky's been able to keep their attention there with the lurk smoke dropped in.
This is all alone. If he dies, they just open up A. Meanwhile, they're B stacking, so it's a very risky move for LNC. However, 3D Max might just walk into the belly of the beast, and this backstab. Oh, it's awkward. They jump up. Does that change the tune, the plan, perhaps? I think it has. Bit of a shame. They would have walked into this stack, but giving away a kill on the flank first tempts 3D Max into this empty site. Not ideal. Ooh. Lucky on it. And safe to say this is a map where expectations for 3D Max are high. Not only because it's their pick, they beat G2 on it back at the major. They've consistently had a very good games against tier 2 online teams in 2024. So sure, Heroic may have come out swinging in this series, but to do it across a 3-map affair might be a requirement. Tania saves his gun. 3D Max win the round. Going to be 1 eco now.
There is still this hero M4. What's Tania going to try and do to put that to work? He wants to be involved in an early fight here. Taking a fast boost over towards catwalk. And he's now pushed all the way into the top of mid. Exercise is holding for exactly that play. And so that is the hero gun away from Heroic. And with it, any chance of leaving much of an impression in this round. Nicely done for 3D Max.
Very clean, important, considering they lost a few players in the previous. And here comes the first 4x4 Heroic. But I expect to see a far better look from 3D Max, especially in those advantage. It's a lot harder to win those 3v5s on this map just due to positioning. You know, gambles aren't really as common. You're very spread out. Trading on CT isn't always as easy as it is on a map like Ancient. And it's very easy for Tees to punish aggressive plays. Will they find this one? xFloud crept into lower, gets mollied out. 1-for-1 is about as good as you're going to get.
Whoa. Goes unchecked.
And God, he stepped. If he didn't step, that's no info for Tania.
Still going to get past Youngstar. He will take that fight straight away out through the double doors. Some Pius not really in a position to make a move there as he's locked out by the smoke down in CT. And so there were some chances here for Heroic to get up to no good. Tania in kind of the best of spots, right, as they snuck past him over in middle, but good spacing for 3D Max. Allows that trade. Back to the drawing board for Heroic. Oh.
Peace.
I like that. He's only got 5 bullets. Gonna need to do it again.
He didn't even reload running through spawn. He's just...
Yeah, that way if he dies and they pick it up, they got to reload.
Pius ain't died. He will get away with his weapon. But 3D Max robbing the rounds right back. 4-0. The French on Dust 2, Harry, it just takes me back.
I mean, you know, they will have a lot more, you know, ideas here, and it's a far more proven map for 3D Max. And, you know, the desk were kind of saying and alluding to the idea that for Heroic as a fresher face squad. Oh, hello, James. Yeah, the devs were alluding to the idea, right? Like on Dust 2, there are some simple, basic ideas that are more stripped back that everyone's going to know how to do. But I think at the same time, there's like a world of difference between a team that's just good on Dust 2 and a team that is fantastic at Dust 2. And I'm worried that that could be something that creeps in here, right? This really is one of the home maps for 3D Max. Even thinking back to when, you know, they would play Sangal, this was like the one map that would never be close.
Yeah.
3D Max would take it very comfortably. And so that's where you are going to be looking to the extra pieces of Pius and Tania to be the difference makers.
Blind shot in the corner, has to get out. They've got a wall down. Seeing FaZe do this a lot. Gets him into pit as well. And stops someone swinging through the smoke, coming through gray screen on that long corner. So Heroic didn't have the utility nor guns for it anyway. And now 3D Max get a classic round where they can just scale up long. They've got lucky top mid to stop anyone climbing up cats or flanking. So they really have everything on this safe default long take. But they don't want to believe in it, not yet. Executing, but looking for the split. It's Maka running him up long. Lucky trying to flank. Maka goes through the smoke to CT. Where's this going? Everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Pius collects 2 kills, stuck in lower, Youngstar with another, and it feels like they've overcooked the pooch here. And Pius. That was worth waiting for. It just took a whole map to get warm.
Yeah, a confused round for 3D Max, right? I think the thing that really threw them through the loop was, you know, you hear the AWP fire off at A early on and you've got that kind of cross smoke in. You know the AWP is still going to be hanging around, especially with the kind of smoke down over it long. There's actually angles available. You can try peek over. So it felt like they wanted to try have a fail-safe for if that AWP caused them problems. But in the end, they play right into Pius's hands with the triple run up through cap.
It's a real shame because Maka gets 2 entries, but the bomb's just nowhere near him. So can't do anything with that. 5-on-4 again as well, Heroic. Oh, just get out of the dodge. Joko is hunting. Has good timing, but he doesn't know the AWP is also on this angle right now. Pius deleted. Tania still in the picture. And the bomb doesn't want to overdo it. It's going to be back B where Youngstar cleans up. Even a repeak is very dangerous. Oh. Gets him out. They're trapped. Is this a save at a minute? I think it is. They've got a bit of money to buy next, but it does feel like they've let Heroic in a little earlier than anticipated. In that previous round, I think it would have been just fine having 2 players coming up cat on that split. They were 4-1. Sending a player back is fine, but bomb committing to long is just a safer option. It's a position you have. It might have just been fear of that AWP, like you said. Sumpires with a nice read. Even with a missed shot this round, it is inconsequential.
Yeah, you know, I mean, in that last one, it's like you can understand how they arrived at the conclusion that they had to do more, but I don't know. I just feel like the actual execution of that doing more was not it, you know.
Long and a 5-on-4.
Considering, you know, you come into this as heavily the more experienced team playing together, like you're supposed to shine in those sort of like slow down the round and try to feel out the rest of the map. Like that's where you're meant to do your best work. It felt like the pacing was the thing that was like wrong there for 3D Max. And now it might have given Heroic a serious lifeline back into this game.
Some Pies playing very audacious, but they're down lower as well. My God, he risked it. Maka actually picked mid in the meantime, who's still on the boost. Some Pies has given away his AWP's position. Scrambling this round now. Cat Molly mid to be smoked, making Heroic burn utility. Uncertain. And all up cat together.
I wonder if Tania and Linus are going to fight together or if Linus is going to kind of bait for him here.
You want to wait till they're committed, right? But he might just get mollied. Oh, it goes towards Goose. A second one on the ramp.
And there's a third one. Default. They've all come out over towards Goose and ramp side, so Tania free range to get involved, but Lucky and Maka, quick work made of the 2 site players. Bomb plant now found. 3D Max plug in the numbers. I mean, Heroic, they kind of feel tempted enough to hang around for a moment, see if they're given anything. For 3D Max, is just don't give that first kill away. And then Heroic might just be forced to save on numbers alone. Youngstar's crept up very deep. Spots out a player on the short side. Lucky as he tried to reply is dealt with by Sumpires. And now it's just Exercise. That what? Bears down upon him, and that weight is too much for Exercise to bear. Taken out of the round. Heroic able to pick this up on the wings of Sumpires.
I can't believe he hunts him down there. Tried to run away, but just jumped up on that new box. And catches him escaping on the corner. That's a feel-good round for Sumpires.
This is exactly what Heroic needed if they wanted to have a chance here on Dust 2. You needed more from Sumpires. And, you know, he's playing a very confident game. He's trying to be involved on the AWP early. No more of that passive AWPing here to open up. He knows he's got to be a difference maker, and it feels like he's standing up to that right now.
Unreal. Also an awkward execute. They use 3 mollies and 2 of them are going Goose. One of them's going like back Goose. It's not even a position. I guess it was meant for default, but they missed it. And Tania gets 2 kills on default. So that's a little awkward for 3D Max. They were 4-0. Heroic now looking to even out this score. 2B, again, Youngstar trying to get back on the plat. Gets a kill before that smoke blooms as well, so they know it's coming. They see the util flying over the top, bomb in the site. Youngstar gets 2 before he departs. X-Floud at the back of the site. And 2 will do. Indeed, how about 3? Lucky disallows it. But winning this round is a far cry.
Yeah, still, it's like, now you're all alone. They're not going to let you ever be comfortable enough to plant this bomb.
Oh, both M4s on minimal ammo.
And now he's hoping he's given a fight a chance to just thin the herd and make them think twice about committing on the back of this bomb getting tapped.
Oh, no.
And now they will just swing in. Tania gets the spot, confirms that was the real deal. Linus closes the gap out through the tunnels, and Heroic tie this game up. 4 rounds straight of their own on the CT side.
Those rounds are so losable as well, right? Like, they make it look easy because both CTs get a double kill on B, but, you know, there's a lurk smoke there. You don't know which side they're coming through. Skylight flashes are landing. Youngstar's full blind when he gets that nade kill.
I mean, I think it's, you know, like, credit to the read of Linus and Heroic there, right? You played 2-1-2. You are anticipating the B play with that setup.
Well done. 3D Max. Gonna need a good call from Spawn here, but Sunpius, he's been trying to do that all game.
Yeah.
He finally gets away with it.
He really has. Every single one of these rounds, he's looked for that opener, finally good for it. And already just 9 rounds into this game, Sunpius 10 kills deep. He's got the same number of kills in the first 10 rounds at Dust 2 as he did across all of Ancient.
What is happening? They're just running through mollies, both sides. And somehow, Lucky's early pick on that B bomb site spirals out of control. And Heroic do lose control. I don't think they can win this retake either. It's a different kettle of fish. Oh no. Oh no. Thank you for the AWP. Yoink.
Actually, I'll be taking that, says Linus.
No, you won't. Gravity very patient, and he hits the headshot moving. 3D Max. They get it done in the end, 5-4.
Yeah, you know, I mean, they get back on the board. Critically, I think they stop, you know, they stop Heroic from finding themselves in the lead on the back of 5 in a row and like starting to run away with this game on momentum alone. But even then, there's like some real weird moments in this round that you can't really account on being afforded once more, right? Like the double re-swing out from window, making life very easy for Joko on the entries. Now you try to go back to something a bit more standard with the long take smoke down to get you out. Gravity fights from within the pit and secures them the opener. Tanir found first. There's a good flash play for Linus. Spamming back. Can't manage the fourth. Out of ammo, so Exercise running him down is big, but there's that Sunpius AWP on the scene and ready to convert.
Saw him.
Maka did get the spot short. Finds his way back in.
Okay.
Still has more to do, and it's another flash play through the smoke. Down at the cross to secure it.
That's why 3D Max didn't want to go long. Now I see. It's the constant flash assault. Sunpius on top of the site. Heroic throw everything they've got in that 4v5 and long. I mean, this is out of control. Linus with 3 kills. Tracks that smoke spray all the way back to Plat with an A4. He's individually looked very capable in this game. He kept them in it in regulation. Back on that CT side of Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you're captain, the guy who's often anchoring these sites down is good for multi-kills like that. It's very, very freeing. And you are dead on. He had many a moment just like it in defense of the B site on Ancient. Now locking down long on Dust 2. And Heroic could actually look to win out this first half.
Oh, I like this.
Considering this started 4-0 for 3D Max, you wouldn't have imagined it. Exercise, good for the opener. Joko gonna mop up the B site defense. If they'd hung around a little bit longer, they could have caught that third player coming in late through mid in Maka. Instead, he's been able to get past. 3-on-3 in the retake now.
Yeah, they threw him a gun. This is armorless, though. They've got not much to play with, so if Heroic... Oh, no. Are they calling it off? So winnable.
Yeah, you know, your money's on the line.
You'd expect maybe a little bit more, some armor, some nades. With how free that looked. 3D Max loved that pop as well. Just no warning with an early mid to be smoked. They just throw down the left side wall smoke. They run through it. And Heroic have to peek very wide from the window to actually catch those players coming through. By the time they know it, they're already flooding out the door and tunnel together. Sick round out of nowhere for 3D Max. At least guarantees an even half. It's not bad, but again, you leave that first half thinking they maybe need a little bit more. Heroic still able to buy off the save. Oh, that's quick. Are they just going to walk mid to B? I don't blame them. This time Tanir's here.
Yeah, and that's a real, difference, because as Youngstar's fighting, I like that he's the guy taking all the contact. He's the other player you expect to see over here in this B site. So Tanir, nasty surprise, but it needed to be more than just the one and done. Maka waiting for these rotates out of middle, missed shot. They get closer now. Sampaius has him boxed in. His teammates trying to provide cover, but Maka might just be a dead man walking. And Linus secures that kill. 2v2. Kit for Linus. Nearly full util as well, but there's a lot of utility still in the hands of 3D Max. That starts to come out now. That's going to waste precious time. Lucky teed up, Backplat has this crossfire with Exercise, and oh my god, Linus is opened. Now it's just Exercise left to beat, and he's locked it in. Linus does the heavy lifting here for Heroic to tie up this half. 6-6 as Linus stands and delivers to secure an even scoreline heading into the second half of Dust 2. Oh, bro, my voice is like, I can feel it. Sampire shines the light. Meanwhile, Linus holds the line, and Heroic find themselves with 6 rounds at the end of that first half. That's in spite of opening up 0-4. 3D Max were on a heater. A couple of choice rounds go the way of Heroic, though, and they are quick to capitalize here on Dust 2. Hey, it's 3D Max with the bounty on their heads. 20K on the line here. And it seems like Heroic are looking for that paycheck.
Yeah, what year is it? Heroic are online right now, and they are putting up a beating in this series, winning from disadvantages back on Ancient, now level pegging with 3D Max, like you said, with a slow start. So can they keep up the momentum they've garnered in this matchup? Tanir trying to lock in. He saw 30 kills to end the previous map. What's Dust 2 got in store? 3D Max home ground right now. Smoke blocked. It got blocked and landed on Xbox. That's not what he wanted, but it will work. Joko stops him from charging B. Naughty angle. It's a bit around the world here for Heroic. Will they finally end on Cat, or is this going to be a fake out back to mid to B? They have 2 sets of flashes, 1 smoke left. Going quiet makes 3D Max doubt it, pulling Maka back to mid. This is all a ruse. Again, a block. Oh. Love these from 3D Max, but it's only a fake on the mid to B.
All right, Sampius, crazy way to full send it. Drops in spawn side, but Exercise and Gravity hold the line for now.
Kaplan.
Exercise won't be able to stop that. Late play for Youngstar out in middle. These are very hard to have hit the mark, right? It's a slim line to fight through, but Xfloud single-handedly puts a stop to 3D Max. Pistol round secured. Heroic have that one in the bag. And now they look to pick up some steam in this second half.
Oh, just so much whiffing in that round, right, from both teams. I thought that was dumb when I saw Youngstar unable to close the kill, but finally gets it in CT, and Xfloud, a couple of Glock shots to the head. Kind of both teams deserve to lose, but Heroic, with the bomb in their favor, finish the job. Force up, only Exercise on long, and that control is taken super fast by Sampius. Without a doubt, has showed more of what we expected to see here in the second map. Nailing some orb shots, finding some 5-on-4s. Oh, they should have this kill. But they don't have any long control, and so Heroic, if they want, can just commit, knowing 2 players are occupied in middle.
Yeah, we've used the word passive a lot to describe Sampius. He's going full aggro in this map. Whoa! Little flash play there, but Xfloud able to wrestle them back the other way. 3 kills from Xfloud. Looking to seal the deal on this conversion for Heroic. It's just Gravity between them and that goal. They swing him together. So they will stick the landing versus the Pistols here. It's not close. It's not pretty. Comes down to the wire. You walk away with it when all is said and done, and it's thanks to this tear from Xfloud.
Yeah, they're digging a bit of a hole now, Harry. A shallow grave. Pistol, Force, now full eco. Oh, they bought again. They got 3 kills. I mean, it's sort of tempting. They've got 3 rifles now, but it's far from a perfect buy. 2 guns dropped over. They've got a 40 engagement. They have no idea. Player made it to top mid, and Gravity with that shot regardless. Double opener for Heroic. That felt meant to be for Gravity. He had his opponent literally looking the wrong way.
Yeah, and out of all the ways this round could have started, that is up there with the worst of them, right? 2 of your 3 rifles go and seek those early fights, and they get them.
The freeze is so nice. It's like you're never clearing some Pius. And once they can be sure there's no flank, they can just group up and go long, and this is a perfect round for it. They know they forced, and so as a result won't have much utility. There is simply one flashbang available. Can Maka call it? Oh. Yeah. Good luck.
Oh. All right, that's a crazy shot, but Youngstar quick to deal with him. And Exercise is always kind of dubious about getting too involved with the only other M4 in his hands. So 9-6 for Heroic, sporting that 3-round lead. The decision to force buy back again for 3D Max now might be one they're regretting. Getting out with the 2 saved guns would be nice. It means they could put money in again.
No, don't you dare.
Then you really are, you know, you're living and dying by these force buys.
I mean, it shows how desperate they are in this game, right? They already feel like the 7-6 lead was, or the 8-6 lead rather, was bad enough that they want to force buy to get in the half early, but now it's made that grave even deeper, Harry. You only meant to dig 6 feet. No one's robbing this one.
Yeah, you know, I mean, they've tried to go for the punish, and it's like, I think that's fine. But now it does, you know, you have to deal with the consequences of falling short in that, and that is that your first proper buy round is still a ways off.
It was on a knife's edge. They got 2 dinks in their first 2 rifle engagements and couldn't get the kill. So, you know, it was right there for the taking. Gravity should have got that kill top mid, to be honest. But, yeah, without it, this game is slipping through the fingers. It speaks to how uncomfortable perhaps 3D Max are feeling in this game. Some Pius orb out. Half by some pieces here to make the round interesting.
All right. Not a bad way to open. Gravity. It's a blinder. Maintains that 5v4, and now there's an extra gun in the midst for 3D Max.
All right, a Bogdan coming out. Youngstar's orb. Sooner they go, the better on this one, but 3D Max are adjusting.
Three players here. Joko opens, but there's so much more where that comes from. And yeah, now there's the re-smoke in at tunnels. Even looked like a miss-smoke there for Heroic as well. I think it hit someone as they were trying to move in, and that might seal the deal here. You kind of don't want to admit it.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
But you just don't have any control anywhere else. You don't know where 3D Max can be, and so locked out of the round, really. They tried their hand at the long play early. Gravity secures the win there. Some awkward util, some awkward spacing on the push out through tunnels, and a quick rotate from 3D Max, and that's a done deal.
It's a good save. It's early enough in the half that they can afford it. They have the round lead. They can drop. Counter-terrorists win. 3D Max will happily take a 5 alive on a half buy with upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were prepared to, you know, buy in this next round means that they're now flush with money, essentially, right? They've kind of got that, like, delayed gratification from the start of this game. Now, there's still resources for Heroics thanks to that save. So you're a ways away from, you know, truly breaking through, but you're not far off. So Pius tries his hand at the mid-fight again.
Gravity's done it. They don't know. Not for certain.
So you're aware of the possibility. You should be clearing this. should be.
No, lazy clear. No Molotov.
I kind of believed that it was clear before it even cleared it.
Yeah, that shows the comfortability on the map. 3D Max were mollying that T side always when they didn't have info, so Heroic pay the price for a bit of eagerness. And that's a very awkward way to start the round. They go 4-on-4, but they have nothing to show for it. 3D Max are pushing the long smoke. But any further, this is crazy. That's so crazy. The whole map is quiet. They're just going to hope it sets up Maka for success. But he needs 2 kills at minimum to make up.
You've gambled the life of exercise on a huge round for Maka. And Heroic slowing down is like the ultimate worry sinking in for 3D Max. Now he knows he can still get rewarded a little bit later if they head on through late. But look at this, he's gonna kill everyone here. Maka fighting alone, and oh man! 3 out of 4 is not bad, and that's left it all on Youngster. 1v2 as he roots in fast up through long. 2 players holding the cross. And as he tries to move out into the open, it's the Lion's Den. Lucky bears down, and that's 8 secured for 3D Max. The gap closing. Money now broken for Heroic.
Do the ends justify the means? The age-old question, right? It worked, it certainly worked. Beautiful shots for Maka. But I can't believe that's the call they make. That's so 3D Max. It's done enough, it's broken the money late in the game. 3D Max starting to play with a little bit more gumption. Another aggressive setup, double cat. Trying to rid these pistols from lower, and he will. Nice and easy breezy, and an even game now. We're going to have to dig deep, a team that we have not seen play an official before. Hard to call who's even favorites at this point in the game, but 3D Max should have the belief in their CT side, their depth on this map, a map they beat G2 on back in Shanghai. Rogue are burning pauses, but we saw what that did on Ancient. It kept them in the game.
Yeah, the fact that there's been 2 flawless rounds in here for 3D Max, though, on their route to this, 3 rounds in a row is massive. It's allowing them to play a bit more involved early, right? They're not at the whim and the mercy of the economy here, just robbing the game from them.
They've been so eager to do exactly that, right? Not just the lower push in the previous round, but the top mid pushes with these rifles, walking out long doors. I mean, they're not afraid. Call them what you want. Don't call them scared. Oh, it missed. Oh dear. Surely saw it.
This gets real awkward if you lose that bomb in top mid. Oh dear, okay. Tanir meets the Maka AWP.
Captain needs a new lineup. Nade on the smoke, but a missed shot. Oh, he could have. He really could have. Just a little bit later.
Util starting to bully them now as well as they make their way up through catwalk. Smoke down to take the pace out of this. They can't accelerate and try to go in towards the A site instead. Gonna have to explore some other avenues here if you're Heroic.
Yeah, this is a perfect 5v4 played round for 3D Max. Look at the setup they've fallen back into. They've got a bait and switch on long with the AWP. They've got a passive A player. They've got 2 B players, and they're not fighting for middle, so it bleeds time off the clock. There's a smoke at 30 seconds. Heroic are in hot water. Oh my god, are they going to go full mid to B? This is a desperate mid-round call. They're going up cat. 20 seconds, Heroic.
Oh, and Exercise even up here in top of middle, gonna catch some Pius in the back lines. X-Cloud opens, Maka out on an island, and so a path has been carved in towards this A site, but they've got to move quickly here. They've got to go swiftly here, and Linus getting that bomb planted will get hounded down. Shortly, they get finished off, and there's the backstab in for Exercise.
That's you just wanting to save face and not save your weapons in a 4-on-5, but it would have been better, arguably, than just that desperate cat play with 10 seconds. Plant with no room for error. That's really, really awkward. And like I said, just once 3D Max hit that 5-on-4, they immediately made this call to just fall back into a setup that they are comfortable in, that they rely on. They use their smokes very sparingly. They're offering 0 picks back into the round. That's experience right there on this map. Oh, that's just through smoke. Did he break it? Yeah, he naded the smoke. How about another for good measure? Heroic in the tumble dryer, just getting banged around in a box. Concussion. And a mid to B, I mean, it won 3D Max and Eco, but there are nades in spawn, multiple. Did miss that one. Okay, mid to B up cats. And then off cats. They can't make up their mind. Heroic, they're... Oh my god, they've fallen for it. B is empty.
Oh, and some Pius keeping the eyeballs over here on middle.
They know it's clear.
They've spotted Gravity now. They know that B site is ripe for the taking, but Gravity can be a harsh mistress. Oh, dropping in! And there's the final killing blow. Tanir put to rest Gravity with a big hat-trick round. As 3D Max start to sprint towards the finish line on their map pick. That was, you know, just the pistols for Heroic. Bomb Plant has at least allowed that orb to come out for some Pius. They're going to have everything they can need. One last-ditch attempt to take this one over the line. Rather bring themselves back into it, but there's no ignoring the fact that over these last few rounds, 3D Max have really picked up some steam.
Did he run to the bathroom?
Yeah,
They're like, don't defuse, don't defuse. I gotta pee. Yeah, Maka has absolutely made his claim on the CT side. They're setting him up. They're breaking smokes with nades. They left 2 HEs in spawn for him to break mid to B. Sure, didn't net anything. But even when Heroic get into B, Gravity, they left the door open. There's no smoke available, so he's just able to farm them as they cross into the site. Heroic, Stratbook running out of pages right now. They need something new, and 3D Max are playing with bravado. They've cleared up a B. They've got long control through the smoke. Desperation, having no idea that Lucky is here. Not a clue in the world. Oh my! But still, if he holds his shot, oh, they check. Lucky off the box. Linus just doing it all on his own. 3 kills from the captain keeps this round interesting.
Next fighter aware that the only place left is to rotate up through CT, and so he's just going to collect his free kill here and now. There's some Pius with the final shot. Heroic and everything they needed in that one. That was their chance to kind of keep the matchup alive, and they've secured it. A brawl for the long control.
Whenever you're ready to give up on Heroic, Linus just finds a triple kill. He did it on Ancient. He did it on the first half here on Dust 2. It brought them back in. He's done it again. Not supposed to be the star player, but right now, saving this squad again and again. Can't believe Lucky gets checked as well. Good, clear, I think it was Youngstar.
Yeah.
He dies, but that info is more valuable than his life. Because if they don't check him, Lucky knows he can hold that shot.
Yeah, I think, you know, even once you see, you know, like Mac is still floating around with the orb, they've really gone all in on this long control. There's just that That voice in the back of your head, it's like they're really fighting for this. Like there's more here. This was good positioning from xFloud as well, right? Like not trying to get overly involved, instead just wait until the kills come to him, essentially. Does this land this time?
Man.
No.
These smokes. You've thrown it again. Was that on purpose? I'm going to miss my smoke so you can boost into it. It's a cool idea if so. They know Mac is having a field day in mid. It seems like that is the call for Heroic, but... Oh god, I'm still scared. Maka in middle. Packing a punch.
Some Pious falls first. It's the Orpa Heroic removed. Gravity. Good for the first down in middle, but there's that Maka
nice.
Orb. Hot on the heels on this rotate in. It's all about Maka. Just Youngstar left standing for Heroic. Softens up the B player, sure, but look at the minimap. They're all closing in. Might not even be needed. Youngstar put down by Lucky, and 3D Max now have 2 chances to get this game over the line.
Well, they've been here before, but I'm a lot more confident in the 3D Max stock right now. Playing a phenomenal game as Maka just taking control of middle. I want to see these long pops or something, a quick towards B for Heroic. Something that a desperate maybe, because even going into mid with the smoke is not stopping Maka. He's breaking it. And he's taking Heroic with him. Really just awkward mid control in this game. He shouldn't be allowed to get away with this much value, but even on the smoke fade, beats some Pious to the click.
Some Pious has been an oddity across this map because, well, we were like, I think we were 7 rounds into the first half and he had 10 kills or something like that. And now he's, you know, kind of struggled since that point. It was a real hot start. And obviously, you know, your CT side AWPing with how he likes to play. I think that's one that suits himself to him a lot more. But he's really struggled to find that same level of impact as the game's gone on. It was such a promising start.
He hit it. They hit the mid smoke, but it's a long pop. Exercise, gets a flash, swings back, and these flashes, his assistances have been so strong on this CT side. Goes for the throat. Careful, some Pious. And they concede. 2 kills from him in middle. Needed that. xFloud cuts off the B player. Hold your horses, because Maka's here. 20 kills for him. And thrust into a clutch for the map, for the series, for Anubis as a third.
Been waiting all second half long for some Pious to have his round. 2 kills deep on it, now needing to come up clutch in the 1v2, and with Lucky on this deep control,
surely no
noise
way.
being made. Lucky's got all the info, every reason in the world to walk away with a Dust 2. The score will be settled, the bounty decided on Anubis.
It will indeed. 3D Max keeping their bounty and their lives for now. Anubis will decide who goes through and who keeps their life here at the Blast Premier Bounty 2025. Another really tight map, another one that was going back and forth until the very end. Great start from Heroic on this one.
Definitely. I think Heroic came off to a good start, as you mentioned. I think they showed that they have put in hours. At least they know how to play the game. Maybe they're playing a little bit phase start. You know, they went for some aggressiveness in the beginning. But I also saw that some Pious had a better start to the thing. You know, I think also coming into this role as an AWPer on Dust 2 allows you to be a little bit more passive, at least. It doesn't always require you to go for the kill. So I think that also a map that fitted him better. So it was nice to see that he at least had a better performance than he did on Ancient.
It was a good start for Heroic. However, it could have been better. Sun Payers in the pistol round, he got a triple kill. They were in a 1v2 or 2v1 scenario where they failed to close out the round, which allowed 3D Max to get off to an early decent start. It felt like Heroic were the better team in the first half, and it felt like they didn't get enough out of that, right? They didn't put out distance to 3D 3D Max taking that and carrying that into the second half. So I think right now they're sitting back with a feeling that despite losing 13-10, they were hyper competitive from start to finish, and they probably feel like they should have won Dust 2, but they didn't.
Yeah, let's dive into round 10, because this was one of the moments, I know it was kind of early in the map, but kind of sold me, right? LNZ had a great spray down with the A4. This was beautiful.
I love the way Heroic were playing. We praised it on Ancient, saying that 3D Max had more team play, obviously been together for a longer time. This time around, they lose the first kill right here, get caught off guard a little bit through the smoke. Instant re-aggression coming in with a perfect flash. LNC, maybe a little bit lucky with the second kill through the smoke, but keeps his composure. The smoke as well provides cover for him, so he can do that. Then again, 3D Max trying to fight their way back into the round. It's almost successful, and then again you see Heroic being aggressive, being proactive. Another flash come through the smoke, and they close out the round. So in terms of us labeling Heroic not having the same amount of team play, they were trying to showcase us that they still have something, right? Maybe not to the same degree as 3D Max, who's been together for 7, 8, 9 months, but still they played good Counter-Strike in the first half.
Yeah, and some great individuals, you know, shining in that first half for Heroic. I mean, some pairs, we obviously had our eyes fixed on him after quite a quiet first map of Ancient. I felt like in the first half, on that CT side, he was playing very well. How did you see him kind of, you know, moving around the map and utilizing his CT position?
I think they, at least for a couple of times, they tried to get the killing and peeking into low from Catwalk. They didn't get that many kills off it, but at least it showed that they wanted to go for it at least. And I think overall, Heroic, they wanted to try and get out and get some kills in the beginning. And I mean, the fact that some Pyres just, you know, he hits the shots he needs to hit, goes aggressive here, gets another kill. Just in theory, he hits on this clutch was really good. Like he played it out, went up here, get the kill, and just went it out. You know, it was a really important clutch.
Very important clutch, very important for some players to get into the game. However, it is a two-sided coin, because first half he was great, second half he didn't get anything done, and that's when they lost grasp of the game as well.
Yeah, there is quite a big but coming, because then Maka, he was showing up in a real big way, particularly coming into that second half, right?
He definitely did. I mean, still think if you look at some passes, decent performance in the beginning, I still think Maka ended up being maybe the better op on this map. You could definitely see that the way that he roamed and tried to get a lot of kills in the middle, it definitely showed that he had a good understanding of how he wanted to approach everything. He understood that when he got the kill on Surprise, he had a free roam of trying to get more kills. It was just beautiful to see him just go for these aggressive plays and deciding when he needed to peak. So it was a great showing from him.
It was a lot of the space taking. I agree with you, Peter. He was doing all the right decisions. He was hitting his shots. This round was in particular very, very important. Heroic could have gone up 10-7 right here. He shots down the long, and he was constantly finding space and constantly finding room, I guess, to improve. And then with the AWP as well, aggressive, assertive, going for the peaks, re-peaking at the right moments. I think overall he played a great game of Counter-Strike.
I love how we're seeing so many different positions coming out from these highlights as well. Like, it was just so fluid around this map. Makes sense, Dust 2 being quite a favorite ground for 3D.
Yeah, it's with the ARB, it's with the M4, it's, you know, pushing into long doors, it's towards middle, it's up towards the B bomb side. You're right, as an in-game leader as well, you have the freedom to call yourself around wherever you want to, and he took advantage of that.
Now, Scorny gave us a correct pronunciation. I would say exercise. It's exercice. Yes, correct. Exercice. You know, he's fluent in French, obviously, coming from Montreal. He had a great game as well. How would you kind of characterize what he was bringing to the table in Dust 2?
I mean, more of the same, aggressive rifling and stable. Again, second half was much better than the first half as well. We saw him shut down Heroic, and often we label players, and I know you know that for a fact as well, Peter. When a player gets one kill in a round, that's nice, but when you get the double kill, the multi-kill, that's when you change the tide of the round. And we saw a lot of those instances from Exercise throughout this game, where he's not only getting one entry or not only one kill, but he gets a double entry or double shutdown, and that helps your team so much, especially when the score was tied here 9-8.
He definitely has some really good showings. I mean, the fact that he's always been, for me, been a player that has been a little bit in the shadows of some of the other players inside this 3D Max lineup. I remember that at least maybe a couple of years back, I remember a lot of people seemed to call him a little bit of an onliner. He always seemed to be doing really good online. He maybe had a little bit of struggles on LAN. Obviously, this is still online, but it's good to see him that he can still put up some good performances. I think he was a really big asset to why they actually managed to win this one out.
Was there anything that was standing out from you on the flip side, so why Heroic maybe struggled on the T side of things?
I think they had chances to capitalize and chances to win the game. 3D Max went up 4-0 in this game by winning the pistol, winning the second round as well. That pistol should have gone the way of Heroic. We saw a round when it was 9-7 for Heroic in the second half. They find themselves in a 5v3 position. Then Maka gets the triple kill in towards long doors. That could have been a round that Heroic would have won. It would have been 10-7. Another save round coming in for 3D Max. So I feel like these key rounds in the game went the way of 3D Max, and that was the biggest difference for me as to why Heroic didn't win. They remained competitive throughout the entire series. it was a great game on Dust 2. Could have gone both ways, but you got to win your key rounds.
What stood out for me, at least on the T side for Riga, so when they didn't get those easy kills, they didn't get their openings they wanted, maybe they didn't get the kills when they went out long, it was very easy to see that they were going a little bit back and forth. You know, they were walking in tunnels, then they were walking back. You know, it seemed like they were directional, like they lacked this direction of where they wanted to hit. And maybe a lot of the teams, like when there's new and everything, everyone wants to chime in, you know, so it's kind of hard for the Inga leader maybe to make the right decision. So they start going a little bit back and forth. You can see that they are maybe not confident in the decision that they're about to make. And I think that was very clear to see in some of the situations.
And that's a massive win condition for 3D Max, not only here in Dust 2, but also moving into the third map. We spoke about Heroic being a new team, have had lack of time to practice together. They have a plan A, the plan B doesn't exist yet, the plan C is non-existent as well. So if you can, I guess, withstand the first layer of pressure from Heroic, as you said, don't give up easy kills, make them sweat a little bit and force them to rethink the scenarios and maybe, you know, walk around a little bit and not really be too sure of what you want to do. I think then 3D Max is halfway through the victory. So it's very important for them that they stay clear and kind of avoid the pressure of plan A from Heroic.
Well, we do require a third map to see who will keep their life here at the Blast Bounty. Anubis is coming your way after this break.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
So far, it's been the most wanted to come out on top, but Heroic have the chance to change that tune. It will come down to Anubis, which we were just discussing a little bit in the break. Dupree, you're of the opinion that 3D Max quite good at this map.
Why is that?
Do you want to tell us the why?
Okay, so we lacked inspiration in Falcons, right? We needed some inspiration, and we were like, we're just gonna copy 3D Max off their Anubis, and I feel like we had a decent Anubis back in Falcons. I'm not saying that 3D Max haven't changed things since, but they are a team that has been notorious for being good at this map and also picking it a lot of times back in the days. So I'm gonna be very excited to see if they've actually changed something, or maybe I can recognize something that we have done.
And you did play them quite recently. Well, I say quite recently, back in October at Thunderpick. They did beat you.
I am.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do
I had
you
a very
remember
terrible
that?
series, yeah.
Oh, no. You trying to forget that one?
I don't even remember. I don't know what you're talking about.
I hate to say this, but when I look at the results for 3D Max, they lose to G2 quite convincingly. They lose to the Mongols, and then they beat the noob teams like Falcons and Bestia and those teams they're supposed to beat. So it is a team that knows how to play Anubis at a higher level, of course, but they also have a limitation to it. However, that's not going to apply against Heroic. New team coming into it. I think Anubis is a map, we spoke about it already. The CT side, so difficult. It takes an awful lot of time to find the synergy, find solutions, and for Heroic to come in and perform in a 3 map pool already this early in their development, that's going to be tough for them.
Definitely. I think that's definitely going to be the issue for Heroic, in my opinion, is going to be the CT side. If they don't get anything rolling, I think they're just going to get steamrolled.
Obviously, all jokes aside, what was it about 3D Max that kind of really piqued your interest? Like, what were you looking at and going, they play it differently, this is something that maybe we want to be replicating?
Yeah, but they had some really interesting set tactics. You know, the way they were hitting the bomb side by sneaking into the smoke and getting some explosive tactics going out. They were really good at executing these type of executes. And obviously, they also just understood how to play slow. They understood, like, whenever they get this skill, they just play it out. But they're also this team that is very unorthodox in the way that they sneak through smokes. They try to take their timings in mid. They try to take the timings in A, and it can be so difficult to play against. And then on top of that, they also have a pretty decent C side where they like to be aggressive.
I got a question, because we often label teams as being easy to read or hard to prepare for. You know, some teams have a very strict way of doing things. So when you look into the demos, when you prepare for them, it's quite easy to figure out what they're doing. What is 3D Max like preparing for? If you're Heroic, if you're Saw, you're watching the demos, you're watching how they approach Anubis, is it easy to figure out by watching them, or is it hard to play against?
I think it's both yes and no. I think they can be hard to play against because they definitely have this unorthodox playstyle where they also try to be a little bit random, but at the same time they also have very big tells in terms of their set tactics. And I remember playing that specific series that I saw this specific smoke and okay, I know exactly what's going to happen. We still lost the round, but that doesn't matter. That's just it makes it even worse, right? But there is tells. Of course, there will always be tells in some sense. And the more you can mask the tells or at least combine them into something else, that is where it's going to be. That's going to be one of the most.
Well, I'm going to hang my hat. You know, Saw as a coach, we know he's fantastic, great at preparing his teams, great at making the most out of it. If there is these certain tells when you're looking into them, then you better believe Saw found them.
We've been talking about kind of the ebbs and flows of some pairs throughout this series as well. Pretty quiet on Ancient, had a good first half to Dust 2, fell off a little bit in the second. How did you see him approaching Anubis when you were still playing with him on Falcon?
This was his statistically best map. So, I mean, I have high expectations to him coming into this one. He was really good at understanding when to rotate and where to position himself. Not always, you know, doesn't always start at mid. He starts B, then he rotates to A. Mid round, he rotates. He tries to peek out to water. You know, he tries to be very proactive, and I think that is, as we've mentioned already, it's something that is very important when you go on the CT side. And he just managed to get a lot of multi-kills, so I think it's a map that he also individually feels very comfortable, and he always wants to play it and face it as well. So there's got to be something to it, you know. He really likes this map.
It's very important for some players to have a great showing for Heroic right here. Again, I think it's easy to say, easy to make the argument. 3D Max have been together for a long, long time. Their playbook is way, way deeper than Heroic. Something Heroic can do in order to bail them out of that scenario is having the individual step up, Sun Payers being one one of them.
I believe we can dive into the knife round in just a few moments. Dupree, you've done such a good job of analysing. Do you want to do your first commentary live as well for a knife round?
I mean, I can give it a shot, but I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a full brutal fest.
Like,
it's okay to say no.
No,
yeah,
let's give it a
that's
shot.
totally fine. How,
I'm
for
doing
real though,
something
how tactical is a knife round? Like, I've never really asked a pro about like
I'm
how much
probably
goes into
the
that.
worst one to ask. I'm terrible at knife round.
Yeah?
We actually had this thing though. They would usually send me in first because I would just get killed, and then they started trading. You know, I don't know
You get
why.
the info. You're the entry frag.
Well, when you have 5 guys or 10 guys in the middle just standing and in a brawl, you know, it's so. How are we going to start with? Anyone want to be color casting with me on this one?
I'm not going to help you.
No?
We're just going to let you solo this, Dupree. No, it's totally fine. We don't expect you to commentate in live round. Obviously, though, when we're talking about it being very T-sided, is it a preference to be starting on the T side, or would you prefer to, have the more favored side coming second? Like, what would be your preference?
Really good question, because there's this mental game about it. Because if you start T-side and you get off to a good start, then you're very comfortable. But it can also go the other way around, where you start off on a poor and you're like, oh, we are actually on the considered easier side.
Yes.
We are falling behind. What are we gonna do? You know, it's also sometimes it's more beneficial to start on the hard side because it's easier to make the comeback when you're playing on the hard or the easy side.
I think for a team like Heroic, you would probably prefer to start on the T side to get a feeling that you'll be in the game. Because I think you're right, Peter, when you're saying the CT side could very well be dire for Heroic unless they find the solution. So a knife round is not always important. It is important for Heroic, and unfortunately, they didn't win it.
They didn't. So you think 3D Max would also start on their T side of things, or do you think maybe because they've been a team for longer, CT side preferable? I will get the answer very shortly, but
I think 3D Max is gonna start CT.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't hope they will. I hope they'll start on the T side and just put a nail into the coffin straight away.
Yeah? If they do start on the T side of things, what should we expect from 3D Max?
Well, Peter laid it out pretty well, the way that they are a little bit random in the way they approach it. They're willing to take gambles, willing to take risks. I think if I'm 3D Max, I'm going to wait and see how Heroic are going to approach it. As you said, it's relatively easy on the T side to punish aggression on the CT side if you have team play and you know where it's coming. So if anything, you kind of dictate the game on the T side in terms of pacing. You don't have to play fast at all. You can just sweat them out, let Heroic, figure out how they want to approach it, and by then, slowly but surely, suffocate their opponents.
What's the worst play style to play against Dupree? When people are just being super aggressive, really catching you guys off guard? Or is it more frustrating to you when you used to play against the James of the world, the more VP
the Blades
style,
of the world?
The most annoying part is definitely when people, and on Anubis specifically, when people are playing like super slow and you're not always certain, because it's so hard to get information in CT without actually going full aggressive. And then people play it slow, they grind out your utility, and then you're like, maybe we should also just start saving our utility ourselves. And all of a sudden someone hits you with a B executing, you're like, god damn it, we die with a full build, every one of us.
Well, Jacob, your wish was granted.
Yeah.
3D Max will start on the T side of things, and we are ready to dive right into it.
Let's go.
T-side start for 3D Max.
I like
it. They want to get Heroic feeling bad to start off this third and final map.
Yeah, keep the boot on the neck, as they say, Harry. Keep them suffocated, like they were on Dust 2. I want Maka to keep it up as well. He had a phenomenal end of the map. Pius has had a skew-if series, but he can make up for it right now here on the third. Also, we're talking about Tania, because he was a non-factor on Dust after dropping an incredible performance over on Ancient to begin this series. So, what's this guy got in store for a map like Anubis, where you're going to get a lot more heads-up fights, less smoke blown open, and picked in middle like that previous map? Very uncertain situation. Favor definitely falls to the hands of 3D Max. I mean, we saw them at last season of EPL. Think about what they did there, Harry. They took down 3 of the top teams on this map. They took down Mongols, G2, Spirit, all on this map. 2 out of 3 of those series they lost, but they always had Anubis in the back pocket. They had so many little tricks, so many ideas. So T-side start, nowhere better.
Yeah, they're going to have to stretch their legs a little bit here. Let's see if Heroic can offer anything up in the pistol. I feel like, especially on Anubis, when you're CT side starting, you really, really, really want the pistol round. You can get the bulk of your CT rounds on the back of one successful pistol.
Caught in the open, and there's a swing off the top, but that smoke gave it away. X-Floud, 1. Camera split coming in. Pius. Whoa, he's 1 shot from death, but he connects it first. And second. Peace.
That's crazy. Bruh, put him in 1 shot from death every time, if that's what he's going to do. If that's the push he needs to suddenly be the fastest man in the world.
Fighting for your life.
What is that? Go on, Sunpire's get a third. You
now
won't.
a headshot angle?
Yeah, do it.
Go on.
Do it, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. I believe. I never stop believing in Sunpires. Come on now.
They can walk camera.
Yeah, it's all good. He's got the timing.
They're walking. Oh,
there it is. Come on, number 4. Oh, can't quite get it. All right, though, Sunpius has done all he had to and then some in this round, and that leaves it all on Exercise.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, God, he's bringing the Sunpius energy. 2 quick kills, and now it's just down to Tanir. 1v1 as Exercise. In the beginning of this 1v4, it didn't feel likely. Now there's a real chance. Noise made, but it's all Exercise in the pistol. 3D Max can rely on this guy.
Oh.
That is crazy.
We've seen that a couple of pistols in this game, right? Like one team just stomping and then out of nowhere gets saved. That's a 1v4 from Exercise. After Sunpius does so much. I swear that's the same thing that happened earlier. My God. Yeah, that's a mind blower.
Like, not even celebrating. You just can't believe it.
Oh, he won it. Okay.
And we actually did that? Okay. And we really are those guys.
Yeah, tech pause coming in. TeamSpeak problem after that one. Oh no, everyone's here. Everyone's just silent right now. Shook. Oh dear, that's the worst way for this game to start. How important was that CT pistol to kick this game off?
Oh, that's so, like, just put yourself in Sunpius' shoes as well.
Yeah.
Like, he's 7 HP the whole time. He's won every single fight he's taken within seconds of taking it. You die to Exercise and you're like, oh, well, it's fine. Like, I got 3 when I should have got 0. So I've done my part. It feels so inconsequential in that moment. And then suddenly within 2 seconds, the whole round is gone.
All right. Let's keep an eye on this idea. He's got the smoke kit on the full eco.
Okay.
He's playing for it, Harry. He's going for it.
He's started in spawn as well. Give himself a faster rotate to wherever it ends up.
He's baiting this round. And good for him. What plant? Okay.
I just don't... How do you...
You can't do it on that plant, right? This whole round is about the Ninja defuse. How do they sell it? Do they run in last second? Do they save? And he creeps in? I mean, I guess they... But now they've seen his USPs. Nah, it's not happening. No chance.
I can reveal the trick for how you could have done it.
How? Explain. Wait.
Now,
wait.
Hang on.
Yeah. How could you have done it? Harry?
Okay. You would have had Linus or XFlab buy a FAMAS or something, right?
Shoot it, run away.
Have a decoy as well.
Oh,
you shoot the FAMAS, then you throw a decoy somewhere else. Then you run off and go save, and then they're like, "Oh, he's saving the FAMAS, man. Go and hunt him down."
You're really reaching, but I love it.
Don't get me wrong. Like, there's kind of layers to that. It might go over a lot of people's heads. But
you can do that where if you buy a gun and spawn, buy a decoy, throw the decoy, you can sell the gun. Because we see M80 do that.
Yeah.
And buy Negevs on Ancient, throw the decoys B lane, sell the Negevs. It is. See, if it was Kixon, he would just keep the Negev. Little rush in middle here. Joko maybe bailing. Psych, you thought. Linus comes swinging. 2 behind the smoke. But lots of damage through it. Okay. Sunpius thinking, I've done enough. Don't let me down again.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's really awkward.
This guy's clean.
Exercise.
Oh. Yeah, just swing him. Just swing him. Oh dear. B is open. Tanir turning around. He can concede a plant. I don't think he will. Is Lucky going to clear it? Yeah. But
he's getting wrapped through B main, so it's like, even if he won that, the net was tightening around Lucky. Heroic with a nice play out through mid to open up this round, right? Linus and Sampaius getting involved. And, you know, as far as it goes, it's still super, you know, early doors. We're only a handful of rounds in, but winning your first rifle round into the CTs is so huge. Like, the last thing you want is to be going like 5-6 rounds down before you get, you know, something going. Rounds feel like they're few and far between at times on this CT half.
Oh my.
And so you dodge that kind of early reset. Maka aggro out in mid though. No heroics this time from Linus. Instead, it's X-Floud in the limelight. So Maka's quick entry won't amount to much here. 3D Max, it grinds to a bit of a jarring halt over in mid. Do you believe in miracles?
It's a stretch, but I think I just might, Harry. Inside the smoke to near, there was a player closer. Couldn't clean up the second. And so suddenly Lucky makes a 2v4 look even perhaps favored. They're split up. Youngstar walking in, backstab, exercise, checks it, but that's a bomb. And now X-Cloud should just walk in as well. Steps made, Youngstar finishes what he starts. Heroic, close out middle. Seeing some very brawly mid takes. I like that they're doing the smoke on the Molotov, allows you to swing bridge. It's a cool idea.
I don't know if it needs to feel this brawly though. If you're 3D Max, like,
oh, but they just love it, Harry.
The was even talking about it. Like the worst type of team is the one that's really slow and creeping and annoying, right? Like, it's hard to go and get the info. The one thing Heroic have been no slouches in is like in terms of the individuals, these guys hit hard. If you're going to give them the straight up mid fights, I feel like that's a kind of red carpet to Heroic actually having a good CT side here. And they're already on the verge of one. I would say 3 rounds off of this opening stretch, 3 in a row is already fantastic for Heroic, considering they now have a huge chance to try and sweeten the deal over the remainder of this first half.
Yeah, they got 1v4 in a pistol, and now they're winning. I mean, they've landed back on their feet without a doubt. But unfortunately, Harry, as much as you're right, as much as Dupree is right, 3D Max are not that slow-paced.
No, and that's fair. However, I would just say, you know, like when Maka's getting you a mid-opener, there's nothing wrong with giving time to the 5v4, like the extremity players, to try and do stuff, right?
Sure.
Instead of just following through with the fights in mid.
Hey, Heroic will meet you there. They're the ones getting aggressive right now. That deep molly, Youngstar pushing in water as well. They get mollied out, but they've got the 5-on-4 this time. Blocked at the B-bomb site. Tenier plays inside. Oh my god, the nade. How did he live?
So lucky to be alive, and he knows it.
They wish they had more util.
Their only option is to go B. Heroic are only too strong here with a double mid setup in the meantime. These rotates are going to be a little bit slower as a result, so you're really hoping these players in the site can stand the test of time. And at a bare minimum, kind of go 1 for 1 each to keep you looking pretty. If they fall getting nothing done, 3D Max have found a way back into the round, so they've spotted out Tenier backside. They've dealt with Youngstar. Wow. No kills come through from the 2 site players.
Okay. Shotgun and dog. Don't walk into the swamp. It's full of alligators. They've got a nasty bite. Sampaius. Not getting given a thing, though. He's going to have to be the initiator here. Flash over the top, but they're in no hurry with 3D Max playing as passive as this in post-plant. So are 1v1s available? That's all I'm thinking. That's all I'm saying. And they're going to take a couple of them. They won't get that bite. Maka lucky 2v2, running out of time. Bomb half gone. Good spray for Maka, who does it on every gun in the book. AWP, pistol, AK, he's got it.
They're very well handled for Maka, right? Ends up being the guy in the kind of pivotal position. And there's that little flash that Sampa's teed up to get the A play going early. And there's some nice ideas here on how to approach the CT aggression.
Sure. I mean, if one player gets a kill on that B hold, that's a really nice setup to retake for Heroic.
Yeah. Just B can feel very claustrophobic, right? That's always like the problem you're going to deal with, especially when you don't have like a player that's kind of fought dark early on. You don't have that like peace of mind that you're not getting split upon. The fact that the rotates were a little bit far away, and even though you were doubled up in mid, they were kind of slow to take window to provide that blanket of info for the side players to ever feel truly comfortable. And you know that 3D Max have good protocols in terms of their util, right? Like even thinking back to how this series started on Ancient with some of the crazy mid takes where it'd be like 3-4 Molotovs in mid to lock off sight lines. I think that hurts for Heroic just knowing it could have been so much more, especially when they get that early advantage.
Oh, open the site this time. There's a lot of grenades over the top.
There's this dark pressure we were talking about there, right? Like very, very quickly, the angles you can play start to get shut down if you're Heroic. You are constantly looking over your shoulder.
They really just want to pick right now. The boost is an idea, but that smoke is terrifying. They're playing, creeping out dark. Here they come, 5v3.
Oh, the util pull, and they're already out.
Oh, save.
Tanir's been able to save the day, though. Him and Youngstar hold the line. It's all left onto Maka, or pulled, and Tanir does not miss a beat.
Okay.
That kind of came out of nowhere, didn't it, right? They get the free opener on a Sampaeus. It felt like there was a bit of a misunderstanding as to whether or not, you know, they could just be seeping out main in that moment. You think things are about to start falling apart, and suddenly Tanir does this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit baity, but it works wonders. It's better than, you know, we saw what happened when they swing B main and there's 3 or 4 players on your screen. He lets them out, and so they're doing movement. They're trying to get in better positions, like cross jail, scale pillar, and that's when Tanir is making his peak. So, yeah, it lets Sampaeus die, but more than made up for with a multi-kill on the B bomb site and saves the AWP as well. So maybe it's another Tanir map, Harry. Now that we're done on Dust. We know this guy's got it. Heroic, great CT side right now. You said the 3-2 beginning was excellent. Well, they've responded to the full buy and put 3D Max on pistols. They have walked into dark. They're about to run through this smoke and overwhelm B. This could get ugly.
Oh, Youngstar left to fend for himself. Sampaeus just up and left. He's like, I want no part of fighting these pistols on the AWP. So a plant is now locked in for 3D Max. All right, taking an extra few seconds, lending some time to the backstab here. Taking shape on the dark flank. They try to take the room away, and Tanir will not let them have it. 3 kills from him again. Another hat-trick in defensive B. Heroic with 5 rounds, CT half. This is already fantastic. Anything else, and it is more than a winning half looking to be put forward from Heroic. Alarm bells may be starting to ring for 3D Max if things don't turn around soon.
Absolutely.
Like already, even if they won every round from this point onwards, it's like 5 is more than enough for a CT half on Anubis.
Maka's AWP. Eyes on it here, because Sampaeus, we saw last round, he went for the dark pick, naded the smoke. We have something similar in store. Maka scopes up. Sampaeus on the other side. don't think, yeah, the orb didn't fire off there. He just ate the flash and dealt with it. Second one dodged. Missed shot, but that's Xfloud hung out to dry full blind. Adjusting to fight middle with 3 players. It's a nice move in the mid round for Heroic. Even though Sunpice gets molly, he smokes it to go through. They really want these kills. They're going to find 3D Max with the bomb in middle. 2 more players. They line up. Lucky responds, and they can't get away. Tanir hunted down. The idea was there. I don't think they were ready for 3 players walking middle.
It's one of those rounds where, like, for Heroic, you feel like you kind of made the right moves, you made the right decisions, you just couldn't get the results, right? You were ready for the grouping back in mid. It is clear, I think, that Heroic have done their research in this matchup, right? They chose to play 3D Max, they chose to play this opposition, and I think in doing so, you could have almost predicted the map pool. And so you know that Sol's been putting in the effort to not just try and get his own team's game plan ready, but to study the opponents.
Terrorists win. Nice combo. They use a lot of util to take A main, but it's worthwhile. Sunpice. Oh no, he's going to peek Maka here. Got bad news, buddy. But for who?
Very awkward timing on the util pull. Good flashbang from Linus as well. They tee him up for that opening. And so Joker found early. Leaves 3D Max the man down. Oftentimes this has been their port of call, right? If they lose that opening fight, they try to commit to one of these B splits. This time, Youngstar at least is hanging around over towards Dark. He confirms their suspicion that this room is getting taken. Sunpice arrives on that AWP. And he does not look favorably on 3D Max right now, but it might not matter. Lucky, Gravity, and Exercise, the 3 of them with a killer piece, turns this one on its head. Exercise bested, down in Dark. Xfloud tries to double up, and he won't get away with it. It's just Linus left in this now, but he's heard Gravity on the reposition. That tap of the AK, giving up the aim of the game. Linus closing the distance. Goes looking for that final man. That final piece of the puzzle for a winning half on the CT side of Anubis. 6 rounds secured.
Yeah, both important kills in that retake come against Ts that are standing still, and that's why we see so much ADing. It's why some of the best players in the world are constantly doing it, even more so online, Harry. Exercise, down in con, standing still. Gravity, back plat, standing still. If your model's not moving, you're such an easy target. And they lose both of those key fights, even to someone shift walking. That shows the value of just movement in this game. It's so much more important than go. You can't stand still online. And 2 painful deaths in that round for 3D Max cost them. It's the little things that make all the difference. Up the pace, up the ante, on for this A split.
Xfloud. 2 back from him there is fantastic. He's kept this even, and now as Youngstar gets involved, the odds never getting away from Heroic. Oh, even flings himself into that fight, entirely alone in it. Sunpice is nowhere nearby. Youngstar still running at them, and now Sunpice arrives for that helping hand. Lead secured. Oh man, Heroic, we were worried about the CT half. We were worried about how what this would do to them. 3D Max picking T-side to try and get off to this hot start, and it is far from panned out.
They're just playing into their hand, man. They're playing these explosive rounds. They're running. They just try to trade in groups. It's exactly what Heroic need to play inside of the chaos. Remember, this is a core that beat FaZe on this map as well. That very same Pro League I talked about in Sangal. So it's not like the Heroic core is scared of Anubis, but you thought 3D Max had far deeper playbook. And they've just been playing grouped pops, executes. Instead of defaulting, instead of playing their 5-on-4s and bleeding the map of info, Heroic are happy with this style, and again it comes through. Another A explosion, another opener for the CT side. They just knock them down. Heroic, a new roster, a new season, a new young talent, and the result is beautiful. 8 rounds here in the first half of this final map. They might steal that bounty off the head of 3D Max.
Heroic with the runaway CT side, and now in pole position here, looking to pick up the first bounty for Blast Bounty. This is kind of unprecedented, right? Like, even if you fancied their chances here on the third map, it was a good map for the old Sangal squad. This is madness. 8-4 lead locked in. $20,000 on the line, and you're just a handful of rounds away from securing the bag.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Heroic's first big bag. We can say that much. Can they run away with it? They'd also get the seed number 12, Harry, which would really set them up in that second round, allow them to pick yet another team. So this is a crazy precedent to be set by a new squad in their debut official match versus a 3D Max who ran through the RMR, made it to top 16 of the major, took down a G2 in a 2-1 bout, and also have destroyed top teams on Anubis last year. Where is that 3D Max right now? Pistol feels like a necessity at this point in the game. Slow mid-take Maka. Great USP player. He saw that cross, but he'll get out of there. Heroic run him down for this A-split. They're all just backing up, but eventually you got to fight.
You're trying to entice them into the AAA hold, though, right? And so, yeah, red carpet rolled out.
Whoa.
Oh, there goes Gravity. 2 quick kills from him. And now it's all eyes on Pius. Now, you know this guy's pistols can hit. We saw that to open up this game. It's a pretty tall order here. Trying to have him clutch up 1v5. Gravity lays him to rest. And so there's the early building blocks of a comeback. Pistol round at least secured here on the CT half for the 3D Max squad.
Yeah, Gravity with some bangers back up in heaven. Maybe a way back in for 3D Max. Like we said, comfortable on this map. They're going to know how to make those info plays. They're going to have some moves, much as Heroic did in this first half. Some aggressive A-main pushes and setups for some Pius in middle. It's got to be the Glocks. Oh
yeah,
my.
Shock horror. It won't be the Glocks. This is
the USP.
Nice little mow down. And a clean round as Joko finds nothing but success. He had an USP swing in through dark.
He had MP9 and he opts for USP and he gets 2 kills. Fair play. Got to get them eeks. Make it through. Beautiful.
That replay looks so good for like a 1 USP kill. That was
Hollywood.
A little depth of field.
Okay,
what
Heroic.
depth can the Heroic T side field?
Nice.
There's the Lincoln.
Nice.
Maka,
aggressive.
Little push on the SMG. Feeds the holding Heroic players. Now Heroic look to slow it down a little bit. They pump the brakes. Honestly, these were the kind of rounds I wanted 3D Max to give us in that first half, right? They've worked for the opener. They've secured themselves a 5v4. They slowed for a moment. They waited to see if there was any reaction, most notably, you know, someone trying to push up maybe through the mid window, looking for that fight. When it's not given to them, they're going to group swiftly for this B hit. And there's only one player here for 3D Max, and not for long. Some Pius gets rid of him. Heroic, this is their round.
Yeah. Very basic. Pressure A main, forcing heavy rotates and just creeping out B from Con. Nothing 3D Max can do about it with only a single player in the site. Needs a multi-kill. Too far away, it's done. 9-6. That is a very good sign. Heroic don't have to show a thing on this T side. Already showing kind of more of a fake than 3D Max ever did. It felt like they always committed with their early setup on the T half. They would take A main very obviously, and then they would split from middle. Or they would take dark and then they'd split from B. It always felt like Heroic knew what was going to happen. Whereas 3D Max left in the dark in that round.
Yeah, you know, Heroic's weak point right now is meant to be their kind of lack of synergy and protocols, and that really factors into like these CT rotates and whatnot, but that never really got tested in the first half, and now Heroic are actually testing 3D Max's strength in those skills right now, and they left us wanting. It was just the SMGs that fall, so all the rifles at least taken out of the round means another buy dawns on 3D Max here, but the money is starting to approach a bit of a limit here for the 3D Max squad. Still a round away from it, but that next buy isn't going to be rough if they go for it. And it'll leave Heroic in a very powerful position if they don't find success here and now. all this has been going on, all this kind of posturing for Heroic over towards B, 3D Max had a AAA setup. They played no one mid, kind of spotting from camera instead. Now they're trying to make amends for this by doubling up in middle. Looking like they wanted to clear that, but some utils come out from Heroic. That's given them a moment of pause, and so that info, and then on the back of it, the rotates, that never happens for the 3D Max CT side. Instead, they were left too strong over towards B. Now they've lost Joko. That's forced their hand to rotate players over. Orp of Maka in a strong position. Will open up on a Sunpius. Looks for a little bit more. Spots the creep out through Dark, but they made it onto Jail. They're closing in on these two side players. Gravity can't hold the line as Tanir takes heads off. Exercise wins his fight on the lurking young star in the meantime. Gravity spotted. 25 seconds left, and they try to run him down. They try to deal with this one player while they've got him. It's going to come down to Tanir versus Exercise. Bomb planted. He knows where he's coming from. Tanir's got all the info, everything to play with, and he's been lights out across this series, but Exercise shuts him down in the clutch and keeps 3D Max in this game that much longer.
Oh, yeah, I think he felt the pressure there. He was trying to leave. He was trying to play that bomb instead of just going for the fight, and Exercise had him on the swing when he's backing up. Really nice try for Tanir there. It's a big flank that gets it done. Also a solid couple of entries from Tanir. Look at that second burst on the orb. He was feeling it, but he doesn't get a chance to fight. A relief of a round for 3D Max. You talked about the money issues that they would have had, instead avoided, or at least delayed for now. Heroic really are thriving in chaos, though. I am enjoying, you know, these clutch 3v3 rounds where everyone's trading, where you're running into stacks. Can 3D Max stay dialed in on this comeback?
This is already a rough line for Sunpius to get to hold. I mean, look at it. It's allowed Xcloud to walk all the way up, close to middle, flashed in. So this map control's been taken.
Careful, Lucky. He's very wide right now.
Well, you're almost expecting that, like, your util's done something to hold them back, right? And so you kind of want it to be worth it. You've expended a lot of utility to hold on to middle, but you didn't have anyone there keeping an eye on it, and so Xcloud was not expected.
Don't know how they heard that, but both players turned anti-flash. Like, they knew that flash was coming. It was thrown from Gravity here. It's crazy they were ready for that. But a 5v4 for Heroic. B main control could allow them to go for a full flank here. But this is what we wanted from 3D Max, right? This slow default, 5-on-4. 3D Max feel like they're getting boxed in. They have to make a play. They're literally pushing a smoke, trying to gamble. I can give Heroic yet a further advantage if done wrong. Tanir won't jump the gun on that B push. Instead, 3D Max might just come to him. There's no flash for this play available. He's going to walk in, catches one. Good cover. But bomb spotted. Now they know what's up.
Flank held, Gravity falls,
beautiful.
And left looking at the pines, it's Maka. 1v4, sure, Xcloud offers something up, but it's not a position, not a winnable position here for 3D Max.
That's exactly what the desk talked about, right? When you're in those 4v5s, you're on CT and you don't know where they're going, you don't want to just sit back. You have to make a play, and like they were saying, you have to commit to a play. It's so hard to get info without committing. And that's two info plays, both come up with kills for Heroic, and 3D Max just get siphoned out of that B site. Huge double entry for Tanir.
Yeah, I think, you know, sad feeling for me at the end of the tail end of this series is like, it feels like 3D Max only know how to play as underdogs. They're constantly looking to do the unexpected, these crazy follow through, you know, chaotic plays.
Yeah.
Heroic have been together 2 days and they're making, you know, they're making, you know, really heads up decisions. And they're just slowing it down in the mid round. And it's like, well, they're meant to be the team that are a bit more flustered and playing a bit more pacey, and right now, they're nailing all the basics. They're securing those openers. They're forcing reactions out of 3D Max. They look like the more tenured team, which is wild. That's not at all what we should be saying.
Yeah.
3D Max are one of the few squads left unscathed by the roster mania after the major.
Yeah, and even though it's a fresh look, like, think about how horribly the RMR went for Sangal, this original core. Sure, they've got new pieces now. They've certainly got more firepower. They've got an experienced voice in some Pius. He's played at the top level on big stages.
Bro, they only beat Rebels.
They only beat Rebels, Harry. So it was a gamble, but my God, is it looking like it's going to pay off. Talk of a gamble, it's exactly what 3D Max need in an eco like this. Maka's got to go big mode. Clean up on aisle B. No one's looking.
Okay. They've spotted the AWP.
Bye.
You say, yeah, I'm not going there. Don't want anything to do with that. Maka is aware of that fact, so he's like trying to beat them to the punch here on a very fast rotate. But as fast as he's been and, you know, as quick as he's committed to this decision, they've already lost control over the site, and so he won't have any more to say in this round. I mean, Heroic move up onto 11. They are just 2 rounds away from taking the bounty off the head of 3D Max, banking themselves 10K, and having 10K head onto, well, their heads.
People will be coming for it. But I think the important thing as well is just getting that low seed so they can pick a team, right? Sure, there is value in having a high seed and getting more money, but Heroic are playing the long game.
More money is always nice.
More money is nice, but so is picking your opponent.
Yeah.
Heroic went for a smart pick this time. They didn't pick towards the very bottom of the board, did they? There were lower teams available, but they felt like this was a good matchup, and right now the result is speaking that way. 2 rounds from a knockout blow, and akin to MIBR, 3D Max would be eliminated on day 1 here of the bounty. Is there any saving this French squad? Oh, that smoke missed above.
Yeah. Not ideal. Linus walks into his demise as a result. Youngster trying to respond, gonna catch Joker on the smoke break, and that might be enough of an invitation here. Xflower just barrels through the smoke in a main. That's horrible.
Yeah,
your own smoke was the thing blocking you, and now their smoke goes in, and it's like, oh, this sucks.
Okay.
You kind of have to give over match point.
They don't want to, Harry.
They really don't want to. It's fair. You know, no one wants to lose, but sometimes someone has to.
Someone does have to lose.
In fact, every time someone has to.
Sure. Oh, God. Okay.
And AWP tries to retreat. Even that's feeling a little bit tenuous. They're getting hunted down as well on the top mid push. These guns are far from safe. Xflower closing the net on his push in through the top of middle. Just misses that timing on Maka. So the AWP will live to tell the tale. They get out with 3 guns. That's going to allow a purchase in this next round to a degree, right? Exercise can drop one over. You got 4 rifles to play with, but you need 5 rounds straight to drag this one into OT.
just feels like Heroic right now, cut from a different cloth. These guys are Velvet and 3D Max more like double denim. Far too much. Getting styled out of the server today.
I mean, denim's reliable. This is like straight nylon, bro.
Denim, double denim is reliable like Velcro is reliable. It may work, but it doesn't look cool, Harry. Right, they've laced their boots up, and they're running amok.
They really are. 5 kills away from being the first team to secure the bounty.
$20,000 round right now in the hand of Heroic. Can they grab the bag through the smoke? Oh my god. No clue. But they don't play off of it. Slow and steady for Heroic. Plucky flashing a mid-play, perhaps. Maka in a great position.
Swinging a hit for Maka. X-Cloud over in middle. Let's take up some space. Tanier there to back him up. Swing from Gravity. Heroic go back. They bail on this A split, instead looking further afield. 20 seconds left. Joko, first man on the scene, but he's got teammates here to back him up. He will hold the line. They don't break through, not yet. However, they've battled past Joko, and now it's all eyes on Maka, who can't get past umpires. 20k bounty has been claimed. Heroic light up 3D Max, eliminating them from the Blast bounty.
Oh yes, the first most wanted team taken down. Heroic now with a 10k bounty in their bank and also with a 10k bounty on their head. They're going to take the 12th seed in the tournament, Jacob.
Yeah, and fully deservingly so. They played good Counter-Strike on Anubis. I think they played great Counter-Strike throughout the entire series, to be completely honest. We saw them on Ancient do well. We saw them on Dust 2 stay competitive. You could even argue they could have won Dust 2. And here on Anubis, I think you just said it in the green room, felt like Heroic were the better team, which hasn't really been the case. 3D Max on map number 1, map number 2, arguably better team play, but maybe lacked a bit of individual skill. This time around, though, it all came into fruition, and Heroic were the better team and had the better players.
And it was in many aspects. It wasn't just only about the individuals. It was about the way that they approached the map. They understood when to play slow, when to take their timings. It felt like a team that had been playing way more together than we probably they have. So I think it was very nice. And if this is Saw jobs in the making, then that is impressive already. From
no, definitely. I mean, we were also it's extra surprising because we were also talking about the fact that 3D Max very proficient on this map historically, right? Where do you feel like Heroic were able to, obviously they've done their homework, we know that Saw is a man that looks into the demos. Where do you think Heroic were most able to take advantage of them?
I mean, on the CT side, that was the big worry for both Peter and I coming into it. Could they hold up on the CT side? Could they stand their ground? And they could throughout the entirety of that first half. They ended up getting 8 rounds on the CT side. You were getting a little bit frustrated in the green room saying that 3D Max played too fast. They were forcing the issue and maybe, fighting middle a little bit too much early stages. So instead of waiting it out, instead of playing slow, playing controlled, it felt like 3D Max were trying to force the issue and maybe got a bit too overconfident coming into the game.
Definitely, that we saw like the full palette whenever they got into the game. They started off by playing fast, then they lost a call round, they played slow, they won a call round, but then they went back to playing fast again. Like it felt like they wanted to either finish the game or get us. They maybe felt that we need to get rounds. Like we have already fallen a little bit behind and we are supposed to be the better team because we have more time together. And it seemed like they stressed the thing a little bit too much. Like they didn't take the time. They didn't play patient, and like I know that they can do. So I think overall, I think they approached this game a little bit incorrect.
Interesting. We were talking a lot about Sunpayas throughout the duration of the series, not least because we used to play with him on Falcons. How was this third and final map for you? Like maybe, you know, having been in the server with him, played Anubis a lot, was it what you expected from him? Was there anything different that he was doing?
I saw the aggressiveness from him. Like I saw the rotations that he made. He starts in the middle, he gets a kill, he rotates to B, gets another kill. In the piss round, he even starts off by almost winning the round by himself. He gets a triple kill, as far as I believe, but then Exercise decides to turn it all around and win a clutch, which was really impressive by him. But overall, I think Alvaro, or Sunpayas in this case, actually did a really good job in terms of being this very mobile AWPer and not staying too passive. That is what he's always been good at when playing this map. So I think it was great to see him doing this.
I'll slightly disagree in the sense that I think we all expected a little bit more from Sunpayas. He didn't have a bad game per se, but he didn't play like the difference maker. Yet Heroic still looked good. So to me, that's also a sign of a good team that have a lot of different strings to play on. And if you can then activate Sunpayas on top of that, then you have a team that should be very exciting for the future as well. So a decent showing for Sunpayas without being great at all.
And we do have the aforementioned coach on the line. It is Saw joining us. First of all, congratulations. A really great series to be starting off the Blast Bounty. First question for you. How do you decide which team you're going to be taking on? Like, is it up to you? Are you asking the players? What's the theory?
We do decide it as a team, of course. And well, just trying to look at what could be a good opponent for us. Basically, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, what can we do? Obviously, we have a new fresh lineup, so that limits us a bit. But yeah, doing it as a team, of course.
I mean, speaking of fresh blood, is Tanir the correct way to pronounce his username, first of all?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
As far as I understood it is. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Just double checking. I mean, he was looking amazing throughout the duration of this series. Where did you, like, how did his name come across your radar? Were you responsible for picking him up? What's the story there?
I mean, he's been doing good, like in tier 2, tier 3. Looking at his stats, of course, that's like the first criteria when you look for players. You are gonna check the numbers, but then also checking like more in detail how he was playing. He was really impressive, and he already showed it in this match. So I mean, good pickup so far, but it's still early days, and we need to, of course, do a lot of things still for the future to make it even better. But he's showing really good potential at least.
So I know a lot of the focus is on the players within Heroic, and obviously the main focus point is always the players. But you as a coach have had quite a lot of success pretty much wherever you've gone. You were in ENCE, you did a good job. You were in Heroic, who then made it into the player of the major, and now you're left with a complete new team, once again having to restart it. You as a coach, are you sad that you've been left behind, sort of, or do you like building up new rosters as you have a tendency to do?
Well, I mean, it's a bit interesting, of course, and some of the things came as a surprise to me as well. I would have liked to, of course, continue working with the old lineup because we finished the last year in our peak level, I would say, and we kind of left it, well, not finished, but it is what it is in the end. Like we got this new team now, and I'm doing everything I can to get it up to speed as fast as I can. So that's the situation right now.
And no one knows the new team better than you. Obviously, we have just seen you play one series right here, but you've been practicing with the guys, you've been talking to the boys. Do you think there's more potential than the community in general would give this new iteration of Heroic?
Yeah, I guess like the community is always pretty fast at judging.
Yeah.
Like, for example, this just now was our first match, and I don't know, but you can get overhyped or underhyped, I guess, pretty fast. And I think what we have, like on paper, we do have an unexperienced lineup, but there's a lot of potential with all the players we got, and they fit the roles. I think it's just about bringing the right system, right structure around these guys, and they can reach even higher. Like probably right now, the community is a bit unhyping us. I would guess at least, but I think we can show good things in the future.
Well, Sora's been looking great so far. I know it's only been one series, but really excited to see what else you're going to be delivering at the Blast Bounty. Thank you so much for your time, and yeah, congratulations on your first win here.
Thank you.
Yeah, super great stuff from them. As we already mentioned, 10k bounty going to be going in their pocket, 10k bounty now on their head, and now they take the seed of 3D Max as well. That's a pretty good prize for winning that.
Moving up into seed number 12, yeah, and I think if you're looking at Heroic, the way they're playing, we had questions in terms of the map pool, the depth of the map pool as well for them. They look solid, you know. They showed that they were competitive on every single map. So I think if you're any other team out there right now, you're looking towards Heroic, perhaps not the easiest matchup, even though that on paper it should be.
I loved it. I loved everything he said. Like it is exactly what you want to hear from a coach, because he acknowledges that he has a really inexperienced lineup. Maybe Pyros has a lot of experience, but he knows the talents. He can spot the talent, and that everyone inside the team, they fit their role. And I've always felt this, that if you have a team and you can get everyone to fit in their role, everyone gets in their comfort zone, this is the recipe for getting a really good start. So yeah, this has to be some good scouting, and if they can continue doing like this, as Jacob also mentioned, that grabbing the seed, you know, going further in the tournament, and people start thinking like, oh, they actually play good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we can see on the graphic there, they now have taken that 12th place seed. How does that set your expectations for them going forward in this tournament?
I mean, it's still going to be tough. It's single elimination, still best of 3 games, and the competition is only going to get steeper and harder throughout the tournament. But already now, you know, let's be honest, Heroic, they won against a team that on paper were better than them. They've stolen their seeds, they secured some money, so already now it's been a success. So anything from this point onwards will just be a bonus for Heroic.
You thinking they're going to be doing good rest of the tournament, Peter?
I think, yeah, I still think there's maybe a win more they can get. I think they actually proved to be playing some pretty good Counter-Strike. I mean, and now they will probably get a little bit more time to analyze what they have done good and what they've done wrong. They got to adjust a little bit. Maybe it's going to be enough. Maybe it's not, but we'll see.
Certainly. Well, very good start versus 3D Max nonetheless. But 2 more games going to be going down tonight. That is Spirit versus Fnatic to round out the evening. Not before Liquid take on 9 Pandas. I'm going to love you and leave you in the capable hands of James Banks.
Let's go. Good luck. I have long from side. Careful too short, nothing long.
I like jumping.
I do this.
What the fuck is the smoke?
I don't see ramp. Maybe jump CT careful.
Yes, I jump CT.
Yes, CT for sure. What? You can see full smoke, I'm cheating. 2 ramp and the car. No, he's long, yes.
There is no car in this game.
Double go.
How to play this game? Fucking shit.
But how can you see for smokes? It's cheating or what? No. It's always like this? Yes. Oh, I go do the same strategy.
Bullets.
I'm picking already. They have Deagle.
Sure.
Ramp? I'm flashing soon.
Ramp and ramp.
Flashing now? Oh.
Wait, how you were playing this game?
I don't know. It's an amazing game actually. It feels so simple.
Where is my Molotov?
Oh, too long out. I have no bullets! Too long. You have to reload us around it.
Let's go.
Oh, two. Oh my god, help. Alright, one more. No. Yes. It's a bit hard.
What the fuck?
We are shit.
Ой.
Careful.
Pushing. Okay.
I see this guy jumping and hitting headshot.
What the fuck?
I'll be a little bit sorry, brother.
What a boost. Oh my god. GG. Advertise.
Oh, what? What? How is it there first? You boosted.
No. Speedrun.
God damn it. Let's see how the Deagle works here.
Shit.
We will see. Shoot that. Wait, I have no bullet. Wait, I'm reloaded. Nice. It was on your head.
Look what I can do.
Good eco. Nice game.
Yeah, I'm doing this for you.
Oh, nice! Experience. Boom, no scope.
What the?
City.
Oh, now you're very dead.
Mind games.
No!
I will take his scope and kill him easy.
Oi.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
And this is Counter-Strike like you've never seen it before. And one of our bounty hunters has already had success in the opening stage here. My name is James Banks and I am your host. And we're going to have some epic fun as we go across 2 more games coming your way for today. So strap yourselves in and get ready. Much like the 2 gentlemen to the side of me right now, I got Vu and I got Maui Snake. And Maui, I'm going to start with you. How's your start to the year so far, dude?
Oh, it's been great. I mean, we had the HLTV Awards to kick things off, you know, celebrating the people of 2024. And then I got to stand next to Vu, who, between me and him, create the greatest height difference, I think, in analyst history. Like, this is just kind of absurd, honestly. Like, Vu, why didn't you get into basketball? Like, what's going on here? Why are you playing games?
You know,
why are you playing video games?
And then it didn't work out. You know, it's the same problem. When you're this tall, your hand-eye coordination is just it's not working. It's not there.
But he's very good at talking about Counter-Strike, that's for sure. But I want to ask you, Vu, when was the last time we had you on a desk? Can you remember?
Never, maybe? I think, yeah, never.
Never?
Yeah.
Wow.
But you did some commentary.
Once in a while.
Okay.
Back in the day, a long time ago.
I mean, you did some online desks during like the DreamHack Opens and stuff.
A long time ago. I mean, I make the content online, right? So I mean, that's similar.
If people aren't really familiar with Vu and just out of the YouTube sphere, I mean, this is the guy that found out Zontix is indeed a body shotter and that Calyx indeed aims above people's head. Like, he's looking at crosshair placement more than Leadify it.
I proved it, okay? I didn't just notice it. I proved it undeniably that Calyx aims over people's heads and Zontix aims at the chest.
The player models are my height, but he's aiming at the ghost of you, actually.
He's just visioning that something isn't there and trying to find it.
You think Vu's going to swing, exactly. Yeah.
But what we have seen is our opening games for today that we're going to take a look back at, guys. Let's get into FlyQuest taking on MIBR, because this one, FlyQuest came in, even with Regali, looking pretty damn hot.
Oh, I mean, this FlyQuest roster did feel like they were a single player swap away to getting over the hump to try to overcome the adversity. And I mean, I think in some ways, Alistair was done a little bit dirty. The second half of the year was getting better for him overall. Yeah. But this was just such a clear upgrade that Regali was sitting right there, that he is a European proven opper, maybe not at the highest level, but one that's good enough to make a difference for a team that really needed that boost.
100%. I mean, Dexter had one of his classic performances as well. he has those once every few series, and if you got that going, and Regali, you're just going to win.
Now, going into the next game, though, we just seen it. 3D Max, they came in as the higher seed. Heroic picked into him. Saw continues to make these rosters work no matter what he's given, Vu.
Yeah, I mean, 3D Max, I felt like they were the favorite in that they have all this experience online. They've had the roster together for a while. You know, you can't really say too much negative about that, but man.
The heroic side of things is just that they themselves have now been bestowed this gift, as these core players have been, with having Saw behind them. Like, this guy has shown that he can turn water into wine when it comes to just making a roster work under duress in tough conditions. And so for him right now, like, is Saw building a case that he's now just one of the 5 best coaches in this space? I think we have to see a little bit more from this roster, but that's the early storyline we're given.
Early signs, 1 best of 3. We're already going there, but we'll see what we're doing across the rest of today and see also having a look at how our standings are working, right? Because the upset is what Heroic were able to cause there. And I think that's the key important part, because now we're going into 9 Pandas taking on Liquid. And this one, we'll obviously get to see if there can be a shake-up or if it's still just Liquid being favored the whole way.
It is a huge undertaking for 9 Pandas here to try to take down a team like Liquid. We'll see if they're able to replicate their magic. You know, they've retooled their roster though. They've come in with a couple of changes. They didn't really look like they were up to snuff last series or last season, that is. But at this point, I think that 9 Pandas can surprise people, and they've got a couple players that are probably gonna at least just educate the audience to who they are today.
And for 9 Pandas, they actually decided to pick Liquid here, right? Which is the interesting part. Obviously, they picked the lowest seeded team they could find that was left out of the remaining ones, so it's with a slight caveat to it all. But is there anything where you feel like 9 Pandas have a chance in this?
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault them for picking Liquid, not only for their ranking, they were obviously the easiest team of the remaining teams, but also with Vertigo gone from the map pool, they are most likely going to ban Anubis. And Anubis is the map where Liquid against this tier of opposition usually feels like they kind of have a gimme. You know, they just have a free win. And if they can ban Anubis, then you have maps Ancient, Inferno, and Nuke are likely 3 candidates where they're going to be competitive on all of them.
Now, 9 Pandas towards the end of the year did go through a couple of changes, right? Idis Balance and Glowing got taken out of the team. They wanted to make a rebuild in here, so they might have had a bit more time to practice. We know how hard the CIS teams like to grind out, especially even if there is a break.
Right, and the thing is that looking at the people that they picked up, Krad, Alv, one name that we really don't know too much about in Alv, but then Krad, on the other hand, being a guy that has a little bit of experience with the players on 9 Pandas, and really, when you go 2-3 in the RMR, you need to do something. Like, you can't look that result in the face and say to yourself, yep, we're just gonna keep on trucking with this one. So when there is so much talent, and there is obviously a wealth of it coming from Eastern Europe, then you have the option to go for these kinds of changes. And I'm glad that 9 Pandas did, because they got Resalt. They have a huge talent now from Eastern Europe. They need to upgrade the pieces around them to fit that talent.
Is this an upgrade though, Vu?
I mean, Alv for Idis Balance is a massive upgrade, not only in just his ability fragging-wise, but also the aggressiveness he plays with to enable Result to play a little more comfortable. The Krad change is a little more of a question mark.
Yeah,
you know, that
I'd
one
agree.
feels more like a side grade to me, but maybe there's something Krad brings, you know?
I like that, a side grade. But you know, one thing that I would say, I think we can all agree on, is a big upgrade, is Liquid getting their hands on Nerds, who I would say most top teams would like to have a look at Nerds, considering the last couple of years he's had Rookie of the Year 2023, going into 2024, and still looks solid, despite some of Heroic's problems with even fielding rosters.
This is, I mean, this is the move that has upgraded Liquid so obviously. This is a move that when we were talking about Liquid in the previous season, it did finally come down to the question, they just do you remove Yakindar, and how fast do you do it? And so obviously they wait after the major, they get Nerds, which felt like a steal in terms of roster mania. Like, this wasn't really on anybody's radar necessarily. People thought that Nerds might go to a couple different places, or maybe even Heroic just builds around him. But either way, this is so strong for Liquid now, because they have an opener who is a lot more cerebral, a lot more in tune with the meta, whereas Yakindar would just force his face through a brick wall. You know, Nerds, he'll examine the brick wall, he'll say, maybe this isn't the best way to do things, and he's gonna go around it sometimes, or he's gonna ask for a teammate to give him some help. So I like that they've got a guy who is just gonna be a little bit more thoughtful with his approach on the openers.
Well, before we go any further with talking about Nerds, let's find out what he had to say ahead of joining Liquid. Liquid Nerds. Now, this is one very exciting move, and I'm sure a lot of teams were probably interested in you given how well you performed. So why did you decide on Liquid?
I feel like it was the last season, the season before. I felt like I was so close to move to Liquid, and this season I felt we did a pretty good job in Heroic, and I felt this is the time for my next chapter, and the whole organization and everything, the players, it just made me to make this move.
Nice, and I wish you the best of luck for it, mate, because you have been a heavy hitter. Now, in terms of the role and position, especially on the CT side, you already did play some of the roles that Yakindar played, Dust to Anubis and Nuke, but Ancient Mirage by Twist, you're going to have to kind of make some changes in here, right? So how is it working? What are you doing? Were you just taking all Yakindar's roles, or is there some compromise?
It's between me and it was kind of conflict between me and Twist, but I felt like we found the perfect recipe for the maps. I would say we are both of us we are fine with the positions we have, and I feel like the balance between me and Tras on the maps is really good. So I feel like it will be really good. Of course we had a short time of practice, but from the time we had, it was really good.
Nice, that's very positive to hear. Now, 9 Pandas decided to pick you guys, and they had a choice between you, FaZe, Mouse, Spirit, and Vitality. Do you think they saw you guys as maybe the weakest team?
Sure, I feel like I think as the ranking, as you saw the ranking, we were the lowest one, and I felt like, okay, this is the only team they can pick. I was expecting it. And I feel like the 9 Pandas are a good team. They made 2 changes. They have good individuals, but I believe in our team. We will smash them.
We will smash them. He's looking confident, he's looking calm, he's looking damn good in that Liquid jersey. But is it as easy on paper as he might think?
I mean, statistically or just player to player, Nertz is a massive upgrade from Yakindar. But the question with Yakindar and Liquid, in my opinion, has always been on the T side. He's been okay on the CT side, but on the T side, is he just this ridiculously aggressive, or is it because Liquid has JKS, they've got NAF, they've got Twist, not necessarily aggressive players? Was Yakindar making up for a deficit? And I feel like that could become a problem if they just don't have an aggressive player. And Nertz is kind of semi-aggressive, but he's not Yakindar, and they just have a whole load of passive players now.
I have to agree. I feel like there's more to the problem than simply Yakindar. That yes, he was a weak link as an individual, but in terms of kind of who's opening these sort of bomb sites, sometimes they give Ultimate the rifle, sometimes they're obviously going to have other people just charge in. But, you know, NAF and JKS are simply not known to be guys that are going to explode onto a bomb site. They aren't asking for that flash and going as much as other people in this space who are a little bit more versatile. So I expect that it will be Ultimate that's going to be running in sometimes with the rifle out of necessity. Nertz is going to be doing it as well, but Twist has got to be a little bit more in that frontline pack too.
Well, there's a lot of Canada going on right now on the desk, in the game, and with our commentators, Scrawny and Launders. Let's get into it.
Thank you, James. Yes, like insects, Launders, we're spreading around this place pretty quickly. Goddamn, new format. How many years have we been casting Blast Premier with the same cycle of events, and now we get to do something different?
I think my favorite part about this is we've casted so many million-dollar tournaments over the years, but we never ever talk about the prize pool because it just becomes such a blur. So it's very nice to use this as a mechanic to make the games more interesting. And of course, it's going to ramp up as we get into week 2 in terms
100%.
of what the potential rivalries could be, how the stakes go with the bounties, and who goes after who. But as for now in the opening games and the opening seeding choices and stuff, we see people taking reasonable, pragmatic picks that are just focused on their best chances of winning and nothing else.
Yeah, get a little further. You know, the one thing for me that's also very refreshing is how many times did we come into a blast groups with the previous Premier system and hear from teams that they were taking it kind of as a boot camp, because we knew one of the follies of that format was that you would have 2, 3 chances before either getting eliminated or moving on to fall/spring finals. This is one best of 3 and you're gone.
Yeah.
Sure, it's an online stage to kick that off, but there's a lot at stake, like you mentioned. Money is going to grow immensely as we whittle this down from a 32 team to an 18 tournament. And of course, 9 Pandas, Liquid, 3rd game of the day. I don't know about you.
Yeah.
I've been excited about Liquid since the Canadian duo has been in it.
Yeah.
But Nertz joining this roster is something that gets me excited.
100%. I think I am a little bit worried about, I mean, I hear the confidence from Nertz about how the roles are fitting in together nicely, that him and Twist have found the perfect compromise. But in terms of, you know, the attempts, we saw the attempts from Yakinder, obviously a lot of failures on the attempts from Yakinder, and that was also the issue. But I don't see Nertz replacing Yakinder in the same spirit as what he brought to, you know, T-side entries and things like that, or attempts in the specific way. We're gonna see Nertz do entries sometimes. I think you're gonna see him get kills in lurk positions as opener sometimes that will fit in as entries in different ways. But the complexion of the team, I think, is going to change a lot, and it'll be a real test of Twist's creativity and ongoing leadership to figure out how to find a solution for this new player. I think it'll be very similar to what Kerrigan has been able to do when roles haven't exactly worked out on his teams in the past.
Another test for Twists as well, right? We said it at the start of last year's season, trying to bring Ultimate into the roster as a new player. This time, he's got a new tool to work with in Nertz, Liquid to the defense, and Nertz up first, standing top hut as we get Nuke going. The pick of 9 Pandas and the challenge out from Squeaky. We get no immediate kill. Nertz able to actually reposition, comes out with a double assist. And then Alv is able to respond, but bombs down on the B site with Nafly, who gets pinned into the dark, so good cover here from Resalt to ensure that bomb goes down, and we go 3v3. Another fight on A. That's going to be Ultimate, whittling it back. And as JKS just patiently hangs, he gets his duel. The Shadow gave him an edge, but Resalt takes the head off. And that double kill put up from Resalt, this is what's kept 9 Pandas Pistol alive.
That was a key opportunity, but it is still a 2v2. Chance here for Liquid, but time's ticking.
Door swung, Resalt into the cover of ramp. Cautious about a second player from this, but both CT spotted. Good turn from Ultimate. Time, it's of the essence, and there's no kit in play. Twist will get his kill, but he doesn't have the clock, and that's 9 Pandas vent drop to net them a pistol.
And it came down to a couple of individual frags. Resalt, of course, killing JKS, who had the shadow advantage, who was crouching, waiting for the push to come through as well. Some things come down to mechanics. That was one situation where that was the case. And as you pointed out, this is a best of 3 that results in elimination if you don't win. There is no warm-up game. You just have to be good right away. And on the debut, there's something to prove here for Liquid.
It's also the biggest bounty that we've had so far today, right? Yeah. We've incrementally gone from 15 to 20 to now $30,000 on the head of Liquid. If you had 30,000 in your pocket, how much do you put on Liquid winning this series?
That's a great way to put it. I actually don't know the answer to that question because, again, I have doubts about how the roles are going to work out. Maybe not over time, but I still think there's more to see in terms of how good Twist can be as an IGL. And I think if it was like someone like Kerrigan, I'd have more belief that he would have the solutions for this really interesting problem right away, especially because you're getting a quality upgrade. You are getting a better player for sure. But I don't think that that is the most important part of this.
Very well thought through, but all are in. Coward, 30K.
I'm always shoving.
Liquid all night. I've been to the casino with you, Mohan. That's the smartest I've ever heard you gamble. You get this long-range fight out of Twist.
No one loses money faster than me.
Other than Henry G. Twists. That one M4 finds one.
My fun per second meter, though, through the roof.
Yeah, it's true, man. You burn bright, my friend. I like this pistol activation through HUD as well. It's not just going to be Twist leaning back, looking for a second. Trying to get this 5-7 of NAF engaged. A little delay outside as 9 Pandas anticipate something else. Makes sense, right? That scout rattle, the shot off in garage. You know, Twist was up in heaven. But Liquid really go from fighting outer at a distance to just getting back indoors. All right. Get 9 Pandas moving. 5-7 primed here for Nertz. Oh, it's an instant kill. Double into third.
Come on, man.
From inside the corner to the AK upgrade. I like this move already.
You're Twist, you're looking at the kill feed, you're smiling. I mean, this is what you wanted. What a round out of Nertz. And again, that's just mechanics on display. Beautiful stuff. 5-7, 3K. Headshot, headshot, headshot.
Mohan, I know you're a proponent of the MP9 nerf that you think is eventually coming.
It's coming.
What about the 5-7?
I think no $500 pistol should be able to one-shot from any distance. I think that's always been the case for me. You see moments like this and you go, damn. But at the same time, I think it should come down to the price. I think the Deagle should be the first gun to be able to one-shot headshot.
Fair.
At $700.
Yeah. And the CZ would never. But the Tech 9s, they got a little punch. Crad reminds us that it's not the only $500 pistol viable in CS2. And the force buy of 9 Pandas quickly down into the B bomb site. So we get a scrambling Team Liquid. It's an all-in from the Pandas on that half of the map. Shalfie going for the bomb plant. They got the stairs covered. Cleared. Twists contest on the door, but the trades could still be effective. He gets a little more damage into the backside of sight. Ultimate looking to join up once that smoke fades, but he gets sectioned off, and pistols prevail back to back. We've got momentum shifting hands here early days.
Yeah, we've got confidence calls out of 9 Pandas and a lot of follow through with the rushes. Everybody is committing very hard to getting downstairs fast. It's working out quite well here. Pistols, once again, are the reason that the round is won. 9 Pandas run over the lower side, get some upgrades, get the bomb plant money as well, and leave NAF twiddling his thumbs here, looking to save. Does he die there? Oh, he has to go back. There, he's good.
Terrorists win.
3 survive,
What
3
about you?
M4.
Are you all in on Liquid if you know, the 30K?
Realistically, I'd go 25. I never lose
That's
at all.
Still a lot of confidence, though.
Yeah. I'm never here to lose it all. But I was confident in Liquid even, say, like last season. I think the Shanghai finish really kind of put my props back to their stock. And my one thing with Yakinder departing, and maybe Yakinder not having, you know, look, maybe the hard entry tapers off with no Yakinder and Nertz in his place, but I actually have more faith in the pack of Liquid on an entry frag, because my criticism of Yakinder was always maybe being 2 feet ahead. You know, I think the spacing, I genuinely think that without him,
mean, like,
the spacing will be better. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'm very curious for that T side, more so than the defense here on map 1.
Yeah, there was an interesting thing even on like FaZe where it was Kerrigan and Rain to really be the 2 guys up front, and then everybody else was pretty slow playing. I mean, Twist was on the team, but he was more explosive than he was really aggressive. So, all right, another
Nice
walk
trade.
outside. Yeah, good trade back.
There's 2 rifles in the play this time for Liquid. Unlike when Twist pulled it off on the solo M4. He's in a perfect spot though. And you can see the player in the back being more cautious than Alv, who comes around and dies. Nearly the double down out of Twists. It'll leave Shalfie on a mere 10 points of health. We've got Heaven's support in an MP9. Not ideal, but again, low HP. Low HP and a bad smoke will cost Shalfie.
Tries to get away. Doesn't really matter. Oh,
nice hot peek. Oh, but JKS doubles down with the SMG at the distance.
Crad was unspotted, but he doesn't have the bomb. And will he know about this? Probably not.
Oh, he gets away with it.
Oh, but JKS has covered himself. No, he's outside.
Crad perfectly slips in. Now he's still going to know that nobody's down beneath him. Ultimate could have just clipped his legs, but makes so much sound, and you'd think that because Crad goes up the ladder, he's not all too cautious about Ultimate's timing, and Liquid rob 1 back with 1 alive.
Yeah, little gap found there to get into Heaven, and a very nice try overall, but it's the bad smoke to get out of Big Garage, which was the key piece of the puzzle. That's the bomb that needs to get as close to Mini as possible, join up with another teammate, and it's once again these low guns that do a lot of work here to get Liquid back in the game. There is a conversation with this tournament. It's like, how many teams even played any online games last year?
Right.
But you're going to have to play them, and you're going to have to play them well. And surviving to come to the studio next week is one thing. You might see yourself there and being able to compete there, but teams like 9 Pandas are going to be so much more comfortable in a team environment playing together online, you know, just in terms of confidence. So
yes.
At least we got Liquid here all sitting beside each other.
To me, this is a kind of environment that if we were to go back to last year, it kind of compares to the previous major systems where you do the final closed qualifier online into an RMR. You know, there's more cash at hand, obviously. Attending a major is still more prestigious, but if it comes out to just kind of squeezing out 2 wins to make it to LAN, bro, 9 Pandas have done that multiple times in the last 2 years.
I also think what's lost in the prestige is made up for in the fact that it's single elimination.
Sure.
Keeps you awake.
Well-timed incendiary.
Yeah, extremely.
And Naf is even able to hang on to his position, really making the most of the top of that silo. Those are the sloth claws. He can really dig in, hang on to his footing, but he's not the only one with some positioning here. Dilladev is able to cross towards Secret.
That's the good way to use that molly. The CT molly, just with the how little spread you get out of it. Really important to make sure you molly a little shallower than you used to. Shooting behind it worked out very well. So back to outside here are our 9 Pandas. One's crossed already, and I don't know if Nertz is going to take a peek and see anything else, but there he is. Spots his shoulder with the bomb.
Getting peppered by those lesser weapons, still manages to peel away. Down to half health, but the Garage Peak will catch him off still. Whittled, shot by shot. Stays standing at the 35-second marks, gets a little awkward, but again, because Dilladev was down here early, he does have a deep hook on control at the very least. But JKS is going to hear the rumblings of the pack of 9 Pandas. There's a threat of a lobby lurk, maybe controlling the vent rotate, which means really ramp here from Ultimate's going to be key if needed. JKS doubles down, Ultimate holds the doors, and it is Liquid to stabilize first in the series.
This is the exact word I was thinking of right there. Just 2 in a row, really important here for Liquid on CT side, because you can play this back and forth game, but as long as 9 Pandas are getting a T round here and there, they're quite happy. So Solid stuff so far.
It's a little sad for me to not see Seized on the roster for 9Pandas. Obviously one of the retirees of 2024. Just had a, I thought, pretty emotional speech at the HLTV award show.
On the brink of tears.
He reminded the youngsters to enjoy these years because he knows best. They pass fast.
I always think that's such an interesting problem. I mean, getting into that because, you know, you also have Dupree saying you can't think too much about the past because Counter-Strike moves so fast, you got to keep focused on the next game. And then you have Seized, who's just experiencing retirement and going, well, then it's all over. You know, what do you think about your career? And you've got to like go back and get through it. So there is a certain level of balance you've got to have with separating yourself from, you know, thinking about every moment that's just taken place and just focusing on doing your best every day in your job and your career. But it's true. Eventually, all careers, like everything else, will come to an end. And all you'll be left with is the memories.
Don't scare me like that.
It was nice to hear that, though. You know, gratitude is something we can all.
I think the real heartbreak of C's situation as well is obviously Copenhagen, 9Pandas missing out, not being able to field the whole roster for the first stage in the city. JKS, that's clean. 2 headshots from the king of the A4. And he's going to have that fast lobby flank if needed. Not the case. JKS padding stats as Liquid make mincemeat of the Glocks.
Just as you said, stabilizing. So CT side's looking solid so far. I can spray like that online, it's all good.
Yeah, true. Seems to me like there is going to have to be one unexpected upset in terms of, say, our, you know, top seeds due to maybe a discomfort from online play, but who's it going to be? Seemingly not Liquid, not yet. You know, and when you look at the players on Liquid, if you think who is the most comfortable online, you think Ultimate's probably the most recent performer in an online arena. Off to a 7-2 start. JKS padding stats last round, dead early now, but we get that double back from Liquid, and so man advantage in the following gun round from 9Pandas. But there has been timing downstairs. They pull this off again off of the push into trophy room. I'd say good read from 9Pandas. It's a scrambled adaptation to try to put bomb down, and Dilladez gonna give good cover. A triple threat of Liquid here from the ramp room. But that's after we saw 2 players push into ramp, one of them died, and then you kill a player rotating down. So will 9Pandas anticipate so many bodies? That's gonna cost them, you'd think. It's gonna slow down Naf's entry for sure. One door still able to be pushed out, and we see the exit coming out now from Liquid. Fast frag out of Naf. We get Dilladez revealing his cornered position, pinned in against the wall. Naf got the retake going. Bomb is ticking quick. Shelfie out from smoke, but it's 3 frags from Liquid, and the 5-second stick for their 5th.
Man, that's such a good lesson about how to stay calm in a situation like that. Molly gets missed, and it really affects how you can scale. But Liquid decided to wait it out. They calculated how much time they have, and they had still the smoke. That was really important. That allowed them to make sure they could avoid some of these choke points. Overall control side, make that very difficult. So the patience pays off in the end. 9Pandas don't push aggressively to secure some better spots because they think they're in a really strong position, and they probably were. But a great retake from Liquid takes this one over the line.
Naf really making up for that bad Molotov to come through with the first 2 kills of a 3-player retake.
Yeah.
And to thrust 9Pandas back into despair. We've got an AK on the field with a few Deegs, a Tech 9, and a fast rush. I like the tempo from 9Pandas, but they will still get caught by the rifles and torn to pieces. Nertz keeps it going. We've got Liquid on fire, and that back and forth early on maybe got the 9Pandas confidence up, but reality's starting to stink in. These are
starting to stink.
Starting to stink.
Sometimes reality really stinks. Here for 9Pandas. They call this strat out of spawn, and the whole idea is put the smoke wall up to take attention away from your mini player so they can get out of Squeaky, but they don't have enough pressure outside, and they don't have a kill as well. So, I mean, Liquid have been very comfortable with the rifles roaming outside, and without mini smoked, obviously. You see how easy that is.
Ooh, Dilladez, fatal mistake.
Yeah, clean find. It was 1 frame away from that smoke coming up, but one frame was everything.
And Naf catching Result right thereafter, so second body down outside at the base of Silo. We see 1T up top, spotted out by Nertz. Ooh, and he will indeed win the duel, but timing plays well into the hands of Krad. Crosses to Secret at least.
He's just waiting for his moment.
Alv versus Ultimate.
Ultimate never blinks though, does he?
No, place your bets.
He's
30K.
3 seconds right now. He's gonna.
Final bets. Roll the roulette.
Okay.
Krad actually takes it instead, and we get the trade out of Alv, but was it worth it? Bomb carrier at a 2-8 scoreline early.
Alv's got a great flow going on. Looks like a Cali kid.
Mm-hmm. Somebody get head and shoulders on the line. We are looking for new sponsors here at Blast.
All right, they'll take this one back. And credit to 9Pandas. They have been moving quick on their openings, but this is the fastest that Liquid have shut them down. It's been outside that has been the apple of 9Pandas' eye this entire half so far. And it looks like Liquid are just starting to get more and more comfortable with these ideas. See the deaths on the mini-map at the moment. Up shot outside to start. Nert's taking one down on top of Silo. And if 9Pandas can't get lower, they might not have a way to win around.
As we get into a potential half-buy for the next one, I just want to ask, okay, it's nice and fun at the start of the year to just kind of make bold predictions. By the end of 2025, where do you think the highest Liquid could be ranked is? Maybe not at the end of the year, but what kind of peak do you think you could picture this roster at?
I'm picturing... Okay, I mean, I would say optimistic top 4, realistic... or still semi-optimistic top 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 to 7.
It's and that's no shade on Liquid. There's just so many teams that I think will be promising this year.
Yeah. We hope. Right?
Yeah.
It feels like the potential is there.
I think the big thing for me is I have no idea how much better Twist will get as an IGL.
That's fair.
It's so early for him, so he will get better, and I think that's the big question mark for me. I think right now we have a team with enough quality and experience that you can make Nertz into a malleable player that fits into a new system. I think a lot of it comes down to the leadership between Myther and Twists and figuring out how to use this team as effectively as you could. But you look at these pieces, man, there's very few places you can make an upgrade.
Fast pop into the ramp, gets traded out by Shalfie, and the Molotov's going to make it uncomfortable here for Ultimate. That's a quarter of him gone, him versus Alv. Where does Shalfie peek with bomb in front? Oh, great flashbang, missed op shot. Ultimate comes back down the ladder. It's a slippery one. Nert's able to slide down into the hut. He'll find a fight towards lobby if he wants it, but gets drawn back towards the bomb site instead. No, it's a fast step from Dilladez. Nertz can't jump out of the fire. And so Shalfie's going to be able to plant back sight, but Alv, he's caught. Thinking instead towards Squeaky, the peek out from Naf, Nabs 1, and we go 2v2 here in round 10 of the half. Oh, coverage! JKS through the bottom of the floor, and so Shalfie put to the clutch. 2 kills needed, 2 kills deep, a 4K on the line, and a little bit of time on that smoke grenade to reposition.
Lots of time here for Liquid to approach this safely, just as they did in lower a few rounds ago.
I like that he plays it passive. They come hunting, though. JKS going to make sure to clear. And so JKS, 2 critical kills to get back in with another and keep Liquid's streak alive.
Yeah, that op was floating a little bit too much, and that cost 9Pandas, I think, an opportunity at the post plant upstairs. That's the unsolved mystery for them so far here on Nuke. How do we win on A? Overall, it's a pretty well-played situation for Nertz. Could have absolutely died without any kills, and it would have been hard to blame him with the split coming in from Heaven. He had the Goldilocks zone inside of Hut where he was out of view of Heaven. I think they dropped their guard as they were approaching Hut at the same time. So this puts Liquid in a great spot now.
Gonna try it again, huh? Rapid press. Ultimate onto the line, definitely winning the head-to-head versus Al, but Diladez, good trade frag. Naf's positioning could go unchecked, it's awkward. He gets up and nearly finds 2 kills. It's Ultimate instead with the multi-frag so far. Perched on top from main. They smoke him off just in case, but he's not there anymore. He's setting up his 2 Heaven players for this flash.
They're going to go with the bomb plant, surely. Oh, maybe they didn't hear it.
Nice interruption, maybe.
Yeah,
You get that
JKS
front
got
player blind. More Molotovs and frag grenades could be needed. Good coverage from Shalfie. Gets a little awkward. The Opera comes to join him. And they have these 2 Ts effectively smoked off.
Look at 2 smokes, Molly here for the CT side.
Bomb planted on the front side of site. They are going to try to scramble this squeaky hold. And if they double back towards Hut, I mean, the sick here from Liquid could have been key, but they don't. And now they're going to come running back into the action. This one's going to force the hand of Shalfie, but he's quiet. He's quiet. And the stick is silent. JKS wins the round. 8 in a row for Liquid.
Ooh, they had him tricked for a second. They had him swinging on Hut. He could have gone out and got that 2K, but didn't go wide enough to get confirmation. Tried to play down the clock. Oh, it was a nice try, but another round 1 on the retake upper. Another opener here for Ultimate.
Poor Naf, man.
Yeah. I don't even know what he was bumping his head on, really.
Yeah, like that little ledge there.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody smoothed those out. But he's not sweating. He still finds his impact, and well, Liquid's wrath has been felt. Felt like this was going to be so back and forth for the 4 rounds we had it competitive. Excellent stability from Liquid since the momentum shift, but opening kill, this could bode well. One more for the road, perhaps. Cautious that Naf is still hiding in one of these corners. But remind you, first man dead and the JKS flank gets found out, Ultimate perched.
Oh, they must know he's going back to get the bomb too, surely.
Oh, 9 Pandas had gusto, but no longer wind in their sails.
Good nade.
Shalfie will wrap back around from spawn, scoop up bomb. Diladez hangs onto the site. Worried that somebody could have pushed past that Opera, not the case just yet.
You can see Twist searching outside now because I think he knows they have to go back at the bomb, and there's definitely going to be some kind of gap as they're a little nervous. But even after he clears this out, they're still in a 3-on-4 situation.
Oof, not far off the mark. Result. Tickle.
That Molly.
Gonna find Shalfie, and half his health now gone.
We'll see if it matters.
We've seen key retakes come out from Liquid when the numbers were even. This time, man advantage, 9 Pandas. Smoke into flash for the Liquid squad. But trying to get this op through lobby is going to serve up a challenge.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, maybe not. Dead in an instant. Snap to the second. And the Deagle's out now. What more can Ultimate offer? Diladez looks to hold towards Heaven. It's a quick swap into the M4 to boot, but 2 headshots out for 9 Pandas. Gives them a 3rd. Ultimate keeping them on their toes. sketchy 4-round start for Liquid at the beginning of 9 Pandas. Map pick, that $30,000 bounty on their heads was looking like it could be in question, but excellent stability out of the defensive opping of Ultimate, 14-6 on the half, and we said right at the end there, a 3rd round nabbed by 9 Pandas. Will it be enough to defend on their map pick, Mohan? Yes or no?
Doesn't seem like it so far.
Final answer.
I will go with no. No. Ooh, I hate to spoil the script, but you know, sometimes there are questions about Liquid. Just feels like some have been answered in this performance so far today.
Yeah, banking on, again, that little bit of op dominance. We really wanted to see what the pack would look like without Yakindar. Well, Nert's off to a strong start in the pistol, at least.
It's great to see Nert. I mean, Nert just looks like himself right now, so that's great. T side, I think, will be also very interesting.
If anything, I kind of want Liquid to lose this pistol so that we can get a little more bit of a T side, right? Like, this is still very much an event that's about gathering information of all of our new rosters for the beginning of a new season, beginning of a new year. Nicely done from Resalt, finding one with the Berettas. For a second there, we had players looking to get towards Secret, but that was the bomb, and Nerfs with another. A sliver of a gap for the P250 frag.
Barely peaked right there. I don't want to spoil anything, but I heard we might get reaction times on the screen.
Ooh.
That would be a moment. That was a pretty great shot.
And Naf finds that flank from Krad. You can see 9 Pandas trying to squirm around the map to get something back. Potential for Naf to be found out.
And Dilladez, he snuck into this corner inside of Mini. Maybe there's a chance he gets away with this.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, nice. Doubles down on the bomb carrier. T's able to scramble, long-range fight for Dilladez. Oh, and Alv's able to snap his crosshair down onto Naf. JKS tends to be good for a clutch or two.
Yeah, Bomb's in an interesting spot. He's got 20 seconds.
Still thinking maybe Dilladez is out around the main corner. He's going to find out that's now clear, but he is walking into a perfect pinch here for 9 Pandas. Yeah. Oh, no! No!
Oh, my God, the knife!
God forbid. The perfect crossfire almost goes wrong.
Jeez. No HP there right at the end, and he even makes it a knife kill for a little extra money. So we'll get the T side that you were looking for, Connor.
Where's that? Oh, oh, ooh, ah.
Crazy.
A lot of sharp shooting coming out of Dilladez and Nertz.
Close call.
I didn't see the health on Alv, actually.
I don't know, yeah.
Didn't catch it at the end, so.
I'd be scared of Ultimate right now, though. Getting onto his scout, he's 16-8. Just hitting some crazy shots in that first half.
Going for the main wall bangs, but nobody home. It's behind the smoke that Shelfie roams. Heaven Peak. Oh, because they opened the smoke grenade at kind of the perfect moment. Shelfie and Alv able to combine for one. They're going to go into the ramp room versus the A1S. Tech9 trade frag, but the Alv moved through. So Alv, 2 kills to his name, single point of health to stay alive, and also that assist outer, the distraction up towards Heaven, the duo peak. So this is, I think, a prime round for Alv, one of the better that he's had after kind of getting bullied in the op-to-op throughout that first half.
I'll say there's nothing about the way 9 Pandas are playing where I feel like they're nervous. I feel like they came through. They had a specific game plan they wanted to get to. I think there was a lot of follow through on their site hits. They were getting plenty of bomb plants lower in the first half. They were definitely getting outdone on frags by Liquid, on some good rotations by Liquid. But I wouldn't say 9 Pandas are scared. So definitely earned a chance to bring this comeback to fruition. And with the help of that pistol, might be a bit more realistic now.
We saw 2 rounds with pistols winning back at the start of the first half. 1 to Liquid, 1 to 9 Pandas. Don't let it happen again. Dancing with twists here, Shelfie connects. And a frag for good measure. Chips away Ultimate. Resalt activating flank, looking to make money here. 9 Pandas no longer wanting to play with a bit of patience. Look at Resalt go, dude. I do enjoy sometimes watching just how aggressive Resalt gets. You know, this is a player who went through some very sketchy roster change, departing his last team, coming into 9 Pandas, being announced, and then not so. I mean, we saw it at Shanghai when he beat his ex-teammates. you know, not even shaking his hand.
No,
or
there
some of
was
his ex-teammates.
definitely
So
some
there's
drama there.
Clearly bad blood. And obviously when you have bad blood mixed into a roster moves alone can just be like jarring for young professionals.
Sure.
When there's personal issues thrown into that, it's just uncomfortable for all.
But he was, I think it was a symptom of he was looking out for his career, essentially, and made a decision. Maybe he didn't execute in the best way possible. That's hard to say. 3 sides to every story, as they say. But what we do want to see is Result definitely finding a comfortable place, because we saw a lot of talent from him.
Yes.
Shalfie as well, but he'll get taken out quick. And here's that entry kill that we're looking for here from Nerds.
Krad trying to find timing on Smoke, gets the duel but doesn't win it. Oh, and Nerds is going to keep the rifle work clean as need be.
Just such a sharp shot, isn't he? And now
playing excellently so far in this Liquid jersey.
Now they've won outside and they're here to try to camp the pushes. And there'll be another one found.
Stuff that ladder climb. You're not getting away with it twice, Result. And obviously far more desperate than the round prior. Alv 1v5 and a Tech 9 in hand. Bomb getting away from him here, right through main. And being covered by JKS, so this one could not have been cleaner for Team Liquid as double digits found.
Yeah, man. That's a good sign for sure to see. And again, it's not that you cannot say that Nerds doesn't have the skill to find the openers if he wants to. It's just that the way that he was being used on his 2 previous lineups was sort of as a lurker, an opener sometimes, but a lurker, sort of an aggressive lurker, somewhat in the way that Nico gets used sometimes, but just less so up front, taking things, sort of increasing the tempo of the round like Nico would do sometimes. I think that was something I was maybe missing from Nerds' game. I think it could be a good thing from him to see him be more aggressive overall.
Yeah, I mean, I would never doubt his accuracy. And so, give me more of it, right? I think he is the player under the magnifying glass. Going on. Fight from top main. Shalfie nearly dead at this point. Good pressure coming out from Team Liquid to try to keep the outer play going. But you have lost your backline. Naf, the first casualty of round 17. As they're really adamant about trying to finish off Shalfie. Nerds right back to another duel. He hears that peek from Result, making sound as he swings. Shalfie finished off. So many sets of eyes back here for Liquid that Shalfie was just pinned in no matter where he went, what he did.
And you can see this pack moving together as they swirl around towards the back of Big Garage. 2 players from 9 Pandas are outside with them.
JKS showing the barrels, loses his fingertips. And the AWP revealing its position, maybe pinned in CT spawn, but supported by Dilladez, and it's Liquid who clearly feel uncomfortable. Look how jumbled up they are, but can they still fight back?
And they know the AWP is still out here. Dilladez goes down. Alv still sitting in CT spawn. They're looking for a way out. No smoke to commit to the cross.
And I mean, it would be insane for Alv to cross towards Hell, so they can assume he is still back here.
Yeah, I was thinking, do they try this?
Oh, nice. Sees it coming. No immediate trade frag back from Ultimate. Barely any time to pull anything off now. Result stuck in behind Vent by the looks of it.
How'd he get away with that?
And Ultimate's going to keep eyes on it, but it's an instant headshot from the rifler on sight. Alv making sure to punish the climb up. Again, a symptom of how squeezed Liquid felt in that position.
Certainly. And really good use of 9 Pandas players to stay outside with Liquid in the action. They had numbers advantage. They could have very easily receded to more passive positions, but they know Liquid would use that space effectively and try to make them cramped inside if they decided to do that. So I appreciate them trying to fight fire with fire and using their material advantage to win that round.
Liquid not bottomed out economically. Duel goes both ways. Shalfie wins it, but he is under a bunch of pressure. Tries to swing, not being covered. Nerds allows for the peek from Shalfie along that smoke. There's a 4th player in this pack, as there has tended to be from Team Liquid. Never 1, never 2, never 3.
2 kills and a dink here. Shalfie's job is done. Incredible he did that after using half his mag on the first frag.
I think that's what really caught Liquid so off guard. You know you've done a ton of damage. He shot so many bullets. But you step into the crosshair of Naf, your head gets ripped clean off here for Krad, and maybe Result gets split between Hut and Squeaky. We'll see.
And this is an interesting late round situation. I think this is the 3 players you want in a moment like this, and it's new use of Nertz as well.
Hot player primed, Crad dodging flashes, excellently held. Result does it on his own from the front line of the A-hold, and it is now a game, folks. 9 Pandas starting to contest this.
Is Crad standing up?
Is he standing up?
Is Crad standing? You can't see the chair behind him.
Show me Crad, please.
He looks like he has a clean setup. I mean, his camera looks good. You don't see the chair behind him. The way that he's moving side to side, it really does feel like he's standing up.
I saw footage of a FGC tournament where somebody was on stage playing with Joy-Con controllers and standing in front of their monitor and just kind of like had a nice little boxing stance, you know, like shadow boxing while he's playing Smash. And it kind of felt like, why not? You know, this has been my philosophy too. I tried playing Counter-Strike standing. I have a standing desk at home.
Is he standing?
Maybe.
That's possibly standing.
It's possibly standing. And I thought to myself,
Which
you know,
is crazy,
listen, you would never get in a fist fight sitting down.
Yeah.
You'd never want to fight to the death sitting down. You'd never want to, you know, wouldn't one want to compete in a standing stance?
Oh, he kind of did a wiggle like he did roll a chair around. Not seeing it back to the chair,
Bar stool, maybe?
Yeah, it's possible.
Anyways. Synapse is firing when you're standing. That's all I'm saying. Whether he's sitting or not, that defense stood tall. Result, man of the hour. Yet again, given a chance. There's that 10-9 peek down beneath him. Twist trying to get over towards main. 2 players, but they slide out from sight. Result having a field day yet again. Him and Crad combined for 4 and no response. It's a full house between the A defenders, shut down just as hard as 9 Pandas were.
I've got a real reason to stand up here. 9 Pandas, very nicely done. Result has been a rock upstairs. Love what we're seeing out of him here on CT's side. And now the pressure is very much on.
Looks like Team Liquid have been struggling to sell merch.
We were selling some at Launder's Land.
Oh yeah, true. But that's probably the same boxes. Playing from the storage closet. Fast cross this round from Liquid, straight down into the secret stairs. We've seen them fight a lot outside, but this is a quick challenge down to B, and we haven't really seen 9 Pandas have to adapt to lower threats. Twist trying to sprinkle something different in.
This is where there is pressure on the call. Again, everyone really showed up, did their part on CT to go and find trades. They seem to still be moving well on openers and everything else in the last few rounds here on T side, but they're no longer closing out these situations.
Yikes, good damage on that Molotov, forcing him to drop down into it. Crad's actually the first casualty.
Ooh, it's nice to grab that with outside, especially with the ramp rotations. They're coming back up and expanding. It's a moment here where I think 9 Pandas are going to be very uncomfortable.
Result.
Oh, with the drop.
Yep.
That's the move.
Nicely done. Good call from Liquid, keeping them on their toes. The defense not really to be found downstairs. Shelfie has to play cautious because he is still alone. Support now just arriving in the form of Util. Great challenge out from Diladez. Shelfie's not able to add any to the tally. Bomb got stopped for a second, but the scoop back up's right there. And Naf puts Bomb down.
And Twist is still lurking.
Actively towards ramp, but held by Result. Result presence of mind has been key, and Diladez gets that man advantage back in the hands of 9 Pandas. We are talking about a tied game at 10. If they can pull off this retake, Nert's gonna start running down towards single. Excuse me, JKS. Oh, but then Nertz gets the fight out from the control windows. JKS doesn't know his backline's compromised. Opera's able to find it. Nertz gonna have to show his value. Bomb is planted backside. Al gets on with a 5-second stick. He's gotta go! Oh! Nertz skewers right through, splattered on the back wall.
Oh, saves the day. That's because Naf backed up the plant just a little bit behind the silo. Allowed Nertz to play from control side and get that clutch and save the day here for Liquid. Very much might have just saved the entire map.
You are dead on about that NAF plant. If that's tucked in behind Silo, Nertz has got to go, but small decision there from Naf puts Nertz in the clutch to perfection. And Liquid keep a bit of distance between themselves and 9Pandas. Still, it's not a pretty buy here for Liquid. Gonna have to make decisions with limitations. Utility dwindling quick. Wall of smoke up early, challenged by Shalfie, not once, but twice now. And we have Liquid stranded behind red. At any moment, this smoke gets blown open. They have a pack of players exposed, but they all seem to cross unscathed.
Yeah, completely. Now, there's suspicions that they've made this move, but there is no lobby push. There is no deep ramp push into Trophy to get visual confirmation. They can preemptively rotate and see as we see that smoke. They're looking to respect this. There is no noise, no pressure anywhere else. Result, if he takes a look, man, he's got to get the headshot too.
Oh, not gonna happen. Nertz.
One in the dome, another opener for Nertz.
Starting to find his groove late here on the T side. Challenge out from ramp, comes through to no avail. Diladez dead. And so we go 5v3 for Team Liquid on the brink of a 12th round secured, just when 9Pandas are making this half competitive.
They really just kept that so simple. And again, it's Nertz with the incredible entry. It's always been a headshot. It's been relatively effortless for him.
It's the 2 rounds, and again, the only 2 rounds really where Liquid decided to start taking things downstairs.
Yeah.
So,
and his range, I mean, he closed the last round. He opened this one.
2023's Rookie of the Year. Which still feels weird to say when it comes to Nertz for some reason. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's because Donk was the 2024 Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Just, there are levels to the game sometimes. You can't pick your year. But, yeah, still.
Yeah, that was like Malb's, poor guy.
He's like...
when the nominees, top 3 are announced, he's just like, guys, I'm going to be real with you.
It's crazy because, like, Malb isn't new.
No, right? And only got 6 months with G2.
He was a bear in Arlington, Texas.
Yes, sir. Game on the line now. Map 1 could come to a swift close to Liquid's favor. Looks like Alv's looking to get frisky. Naf's tucked into trophy room, and 9Pandas opt to go 2 players committed on Squeaky, 1 there towards Hut. But Naf isn't alone, right? So he doesn't have to worry about this ramp push. He's got a set of eyes on it. That's the bomb carrier coming in. Ultimate if he's not cautious, but he is.
He's so cautious.
Gives it a little jiggle, gets the op shot out, figuring out the 9Pandas setup now.
2 down the vent.
Diladez on a forward angle with the 5-7. It's not a bad gun. He's able to make one happen. Quick second peek from that back line. Alv still with nothing downstairs.
I think they don't know where this op went off to. Shalfie can't get his, and this is their life on the line at the moment. T's are everywhere. The CT's separated now. 2 upstairs. Op is probably stuck here down lower, waiting. It's possible that Liquid run into him because they don't know where he would have gone after Squeaky, but at the same time, we see Twist going for the high ground.
Result doing a good job of keeping him out of this crosshair, but Krad's not looking so lucky. First fight goes well for the defense. Ultimate's gonna put fire at their feet. Twist activates, there's the pack. The 2-player pullback. Alv's in the pocket, but shut down by Ultimate. And Liquid challenged in the second half. Break through. Those back-to-back lower hits set them up for success, robbing a round and a map away from 9Pandas.
Exactly that. A solid and smooth start from Liquid. An almost chance to come back into it from 9Pandas, but still not enough to take down Liquid with Nertz, who looked very comfortable and was given what he wanted. But I'll start with the 9Pandas side here, because we want to really put Krad and Alv under the eye test. And okay, Alv individually can look okay, but 9Pandas still don't have enough in the tank here.
I would say that Alv showed something in the second half. First half, so little was going the way of 9Pandas. The strategies were kind of falling flat from the get-go that I couldn't really be a great judge of how much of a hindrance he was to the team, or if he even is. So I would just simply say the jury's still out for me on the newest edition of Alv.
I mean, Crad had a pretty, kind of the inverse. He had a pretty solid T side, but I think he went the last 7 or 8 rounds without getting a kill. And basically every strat that Liquid was running that seemed to be working was, we're going to find Crad and we're going to kill him basically at the very start of the round.
It happened at A, it happened towards outside from Twist. Yeah, no, not the best showing from Crad. And so I feel like with these kind of players, you want Alv to be that upgrade over Idis balance. We saw some flashes there, but for Crad, we still kind of just, at least for me, I'm just not really sold on why they did this when there are so many players in Eastern Europe who can just be a huge firepower upgrade for Glowing.
Yeah, and that's it, right? There's a huge talent pool to choose from, not kind of maximizing those opportunities in there. But if you look at Liquid on the other side, you took the golden opportunity and he did exactly what you want to see him do there. Nerds was fragging out, Nerds was playing way better than we expected, and also Twist gave him the respect and said, okay, you can have my spot.
Yeah, I feel like we might be a little too hard on 9Pandas, because I mean, this is a Liquid team with 5 players that essentially can brawl out, just headshot you instantly, take you down. Nerds was doing really well on Outer, and then on T side, he was just getting these aggressive plays and finding entries constantly. And when you look at it from the kill cams, it felt like there's nothing he can do.
This is the exact upgrade that Liquid were looking for.
Yeah.
If this is Yakindar in some of these positions, he's not necessarily going to lose you the round, but he's not going to get you that crucial kill that wins you the round. And so when looking at Liquid and what they did in the offseason, it's one map, but because of what we know about how good Nerds can be and what we're already seeing in this map of play, it's a clear upgrade.
And in terms of a clear upgrade, we've seen some clearly good retakes coming in from the Liquid side as well, right, that you guys picked out for us.
Yeah, I mean, you've got one on the lower site and one on the upper site that both, we should have them in a second.
It just demonstrates that, well, Liquid, they're showing some chemistry already with the newest edition of Nerds. The fact that they're able to play off of each other in late round situations, because usually when you're adding a new piece like somebody like Nerds, you flesh out the openers, you say this is how we want to start these rounds, these are some of our reactions, maybe even some of our finishers, but you're not always going to just gel. And when we look at some of the retakes, round 7, round 10, we'll see that just Nerds, the way he's able to play off of teammates, like he's cerebral enough in these moments to recognize that he needs to be covering these angles because his teammates are responsible for covering their angles. And that sort of synergy out the get-go is so important.
Yeah, I mean, when we're thinking about Liquid, we're thinking they're just going to brawl out, they're going to be able to aim duel anyone and take down 9Pandas just based on aim, based on individual skill. Wasn't really expecting them to have, you know, actual as much coordination as they've had in those hectic situations like a retake. You can't really build that out necessarily in practice to quite the same degree.
And this is round 7, so we're going to be able to see just how 9Pandas 3-on-3 situation, how Nerds, Nafly, Twist, these are supposed to be your 3 heavy hitters, but to see them play off of each other in the way that they do here, smoking off the controlled door, and now look at the scaling, the way that they're playing off each other. Sure, Naf gets the clean entry right there, but Dilladez, they know about his position. Good swing from Naf again, and Nerds, he's just holding line. He knows what one of the only win conditions there is that door swing. Yeah. He's holding right there for it. Perfect, just perfect.
Really just no chance from 9Pandas.
And let's have a look at round 10 straight into it, right?
Round 10, I think, is more about, you know, just experience, right? They're going to get the initial kill on the opening, and it's a nice kill from Naf. He catches the guy off guard, but then they both double back, and they both are looking for heaven for a second there. One of them turns away. They get the kill, knowing that that peak's going to come out, and then they just don't need, they know they have plenty of time. They don't need to force out to go for the 2v1 through the smoke. They just play together, and they have plenty of time. They use it.
And in terms of looking at what you guys are talking about and how well Liquid played here, especially on this CT side, are you still happy with how it ended, or do you think they should have been able to take it a bit quicker? They should have been able to roll over a team, considering it is still 9Pandas.
Well, Liquid's problems generally amounted to poor T sides in the previous season. Twist is still getting accustomed to the role, and for my money, in some of those tough games against, like, let's say, like the phases of the world, you know, Vitalities, Na'Vi, it was usually finishers where I was left lacking or wanting a little bit more, where it just always felt a little bit uninspired. Like the amount of like door finishes, say, even in this game, they tried going for door finishes and Result just cleaned them up on top of Hut. He got to have a little moment of brilliance because of a, in my eyes, lackluster finisher. And I want Twist to just probably build out how he wants to end those rounds, maybe using pieces in a more kind of creative fashion instead of just saying, okay, we got all this firepower, let's just send it through the most obvious choke point right now. And I think that's going to come with time, and I hope that him and Myther come together on those things.
And does that mean, no, with Nertz's addition, we're going to have that piece he wants to play with in order to have that success?
I mean, that's the piece he wants, but he still needs the experience, right? He still needs the, exactly as you said, the finishers. He still needs to. I feel like when games get close, he still gets outcalled a little bit by the likes of Kerrigan. I mean, top IGLs, right? But he still gets outcalled a lot of the time. And that's just going to take time. If he's committed to the role, then he's going to pick it up eventually.
Now, going into, before we get to the break, the second half, right, we're looking at to see what can be done for 9 Pandas from here. Do you think they can still be, like, accepting what they've done, considering the caliber of team they went up against? Can they say there were positives to take away from this in their first official for it?
Oh, their CT side actually bounced back pretty nicely. It was only until Liquid started going for lower plays, outmaneuvering them, you know, creating kind of misdirection, where 9 Pandas started to fall off. But the standard kind of plays that Liquid were throwing out, just A hits or, you know, just sending a lot of bodies towards door again. Those kind of plays, 9 Pandas ate them up. You know, like they showed that they had firepower. They showed that they could quell any kind of obvious openers in rounds. So in my eyes, I think that 9 Pandas themselves prove that that nuke pick wasn't a terrible idea. I'm still going to have a little bit of 2020 hindsight, though, and say, I'm surprised they didn't go for Dust 2.
I mean, if at the end of that map, if you go back, you just say as 9 Pandas, look, the T-half got away from us. We just get a couple more rounds. We win that retake on lower. Then we're in the game, and we can lose a couple rounds. It's not a big deal. But yeah, Dust 2 would have been an interesting pick over Nuke. I kind of thought Nuke was coming just because of the way maybe you could get some looks at the way Liquid would play that. But yeah, maybe they should have picked Nuke, or Dust 2, I mean. So.
Well, they didn't this time around, but maybe they'll have to think about that later on. Next up, we've got Ancient is coming your way, but can Liquid grab themselves a smooth 2-0 and keep moving forward, or will 9 Pandas stay alive? You'll find out soon. and in terms of the new players you've picked up, there's a lot of talent in the CIS scene. In terms of picking up Krad, he has a lot of experience, but why did you not maybe go for a younger, unknown player?
Because we played before with Krad in Forza for a long time, and we already knew what we can wait from him and what he can bring to the team, and it was actually what we needed, so it wasn't that hard decision.
Nice, okay, so going to what you know and what you've played with before. In terms of Alv, what can you tell me about him?
He's the young guy, young prodigy, I would say. He has a lot of potential. Right now he has not much experience, I would say, but his mechanic skills are like on a really high level, so at least he can make a kills, and with the time he will grow with the knowledge.
And he certainly gets a chance of doing that throughout these games. But Krad, the man on your screen now, he's been through this many times, but I think we know what we're going to get with him, and I guess that's the kind of disappointing factor of why they went for him.
And when I think about why, if I'm Shalfie, I would want this move to happen, I think he's probably living in the past a little bit, trying to relive the glory days with Krad, where they were on the Forza team together. They actually reached top 8 of an ESL Pro League at one point in time. They won some CCTs online, but Krad versus the whole pool of people in Eastern Europe, I'm going to take the field there. I'm going to probably try something out. So I hope that, you know, he's providing some kind of voice on the team, because Shalfie's a little bit of an inexperienced game leader himself.
This is probably what FaZe was saying every time they picked up Olaf Meister. Minus Olaf, we know what he does. It's not a problem. We had to get rid of the last guy. Don't talk about that. Don't worry about it. But we know what Olaf does. We need him back.
Well, we'll have to see if it can work out from as they go further throughout just their journey as this new 9 Pandas. But at least Alv does have experienced players to help him along his journey, and high praise as a potential prodigy. But that's not going to be enough right now going into Ancient to try and take on a Liquid who look oh so good on this map.
On top of the fact that we are seeing the upgrade in action, the fact that Nerds is already slotting in as well as he has for sometimes the positions of Twist, sometimes the positions of Yakindar. This is a match made in heaven. You know, they loved that T outside or the middle position of this map. And whereas Yakindar was, again, trying to just like break through all that utility sometimes, if Nerd sees a fight that he doesn't like, he takes his time. He waits a little bit longer. He exercises some self-preservation, and he doesn't just get caught off by gimmick utility or anything like that. So I think that this probably is going to be even smoother sailing on map 2 for Liquid.
What do we want to see here from 9 Pandas and to be able to challenge Liquid within this one, Vu?
I mean, you need Result to activate a little bit more on the T side. When you look at Result, he's actually better on the T side on almost every map than he is on the CT side. We didn't see that on Nuke. He didn't get, honestly, an opportunity, and he needs to actually be able to get into some gun duels and then win them, which is the tough part when you look at Nerds, Naf, Twist. You know, you're looking at some of the best players in the world, but if he can activate, I mean, it's not out of the possibility. And then behind that, Alv can get something done with the op. You need someone to open up that space so he can play in the late round as well.
We've spoke about it though, right, in terms of position changes on CT side. You say you want to see him get a bit more active on this T side. Is there a chance there that maybe if Twist goes to B cave, right, that's obviously a change from him playing in mid, but if Nerds is also the player there, this could be a fundamentally weak spot that needs to be strong.
And Cave is such a gimmicky spot too. It's a spot where you need to know all these wall bang lineups, different types of utility that you can be throwing to dissuade people from taking it. And so that's going to be, I agree with you, James. That's a good piece of analysis, James. Why aren't you in this? You know, we can switch it up sometime. Maybe not. But I do agree with you that it's something that whoever is slotted there, if it's Nerds or if it's Twist, they're going to have some growing pains in that. They're not going to be Rain from day one, who's famous for the spot, the Caveman.
The Caveman. Yeah, he has been the monster when it comes to that position, but I would say that 9 Pandas here can try and do it. If we're talking about it, they should for sure know. And I also want to see them take some of the confidence that they had towards the end of the first half, going into the second half when they were fighting back, and try and put that in Liquid's faces. I don't want to see them just bow out here, even if it's not their map pick.
Yeah, I think 9 Pandas are their best when they're getting aggressive, when they're running at the opponent and taking aim duels. And they can definitely roll that into Ancient. Unlike what they did on the Nuke T side, it just felt like they got, you know, at a certain point, they got a little passive.
Yeah, and they can't have that happen at all here. Well, guys, thank you very much for your thoughts. We're going to find out how it's going down on Ancient with Scrawny and Launders. Can Liquid grab the 2-0?
Thank you, gentlemen. I think they can as well. I think that was the perfect debut for the pieces that Liquid wanted to bring forward, and I think that even when the challenge was brought to the table on that CT side, we saw a good adaptation from Twists with that back-to-back lower B hit that just kind of reopened the possibility of winning map 1.
Let's be real. I think Nertz made had huge impact both as a closer and an opener in some of those late situations. I think that bailed the team out. I think that made it so it seems clear that, number one, he's comfortable. Number two, as Maui said, Ancient should be even easier, especially considering who he is on Ancient. And I think we'll get a little bit more of what Nertz used to be on Ancient. Like on Nuke, I think he was flexing the fact that he can and will get the entries on T side. But I think this is one of the maps where he's like, you know, can get very lurky on it, is very good at it. So I think this is a solid situation for Liquid, but really, I mean, you can see a contrast between this Liquid and the last iteration because of Nertz on that last map.
Fast challenge here with multiple bodies trying to climb up into heaven. We got still 3. Ooh, ultimate. Dude, these P250 kills between him and Nertz, between Nuke and Ancient. It's been clean snippets of headshots against 9 Pandas. Dilladas not afraid to fall back, but maybe a costly error. Twists Rapido Presto with that Glock headshot. We go 4v3 to the favor of Liquid. Alv up next. Had a tough go of it, I think, throughout Nuke, but a bit of a recovery throughout that second half alongside most of the Pandas players. Had a moment there where he could have nabbed a frag back to go 3v3, instead down to 7 health, and we're starting to see Liquid set their sights on this B site. Little preemptive utility over the top. Still a smoke for Naf to throw when needed. And that's going to block off the vision of the 2 defenders here. A flash to the brain. Poor Shalfie with a dent in his forehead still comes through that smoke with a headshot, looking even for more. But he's going to need the reload as JKS peels Krat off the play. JKS, the savior, and Twists, their closer.
Okay, a little messy right there, but I think it needed to be for 9 Pandas to get an opportunity to win that back. There was so much control, so much subversive pressure on the map, taking over Cave in the way they did. Liquid knew that was a foregone conclusion. The bomb site would be theirs.
Sorry, it's never every day I get to make fun of you.
Oh man, I'm jet lagged.
I don't think. Can we play that card? It's been a week.
Oh, I mean, hungover. Prove it though. Prove it.
Well, that's just unprofessional.
I was at an award show. Okay.
4 days ago.
Don't let me talk about that Rakia.
Oh God.
Everybody in Serbia warned me about the Rakia. Careful. Shev came up to me, hey man, slow it down on the Rakia. You never know. Then we have this, you know, like have a 3-hour dinner, stricken for 15 hours, and then yeah, it does hit. So, okay. Nertz deserves a little bit of stat padding for the impact kills he had on Nuke.
Kind of the last king of the MP7.
Oh yeah, is he your GOAT?
Yep. Yes, he is. Now I'm going to make sure that there are no weird curves to get through here in round 2. Good conversion from Liquid by the looks of it.
So what's harder, hosting or casting?
Hosting that award show was the most stressed I've been since the Paris Major Grand Finals. I will never host again until maybe another award show.
For people who don't know, that was very stressful.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
The last CSGO Major final ever.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No, but luckily I had Freya to help me. And yeah, you know, there was a chance that I was going to do desk hosting for Rainbow Six back in 2024. I wanted to kind of branch out. You know, I always put Machine, for example, on a pedestal because he's a multi-role talent.
You changed the channel, he was there.
Right.
Every game.
Literally hosting the desk of an international. So obviously working alongside him so frequently, I want to be like that guy too. And well, I'm glad I did it on a stage and not a desk, Mohan. And now back where we belong.
Twist moving fast, and they've won mid. I mean, the CTs will have to reaggress to get back into it, but they don't have a nade to blow open the window smoke at the moment. They have to just... Oh, it's not even there for now, but Resalt's in a really testy position because Nerds can clear him safely if he approaches this correctly, and he is. So, I don't know. Yeah, Resalt was just going to kind of die eventually in that spot and decided to take the risk anyway.
Nerds continuing that smooth transition, but 2 peeks into Cave. Dilladez sweeps him out. Managing to get away with 3 points of health there. Oh, that's not ideal. Liquid really felt like they had something that they could easily pounce on. And honestly, it felt like a foregone conclusion that Dilladez was dead. Now suddenly, man advantage for 9Pandas to try and get their first of Ancient. JKS as the tip of the spear to the site. A 3rd kill from Dilladez. 3 HP, no problem. And Naf, the last to falter.
Lovely from Dilladez. With the HP that he had to do some kind of aggressive move or he would die getting cleared. So he took matters into his own hands with that last peek. And the first 2 was just a great spray. They thought, well, once we get this kill, I think it was Twist to swing out and be like, let's guarantee the frag and take over Cave and win the round. And it seemed like that would have worked, but my goodness, the M4 bullets were everywhere. Wasn't a terrible start to the round for Liquid with the Nerds frag to kick things off. Mid control was theirs.
Just that caveman.
The A play's coming in fast. And they're buying into this big time.
Same protocols from Nerds on the start of mid control. His support and Twist dead after 1. So that's Alv revealed. And of course, they're going to pounce into an A site. You just found 3 members of 9Pandas to be contesting in mid control. Liquid knows that's an open door for this half of the map. And it's an instant rebound off of a comparable start to the last round. Again, Nerds out mid, but this time ready to hit A.
Yes, and it was 9Pandas who last round and this were not inside of middle, but they were ready to retake it. Resalt was there inside of window. They were hanging out with 2 and Donut last round. They were ready for the re-aggression into the late round mid-control, and that always means a weaker A site, and it has become very meta right now to give up the A site entirely. But you see what happens when you do. You have to be ready at the signpost to stop people coming out of the A main entrance. Otherwise, this happens. Alv is a little late to the party. Once they swing out past that choke point, they know they've already won the round, especially if there's no op and Temple holding them down. And so it's a great call here from Twist to kind of play into exactly what 9Pandas wanted with the mid control, but for it to all be a fake in the end. Shalfie kind of looks like Trav.
Trav CS, the caster?
Yeah. Travie.
I don't know. He's got longer eyelashes.
Shades of Trav. Shalfie or Trav?
Shalfie.
Shalfie, okay.
You know, for the record, beautiful eyelashes. Just believe that.
But he doesn't have the darts ball knowledge.
Oh, he crad. Opening kill. Good cover, but it doesn't set Resalt up well enough. Smoke spam. Ugh, doesn't find anything. Still stands. Sure, a lot of damage on the 2 remaining A defenders, but you have effectively turned Liquid away from what could have been a, clear advantage in a full rifle pounce. This sets them up to get something else elsewhere. What's the move here from 9Pandas? They don't go too far through Cave immediately, but we can see them starting to inch forward here, supported by that Alv move over. JKS keeps his footing close towards the perimeter of that A site as well. A window of opportunity for Liquid that starts to close if Shalfie comes back with that M4.
It looks like Liquid are sort of right about how to approach this. The split, as you can see, is open lines. They're going back towards A. The CTs can try to breach Cave, but that's going to take some time, and they have to worry about the crossfire. And it looks like they'll just miss Nerds, maybe. Oh, but Nerds, he could. Oh my God, they got to be careful, man.
Yeah, there we go.
Nerds could definitely have turned around at any second. Shalfie playing this one a little aggro. Gets blinded.
Oh, and cleared. Good flash out from Donut. Lineup, easy.
Nice.
Crad comes through with a 4K on the round.
Alv actually got a Deagle headshot through the smoke from CT spawn as well.
See ya.
was a good approach, but it was a really good tempo from them to take Cave, just to push out with those pistols, do something about their situation, because I knew something was happening to them.
You can see the inner workings of that round. It all comes down to timing, and 9Pandas just a little too hot on the heels of Liquid for the current leader to walk away with another round win. Shalfie feeling contested out for mid control. Nertz has been so consistent in taking up this position, looking for opening frags on mid, not looking to slow down this time.
Damn.
Saw a second body, so him and Ultimate look to hone in on Donut, and
Nertz
that is
again.
the double kill for them. A site could be swept away, but Liquid aren't in a position to capitalize because Bomb's still back by spawn. 2 players on the other smoke on lane, 1 going down. Effective trade from Twists. Nertz, can keep this pressure up?
Oh, he turns into that lurk. After his 2 entries, he's now here to listen and look for timing, but he doesn't really need to move right now. He guarantees mid control here. If anybody from the CT side decides to walk out or shoot, he's going to be the warning system. And as they quietly walk over to the A site, I think this means that Liquid are less worried about this push that's taking place. Diladez, however, himself doesn't know where Liquid have gotten off to, and this is a great move. Now Nertz is showing them that he thinks they've rotated, whether or not he knows it, and this is forcing a reaction. Oh, and the info on the spot. This is going to allow JKS to move out faster because he's shown them it's a B split when it's really not.
Yeah, perfectly done here from Nertz. Opens up the round, sells the snake oil to 9Pandas. You can see that uncertainty from Diladez starting to creep back in, but okay, that could have been maybe a chance for him to stop it. Instead, JKS shows that it's not just timing, it's clean rifle play. And Team Liquid in a prime spot to get that 4-2 lead early on.
I mean, it's been pretty incredible impact here from Nertz across these 2 maps already.
I think you would have been foolish to doubt him on Team Liquid, but it is just a very, very clean debut so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a Liquid that has had 1 clean debut as well at, in July, and then they sort of slowly atrophied after that. But in moments, looked like they had redeemable qualities and gave Ultimate more experience and time, which is absolutely needed. And all that while, they had Yukinder, who was severely underperforming, and Nertz is over on Heroic doing an amazing job. That whole team was in a great place. I'm actually quite sad they broke up. But it looks like we see Nertz just as comfortable right now, just as smart, just as clean with all the shots. And it doesn't feel like there's going to be much of an onboarding process for him in terms of comfort. He's getting the entries, but as you said, he's not 2 steps too far ahead.
That's the thing. I want to return to that at some point. If the game starts to fall flat, I have a point I want to bring up about Yukinder. Not to beat him while he's down or not even in the server. Diladez at the moment, looking like Yukinder with the rapid entry pace on this time. CT challenge down ramp. And a smoke in front of it to secure what they've earned.
Oh my god.
Nertz, though.
Lining up his crosshair as he walks through the smoke, and he's actually found a gap.
No way.
The bomb has to wait, but now it comes down to, I think, JKS more than anyone else. But he should die in a second.
Yeah. Good backstab timing here from Krad. Nertz hears the movement from Alv.
I mean, that tells Nertz they're not aware of his position, number 1. They're holding the other entrance of Cave. But can he synthesize this information? Because where Naf is, obviously, is known to 9Pandas as well. But at what point can you no longer be patient? Let's see.
Still cautious about it. You can see the player over towards lane checking Cave. Oh, and it gets cleaned up nice and easy. So Naf now has to activate 1v5. And it's not going to happen. 5 up for 9Pandas.
That's a little crazy that Alv even is worried about that part of Cave. His teammate has his back turned to where Nertz is and is watching the front entrance. It's almost as if Alv didn't even realize his teammate was there. That worked out well in his favor.
Few moments of timing, I think, actually work out to 9Pandas' favor here. Krad catching the JKS Red Room push. And then obviously Alv also finding Nertz just as he comes out on low HP. Nertz gonna try it again. Adamant about mid control time and time again. And a challenge from Shalfie as he opens smoke. We get the donut peek from Resalt, but So much smoke out here in middle that 9Pandas recede back.
It's the same A play. It's the mid control that's actually uncontested and pressure on main. Alv, no op.
Result could end up being key. This incendiary from Alv yet to go down. He peels ultimate off the first engagement. Nertz looking for the duel here. Shalfie ready for the peek. Oh, Nertz wins the duel. We've got the player in CT spawn, able to turn back, but Donut player reveals himself by killing Twist towards mid. Nothing could stop this bomb and JKS from pushing out of main. They really want to come and fight Nertz, but he's so ready. Turns away from the third layer of defense thrown at him. And finally, he falls. Man advantage for 9Pandas. Krad's vision at a distance could very well be caught off by this green position.
They don't have to worry about the smokes. They have vision in front of it, but oh man, Krad just doesn't think they would have been boosted up.
Now he's looking for the next duel. You know that Resalt's up there in Donut. Obviously wouldn't have left yet.
They're going together.
JKS gonna come clear. Naf's got the right side. Better weapon for the trade. And now he's got that bomb and an open route to head elsewhere.
And he's going back.
Yep.
Oh, and it'll be respected here from Dilladez, who knows that he could run him back to cave.
JKS still going to be cautious, burn a few seconds on the approach just in case. You can see JKS so uncertain as to where the defender is at. And now he turns, he hears that. Dilladez making sound as he runs over.
Yeah, should he have done that is the question.
I don't think so. JKS, you can see it, confidence in the timing, starts to reposition back into the depths of Donut. He'll go. CT with a flash, no smoke. A kit at the very least. This is going to come down to the duel where obviously JKS at lesser health and at a lesser weapon. First tap's a fake.
Oh, spotted.
JKS not going to bite down. Look how cool he is in this clutch.
He's getting close, though.
Throws a decoy out, plays it around. JKS. I think those fast steps in spawn could have cost him.
It's a situation where, like, you're super close already. You're probably not going to see him planting from that angle. I mean, yeah, definitely walk in that spot. JKS used it against him. Played well right there. And was this the round where Nertz gets his kills? Yeah, he gets his kills pushing window, peeling back. Grabbing two is amazing. And if he didn't turn around, could have even grabbed a third. He was mad about it, but already was heroic enough to save this round. Still heroic.
I think Liquid are actually quite lucky that the previous heroic core moved over towards Falcons and the Falcons were in such a rebuild, right? I think Liquid really did get a chance to snipe a star.
Definitely.
Because like it came out, for example, that Flawless had received other offers since the Shanghai Major, and one of the two teams that offered him, according to sources, was Liquid. You know, and if no offense to Flawless, I'm very excited, in fact, to see what he can do on Virtus Pro, but
he's much more raw than Nertz is. Nertz
exactly.
is
so proven.
Definitely more reliable. He's got more range, I think, as a player and more consistency.
And for somebody
two different lineups where he's been the best player and very impressive. Yeah,
so made the most of the roster mania, I think, Team Liquid, but Twists is the dead man out of the gate here. Round 9 as 9Pandas continue to try to play this game of catch-up. They go 5v3. If anything, the B success has come through from 9Pandas more often than not, but we'll get this transition from Liquid into an A hit. Despite the double man disadvantage ahead of the smoke, they thought maybe they'd get away with that, but Resalt has other ideas. And JKS in an impossible 1v5.
Great setup, Connor. Let's see how that plays out.
That op tag's really going to spell disaster. CT's maybe smoked off, but they are completely surrounding him. And it's smooth sailing here for 9Pandas. Sigh of relief, perhaps, with still some rounds to play for, that this one comes through clean. 5 alive.
The two most important things happened right there. They got the twist cross across cave to take over mid control with their smoke break. Then they made sure to be worried about A main, which has been the main point of contact on a lot of these late round plays. Or sorry, Donut here, as they were taking over mid. And a great spray down as well on that cross. So this has actually sucked all the money out of Liquid's bank accounts. They've got nothing left. It'll be a save, a chance for 9Pandas to equalize. Which is not small on Ancient. Liquid's map choice.
Just please don't lose the Glocks.
It's the same odds as that 1v5 happening last round. It's an impossible round to win.
I think if 9 Pandas lose this round, we should just give them the 30,000 out of pity.
That'd be a messed up incentive.
Wait, yeah, actually. It might be illegal.
Why did everyone start playing so badly after that happened? Loser bonus.
Congratulations, you suck.
Your ass.
No, this one goes about exactly how you'd expect it. Glocks to the wayside. 9 Pandas tie at 5 a pop.
So we've said a lot of good things for Liquid, but here we are. Tied situation, 9 Pandas, solid CT side overall. And to be honest, again, if we don't see as many good decisions and shots being hit inside of rounds from players like Nerds, we probably see a pretty sizable lead here for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, there's been a pretty stark drop-off in Ultimate's play from Nuke to Map 2. I think that it was those 2 players coming to fruition at the same time back on Nuke that really made that one so lopsided out of the gate. But Liquid just like to keep you on your toes. Fast challenge into the bomb site from Twist. Trying to navigate through a sea of util. The wall bang is down to perfection. Damage ends up going both ways, and you're not going to escape that backside. Dangerous game from Shalfie as he jumps over into the depths of Long. Continues to challenge and pays that price. Bomb down in sight. Evened out 3v3
Whoa,
because of that challenge.
He came through it.
Resalt pinned in behind this box. Oh, this is weird.
No, your Resalt's gonna...
Oh, no! However, at the same time, bomb is indeed planted. You'd think 9 Pandas maybe think this starts a timer that they have to get into this bomb site before that flank comes through. But they don't seem to be having much caution about their actual spawn. And maybe with good reason. JKS adding himself to the post plant through cave instead.
Great shot.
Alv opens up the bomb site itself. JKS flank is in. Alv, that's 2 critical kills onto the bomb. Rolling over top. Wallbang's not quite there. The gun is dry. And Alv will close this clutch.
Oh, where's that molly go? Alv, there's your moment. There's a new guy here for 9 Pandas, looking very good. That first shot was so excellent. Could only see just the tip of his shoulder, crouched in the corner, and nailed it. That was after this fiasco as well.
Oh, Molly not even. Oops. There was just a strong northward wind.
Yeah.
You know.
Should have watched a Hugo demo.
That's true, man. Hugo doesn't miss those. Smoke top ramp. Crowd adds one to the mix. 9 Pandas, it's a tied half at the least. Love to see it. MP7 for Twists. The disease is spreading here across Liquid.
Hate to see how many times they're running through smokes, but...
Fair. Backside held by Dilladez, but gun's empty. Someone's got to get him out of here. JKS going to sweep him away. Shalfie to challenge again, and he finds timing to clear one and give man advantage as bomb inevitably planted. He gets that next duel wrapped up, and it will come down to the NAF 1v3 off the Galil. Not ideal. Full set of utility here for Alv. An additional couple of nades here for Shalfie. You'd think surely Naf gets zoned, but he's given easy duels. Bad nade. And now Naf has that cover. Bomb at the halfway point. Util underneath. He goes for the peek. Whoa. It's a possibility, but it's stripped away. And 9 Pandas go up 7-5 on Liquid's map. This sweep from Liquid, no guarantee. 9 Pandas with a lead. Who would have thunk that, Launders, coming off of that new
Maui
play?
just yelled at us that 9 Pandas are going to win. So I think that says it all. There's one believer in this room.
Yeah, but, you know, Maui likes to get his opinions out early at the starts of the year. I remember specifically 12 months ago when Patsy was going to be the best entry fragger in the world.
I remember you told Maui, you said, you promised us Patsy, Maui. You
was that
promised
2 years ago now?
Yeah, I think 2 years ago.
2 years ago, wow.
Streets don't forget, streets don't forget.
Wow, 2 years ago, and he still doesn't let it go. I didn't say number 1. Get out of here.
Okay, here's a
fast fight. Oh, boys. That lead is about to disappear.
Well, the bomb, though, it's going to be a free sneaky. Unless Nerds has something to say about it. He's listening.
Yeah, he will. But I think this is a prime example of what Maui said before we went. I'll get back to that because it only applies if he still pulls this off. Resalts will die inside of the bomb site. Okay, good. Shalfie, 1v4, will give it its due diligence. He finds a bit of damage in sight, but that's an example of, I feel like, moments where, as Maui said, sometimes Nerds will see a chance, and he has this like millisecond of internal thought that then prevents him from going all in on plays.
Yeah.
Could have taken that fight on site, decided, you know what, I'll stay alive.
Yeah, that's what makes him that much more reliable. He's more composed, for sure.
Yeah, it just feels like this exact donut peak is a good example of what Maui brought up.
But yeah, like in that spot, there is no plant that is safe from Donut if he walks up. So he doesn't have to take the duel as soon as he sees somebody. In this game, we just saw a T-side that was not great, honestly. We saw a T-side that was only serviceable because of Nerds' real impact plays.
Yep.
It wasn't one where I think the calling was that good. There was a lot of running through smokes. There was a lot of like messy situations. There's one good call from Twist on that A play to really expose the mid control and the setups from 9 Pandas. But outside of that, it was pretty sketchy. But Liquid, when we saw their CT side on Nuke, that's got me thinking, like, what are we going to get here on Ancient?
Yeesh. Twist, good nade. Cleans up house. Snap with a double kill. This is the Canadian full house. Nice and easy inside of the B-bomb site. So we start tying this bad boy up.
But yeah, if I'm Liquid moving forward, I'm putting all my energy between Mythra and Twist into figuring out how to maximize T-side. They've got, I think, it looks like it in this debut so far with the way Nerds is looking so comfortable, a golden opportunity to be better than they were for the past, in the past like 6 months or so, and the sort of since their inception with this new lineup, at least 4 out of 5 players.
Challenged again, huh? Looking like another ramp fight. They will indeed find 2. Damn. Not just Nap in the corner, but ultimate peeled off by that instant Shalfie headshot. JKS, wallbang ambitious, doesn't really have the hardware for the job. And now both CT's remaining positions revealed. So 9 Pandas just crank that dial to a 10 and come through with an 8-7 lead.
That's pretty cool. Doesn't work, do it faster. It's a snappy call right there out of 9 Pandas. And will they punish the exits? Yes, it looks like they might. Now who's being hunted?
Well, 9 Pandas are officially the bounty hunters in this match. Eliminate Liquid right now. Secure $15,000 cash guaranteed. And walk into the next round with the other 15 on your head.
And make a name for yourself here. With a scalp like Liquid, with a new team yourself.
Yeah, especially
with a lesser sort of spoken about debuts. So, they've got to kind of earn the attention of the people watching because it's the beginning of the season. There's so many stories overshadowing theirs.
Which debut are you most excited for
this
at
one,
Bounty?
For sure.
Yeah.
This one for sure because it's just this. It was a roster move that I think people were expecting was going to happen a long time ago.
Okay.
But it's one that it makes sense in terms of quality, but maybe not exactly in terms of roles, but still in terms of potential. So, yeah, so much to see.
Was stranded, but he will fight his way out of it. Not really the greatest trade potential, JKS. That's nasty. Comes out through smoke. The fact he gets the second. Like the elbow player didn't react. A third one for the road. JKS up to 16-6. And Twists is happy with what he sees.
Yes.
Making a 3K out of that situation. Disgusting.
Water from wine.
And again, you can see Nertz play it cautious. Maybe knowing JKS is going to come through. Nertz doesn't go for the elbow trade to get Twists back. Didn't want to expose himself to heaven in case that smoke crossing doesn't go well.
Wait, I just said water from wine.
Yeah,
that's
you did.
not that great.
I was, you know,
It's Danish water, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're serving it at, like, Alcoholics Anonymous, that'd be valuable. They'd be like, no, that's just the guy we need.
Jesus.
Sober Jesus. My goat.
The LaCroix of wine.
Give me that all in A. 9 Pandas, that lead has dried up probably faster than they would have hoped for. Ultimate on the angle.
Ooh, was that jump?
Whoa, let's go! Ow, it's nasty. Nerds,
No
it's gnarly.
way.
3 kills with the spray down. And Twist is trying to finish up what just happened. I can't believe he gets away with 3. Deep peek Alv from the hero to now 0 health left. Shelfie thrust to the clutch. Oh, and he makes that jump. That audio offered over to Liquid. He has been pinned into the corner. Flash finds him, and the retake's good. Nertz, that 3K spray down.
Insane.
Cue it to the highlight
How's
reel.
all headshots, too? It's necessary. It's needed. It's beautiful. Oh. What?
Love that.
I mean, okay. Also, I would love to see that. Can we call it like a Koopa peek? It was Alv jumping, crouched across the screen to bait a shot out.
Yeah.
Minimizing his presence by tucking his legs in. It worked. It looked crazy, too. I guess it's Alv. We could call it a chipmunk peek.
A bit of a stretch.
Alvin.
You know, workshop it. It's only January.
Is his full name Alvin?
I don't know. Let me check.
Okay.
If we have it, I would love to see that peek back from the perspective of Ultimate, but that is obviously throwing production under a bus. But you know what? Everybody's coming off of the new year, so...
Put him to work.
Exactly. No, his name is Vladislav Vorkovov. So, not quite Alvin.
Oh, there it was.
Watch him fall, man, like bowling pins. Oh. A for effort, guys.
Mm-hmm. We did see it. They did show it.
Yeah. I'll take it.
All right, Liquid lead. Liquid lead. Half buy investment for 9 Pandas. Mid control on the docket. No CTs here to stop him. But there's an A push as compensation.
Shelfie gonna have to do his best damn Nertz impression.
I mean, I don't think Twist didn't see anything, but they have so much information outside of A.
Yeah.
Pushed. I think they're pretty well aware of what's taking place anyways. Yeah, smokes this off.
Intuitively, he knows something's up. And he puts himself right where he needs to be. Flash is good from the T side. Alv just keeps on swinging. That's a second rifle acquired now for 9 Pandas, and 0 contest in the CT spawn. Ultimate actually giving up Temple for the time being. Cautious about a split that is not coming. Nobody in Donut just yet, and a beautiful snap back to Shelfie, going head hunting with the Deeg, and able to get back into the Temple to let Nerds come down with 2.
Everything's covered.
Strike him down off of the A site, and Resalt nowhere to be found.
Resalt kind of looks like Prius on the minimap.
Yes, he does.
Also, they made his head bigger than everyone else's. But is that because you were spectating him?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's see in Prius in 4K.
Gone but not forgotten.
Well, yeah. Everything taken care of. Information off the A push. And 9 Pandas didn't really know they were being toyed with. They were being watched from all positions. Lots of map control to let them have middle. So great job here from Twist to get that information and believe in it. 10 rounds now, and Nine Pandas have their feet to the fire. They're going to have an investment, but they spent all their money fighting against 12. And this is something that Liquid did to them. It looks a little different, but it's going to have a similar outcome. However, they lose their mid players. So now CT's rush back to A to catch this timing. It's really, again, about hitting them right here where Twist is.
Twist tried to slide up, but Molotov makes it uncomfortable, and Alva's trying to keep this T side alive, damn it. Goes for the deeper peek into JKS, another triple. The rifles from Liquid are just finding their marks.
21-6 for JKS, another 3K for him on a rifle round. And Krad looks hopeless.
Simply excellent when it comes to the multi-frag output of Team Liquid's defense on A. Krad will have to give this one a go. But with JKS and Nerds shoulder to shoulder up inside Donut, it feels like just even scooping that bomb back up could be impossible. Ultimate, the weakest link of the 4 players alive right now. And honestly, a bit of timing.
It's coming in to search back default, and Donut, I mean, surely he's going to be worried about a potential,
Missed it. Missed that bit of timing. Ultimate now ready for him, and going to close down for the 11th of Team Liquid.
Damn, moving carefully here. Beautiful stuff out of JKS. Rock solid hold as they all try to swing on, try to get this, what they think is one trade. It's even 2 players here. Just both aren't needed.
I will say, in contrast to the Nerds triple, though, the tethering from the T's not quite as well timed.
Yeah.
You know, you give JKS a half second in between each fight, you know he's going to nail it.
It's also not the fight you're supposed to take if you're on the T side, but because they were low on money, low on utility, they didn't have the donut smokes, they didn't have the deep molly to stop the spams from behind the smokes. They were forced to try to fight and duel, and that's 50-50.
Yeah, it feels like we're starting to kind of get Nine Pandas into that squirmy state of desperation. Elimination so close to them at this point. Liquid looking great in their debut. And the final timeout as well for Nine Pandas. So put pen to paper.
Tough part is, this is not even a round where you can really, you don't have enough money to use any great ideas. I think the question is, are they just going to force? A lot rested on that round. And yeah, it's still a decent looking buy. It's 4 Galils. They have some utility. We're talking about 2 mollies, 2 smokes. Let's see what they can come up with.
Boy. Didn't try to keep that wallbang too clean. He's not going to find the damage he wanted. Galil crosses back in the hands of Shalfie. This is looking like a likely ramp hit. You got strong numbers on it. Twists looking to be a real nuisance yet again top mid. JKS dives back into cover.
They're calling him out for everything right now.
And as they push the defense back, Dilladez also starting to retreat away from what could have been more pressure offered out in middle.
They throw a defensive smoke there. And there's only 2 CTs right now in B, but I think they're really scared about the ramp.
They have reason to be. 3 players emerge. Nap with 1.5 dead. JKS follows up, but isn't able to get the rest of Result. So Twist crossing quickly into that back lane. Of course, Bomb has to be scooped back up and cross over. They could go for the double peek. Looks likely. Result, yes, bailing them out of a tough spot. The Cave player just toying with the peek. And Ultimate, distracted for only a moment, finds the kill to Result, who tries to go maybe a bit too deep. Nerds thinking maybe Bomb is backside. Not the case, as it instead presses up against them.
Now they're just looking for lurks. T's peek at the same time. Nerds careful.
Ultimate slowly burning around these edges, trying to get as much of an angle as he can. Dilladez planting in the open position, no cover offered over. He's got to do it with 30 health and a Galil, and he finds the first on Nerds. That Opper playing around him, and he's doing a good job of dodging, he thought, but he's going to come back into the duel, and he wins it.
Wow.
A missed shot from Ultimate. but not a missed opportunity. 2 kills for Diladez in a clutch.
Oh, it's so key here for 9Pandas. Again, they were just without money if they lost this round entirely. So off the tack pause, they put it together. They go for a simple play. This is what has yielded them the most wins. It's the straight up B-side hits. I was surprised to see Liquid not blocking as much towards this position and rotating off of their information, but 9Pandas did move up to B slowly and carefully before coming in very explosive, and that's where they're at their best. So Liquid, on the other hand, have some bank here to go for another buy. It'll be a hard route here for 9Pandas, but it's a lifeline nonetheless.
Nerds able to find one. To push through that smoke would be crazy. Alf gives it a try and almost costs himself his life. We get ultimate with the headshot to Shalfie, so bodies falling around. Liquid up to the 5v3. There are fights on all fronts. This round looks to get messy, and it feels like Liquid really thriving in that chaos, keeping the pressure up. Twist spams through smoke for the comfortable 5v2.
What was he looking for? Maybe a piece of utility on the ground. In elbow. JKS, open lines. And they've got so many pieces. He's going to be happy to take a fight. Let's see if Elf can dig him out of the trench here.
Banking on Twist to come over and support. JKS plays it silent, goes for the peek and closes 5 up. Liquid, 3 rounds to finish off this series.
Yeah, that's excellent so far. No questions on their CT side in terms of consistency. Great decision making, lots of great shots being hit. Every spot looks as strong as the last.
Late buy comes out for Krat on the util. He actually didn't spend it all. Could have got an extra smoke with his $400. May not even matter. Looks like Nerds has got blood in the water. Looking lethal all series long. He's got ultimate back behind him to bolster his confidence if he wants to hit this back line. Off shot starting to miss. 2 backs turned. Oh no! Nerds leaves something on the table. But again, ultimate was there, so he finds his double. And Alv will use this chance to disengage.
Surprised they didn't think that someone's on the other side of it, holding it for ultimate when he sat there. But this is a perfect setup for Liquid to get 2 kills and information on the rest of the players. Twist now, timing.
Hanging on to that last smoke, they finally throw it. Ultimate missed chance at a triple kill in potentially the final round. Twist peels back and they offer 9Pandas some mid play.
Will it be a late round B finish? Ultimate on that Shiro angle here inside a donut, holding the cross.
Lands it.
Small tag. Now they have to call a window timing even though no one's crossed, I think. Won't affect the map too much. JKS can tell him it's not A.
Yeah, he's feeling confident. Starting to close in the walls around this 9Pandas attempt. All you have is cave, but all you need is 2 kills on B with the plant. Now feeling the pressure of the util. We get him to peek in, and with Twists, it's an easy close. Team Liquid on the CT side step it up a level and will indeed eliminate 9Pandas from the bounty. That $30,000 still sits on Liquid's heads.
And confidently so. This is the Liquid you want to see. This is the Liquid you expect to see, especially when they're going up against this level of opposition. But it was a good early showing from a very new Liquid.
And Nerds himself really just kind of showed what he was capable of in middle. He was, exercising all of those options, getting into the red room, pushing on forward, finding not only entries, but good trade frags. Also, his CT side, the diverse plays that he was making in terms of just positioning, in terms of showing the mechanics on display. Like, it was the complete package today. This is everything a Liquid fan could have wanted from him.
And JKS as well. I mean, we never talked about him, but I think Nerds opened up a little bit for JKS to be able to frag out on his own too.
And that's a positive sign for sure for Liquid to start off their campaign here. 239 score lines, not super tested, nothing to really worry about. They closed it out when they should have. Yeah, you can look at a better scoreline for it, but this is still very early days. And Nerds across both games here was the man to stand out and show us what he's got. But to have this much versatility already, like you were saying about for them, how much of a positive sign is that going forward, considering like this is just them getting together, this is just them synergizing? It's
tremendous. If Nerds is able to take space as effectively as he's done on the last 2 rosters that he's been on, and he is also able on CT side to sometimes play a more aggressive stance, to play essentially a site anchor at certain points in time in a round, and to be as good on retakes as he was back on Nuke with the team. I mean, the synergy's there, the fact that he can just be thrown into so many situations, that's a great sign. I mean, this was an upgrade on paper, and I don't want to get too excited. It's just one game against 9 Pandas, but it's everything that, you know, we knew about Nerds all on display at the same time.
Well, let's have a look at round 11 from Alv, because we don't want to just focus on the Liquid side. Still, 9 Pandas showed us that they can challenge Liquid a bit here, and it is very early days for them as well.
I mean, Alv statistically didn't do that amazing. I mean, neither did Result, but this is what you got Alv for, because I don't think this was happening from Idis Balance nearly this much. I mean, just a couple really nice shots, smokes himself off, and then JKS misses the molly and misses the spam. But I mean, that's one where we were talking about, should they even be going for this retake? They went for the retake. Alv hit a couple nice shots, and if they can build on that, and he can do that a little more consistently, and maybe if Result can have some, you know, get some frags of his own, because he definitely struggled in that game, then that's what you want. That's why you picked him up.
Well, you are talking about Result, and I think that's someone we should turn our attention to. So let's speak to him as 9 Pandas are exiting the Blast Bounty. Result, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Hello, my friend. Just to start with here, obviously you guys were able to push Liquid a little bit here. It's obviously not the result you would want, but how are you finding it so far with going through the motions and getting your new players in to find the way you want to play?
Honestly, I'm disappointed because it was us who played, and we can do better stuff, better work. But this match was shit for us.
Result, you know, it was kind of a little bit of a drama situation last season when you left Aurora, joined 9 Pandas. I guess from that point on, how do you feel like the decision has worked out for you? Are you still enjoying being on this team?
Truly, there is a lot of options what to do in my career, but in this point, I don't know. It's just life. I should play CS every day, play and play and play. There is no emotions about it. If I feel some emotions, I feel bad.
So on the desk, we were wondering the trade of Krad for Glowing. Shelfie said he knew how he played. Can you speak to how Krad is playing differently, what he brings to the team?
We took Krad because Fierce and Shelfie know what we need from Krad. Krad, he knows like to play Anchor. He knows like to play support. He knows like to play entry. And that's because we took them. We took him, yeah.
Well, Result, thank you very much for all the insight. It's sad to see you go, but best of luck throughout the rest of the season, dude.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
A few quick words from him there, some very telling signs as well, but we got to keep things moving. We got to keep it going. We've got another game coming your way. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This looks so weird. This does not look like Inferno at all. Ups out, ups out. Short and volley. Nice try. Burst is better? I think Burst is better.
Yes.
Long range too?
For sure.
I'm just killing everyone I see. Oh, already close. I'm dying.
Boom, boom, boom.
I was blind. Okay, now it's time for AKs. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Where's my AK? I dropped it.
You know my strat now.
Now he peeks. No. How am I getting hit? Are you climbing through the wall? No way. I'm just short. Seconds. 1 HP, 1 HP. I hit him 3 times.
No way.
Yes, he was
no way. No way.
Small pit, bro. Where is info? Nice. He's back.
Let's play. Okay.
Ooh.
Chopper, come on.
Small pit.
Oh, he's with fucking...
Just sides with shield. Shield. You want to take shield? Very good gun. Yeah, drop would be nice. Thank you. It's too short. I didn't have time to buy bullets. Wow, so weird to see my name at 1.6.
Game ruining.
One more minute, 1 more minute. Yes. Countered. Second link. Double kick mid, bro. Come to... Oh. How's your money, guys? Bad, bro.
Good.
I have plan.
Рома, блин.
Oh, what? He's fighting.
Watch out.
AK. Oh. Wow.
Mid.
Last one. Oh, what's your HP?
4.
No. God damn.
Boost me.
No, it's crazy. What are they boosting for? Wow, this position is so good. No way. I'm just getting headshots through the wall and then my cursor like... Yes, I have this, you have that.
That shit is good. Right side. He's double ducking.
No chance, it's no chance.
Wait, please.
I cannot, I already went forward.
Baller.
It's no chance.
Dead.
I'm blind for 50 seconds.
Yeah.
50 seconds, I don't even know where I am. Chopper, you have 0 kills, I have 1. Yeah, it's no problem for me. I think you heard this actually.
I think he heard this.
Yeah.
And last round. Last chance for Chopper.
Night vision. I'm gonna play with night vision. Oh, I'm sorry. GG.
No night vision in this game, but it is night time for the final match, and it's Spirit taking on Fnatic. A new Fnatic, and that's where I want to start, guys, because at least for the hype around Fear, this seems like an exciting one.
Yeah, Fear makes a lot of sense. I mean, he's had great results on Passion UA. I mean, he's had games against Fnatic, and that might be where they scouted him, where they thought, this is what we want to see this guy. The question mark is kind of Burmalov, but I think for Fear, that's an obvious pickup.
Fear has shown that he can lead with conviction. The style in which Passion UA was defeating some of the teams, including Spirit, by the way, at the RMR, was very exciting. You know, if they see a smoke and he says to jump through it, they do that. It kind of reminded me almost of like Heroic leading Katie, or Cadian leading Heroic, where it was just like one mind and everybody just followed regardless of what they thought the possible outcomes were. They just believed in him.
And that's what Fnatic are going to need to do, believe in Fear. So let's hear from him as the head of this game. Fear, the rumors were that you had a lot of offers coming your way after the major. So what made you decide on Fnatic?
First of all, it's a big organization. I think it's the best organization, one of the best organizations. So that's why I accept this offer. It's a very big challenge for me.
And in terms of that challenge, how does it feel for you to go through this process and now be on a team like Fnatic?
Right now, it's you need to understand. I changed my natural language to English one, so I need to work a lot. I sleep last days maybe 5 hours because I work with in-game stuff, prepare for training process. So overall, I need to still adapt. So. Yeah, it's hard process, but it's okay. It's okay. Like I said, I accept this challenge. I understand what pressure it is. So yeah.
Well, I do know you love a challenge, and I wish you the best of luck with it. I also want to ask around the process of people thinking that Jambo would be the player to maybe join with you, but it's Burmalov that's here instead. Was it you who wanted to bring him into Fnatic as well? How did this work?
No. On this organization, I cannot say take this player. Everyone make a decision, but of course my voice is also important because I'm IGL, and for me it's really nice that Dennis joined us because I can speak with him a bit our Ukrainian language. So I'll help him a lot to adapt and improve like Opera.
Nice. And in terms of the days you've had to practice, I know it's probably not been too many, but how comfortable are you in the way you want to lead this team and how you want to play the first game today against Spirit?
You will see later, but I hope we will show great CS. We understand it's the best team of the world, and we want to test ourselves to play these big pressure games. You know what I mean?
Well, you've definitely beaten him before. Let's see what you can do on Fnatic time, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. Bye.
Now, this is a big step up for Fear, and he knows the opportunities he's got, but you heard from it there, right? He didn't get to take Jambo with him this time, which I'm sure he probably would have liked to do, but it's not just his choice.
And I would probably rate Jambo higher if we have to take it on that. But I will say the management issue, Fnatic, you know, they've got a pretty great guy that's actually leading this. I've talked to him before, Ross R. He was the guy that was scouting for Endpoint when they found people like Nerds, people like Flames, I think Spinks. I mean, he got so many of those great players. A Heavy God as well, maybe. I don't know if he's just picking Israelis at this point, but either way, he picked a lot of great players, like diamonds in the rough players. And so I do have some faith in what he has been cooking on this team because he's made some shrewd moves. You know, they found Blame F on the low.
Well, let's have a look at the video before I let you go any further, Vu, because I want to see how this game's going to go down. There's plenty of options in here.
Oh, wait a second. Okay, so the one thing, we'll see if it pops up. Spirit, they have to ban Inferno. Okay. And so Fnatic really have an option here. Do they go with Anubis, which Fear has beaten Spirit on before, or, okay, we got it. We got Train here at the Blast Bounty. This is exactly what we wanted to see. We've been hyping this one up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most obvious pick for a team like Fnatic, to be honest, against Spirit. They're clearly the underdog, and Fear could have come in and just said, look, guys, we're going to be good on Train. We're going to play it in a few events. We're going to make this work, and we're going to make sure that going into the RMR, we're going to be the best Train team. And that's definitely, I mean, they could do it. It's not impossible.
And these teams, right, they did all hear at the Major. I heard it from Donk himself. He said, we got told by Valve that it was going to be coming in, so they had the extra time to prepare for it.
Oh.
Donk himself also told me that he does like the map a bit. They've been playing around on it, but this is not the Train we used to know. This is the Train I used to know and love. This is where we're going further into the changes that came around, and the development of Train has been a wild one. A lot of CSGO players will be very familiar with what we have here. And now we get this. It's gone pretty wild.
It's gotten a little crazy. For me, Train back in CSGO after the rework was some of the most beautiful CS you could imagine.
Yes.
It was team synergy across a huge, wide area, aim duels afoot where you just have to snipe people with your rifles all the way down these fat lanes, and it was highlighting the skill of so many great riflers. Now it's kind of a brawly area in the middle yard space. I don't know, like Vu, like is this map just become a little bit more puggy or too puggy?
I want to say about Train, this is an unpopular opinion that Train was the most amazing map of all time. I know some people love it, okay, but some people, myself included, didn't like Ops just getting on top of Ivy Train and just killing you from across the map. And Valve listened. They listened. Valve said, no, screw that. We're not having any open lanes, everything closed, and you're just gonna have to fight with rifles out mid probably.
Well, I'll let you guys fight about Train while we hear from Zontix in this interview. Now, Vertigo has been taken out of the pool, and we've got Train coming in. So how are you feeling about that? Have you guys started to work on it?
I think pretty much like might be most of the teams, because like who likes Vertigo? And of course, I think we are happy with that, and we haven't played a lot of pracs on Train yet, but I think I like this map, and my teammates like this map as well, and I think it's better than Vertigo.
Interesting. Can I ask what things you like about it in particular? Because it has a bit of kind of, some people are hit and miss if they like it or not.
I like the rain, and I like that it's dark.
That does sound like a you answer, Zontix. Dark like Zontix's soul.
He likes the rain in his...
Yeah.
It's not Vertigo. It's not Vertigo. That's what I love about it.
That's the better answer.
It could be Tuscan, it could be Mill, I don't care. It's not Vertigo.
And this should benefit them, right? Are we still going all the way that maybe Fnatic's found a way they can get this, but a series should just be going for Spirit?
I'm curious about Fnatic's overall season. This probably won't be the way that it starts on a good foot, though.
Definitely not. But we're going to Train. It's choo-choo time. So let's see what Scorny and Launders have got for us on this one.
All aboard, baby. Train in an official. Fear, who was able to call versus Spirit back in Shanghai in a best-of-1 and win 13-11, now tries his hand on his new roster in Fnatic. It's a huge challenge. It's the first time, I believe you mentioned, that Blame F plays versus Donk.
Yes. Yes, it's like after their photo that we took in Dubai of them. Blame F, like with his arm around Donk, just to get the size comparison like we have on the desk, obviously. Blame F being Vu in this situation. We wanted to see them play against each other eventually, you know? we're thinking maybe Blame F and Donk play together one day. That'd be funny. Well, here we are at the Bounty on a brand new map. And with an IGL, as you pointed out, that knows how to beat Spirit. I think that's the maybe most important part. Can inspire confidence in this team for an opening game to show them I know how to do it if you guys listen to me and trust me, and there will be trust here. This is going to be a very different team, though. You know, for Fear, he's now on an international lineup.
Of course.
His last roster, man, Passion UA, were awesome. They were awesome. They had a good thing going. And this is a team, a Fnatic, an organization right now that they've got 3 majors on their, you know, to live up to in the past. And they have been, ever since then, trying to figure out how to make this thing work. So this is by no means, you know, a huge upgrade for someone like Fear. Yeah. This is a situation where he can come to the team, not to be carried to becoming, to be on a great organization, but to create one. I think that's his job, unfortunately. And if it works, I mean, he'll be the one to save Fnatic. He'll be the one to revive Blame F's career. He's got a lot on his shoulders, but we have seen what he can do as an IGL, and he does very much seem like a leader. So maybe he's the guy that is the key to the puzzle for Fnatic finally.
To me, it really feels like a new stepping stone for Fear, right? Obviously, the project he had with Passion UA to elevate this completely inexperienced team who essentially boot camped for a year in his grandma's place in order to get to that major. Well, now do it again in what was a sinking ship.
Whoa, it's Drain!
It's real, folks. Fnatic versus Spirit. A $60,000 bounty is on the Spirit head. Your Shanghai major champions back in an official server. What am I looking at?
Of course, Donk playing E-Box.
Train. Donk on the E-Box with the opening frag. Magic's finding one as well. Donk, yeah, that's what's going to happen all night long. Right. 5 kills made easy for Spirit in a blink of an eye.
And I was like, is Donk going to get the first tier 1 kill on Train? Yeah, of course he is. He's going to grab it. There's that great pistol round out of Donk and solid hold overall. And yeah, so back in the day, you know, if you're the E-Box player like FNX, or if you're getting a lot of action, you can play both sides of this box. You're fighting T-Con. And right now, this map, because of the way they've tilted the, what color is it now? Is it blue or is it red?
Which one?
First train as you get out of T-Con. It's red now. Because of the way they've tilted this, it's just once you get out, the angles are just so wide. It's before it was a lot more cramped, more difficult, more painful to try to get out of T-Con, but now it's just I feel like way more scrappy than it used to be.
I am happy that, you know, it was one of these like ninja updates where Valve actually changed the spawn timings for the T side last week, but they didn't put it in the official release notes, which, you know, kind of important information, but they did pull the T-spawn back a little bit. And obviously one of the biggest criticisms of Train when it first came out in CS2 was the timings of the Ts is far too prosperous. Good. Good stuff. Able to rush out into A site so frequently that the defense just had their hands full every single freaking round.
I mean, it was a difficult map on T side.
Yeah.
So I think they were trying to find a solution to that.
And I'm glad that they have heard us early and just not changed anything too dramatically, but just peeled it back that ever so slight amount. And now we're going to see this newest rendition of it.
I'm very happy to see a new version of the map, and then on its face, it's beautiful. This is looking great here on stream, that's for sure. And we've been playing a lot of it just in matchmaking and everything like that. But in terms of gameplay, we'll see. This new ladder room, which is just a series of stairs. Same Donk, however, here at E-Box.
Oh, they get him in the end. Blame F. Fragging out versus Donk.
That is not the solution that I expected, though, for ladder.
The stairs?
For it to just be a long hallway into a stair.
Yes, sir.
I'm still not super happy about it.
Oh, no?
Yeah. I think if it was more just went straight up, but a circular, or even square
staircase.
Yeah?
Yeah,
that's
just a
thing.
Circular staircase. That'd be great.
That is a thing. That is a thing. A spiral staircase.
Yeah, I know, but that seems...
But instead of a ladder, because I think once they made the update where you could hear people pulling pins on grenades, it kind of ruined ladder. It made it such a mess every single time someone would try to approach it. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah. I won't be romanticizing the past ladder. That was kind of messy.
The reason I had always been excited for Train to come back with CS2 was obviously smoke grenades in the outer yard and our new frag to smoke interaction, right? being able as a terrorist to open up your T-Con smoke and potentially find a deep op pick. That was something I really looked forward to. I didn't anticipate so many changes to A and maybe like denying these Ivy sight lines towards T-Con so much.
The way they widened things up definitely feels like a welcome change, that's for sure.
Here we go with the deep Ivy fight. Magic's going to lock it to the
playing
corner.
angles that don't exist already.
Right. Magic.
With nothing else to clear, it's possible Maddie would, might just walk into this, but he's got to be aware of everything right now. It's all brand new.
Magic's come swinging wide. Matt is down for the count.
Yeah, that's spotted.
And Fear's going to follow suit not long after. Meanwhile, Chopper getting aggressive. So some forward CT positioning. We saw this last round as well. Taking up T-Con if the T's don't. Uh-oh.
Now they forget about Chopper, surely.
Yeah, good thing that didn't spread.
Of course he throws a perfect grenade even though he's getting shot at.
Hook, line, and sinker, dude. This missed Molotov just ends up working perfectly. They're never going to clear it. They do lose a player on site. Chopper playing the long con. He does get traded out by Brubalov. And so, Shiro hanging on to man advantage, flexes this one. Crims to the 1v3 with 12 seconds. Bombs behind him. He needs all the kills. He won't really have time to scoop it up, and Magix gets his second of the round for Spirit to keep the high times rolling.
So as you just pointed out, with the spawns being pulled back, it'll be a question of like what kind of slow rounds are going to work here for the T side, if they're going to use them, or if they're still going to try to beat the pace and get out T-Con fast. But at the moment, it looks like Spirit have their eyes set on just taking T-Con control early to abuse this versus them, and well, the lurks on Ivy obviously weren't much just yet.
Such a perfect sell on that incendiary. Frustrating, no doubt, and not the most.
He had that look like, I've mastered this map, they just aren't listening to me.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
Are you surprised that Fnatic have entered 2025 with Crims still on the roster?
I think in terms of the, longevity GOAT, it always felt like, it didn't feel like it was going to be him. It felt like it was going to be Forrest or Get Right or something like that. But like, I don't know. It's clearly something you just can't predict. Wow, what a career that Crims has had in terms of his average level after all these years. I don't really have a good answer for you. We don't see Fnatic as much anymore, playing with tier 1 competition. But I do sit in sort of amazement, like how long you can be a professional like at this level, like seriously.
I mean, particularly like we're just coming off of the HLTV Awards where we kind of ushered Get Right and Forrest into the Hall of Fame. We hear Forrest say like, my time to leave the scene has come. Words I don't ever think I ever wanted to hear him say.
It's kind of uncomfortable to hear that.
It's like, it's actually sort of like, no, we'll tell you when you can leave.
Yeah. Hold on. This walkout actually could be good, but we've got Magix and what we'll call Olaf. Okay. This spot doesn't need a new name. And I mean, it's a good looking lurk. It is a great looking play here from Fnatic.
Time though, man.
They do have to start running though.
That's maybe what scrambles this, right? In the Desert Eagle shot for no reason to announce the approach. Shiro, I mean, easy denial. They're not ready. And he keeps that rifle clean. Matt is, jumping M4 headshot. But again, it's the time, man. It was always going to be that clock. Magix keeps himself alive. 5-0 his start. Didn't even see anybody this round to deal with.
Well, it was a great idea, but they just didn't. They maybe wanted a few more seconds to walk, if possible.
So some growing pains early here on our newest map in the competitive pool.
A map I'd like to start on CT if I was going to play it in a comp situation like this. But
you know what's crazy though, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm not one of the old dogs, Mohan. Is this not the first time where the Actually, I don't want to say it anymore. I was gonna. I'm gonna frame it this way.
You can't blue ball us. You have to say something.
I'm gonna frame it this way. It's wild to me that we at tier 1 events, tier 1 circuits beginning this week, okay, are playing a map that we can't even play in the competitive map pool yet online. You queue a game of Premier, you still can't play Train, which is supposed to be the esports map pool.
Yeah.
But we have jumped the gun on that.
Okay. That doesn't sound so silly. What are you saying it's silly because it
I was going to say it's the
before?
first time this has ever happened.
Oh, okay.
But I think I've romanticized that in my mind. I don't think it is the first time.
Okay. I actually don't remember.
Okay.
So it's...
My point being, I think, was like, hey, Valve, chop chop. Okay?
Yeah.
Chop chop.
Let us play this in Premier. We've all been playing it in competitive.
Make it Premier now. Or else.
Nobody's jumping on birds and flying around, so...
yeah, that's true.
Things seem to be pretty okay.
Oh, man, that's a throwback.
Yeah. All right. So, when they peeled back the spawns, I'm sure they were worried about slowing down the pace of the map overall and ending up in a similar situation to Old Train. I really think there's a problem with the way the first train is tilted here. I feel like that kind of is what is the real issue, not just letting the T's out early, but just giving them
so much cover.
Too much cover. It's so easy to also throw grenades back and forth over it. I feel like it's just like, you don't even have to have that much thought in it.
Yeah.
So, because I was looking forward to the old train with the new smokes.
Agreed.
But now it feels like we got the new smokes and we've got some new different advantages. But let's see. New Olaf as well means this double stack could present a kill here to Chopper.
Good recovery. Shiro, 2 missed op shots out of the gate, but obviously Chopper taking all that damage. Og looking good at these kinds of ranges. And the flood from Fnatic fights forward. It's a good amount of cover out of Magix. They know that he's back there in the corner. He's hanging on for dear life. The fight's still coming at him, and BlameF's gonna clear it. There we go. Fnatic on the scoreboard.
All right. Wasn't sure if that was gonna happen. They made it. They made it though. They got the A split going. They just delayed at all corners of the map. Waited for the outside pop. Took it with both hands. Good job, Fnatic on the board. This is also a map where I think, I've been saying the AUG is a great gun. In CS2 as well. It's not used as much as people I think are just going back to just like, let's AK M4 for a while. Let's like all figure out the rest of the thing. But I think this is a map where you're going to see the presence of AUGs and it won't be a gimmick. It'll be something that replaces the AWP in a lot of positions.
Sure.
Nice long angles. Very powerful weapon.
Fast exec coming out from Fnatic. We saw these nades flying out through spawn. Fear finds his first kill of the series. And these pistols just floating around the edges of smoke. Fear's gonna hone in on the frags. And now, unfortunately, down to just Donk and Zontix. So Fnatic, you can see it, right? The moment they get one hook in on this T side, they get into what we have been talking about, these rapido presto A hits for the T side. It'll cost them BlameF at the very least, but that is their second guaranteed. Spirit not looking for the retake whatsoever, just an AK upgrade, and they concede.
I definitely want to see the Donk BlameF kill matrix at the end of the game too. Two opposite players, opener and closer.
Well, it's because nobody other than Nico really has the kill matrix over Donk.
No one.
Right?
No one.
And we wonder to ourselves, can anybody else do that?
No.
And there's a very short list of players who have just still not played Donk.
Yeah, that's true.
And we thought maybe BlameF is that champion. Feels like if you can do it for even one map, we'll be willing to celebrate it.
Yeah. Well, it was fun that this round was faster. It looks also just as competent as their slower crawl outside last round. Spirit gonna take a timeout. Of course, this is a map where you can never have too many timeouts. There's so much to learn and talk about. Everyone playing their debut game on Train.
Funny that Zontix says, this is my favorite map because it's dark and rainy. And now we see him sitting in his apartment in the dark while it's raining.
That's the immersion that you're talking about.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. I think Vu said it best. He could have just answered, it's my favorite map because it's not Vertigo.
Yeah.
Instant smokes once more. BlameF. Tip with a spear, baby. Sorry, BlameF. Fast entry.
Yeah.
And obviously slim pickings for the Spirit setup. That was one of the two guns they saved into the mix. Second one also hard hit by BlameF.
On Dawn.
Kill matrix is looking good. Obviously making the most in these lesser equipped rounds, but you can't anticipate much for Spirit with just pistols. T-side really looking to leave a mark on this first half now.
not too shabby. They've got to go back and grab the bomb, but I mean, not much to worry about. Shiro here, one bullet away from death with a USP. And again, another angle that doesn't really exist. Let's see if this gets cleared. There it is. Great round out of Blame F on the entries, of all things.
You know, maybe this is the year Blame F is reinvented. Maybe Fear says, listen, I'm the leader. We said he is a leader of men.
Yeah.
We said that he has been able to shape people. Well, if you have brought in a new leader, it's his call. Step up or step out. And we see Blame F on a...
Step out fast.
Yeah, right. And he's going to do it again. Once more, trying to challenge in through the train yard. Burmalov's got the first one. Winning a duel versus Shiro, but down goes Blame and Fear right thereafter. And CT is in that sea of smoke. Come out on top. Barely. Low health here for two of the remaining players for Spirit, so don't call this one over yet. Maddie's bested by the MP9 of Magix. And Chopper finds the back of Burmalov. Don't laugh at me.
No, not you. It's just this game is they're playing very I mean, it's a tactic that they're trying to use. They're trying to scale with the flashes to help Blame F get through the sandwich smoke and then go for turn into a lurk after getting out really quickly. But with the amount of ways everyone's getting caught off guard, there's just obviously so much inexperience. It's like, it's so funny to be in a situation like this again, because it only happens once every few years, where it's such an uncut gem, where there'll be so much meta evolution rapidly happening in the next few months. But for now, it looks like a matchmaking game.
Yeah.
We'll also have to see how Spirit play T-side.
I have a feeling Donk's holding W. I'm excited to watch, you know, maybe a few rounds come at this B site, because Zontix is somebody who we talk about as anchoring. And obviously allocated to it here on Train.
Yeah.
If you had to guess where Zontix would play, I wouldn't have guessed any further. Right now supported by Shiro on the back line, so off at a distance, holding the upper peak. And I find B-side a tricky one.
Why is that?
Just a bunch of new angles. This new blue box added along the wall instead of the ladder being straight down kind of gives you two extra corners. They're very exposed to the ramp hit, or the front-facing one is, of course, but I don't know. There's also a couple of objects now sitting on top of the plant train. Gives you some headshot angles.
Yeah, just like new stimulation.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, this push.
With an MP9.
With this timing, it's just over. Like, they know it's not Ivy. They can even see if people are setting up utility.
But are they overemphasizing B?
Oh, yeah, they are, actually.
Yeah, smoke comes down. Magic's, though, playing that off. Chopper's going to execute Blame. AK upgrade, 3 players to come out from ladder. Magic's hanging on with the double op. And Shiro comes back in with his. So for a second, toying with the thought of the B commitment, but, you know, Chopper keeps everything on a swivel. The rotation back from Z goes down to perfection, and Team Spirit give Fnatic nothing here to work with.
Now I'm really curious to see how Spirit play their T-side, because right now for Fnatic, we're going quiet map into exec, but that's sort of feeling like some of the problems of Old Train, where it was hard to apply pressure while you were doing nothing, and most of the space that you needed was given to you, and most of the time in the round was dedicated to taking ladder control. But now you can kind of just walk down into it. People aren't really pushing it as much. So I wonder if this is like a viable way to go here for Fnatic, or if Spirit are going to show us a different style of CS when it's their turn to get on the attack.
Did you know that we cast the first official of Anubis and now of Train?
Yeah, and that means that we get to announce. It's Maui that called it Icon first, right?
I got that from Hugo and Harry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so,
and just the Rushly Gamer pack.
But so the what used to be called camera, right behind the bomb train, where there's now a connector.
A site, that new opening in the middle of the wall.
We've been calling Icon.
Yes, as in Ivy connector.
Yeah.
Icon.
It's a great word for a call out.
I think so as well. Yeah. We already have T-Con on the other side of the site. Why not Icon for the back end of it?
Or Ramsey. Maybe we could get that going.
Here comes
Let's
Mattis.
get it trending.
Oh, Chopper in between two. Hanging on is Shiro. Oh! Spot Burmaloff from top, and we get the bounce back from Fnatic. No laughing matter here, as the T's are able to crush into that A bomb site. Magic's 11-3 is his start. That's a long road, my friend.
Yeah, they're going to give him time to get around. Now, he doesn't have a kill on this round. I don't know if they saw him shoot his op, but it looks like here's the play to make. If you're going to make a 1v2 happen right now, it's not often we see the Magic's op, but to be honest, when you do see it, it's pretty good.
Yeah, we already saw him swinging with the AUG, so once the money was flowing for the defense into the op, Blame's been keeping an eye over towards ladder, intermittently checking, has positioned himself well to avoid this flank. Oh, jumps the gun. A little frazzled by that sudden spot of Blame F. And so Fnatic stick the landing.
Yes, they do. Another T round here in the bag. Good trades outside. What's funny?
Ramsey, dude. I completely forgot we tried to make that happen.
And yeah. If it wasn't for nobody,
not one other person,
not a single other.
Yeah.
There was a lot of good thought that went into it.
Yeah.
It really made sense. It's my favorite thing that hasn't happened in Counter-Strike.
Okay, here we go. Forward-facing Chopper. Feels like the timings have allowed for CTs to at least get a little more comfortable on Red Train. Oh, but Blamaf comes out from smoke. Instant headshot out of him. Zontic's the early warning sign. They don't respect his incendiary. Shiro's able to peel one off, but double entry from Mattis. And now, with a nade out, we get the peek from Donk. No. Oh, just headshots galore. A third player down. Magix gets revenge to Blame, but a 1v3 needed of him on the other side of the map. You'd think he just transitions to the save. Fnatic, it felt like...
Mattis was pissed. There was 3 players who were ready for him at every single turn, and he insta-headshotted them all.
Very clean rifle play.
Used to be a, what was it? Was there a screen in here or just a telephone? It was a telephone, right?
Yeah, it was like an office space, I believe.
Yeah.
Terrorists win. You can wallbang all of those windows.
What about those blacklight gaming chairs? Can you wallbang those?
No, sir. Made of such premium quality
materials.
Watch these rippers. Into the donk snap too, man. Donk trying to get frisky with that wide swing. Good call from Fnatic to disrespect that Zondix incendiary. He did kind of throw it on the fallback.
Are they running through the smoke again is the question.
Let's find out.
No, not this time.
Ooh, we haven't really had a challenge into the ladder. Stairs? Ladder.
You got to confuse the noobs, you know what I mean?
I know, yeah.
So...
No, listen, dude. I feel like when any Counter-Strike player starts their journey and you're playing maps and you hear all these old call-outs made from ex-players, it's like, it's join the culture or fall boat, you know?
Yeah.
So...
Step up or get out.
And yeah, our game is not noob-friendly. And I like it that way.
Yeah, especially when we make it so.
Putting the elitism in global elite.
Well, their ladder push just failed, so.
Hey, but it also kind of deterred Fnatic. They
But
didn't
Fnatic,
feel too
see how they
comfortable
just
about
are.
that.
Fnatic have no map control. They're just like outside everything with almost there's no nades even really for the CT side. They're just waiting and pushing.
Oh my God. No one watches.
No way.
Donk dies behind Chopper. He still gets a double.
Why did they all turn around at the same time?
I don't know. Magic's gonna find 2 tags with the scout. You'd think that primes the SMGs perfectly. You'd think this is what keeps Spirit with that edge going into second half. Down goes Mattis. Fear trades. Zontix loses cover.
Okay.
And the back-to-back low HP headshot keeps this half tied up. BlameF, where he tends to end at the top of the scoreboard following the first half of our very first Train official.
Love it.
But it wasn't the same BlameF that we've come to know. This was an aggressive entry BlameF on that A-bomb site for a couple of their round wins, but in the end, of course, tied up at 6 a pop.
Yeah, there were some opening tactics that resulted in lurks that went through sandwich smoke, and for BlameF, it worked out most of the time, but that's 6 rounds on T side. We have to see what that means. That seems like a really solid half.
What does it mean?
Overall, but what does it mean when we see Spirit play the T side? Are they going to make Fnatic look silly, or are they going to make them look smart?
Oi, donk, insta headshot.
Oh, this is a classic split. 3 up Ivy on the pistol round. Wrap around. Are they going to go inner? No. Yes.
Zontic's even catching the push out of Mattis. I mean, and they still leave this lurk and Shiro, dude. It is all options open for Spirit at this point.
It's already a better looking round.
That bomb escorted by 2. BlameF, Beretta's in the right spot. He tries to charge the bomb. Oh, but he gets his head taken clean off by Magix, and the close is that of Donk. It is for tall for Spirit to win second pistol.
That was a great pistol round.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's a classic play with the 3 Ivy, and then the way they use the smoke is perfect. They can wrap around back into the site very easily through Icon, or go back to B, and they have 2 players waiting in different positions. So I'm super curious about how the rifle rounds look, because it did feel like Fnatic. I mean, I feel like they could have done some more interesting stuff, but they're a much more new team in many ways. I mean, even just Fear having to call in English is a whole thing in and of itself.
Oh, this is a good crunch. You can see the T's kind of wary. They're like, oh god, we're stuck in a bit of a spot, but Zontix will find his double. Jumping headshot from Fear, why not? Luckily Magix, or not so lucky. Tried to play it cool.
Oh, smoke goes a little too far, and Chopper can just see this, so. I mean, as they leave, the question is, do they just want to wrap around and go downstairs? And will they just finally make noise to get the guns? Because that makes sense too. Shiro goes to the AK.
CT's doubling back in.
Yeah, this is kind of wild, because there was a very few seconds where
also
he
crouching.
he spotted,
like you
right?
can't crouch there, man. Your legs are fully around the corner. Growing pains, perhaps. It's going to run down into the site, but it does set up Crims perfectly. Maybe a bait.
Oh,
it was a bait.
Planted.
That's it. Fear was showing his legs so that they wouldn't think a second player was upstairs, and Crims could close it, Launders.
Fear genius. That's how I beat him last time.
That has to be the case.
Okay, so the eco right back. Train up for grabs.
You could tell that the 2 Ts knew that they were in a tough spot, but the thing was Zontix had already jumped out. If either of the 2 members up top still in that hole walk away with a following kill, then maybe, but yeah. Crims slips the net. Sure, they plant, and that bomb plant is enough to convince Spirit to come into this with the full commitment. That'll be 1 AK for Zontix. Tech 9s for most, but tons of utility this round for Spirit. So what will they cook on a round like this?
Okay, well, there's a push that almost got punished. Crims almost takes a little bit of damage. They get that molly out early. Now the CTs press their face up against different close positions outside, thinking about when they need to push for space or rotate, because it definitely feels like inner to them.
All right, they've been given the space to go full exec into B. The smoke comes down right before they throw their nade, so go ahead and wait.
Let's see what a full B exec looks like on this new train.
Does Fnatic make moves elsewhere? Fear, do you carve a path for control of the map?
Man, they've really just left Crims here, even though it just smells so much like a B play.
Front forward facing A players move. About to challenge ladder.
And Donk's going to be the one to try to stop him.
With a Tech 9 just...
Does this angle work?
Let's find out. It might work for some more than others. Donk turns. Oh, he turns back a second time, gets 1. Not that bad, all things considered, but a bolstered sight.
Get away.
And I mean, that hallway's so long.
It's so very long.
BlameF, not quite a sprinter, Crims comes from the bomb site into the ramp, and oh, Magix just slams him with the MP9. Now those CTs who would pull back towards A in case Spirit commit will be finding Zontix already deep inside this bomb site. Spirit and Fnatic, it's a game of tug of war, and it ends up being the defense to fall into the mud.
Yeah, pretty interesting that they wanted to use that approach, like through ladder, stairs or whatever, to try to go for the flank when they knew it was B. It feels weird to call it ladder
have to commit
when you got to go all the way down the hall, but yeah. There's no.
We gotta commit.
There are no other stairs. I guess you could just call it stairs. No, I don't know. I don't like that. U-Haul.
J-Bed. I mean, there, dude, a lot. It's still the pop dog, to be honest.
In Europe.
Yeah, with the spray paint outside, that's true. If we put our North Americanisms behind us.
Yeah, I guess pop dog's just...
Pop dog's kind of it, man.
Because otherwise there is none, so... Because there would be... Because the other pop dog train was the first one on inner, but that's not...
I don't know.
Yeah.
Pop dog. Sounds kind of... You know what I mean?
No. We do like to call that in general. It's historic. It's historic. Pop, pop.
No, you first. Dog's like, no, me first. Here he'll go.
Oh, yeah.
Look at entry.
Oh, my God. Everyone...
These don't work
needs to learn some of these positions.
Oh, my God. They're ambitious.
They're baits. They're baits.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
The bait and switch into the scout. Maddie's with the 5-7. I mean, honestly, swing it. Get in there. Oh, they catch that Ivy push. Shiro almost didn't cover Donk in that moment, but they come out both alive. Just costs Donk half his health, that's all. They're completely conceding over on that B site, putting Crims here in A, hoping that there is the commitment from Spirit. It is the right call for the moment, but Bermalov down. Suddenly problematic. BlameF lose vision for half a second, and they capitalize in an instant. Sharp shooting.
Yeah, this round's not much to work with here for Fnatic, but you can already see the difference in the T sides with, like, they at least are using close and far positions to hold on to stop pushes, whereas Fnatic played totally on the perimeter of the map, waiting for the CTs to take things and then eventually leave. Spirit had every position covered with 2 players. And then they were ready to exec right after that. So just already looking like a lot cleaner as a unit on this brand new map.
Gonna find an open A site if they go for it. Which they will. Donk doesn't really wait around. Ooh, did that not land? That's fun though, using the threshold of the door.
Jump.
Yep. Especially with the voice line. It's quiet.
Oh, they're going the long way.
Yeah, these windows here where the CTs are crossing, all of these wall bangable from the bomb sites. And there's a lot of them, this whole entire section, you know, so. Cheater's paradise.
But that also makes it easier for Overwatch.
Yeah,
you know,
very true. Chance knife.
Wow, fodder reference. And train. What year is it?
Yeah, I know, right? 2025, apparently. All that. And you get 3 USPs.
Just to die from 300 meters away by AKs. Okay. So far, so good, Spirit.
Yes.
You know that printer's just not plugged into anything.
No, it's out of ink.
Dries up.
A lot of expectations that this T-sided map would be a little too T-sided. Magix trying to slam out into the A site. Kind of lost inside of the smoke, but has Donk behind him. Donk finds first blood, and we get the CTs to rebound with a double of their own, and Donk's already almost dead.
He's trying to figure out where to go. That could be interesting. Oh, and he won't die. 9 health. Gets away by a hair.
Despite public expectations, the idea of just anybody saying out loud, like, yeah, Train's going to be T-sided now. Just, God, it just doesn't roll off the tongue.
Look at this, man. They got them to rotate all inner.
But off what?
Just off leaving T-Con. They didn't think there's any chance they do this. And the push, it's not going to find anything, but it is going quite fast. Nice find from here from Fear. But with not seeing anybody outside, they might come and check this. Let's see if Shiro's internal timer starts to get nervous. Doesn't seem like yet.
Yeah, a few seconds off maybe, but down he goes. And Donk to follow suit. So 4 stand tall, great round for Fnatic.
Yeah, that was a nice push. I mean, it looked suspect outside, but as you could see from Spirit, they were wondering why there wasn't anyone there. So they were taking their time to go and try to get that bomb planted.
I think one contrast so far between these CT sides is, you know, we saw Spirit starting that CT half with a lot of players kind of on Red Train, on Olaf, up in the face of T-Con. Really has not been the case for Fnatic, and if anything, I think they're playing perimeters better in terms of going for the Ivy flank. Mind you, didn't work when Feared tried. This time, though, getting up into the B bomb site, not just rotating back and forth through Z, but really following on the heels of Spirit, and clearly making it work.
Spirit don't seem to be talking that much, but they also do seem to have a plan for most of these rounds. Some of them more impressive than others.
Game getting dangerously close. Chance for the CTs to reset. That's what you love to see.
Incredible.
1, 2, 3. Frag grenades at the feet of Donk, blown to smithereens.
You saw him get whiplash 3 times before dying right there.
Zontix looks to try and make up for it. Will they know that this positioning has been grabbed? No, caught off guard by the timing of the peak. So
in and out.
It's a recovery. Molotovs on all 4 members of Spirit, but only a single smoke for Zontix, and kind of stuck here out on an island.
Ooh, will this work?
In the open A play.
Back of the bomb or on him?
Like. Tries to throw that back. Okay, Magix does scoop it up. And Zontix now set up by his teammates. So 2 players working T-Con. One gets caught as Fear looks to get aggressive. This is going to distract a lot of bodies. And we're at the same time watching Spirit sneak that bomb into B. They're going to, at some point, come back through Zed. But Shiro will remain posted on this angle.
Yeah. I wonder how this works out for Shiro. Because surely they clear this hard when they come out. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, Burmalov dropped.
Chance for a plant. Magix can really slow this lurk down now. Be extremely annoying. Let's see if Fear can find him.
Feels like Fear hasn't let his guard down just yet, but he's thinking more towards Ivy. Magix just plays behind Red.
Never left.
Wraps around it in silence, does an excellent job of not only setting up Zontix, who clearly sold that on his own, but then making the most of it. Great call here from Chopper and Spirit. Teamwork to a T to nab themselves in 11th. And I said, ooh, it's getting dangerously close. That was a lie. That was Fnatic obviously coming in near bottomed out bank accounts in the next one.
I was wondering, you know, when we would see more upper walkouts on B, because I love the way that it is now. You have such a deep angle to sit in at the back of it that I feel like it's way more dangerous for the CTs if they let that go unspotted for too long than it used to be.
And Blame allowed to save. Also, it feels just like as a T, it's not that big of a risk if you ever need to just jump out to that. Do we have a name for that yet? The new structure that's above the oil train. That room they just plopped on the ledge.
Oh no.
Yeah. This one to his right.
Call it Firewatch.
Firewatch. Great game.
Yeah. You call it that since Valve hired that whole company.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow. Fireball.
I think to work on a game that didn't come out. Not sure. I think they're working on Dota now. I don't know. They make beautiful stuff. Campo Santo.
No more timeouts, Mohan.
Life is finite. So is our time on train.
I appreciate Fnatic going into the pick with it.
Choo-choo.
You know, if you are going to play the hottest team in the world at the moment, try and catch him off kilter, but Chopper clearly tapping into the strat book, and rotates have been clean. 3-round lead, we get the full investment out to Fnatic. They honestly come in better off than I expected. They go for that forward A setup. This is what I was talking about. We had much more of this from Spirit. BlameF wants a swing at it.
Trying to disincentivize them from pushing anything early. They've gone and checked. Inside a pop. Got the smoke out of Crims on inner. CT's scrambling around, and now the T's start to approach.
Flash dodged.
That setup is just, it's perfect for that.
Yep.
They've seen it before too, so they knew they were taking a risk.
Oh. It's Donk too, right? So sure, you're up in his face, but if anybody's got the reactions fast enough to shut down a CT point blank, not just that, but then you unleash him into the bomb site. He took his time with it this time, peeks out, sees nothing. We hit 20 seconds, and all of Spirit starting to double back. Fear leaving Z towards that B bomb site. Bermalov smoked off on Icon, but BlameF starts to hold the front line and opens a door for the Ivy player, but still he falters. Oh, bomb.
Time.
Able to clear him, and so Shiro locks this one in. If BlameF goes above and then beyond, maybe there's still something to do, but his two teammates behind him die empty-handed.
Yeah, he would have had to get 2 kills, maybe more. Can't do it. It's too much to ask. And even though time started to look very good here from Fnatic, his opening tactic when Fnatic got uncomfortable with their space, I think it was exactly what Spirit were hoping they would try.
Sure.
Unfortunately.
T-side looking real ferocious here for Team Spirit. Auto shoddy from BlameF.
Okay.
Back to the early fights. Donk's gonna clear Crims. BlameF doesn't swing it immediately.
They could hear him running though.
Yep, 100%. Question is, do they hear both? Is Blame gonna send a teammate in front of him?
Hey, I was entering all T-side.
I mean, 3 players for Fnatic in Pop Dog. Blame at the helm. Auto shotgun to the chest of Donk. Jumping MP9 won't connect. BlameF doubles down, and that A site still uncontested. So well done by BlameF to set this up to try and keep the game alive.
It's that tug of war you were talking about.
Certainly not impossible. Bermalov between 2 tough spots, trying to peek everything on A for the time being. Fear again just rotating, unfortunately, at the wrong time. Oh, but a missed shot on a player that could have been the blind side. It's the bomb confirmed, but 2 shots missed. Third one will find Magix, but we are slowly getting Chopper, getting closer here on Ivy. And Bermalov's no longer considering this, but Chopper jumps the gun, takes the scout between the eyes, and now that sets him up. Another tag connects, going forward for the triple, canceled out. Magix 1v3, a single frag deep, gets himself a second, but after the bomb gets picked up, he does still have enough time. BlameF is over towards Zed.
He's playing Tuck, so if Magix decides to plant standard here, which I don't know if he can.
Watch Magix clear this.
Oh my God, is he going to?
Runs out of time. Didn't even plant. Oh, he's fumbled it. Magix, no.
No swing. Oh my God, that was the moment.
That was... okay.
Doesn't really want to die after time, but sure. Go for that fight. Oh my gosh. That round with the scout.
Yeah, that wasn't the most inspiring close.
2 tags, a couple of misses, 2 tags, and 1 nice headshot on Ivy after Chopper's miss spray. Just seems like a great place, a forgiving spot to keep a scout if you want to try. That's what it felt like.
Good thing he recovered after missing the sitter of a first shot.
Yeah.
But no, very weird for Magix there to close out. Fumbling the bomb and get it. Oh, God, forgot to plant. It's like dropping your books in the hallway. Nerd. Uh-oh. Heard me talking. Fear's down. And that's compromising. Look at the way that the forward A setup just all has to peel back because of that.
Yeah, they react so heavily to everything. But then what they do is they turn it into a push. It feels like that's the
good point.
Common play that Fnatic have been doing. But pushing all the way down Ivy is a scary prospect.
Yeah, that's the thing. Magix goes from the kill to just hiding in the corner.
Oh, he got tagged. They don't seem to know, though. But he'll be worried about it. The CTs keep floating.
I mean, they really see no response on the front of the site as they peeled back, so confident to come back and take it. Still, there's so much pressure on Crims. Surely Fnatic piecing this together. They're going to go for the pop dog control again. Obviously, this really cuts off the possibility of a rotate from the T's, but there's so much uncertainty. Now they want to take Zed to move over towards the B site. Crims is here with the MP9. It's beautiful from Mattis. Serves up the distraction for Crims. Kills come back, though, for Spirit. 15 seconds to the clock, and Crims goes climbing over top.
Okay.
Able to hang on to this bomb site. The support that comes out from Z is enough. Magix into the 1v2 this time, and as he tries to chase down Crims, time against him. Crims gets a hold and a round with his name stamped on it.
Not bad. Let's go. Let's go, Crims. Nice hold inner. And this is a spot where I think what's interesting about the way Fnatic are playing, I mean, they've shown how their pushes are nice and early, so they've caught Spirit off guard once or twice. But what happens is if you move around that much, you lose vision of what you were just holding. Then if you need to go get that back, that can incur some costs in terms of resources, in terms of time, and then it also creates gaps where Spirit can kind of slip into, so it gets a little scary. But for the way they've been moving so far, it's worked out, I'd say, for the most part. I think where they're struggling a little bit is like when they can take over Pop Dog, but well, maybe the best time to do it is early.
Uh-oh, Donk's coming in. Oh, Blame. Head ripped clean off, trying to put that MP9 into close proximity. Instead, you give Spirit an opening kill in the 23rd round. Will Donk be unleashed? He is the belt of utility here for Spirit.
The flank? Crims doesn't.
No way.
Oh, spotted from behind.
Chopper finds cover at the perfect moment. Zontix was about to be a dead man, and now smoke down from ramp means early entry, you'd think, but there's no follow-up at the minute mark. Fnatic starting to pull Bermalov somewhat back into Z. Got to keep at least one eye on A. Mattis trying to get ahead of the pack up top. It's more damage, but just no frags back. 3 individual duels here for Spirit. Fear falls with 1, and it will be Spirit to push this over the line. A T side that just racked them up. Poor Fnatic lose out on their pick.
One hell of a good fight coming out from Fnatic on the first train we see at this level. They did test Spirit, and it was a good 6-6 in that first half, but still, Spirit proved too strong.
Spirit still showing the quality in their teamwork, the fact that they can pressure so many sides of the map at the same time. But all in all, this was a great first showing of Train. I enjoyed it. I liked it more than Vertigo, dare I say it. Is that even a hot take? I know I'm famous for him, but come on, like that was a pretty enjoyable game through and through.
I think we can solidly say that Train has now had more good, interesting games than Vertigo has ever had in the history of Vertigo. 1-0.
1-0 already. Lots more to come across it, maybe a few more here at the Blast Bounty. I want to talk first of all about some of these Ivy holds we saw and just the different plays we had in there. When we're looking at Magic specifically, we were touching on it, right? It's very different from what we're used to. It's a lot less open.
Magic's in this one had just had so many looks, you know? He was all over the place. One time on round number 3 here, he just waited in this tucked in corner for such a long time, re-clears it to catch Mattis out on a timing, is able to press on forward a little bit more. In another round here, round number 8, you know, they're throwing this big A exec, but he's actually able to help out in the back lines, playing kind of the left side of things, you know, back in like this old hell position. And so really, like, this spot feels like it's really open up for the CTs because there aren't those big sight lines. The Operas can't just pick you all the way from T-Con down to back 6. Like, Magic's was freed up on this one, and he made it look good. Like, this scoreline's pretty nuts for him, and I know he just had that grand final, but like, that's not usual.
Yeah, Magic's maybe got some confidence back in his step after the major coming into this. I know it's one map, but you know, to see Magic's doing this is a good sign for Spirit.
I mean, have we maybe considered that Magic's is actually just him, and he's just going to be that guy from here on out? Because I heard in an interview before the game, he was just saying, yeah, I'm going to carry in the major final. I'm going to carry, and we're just going to win. Like, he knew it was happening. Like, he's just turned on.
He's predicting the future. He knows what's coming, but also Chopper had an idea of what was coming when he came to Ivy. He starts to push on down right. He starts to get a good read of the situation, and it did seem a couple of times that Spirit had a read of what Fnatic wanted to do on their T side.
All of those extra sightline breaks that are now in Ivy, the truck that's right here, the fact that you can move to the first dumpster, it allows these sneaky plays, what Chopper's doing, just slowly encroach and crunch the T's on a flank that back in CSGO, it was possible, but they could spot you from so far away in so much time. You're such a sitting duck there, and so to see him already exercise that option on what I think was the only round he really played Ivy, it shows that that spot in general has kind of swung in favor of the CTs, actually.
I mean, they built that up as well. I mean, one of the first clips we saw from Magic's is a clip where he's near CT spawn. He's all the way at the back. They walk all the way out of Ivy to find him. So he's playing passive Ivy. They don't think anything's going to happen. And then Magic's picks up the double op, and Chopper just pushes straight through, and they have zero. Even if it was old train, they're not ready for that at all.
Do you feel like at the moment with how Ivy, okay, it's the first time we're seeing it here, but you know, people have been playing it a bit, we've been able to see some more of it. Do you feel like at the moment with this walk around that sometimes they might have some false confidence to go a bit further than they should and be caught in these positions more often?
Well, I think that back in the day, it felt like if the T's really took their time with Ivy, they could take it. You just smoke the left side, molly the right side, start moving up. But there's all these extra cubbies now that the CTs can sit in, and all this extra cover that they can push with now if they decide to get a little bit frisky with it. So at this point, I think that's one big meta change. Obviously, Pop Dog 2 is a big swing as well, but like that's one where we just saw so many examples in this game. So this was already a great insight into what's maybe to come in terms of Ivy control.
You can see, like, there wasn't any examples of Pop Dog being better, except you didn't have a bunch of people dropping down a ladder in the worst spot. Like, arguably the worst spot in CS history behind Cobble drop zone was ladder on train, and I think the map is just better with that gone.
Definitely so. I think we can agree with that for now. I also want to look at some of the faster rounds we had here from Fnatic, especially when it's looking at rounds 10 and 11, because these guys obviously clawed it way back at the beginning of that first half.
Oh, Fnatic was not having a good really go of things when they were on their T side, playing this slow methodical game, but throwing the sandwich smoke, throwing the what I call the icon smoke, the connector towards Ivy, the Z nades if they can get them out, and some flashes over. This proved to be very effective for them. You know, the one time they really just sent it, and where many people have experienced this in their Face It games, their matchmaking games, well, Fnatic showed that it is actually possible even against the best team in the world, arguably.
Yeah, they made it work very well for them, and we see it here again where he started to miss some of the molly as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, we got a beat take here as well. And again, like these kind of scrimmy plays feel very possible. And to see Fnatic win on back-to-back, Puggy, scrimmy, just full-blown execs vu, I feel like that's kind of what I worried about with Train, where it's just, can you just kind of blow up a bomb site like that with just really hard hits? I liked the map control back in the day, but now it feels like that might be the most effective strategy.
It feels like what actually happened was Fnatic had a game plan, they went for something cool, and then they went, okay, that's not working. Let's just go back to how we play this in Pugs, how we play this in CSGO. Let's do these fast outer plays. Let's throw the sandwich smoke, which is kind of why people started hating the map, if you remember. The E-box smoke and the sandwich smoke, people started hating Train because that was every round. It kind of felt like they just went back to that, and then they went back to I mean, I was not that impressed with how well Fnatic was prepared for this game. I feel like they just threw it out there just to, you know,
to try to pull off the upset.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the underdogs, but I will say, like, you know, to find the mid-half adaptation there, whether that was a fear call, you know, they got Castle there behind them. If they said, like, okay, we are going to scrap this slow, methodical T side and just go for fast plays, I will give some credit to the fact that they have a new in-game leader and a new coach. So someone probably cooked with that decision and actually worked out for them in that half.
Real quick, I want to touch on Bermalov as well. From the eye test, I know it's just the first map we saw on there. How are we feeling on his just the entry for Fnatic?
The one time I really saw him getting involved in this game was when he was getting sort of desperate towards the end of it, and he actually started activating. And I wish he got a little bit more active early on when he pulled out the scout, op towards the tail end of the CT side, kind of closing the game out there. Saw some like fast little, sleek moments for him, but didn't really get to see him do much on the T side just because anything that was probably set up for him sort of failed at the first hurdle. So I'm glad that he had just a minor pop off, but still, I'm not sold on that pick.
I mean, T-side train is not a map where, I mean, the op can get something done, but I don't think T-side new train is going to be like an opper's paradise.
Well, looking at an Orpa's Paradise, we might be moving into some of that for him with a chance of it going into Nuke. Are we confident, though, at least with Spirit now, that they should be walking away with this, guys, considering what happened here? Do you think that Fnatic can bounce back? Because this was where they had a golden opportunity, and that already fell short.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they needed to come out swinging, and that first half sort of did, but in terms of the way that Spirit are showing that there's no ring rust, I'm actually pretty impressed with the quality that they're showing. Like, they just went to an award show, Donk swept the awards practically, and they still played with the resolve that they did in this game. Like, they're not missing a beat right now.
I mean, you traditionally have the major hangover too, right? And they're just...
double hangover.
After an event, after a break, they're already back at it. And I mean, as soon as they slowed things down, it felt like Fnatic had no chance in the second half.
Well, no double hangovers there for the Spirit side. Let's make sure that continues and see how they do when it comes to Nuke. Fnatic need to battle back, but let's see if it's going to be possible. Nuke is coming on up, but I would say that don't just look at the win percentage to give you an idea of how this is going to go, because I feel like this is something that we've seen Spirit and Halley do many times, where they pick into a map that doesn't look so great for them. Maybe they need a bit of practice on. When they feel so confident, they go, okay, we can test some more things out here.
Right, sure they just beat FaZe in the major grand finals on this map, but throughout the RMR and the major, they never went for Nuke as a pick. Sometimes they'll let it through, but all in all, to me, this kind of feels like they want to do a little bit of win rate inflation on this map, you know, try to get some practice here, because even though you should always take every opponent seriously, like you said, James, you know, there's a pattern here where Holly might just kind of go for a different map, a little bit of a wild card, just to test the opponent almost.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at Fnatic is a team, they haven't played a lot of Nuke, they haven't been that great on it, and if you look at Passion UA, where Fear comes from, they didn't play Nuke in 2024, so he's not going to be the most comfortable IGLing on that map. Fnatic's not the most comfortable team on that map, and so you're not expecting them to put up that much of a fight if you're Spirit picking the map when you're looking at it.
And officials are the best form of practice as well, and that's what Spirit want to do here, right? Get some reps in ahead of the season to come, because there's a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike they've got to go through. They need to make sure they're strong across the board. But how would you rate Spirit's Nuke overall, just when you're looking at not the win rate, but how they play it?
Well, I think so much about the CT side, where there were two instances in the playoffs of the major that really struck out to me. One was Magic's A-holds as an anchor were just phenomenal against FaZe.
Nice.
One of the reasons they won that whole major. But the other is actually, Donk has been kind of stumped on this map before. Like against Mouse, they were so good at toying with him, creating misdirection with utility, and him actually getting shot in the side of the head repeatedly. Like remember, they were a map down in the semifinals to Mouse on this because of this map. So that's I think kind of why Holly might be choosing it. Like it's not a comfortable map for Fnatic. It's a great one for them to get some reps on, but I don't think say if they face a Vitality tomorrow, they're going to pick Nuke, for example.
Yeah, that might be a bit too much to bite off and try and fight with here. But for Fnatic, is this a worrying sign because of all the things you just mentioned, Vu, that this is not going to be something they've had a lot of practice on? They've been able to get the reps on, or even have an understanding of how he wants to use his players.
I mean, I don't want to I don't want to be too hard on Fnatic, but I mean, the reality is that this is probably the same for them as it is for Spirit, which is it's practice. I mean, when you're playing, when you're Fnatic, you're playing Spirit, you have a new roster. Let's be honest here, okay? This is good practice for them. This is a match. You're not playing like scrims. You talk about playing to practice, not playing to win. You know, this is good experience. As much as I have to say, they're not winning.
Wow, okay, straight out there with it. I think many people would agree with it. So what are we looking to see from Fnatic on this, right? Just some more understanding of how this team can play together?
I want to just see, once they do switch to the T side, if Burmalov and you know, Fear can get anything going, because those are the two question marks still for me on this roster. I'd also want to see, just in general, consistency for Mattis. I can see multi-frags for Mattis. Like every time I feel like with Mattis, it's a feast or famine round. Like, am I getting a kind of a weird death in the opener, or is he going to just pop off with a 3K, as he did in one of the rounds versus Spirit? I'd like to just see him be able to get, you know, a double kill and peel back, play the late round after, but it feels like he just always keeps going for more. I want to see him just maybe stop overheating.
In terms of just looking at that though, right? Okay, you're saying don't want to see him overheat. This is something at least where you should be trying everything you can and seeing what you've got, but it is time for us to go into the game. Scordy and Lawns are ready, the players are ready, so let's see what happens on Nuke.
Yes, let's do it, shall we? You know what? I like it. Some analysts over-romanticize. Vu, real guy. Straight shooter. Yeah, I do think it's going to be Fnatic just trying to get as many reps in as they can. It is very curious, of course, that Spirit would want to play this, but I think it's just a testament to maybe the lack of respect that they have for the opponent in front of them.
I mean, if you look at the last couple of maps, like there are points at which Spirit have lost. It's not like that's likely to happen today, but I think at least you do get a quality team to play against that recent form shows they're beatable. That's something. So
it's something.
Yeah, it's something, man. I mean, I don't really care what map it is in this series. I wouldn't really pick Fnatic. I don't think. I think Train was definitely the best chance to see something interesting happen. But like Spirit already looked very prepared on that map, even, which was impressive. Yeah, I didn't see too many signs on Train for Fnatic that made me feel like they're gonna have a great debut. I think even if they started off versus another team right now, their own preparation looked a little bit on the gimmicky side. It looked a little bit on the tactical side, but not so much on the strategic, overarching philosophy of the map side. So we'll see if that changes here as we get on to the second map.
You know what's crazy though? Flame F looked like the more aggressive entry fragger than Donk back on train.
Yeah, that was cool. That was cool.
I feel like on Nuke, that could change. You know, first rep on train, maybe trying to want to make sure the system in place can thrive. Now Donk is, in my mind, going to be a little more unleashed. And at the moment, Fear is dead. Donk looking for his second to the round as he went for the one-man army outer play. He's just toying with Bermalov, who hits the ground. And it is looking like Spirit will be nabbing the third consecutive pistol round win of this best of 3.
Best player in the world. Can officially say that now.
Yeah. Thank goodness. You know, it's cemented. It's done. He's got the trophy. It's on HLTV. You can't take it from him.
Yeah, and I think he was on, you know, even just outside of HLTV's most people's list, because a lot of it was such a close race, such a competitive. Oh, these are beautiful dualies. What the heck?
All came down to Shanghai. It's the newest Overpass collection. If you had bought maybe an Armory Pass.
I did, lots of them.
Well,
I didn't get anything.
Yeah.
I actually exclusively bought Overpass cases because I wanted the AK.
Yeah.
Got as far as a P90, I think.
Woo!
So.
I was collecting hot dog charms.
You went from like #1 charm hater to like, ooh, they've got colorways.
Wait, this AK is ruby red. Yeah. I think the rule is this on charms. You should not see a charm unless you press the inspect button. That's how classy skin connoisseurs will make their charm placements happen. You can see it only when you press inspect.
And I think Valve shouldn't have just let him go everywhere.
Well, Valve,
but
they're a little crazy.
We do get freedom in Counter-Strike. That is the big draw of our game.
Freedom.
So there we go.
Flame F not feeling so free. Tied down by all this utility right now. Stuck behind a credit card. And found out by Magix, who collects one on the SMG. So Scout goes running for the hills. And the pistols sit downstairs in case Secret got pushed, but doesn't look likely. Spirit still floating around up there.
It's ultra countered in that position. Time revealed his spot as they finally jumped over top of Mini. Now, the double setup downstairs means one great shot could kick this off for Fnatic. Here we go.
Ooh,
all right.
There it is, huh? 5-7s. Nasty 5-7s into the Galil upgrade. And very low health here for Magix and Donk, so this one's definitely not a freebie for Spirit to close out, but we do see Donk starting to bring bomb closer to the A play. Yeesh, that footstep. 5-7s! 3 of them from 3 separate players. Headshots for all, but the bomb plant still goes down back A, and you have Heaven support to try and push this over the line. It's a 2v4 with low health for Magix and Donk.
Could he really do this with this much HP?
On Donk. He's not going to sit back side. He's going to look to get active because of the numbers advantage. He wants to start shaving them off before they feel comfortable. First one's good. Bermalov able to come out with the scout connection. AK player just thrust back down into the depths of hell.
Whoa.
And now they go running into this bomb site. It's covered by Mattis. He's worried about ladder. Got to get Bermalov off soon, but no kit on the play, and he will still be able to pull this off. Fnatic forced by to success.
Yes, they do, all because of those 5-7s, which I know one day, well, actually don't know if they'll get nerfed because they did in CSGO when we finished that game.
Would you like to rate my 5-7 impression?
Yeah, go for it. That's awesome. One tap.
It's a work in progress.
That was good. He wasn't even snapping.
I'm working on it.
You want to rate my Zeus impression?
Yeah. Wall of smoke out or Blame F solo main plate. We saw this with Liquid though. 5-7s prevail, and then the Tech-9s rear their ugly heads, and out from Hut they come. Magix finds one. Yeah, Tech-9's just as viable. Double swing out from heaven to try to recuperate, but the Galil will find 2 headshots, and BlameF dead after the one.
Donk.
Dead.
Die.
No, I got that. Ready?
Okay.
Die. But it's all about Marvel Rivals now.
Play Marvel Rivals. That's funny. All right, nice entries out of Magic, but look at this. And it wasn't even the last kill. Wow.
And the pirouette to boot.
Damn. Shake this whole room in real life. Shook.
A-Site's free. Total aggression out of Spirit.
Keep it simple.
Looking to take back all the success from Pistol. That's thorough. Thorough gameplay. You like to see that.
Yeah, nice and thorough.
You like to see that.
So like they called in China, they called Robs Responsibility God.
Yes, that was his nickname.
That would be Zontix on Spirit for sure. You okay?
Yep. Just breaking the walls down. Nothing. Slain on the trophy push. Spirit right back to the driver's seat.
They should put all the major trophies in trophy room.
It would be nice. It'd be a cool touch. All of them except for one.
And then they couldn't ever remove Nuke, which would be awesome. Except for one, the Blast Paris one?
Yeah. Maybe, you know.
I think they should put the goo ball in there.
Oh, yeah. Donk ready to hold aggression, huh, Fnatic? You think you're going to swing into Donk and get away with it? Excuse you.
Don't feel bad. There was nothing you could do.
Trophy push ain't going to work out either. 4th time's the charm, they think, but it is just deaths in abundance here for Fnatic. And BlameF all the way back in Garage.
Sometimes the only thing wrong that you did was install the game, you know? Playing against Donk can't feel too bad.
Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think you had a chance?
9-1 already. Welcome, Donk, to 2025.
You know, what's amazing with Donk is obviously just breaks records in his rookie year in 2024, but then, you know, these are records that I think when we talk about like the best rookie ever prior to 24, we talk about ZywOo.
Yes.
And we talk about how he never left the top 2 for X amount of years. And now it's like, well, what's Donk's run going to be? You know, a record-breaking 24 and a slight fall off.
You got to think it. You got to think it can't hold up because he's got that. It's confidence-based play style. It's opening kills specifically that makes it even more impressive. With a rifle, it's so much more volatile in that sense. But it doesn't feel like it's ever going to end. Obviously, it's so good.
You know, we sit here, we enjoy it while we can, for as long as we can. But I mean, the kid got nerfed mid-event and still has the highest rating of all time.
And scolded for yelling. He got emotionally nerfed and mechanically nerfed and still put the best tournament run in history together at Kato. Then he put the best major run in history together. And he's the first rifle #1 since 2017, Coldzera. He is the second rookie #1 ever. And I thought ZywOo would be the first and last.
Right.
Donk had I think he had a .99 KPR at the major. I don't think that's ever happened for an entire event for anybody. It's unbelievable.
So poor Fnatic on USPs are not going to compete, not with him and not with his teammates.
The first half of the year, he damn near had a 1.0 KPR for 6 months. Like it's never happened before.
Launders.
And that's KPR, man. ADR, sometimes you'd be like, oh, it's upper, low ADR.
You know what's crazy? We have this conversation like, oh, but how long can he hold it up?
Mm-hmm.
What we don't really have a conversation about is, what if he gets better?
Ah, that's crazy.
Right?
No. He has 100 firepower on HLTV.
What if it gets better? We don't even consider that. Nice shot, a possibility. Let's go Fnatic, opening man advantage, but Donk is right there, sweeping down from the top of main, but caught out by Mattis. And so the defense with their rifles hold the line. This is what we need from them.
Uh-oh, lost their backside anchor.
Some to praise, but 27 health between Magix and Shiro. Fnatic weather the storm out of the gate in round 7.
What if Donk gets better?
Right? Nobody's asking that question. It's just, how long can he sustain?
But at some point, you got to have someone break your records in order to have somewhere to go, right?
Yeah.
Best major run, best tournament run, best rookie year, best rifler.
I have a theory. My theory is that Zywoo, born on the day of Counter-Strike's release, was actually made in the Valve offices in a test tube in order to inspire a new generation of Counter-Strike player. And in 2024, we got that.
Wow. Their gift to Apex.
It was an inside job.
Half-Life Z.
Oh, nice shot. Here we go. We got a couple this time. Burmalov with the popped open smoke on outer. Zontix finds the trade at 20 seconds. And positioning for the CTs would give away sight. Zontix is always going to catch him with no gun out. Crims caught asleep. And so now Burmalov has to retake, but he's got to do it with the sniper.
Good luck with this.
He's got 2 players to take down. Bomb site. A bomb itself planted front sight. And I mean, how do you clear top hut with an op from lobby? How do you do that?
You don't. There's no way. No time, man.
You telling me that push out from Zontix, his second kill of the round, clearing Crims, just steals this back?
Yeah, pretty much. Because Crims, you get 5 more movement speed walking with that, a gun out instead. At least just like a pistol. You should basically never walk with your knife out. I mean, unless you're 100% sure you're not going to get pushed. But this is a spot where Spirit were the ones who were uncomfortable on low HP, and yeah.
Ooh, that's a gut punch. And an awful feeling for Crims.
It does happen. It does happen.
If you let it happen.
That's true.
Yep.
There were decisions.
Yep.
6-1, Donk, 11-2.
Oof. Shiro wins the op duel. God damn. Spirit really looking. And you know what's nice? Okay, this is what's nice. This is what I love.
Tell me what's nice.
This is what I loved about last season of Counter-Strike. We finally end on a major. You know what didn't happen?
What didn't happen?
A team who put their entire being, their entire soul into winning the most prestigious events of the year in a major didn't have to then fly halfway across the world on 2 days' notice only to lose in a group stage. Because they had a month off. Because they got to bask in the glory that is a major championship run. And now they get to enter 2025 refreshed, reinvigorated, and prepared to defend their title. Absolutely. Look at them go. Dominating Fnatic in an online environment while they're not even on a boot camp. This is, how many times would we enter a year and be like, this is where they'll lose? Of course they're fatigued.
If we had this schedule, Liquid would have won Berlin.
Well, you're right. This formula is just so much better. You made Donk wait a month to play more Counter-Strike. So of course he's going to come in flying.
I just can't picture this kid on vacation. Though he did clean up at the award show.
Yes, he did.
Beautiful. You look like Johan Liebert, actually. A lot like Johan.
My most impressive cleanup for the award show is actually Chopper. Chopper coming in like a real gentleman. Honestly, the scene in general. I would say
mine was you, Connor.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I tried really hard.
Did. Yeah.
It's not easy when you're standing next to Freya to look good. So
yeah, you're two very good-looking people up there.
I had to put in effort. But yeah, Chopper, clean shave, clean buzz. And
the modern day Crims.
Also, shout out Spirit. They went for the whole turtleneck and jacket look.
Amazing.
Collectively.
I can't help but feel like Constantine had a part in that.
I will say from 2023 to 2024, the overall wardrobe of our community went up. So that was what was important. Everybody kind of got the memo.
Yeah, except for Oni's New Balances.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't leave the house much. Although more and more as time goes on, so I retract my joke.
That was his first IRL stream ever, though.
Yes, it was.
So.
Nade for the boxes. Burmalov, come on. Missed chance. And that's a dangerous repeat because there's so many bodies ready to just tear you apart on the ramp. Crims doesn't seem too afraid. Hanging on a bit. But look at this pack ready for him. Nice headshot into Magix. Crims looking to reposition as support is inbound. Double doors now occupied, but Donk wastes not a moment for the response.
Wow.
Doubling down into
the
Blame
tap
F.
there to break the glass first.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful.
Kill matrix definitely skewed to his favor. And bloodlust is real as Zontix just has to punch in the digits yet again. 8-1 Team Spirit.
A normal guy would have just sprayed at the glass.
I mean those average chumps?
Yeah. Tier 1 pros. You want some money?
Why do you have $100 in your pocket?
Oh, it's far more than that, sir.
Why do you have all this cash?
I don't know, actually, where I got this from. I'm going to put that back in my pocket.
That's
it's
such an unnecessary flex.
It's my bounty.
Okay. All right. Careful now. I noticed Blast had brought back actually caster cams earlier today.
So they can see the money.
Well, that's the thing is earlier today there was recordings of Henry G giving it the old go from fall finals. So I hope these clips are rolling. This guy's just pulling money out. They've hired you too many times now. Man, I really thought Spirit when we said, you know, again, I think this is it's a good example of how Vu and Maui prefaced the game and just being like, yeah, I think they're just looking to get reps in on an opponent they know they can own.
Yeah.
And it feels that way.
Mm-hmm.
It really just feels that way. Unfortunately here for Fnatic, you know, also new roster, not just a new roster, new leader, new system, an experienced piece.
It's not looking too good, though.
Nope. Nope.
Not all debuts are made equal. No one is promised a honeymoon.
Says Nerds to Fnatic. Also the Muesli. Muesli. The most
very amusing.
Kind of skewed in terms of seedings. Fnatic versus Spirit taking a swing at the $60,000 US on Spirit's head. I'm really looking forward to the first time a bounty hunter team takes down one of these bounty
huge upset.
teams.
Yeah, who's the EG of this event?
Because again, you know, like I'm going to use this as a chance to explain
I'm trying to
format.
hop out of my echo chamber.
When you win versus a team that has a bounty on their head, you instantly secure half. Like, nobody else is going to take that from you. You can win. If Fnatic pull this off, it's 30 grand instantaneous.
Oh. Yeah, Blame is 1-9 right now.
Yeah, and the main player's dead as well. No chance. Fear from the top of Hut, one single frag. Then it's just going to be the Heaven Hold, but that ain't happening either. So Spirits have found this A site yet again. Good op find from Bermalov.
Could he try it?
Yeah, he can. I mean, why not? 8-1.
Full kit of utility.
Send it.
Yeah.
End it. Spirit, go 9-1.
Told you to save, man.
I think another mechanic as well, it's like if you guys haven't been watching the bounty explainers, then A, pay attention, and B, I don't blame you. C, once the teams, the top 8, actually come to the studio in Copenhagen, right now we're playing online round of 32, online round of 16.
We're essentially doing a blast showdown, single elimination.
Yep.
Format.
Into an 8-team land finals, where at that point, teams can literally gamble the bounties they have on their heads to double their cash. If our teams have spines, 1 and 2 could go into the grand finals and just bet everything they've earned so far on that one best of 5. Fingers crossed. We've got confidence at the start of 2025. Outer play starting to get peeled apart by Fear, but only ending up to find the 1. It's a near repeat of the last round in the 11th. Bermalov, there's the first, and he's going to go hunting for the player down beneath him. There's a potential main swing.
Oh, it made noise.
Oh, but he misses his second,
Awkward.
and Magix sweeps him away.
They just got too many shooters, man. Every setup right there, beautiful shots being hit, and Chopper's really feeling it today, too. Certainly not helping Fnatic out.
Feel bad for Spirit, really. They wanted the practice.
We got half a day practice. All right, well, one more chance here in this half to get a CT round for Fnatic. I mean, what we can say for sure is that Spirit are not treating them like chumps. They are coming at them full strength.
Yeah.
They're playing this round as well, these rounds as well as they would play versus anybody, despite the ranking disparity. Slowly, thorough.
Nice shot.
Great counter. Oh, but the scout downgrade.
Yeah, limitation plus the smoke wall. 2 players crossing into secret. So they have to rotate preemptively just in case. Fierce timing's good, and we saw that first shot, how clean it was. He doubles down onto Donk. Man advantage for Fnatic to sprinkle a second on the half. It's dire, but silver linings ahead nonetheless. Yeah, Crims comes out. We go 4v2, and Fnatic looking to double their round count, put an end to the Team Spirit round streak. But obviously, we can sugarcoat it all we want. That second pistol gets scooped up. Team Spirit, it's a fast day in the office.
Donk.
And again, I just want to reiterate. No, hold on.
Wait,
Don't
how did he pull that off? An upper, they're a little bit scared about it. There's no one here on the floor right now. There is Mattis waiting outside Squeaky, teamed up with his teammate, but
bomb's gonna go heaven.
Yeah, Zerg crawling the catwalk. They have enough time to do this in Magic's. I think he can just drop off if he wants to.
He'll hold it.
He doesn't even really need to.
Oh, Chopper avoids the threat of Mattis, but oh, Magix gets his feet taken out. So let's see if this in-game leader can clutch with 100 health. Yeah, first shot's inspiring. Instant headshot, double up from Hut, though, catching him off guard. And Fnatic come through with the retake. So again, a desperate spot, but on a map both teams struggle on. Spirit make the most of this attempt. And we go 10-2 on the half. See you guys there in a moment. got Shiro and Chopper and Donk and Team Spirit, who are all too ready. Would you like to rate my 5-7 impression?
I couldn't even tell for a second that was your impression, Connor. It was so good.
Thank you. I think it's lacking a little je ne sais quoi.
There's a bit of echo to it. Yeah, it was nice.
We'll work on it. We'll get there. You know, like Fnatic, we're working on it. T-side between them and elimination at the very first Blast Bounty. And Fear finds first blood. Bomb plant to come with it.
Upper pop secured. Retake to get in position. They're gonna swing for this. One flash is what it all rests on to get them onto the floor. And then Fnatic have to frag out.
Retake's not impossible now that Shiro finds the backside frag, but low HP here for the
nice
last
shot.
2 players. So, damn, Mattis just drops the 2K. Ooh, and Blame finds Shiro. So Fnatic rob a pistol away. If I'm not mistaken, the very first pistol win of the series for Fnatic.
Okay.
A sign of improvement, perhaps. Game on.
Let's see this T side. Let's see this practice. Allen Iverson, we talking about practice.
Damn. All right, if you had a $60,000 bet to make, Spirit win this round.
Yeah, I would put it all on it.
All of it?
I would put all of it,
all
yeah.
60,000 on Spirit winning the force buy.
I think so. I think so. I put all the money in my pocket. I think they have enough stuff here.
Fnatic just jumbling up behind red. Oh, the Chopper gets clipped.
Okay. Now I'd put less. A little bit. Now I'd put a little bit back. Now I'd double down.
Honey, I lost the house.
Honey, I shrunk the kids.
Honestly, but they're coming back into this scout. Are you kidding? You just lost 2 players outer and you all want a piece of this action? You know who this is, right?
And they can't seem to kill him.
Oh, you
that's
know
not the
who
way you
this
want it.
is. You signed up for this. Donk just into the credit card, slams them down. Oh, and now Mattis having to go back with the 1v3. He gets caught by the 5-7. You knew he was there. You had 3 players who could have gone lower. You signed up for this.
Now you're in debt. Debt to the 666 god, Donk. So they call him in China the demon's child, the devil's child.
Yeah, something like that.
Because of his face-it name,
yeah. That's a crazy. Yeah, it's like when we were in Shanghai, we kept asking locals, like, you know, there's a whole entire Counter-Strike community over there that kind of gets a little.
I forgot his name is the caster. Tip of my tongue.
Man, I forget it though. Damn, we're horrible people.
We got some good information on names.
Like Robs, for example. To repeat
Responsibility God.
The Responsibility God. That's a great nickname for Robs. Yeah, and then you know they were all kind of like pretty standard until we're like, what about Donk? And he goes, the devil child. Like, well, okay, buddy. And yeah, that's why. Feel his wrath.
Okay.
But from the deagle to the rifle, that's not so successful. Fnatic looking to give him a taste of their own medicine, but it's the Galil to open up. 1 rifle in the round. Ooh, there's the deeg from Mattis. So, not done yet. Dropper was just blindsided by it. Serving up distractions while Fear finds his 2nd kill of the round. So, yeah, that Galil worth its weight in gold. Zontix to clean up into credit card, but you know that A site is under wraps, that rifles have been picked up in the process. Utility's going to guarantee the bomb plant, and Fnatic go force buy to force buy to try and extend play here on Nuke.
It's a save now, surely. Zontix sitting back, waiting. They've got to take the L on this. Fnatic found a way to win this round back off the back of Fear. I think even though Fear's only got 9 kills, a few have been Donk.
Very true. And he essentially wins this one on his own, but M4 recovered. And Fnatic aren't going to come to sweep these weapons away, just happy to take a 4th to the scoreboard.
It really is great to think that you start the year and don't have to worry about are good teams just not going to play well to kick it off.
Right.
There's still room for it. We can still, we're gonna see FaZe Clan play online.
Yes.
For the first time in a while. We're gonna see Fnatic, who struggled at the major, have a break, see how they come in to an online match.
But I'll say this, I almost think, if I may interrupt you,
yeah,
I almost think like if FaZe, I'm not saying it will, if FaZe just straight up come in and lose a best of 3 online and then they're eliminated from the event, I would more forgive that than if they were to show up at the previous Blast groups on LAN, say this is a boot camp, and then lose 2 best of 3s, and then still not get eliminated, and then go to Showdown. You know what I mean? It's
and
like
then pop the champagne.
Yeah, it's like if they lose, if FaZe lose their opening BO3 here for the bounty, and then show up in Katowice, which is the first, you know, full-blown LAN event from start to finish of the year, I would anticipate them to be in their groove. You know, I still think a lot of what we are praising Spirit for having, coming in rejuvenated, in form, etc. I would never anticipate that not to happen in Kato for FaZe. But excuse me, I have spoken over Zontix's double kill on the quest for Spirit's 12th.
Can't let this one rock back. Even though Ciro's the only one holding a smoke in this spot, Spirit have a pretty fine position. No shot in. Crims doesn't go wider, actually. It was a decent opportunity to get a kill back, maybe. See if Donk can get anything out of this position or if he has to fall back.
See, and like, if Donk wasn't looking to close this game as fast as possible, maybe he does
They have the
overstay.
rotation, though. They didn't get pressure on ramp, so...
Yeah.
Everyone's in lower now, looking to go back upstairs. Magic's watching this.
Yeah, easy does it. Oh, thinks about Crims coming out hut and gives him the drive-by.
But MF just goes back down.
Yep. Crawl back underneath your rock, brother. Hide and hope for a better day tomorrow. Blames AK to be hung on to. Got to protect that 3 and 12 score.
Is Donk actually watching this?
Yeah. Yep, he is.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he checks it?
It feels like maybe. That would be kind of crazy, though.
Nah, he walks away. But that is 12 for Spirit and 8 map and match points in their debut best of 3 of 2025.
There is some weird world where everything went wrong, and they lost to the team that is more comfortable in this environment, but no. Spirit looking comfy.
Yeah.
I just want to say the online play so far, like, it hasn't looked weird, like, you know, in terms of ping or anything like that, or just where shots are interpreted. I'm kind of impressed so far. Because at first, I think with CS2, especially with ping, that's where things really started to break down. But man, I don't think the ping is terrible from wherever these games are being played from. But still, shots are looking super clean.
Also, I think like some of the lowest quality of play had come out from just the start of Train, right? Start of a new map, people trying to feel things out. It was some of the less polished of the day.
Yeah.
But understandable, first Train official. First head-to-head between these teams. Well, Donk and Blame F. Suffice to say, I think Donk won it.
Yeah, slightly. Train, actually, I don't know.
Shiro leaning back. He's going to have 2 players ahead of him. Bomb is not picked up by anybody at the moment for Fnatic. Oh,
nice shot.
Beautiful.
They're running off this.
Still, though, Bomb has not been picked up. I'm going to emphasize that at 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's really awkward. It's such a... It's actually not a great spot because it's either got to go back ramp or cross outside.
They're getting kills all the while.
It's
so
going to go back ramp, but that means that Magix might actually see it, and they have to slow this down.
Or does it go vent, trying to drop off lobby? Maybe that's the possibility that's gotten opened up, or even just straight up A.
Yeah, okay.
Fear grabs a gun. And luckily for Fnatic, they do have a chance to transition this to that A commitment. Molotov backside, nobody home. And so Fnatic given a post-plant position for a 5th round win.
I think they're going to try the retake now, surely.
Zontic's coming up from downstairs.
Oh, that's crazy.
Crims is going to get caught in this back turn. Now they could definitely try to make this retake happen, but again, bomb planted on the front of the site. Magic's finding damage into main. They've got time, both players working with kits. It is not too far gone. Fear yet to swing, gets caught out. Zontic's just gonna cover off main. You've just gotta cover the scout. It gets its first kill, Glocks out. Oh! See you later, Fnatic. Sent packing from the bounty. Team Spirit start off 2025 in convincing fashion.
Continuing that form and doing what we expect a team like Spirits to do. This was very dominant on Nuke though, and it goes into all the points that you guys were saying to me, because Fnatic didn't look ready, they didn't look prepared, and I don't think at any point they even looked comfortable.
I mean, Fear actually was their second top fragger or something. It was actually Blame F at the bottom, but I mean, you could call it good practice, right?
I suppose so. It felt like an aim training routine for a handful of the guys that were on Spirit. That last round was pretty funny, actually. I didn't think they were really even going to go for that retake necessarily. So presented a little bit gift, maybe a little bit premature in terms of the finish overall, but yeah, no, very convincing. And it's what you want to see from the major champions.
Exactly that, right? You didn't want to see them get off to a bad start. They've managed to handle this train pick coming out from Fnatic, you know, trying to throw them a curveball, but they stood on it. They held their own. They knew what they were doing. And then here, when it comes to Nuke, they just held their own, did all the damage. 13-4, no complaints at all. This is a good sign for them. For Fnatic, it is still the very early days, and this is quite a big change to the roster to make. Not just leadership, the coaching staff as well, and then Bermalov coming in at the very end. Is this something where you just say, okay, more time, we haven't seen enough?
I mean, when you're keeping a 3-man rifle core and you're changing your opper and your in-game leader, you're arguably, even though sure, the majority of those 3 lie with the old team, you're changing the 2 most important parts of the roster, and on top of that, the coach behind you. So like, yeah, it's going to be a huge work in progress, and this, I doubt, is going to represent Fnatic season as a whole.
I mean, you can play an Opper kind of outside of the system. He can kind of go off on his own, but the 3 riflers are the system. They're inside, they're doing everything. So you change the rifler, or you change the IGL, and you have to relearn everything you've done, basically.
Well, let's have a little listen to what Crims has got to say. He's on the line for us now after this one. Hello, Crims. I know this is not a result you would want here, but I just want to talk a little bit about how it is for you right now with Fear coming in, how much time you had to get ready, what kind of changes you could see ahead of this, because obviously it's a very big game you first had to take on.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Banks. Not the results that we wanted, of course, but as well, like, just change IGL. And I think even though we're like the heavy core is still in the team, I think it's a brand new team. We play totally different, and as you can see, it's very, how can I say, we're not on the same page, and I think it's quite obvious. It's gonna take some time, like for all the new teams that's gathering new players and stuff. But it was fun to play official after the player break at least. So I'm super impressed by the new guys. Like Fear, oh my god, he's a giga shad, man.
Is he?
Yeah. Like, I'm super impressed by his work ethic and the way he sees Counter-Strike. Super impressed.
Okay, so is this a very positive look for you for the future, do you feel, with more time coming in for it? Because I wanted to ask you about how big of a difference this is, Fear as a leader, compared to what you had with Body.
Hard to say, like, one by one, like, differences right now, since we just started, to be honest, like a week ago or something. So can't really pinpoint everything, but yeah, it's a bit of a change of like how his vision on Counter-Strike compare what Body did, and it's a nice change for sure.
Crims, I had a question because you've obviously seen many iterations of Train at this point. You guys picked it here against Spirit. What's your first take on it?
I think it's like a fun map to play, but it needs some changes, man. It feels so unbalanced at the moment. Like in there, you can just push up lower, and TSK just more lower. What else can you do? Like push pop. It feels very weird to play that map compared to how you used to play it. Like before, you could just jump up Olaf. You can play like hide behind the trains. Now just Olaf is just a wide open area, and it needs some changes for sure.
Okay. Do you guys think though that you're gonna keep working on it, or was this just a surprise one for Spirit?
No. We're gonna work on it. I think it got potential like so far, but like I said, it's gonna need to have some changes on the map, and I'm sure it's gonna come very soon.
I want to pin you down on one change. If you can make one change to train right now, what's the change?
Oof, revert to the old one. Maybe. No, but
the
a few
old
more
one, you
trains,
mean
man.
1.6 or CSGO?
I mean, add a bit more structure to the map, maybe not just open areas, team and jump out. It's just add some more trains you can like crouch under, like more nostalgic feeling about it, I think.
Oh yeah, I'm down for going under the trains again, bringing out that 1.6 mentality. That would be a good time. Crims, thank you very much for joining us. Best of luck for the rest of the season, and enjoy the practice with the new guys, man. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Take care, guys.
See ya, you too.
Thank you.
Crims, an absolute legend, and gives us some funny moments in there as well. But right, obviously, there's a lot of development to be had for this team. This is a man who's seen every bit of development across every Fnatic roster, right? He's been through it all with them, and he is the stable player that they can rely on, and the experience he can bring to these guys is huge.
I mean, I love the attitude that he had regarding his new in-game leader, Fear. I mean, there's two sides to this coin. You know, we just interviewed Result in a post-game interview, and he was kind of, oh man, it's not starting off well, but it's like, I mean, yeah, it's a tough game, and I think Crims takes it on the chin really well. You know, even though they lost, he knows that he's seeing these signs that Fear can be a great in-game leader, that he's got a great work ethic, and that's exactly what you want to hear. You want to hear of a team that's supporting each other, that they got their backs. Like Apex just did a big interview with HLTV, and you know, he wants to make sure everybody feels like a unit. I'm sure Crims knows that through and through.
Well, let's take a look back at all the games we've had today. It's the first day of Blast Bounty is finished here, and we've had some bangers. We've had some ones that people were able to predict pretty well, some others that maybe didn't go the way we expected. Let's start by looking at the FlyQuest MIBR one again. MIBR came out, and I think a lot of people thought they were going to do better than what they did, and they didn't show up in that way.
The last time they played against each other before this was at the Major, and they just handled FlyQuest. Like they ran through them, so I convincingly picked MIBR, but no, FlyQuest, they upended expectations with that, and yeah, Dexter had to pop off himself.
Can't say anything wrong with Regali either. I mean, the new pickup, it was cited at the beginning, had a really insane map too as well.
For Heroic, going into their game, right, they obviously were able to actually be the bounty hunters that took the money away from 3D Max this time around. That was a huge achievement for them, but 3D Max were not feeling as comfortable online as maybe what we expected.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at Heroic, one of the things that I was thinking is you have that Sangal core that didn't have a great opper, in my opinion, and you replace that with Sun Pius, and Sun Pius can frag out, and Heroic managed to win that match without Sun Pius fragging out. I think he bottom fragged for them in that game, so that is very exciting for what Heroic can show in the future.
Oh yeah, and they're a new pickup from Gun 5. I mean, I don't think he's got a 1 in his name. He's got an N. I need to study how to pronounce it.
I kept saying Tanir when I covered him in the Duo Cup. I just went with Tanir.
Like, you know, so I'll find out how to pronounce his name. But at the same time, that dude balled out. Like that guy is going to be one to watch for sure. He was sick on Gun 5 before, and now he's showing that he can do it even against some pretty good opposition.
And last but not least, I know we were not so positive on the changes 9 Pandas were trying to make, but there was at least some sign of life. There was some rounds in there, but it was all about the Nerd Show and Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreline was closer than I feel like the game actually was.
Yeah.
I mean, it really felt like Liquid was running that the entire time, and you just didn't have Result, who's basically their win condition. We talked about it beforehand. He just didn't show up to the way, and I think that's why he was kind of negative. I don't necessarily read it as being about the team as much as his own performance.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good read. You're probably right. Yeah, I mean, he didn't have anything great to say in general, and that's the mood you're going to have when you're supposed to be the star player, and on the day you don't perform.
Yeah, it wasn't his day, but there'll be plenty more chances for him at other tournaments across this action-packed season. You mentioned some of the predictions, Mario Snake. Our predictions look a little bit rough if we take a look back at this. The bottom half looks okay. top half, we went pretty bad.
Let's just cut it off. We don't need to see all that. I mean, okay, so who's in the lead right now? We got Harry and we got Pimp. Yeah, elite company, boys.
Let's see how they can do tomorrow as well. We'll be having fun with our predictions the whole way through. People were scrutinizing us for going with like, oh, the obvious picks in there, but I mean, it doesn't always go your way.
Pick the team that's going to win.
Boom! See,
which
look,
I did terribly.
Well, yeah, you should have done that 2 more times today, Boo. You know? I mean, I think
I misclicked. I meant to pick FlyQuest and Heroic. It was just no slip, okay?
Yeah, the 3rd and 4th one, though, had such heavy favorites, obviously.
Wait, he said misclick, but you have to type it, bro. Nice try.
That's true. It's the whole objection.
Leak, stop.
I'm getting you done on this one. You're not getting away with that. What I do want to take a look at, though, is Blast TV as the simulator we've got on here. So for the Blast Bounty, we've got a very interesting format, obviously, and the seeding changes if they do get that win over a team that's seeded higher than them, and this is how it can start to pan out. We can see some of it on your screens right now. You guys can do this at home. Do head over to Blast TV. You can also see how it will stack up on what money could be coming in with the predictions. Do you want to make some wild predictions out there? Mary, where are you going for some of these other games?
I mean, I think most of the favorites are going to be taking it, but if I want to throw just one random prediction out there, maybe like Falcons, or actually, you know what? Let's just take Ents. Let's just take Ents. Let's take Ents, you know, because I saw what they did at Espo. I liked it, and we'll see if Glave's able to take them down. And you know what? I like Nick X. I like Sixy. Take him over. Take him over, VP. No, complexity. Complexity. Come on. Well, see, this is a simulation that honestly, that's kind of the fun of this, though. You get to see who's going to be able to defeat each other, who's going to be able to win some of those bounties, you know, take some of those scalps, and in a way, it's a great way to play out what for many people might be a confusing system, but you see on the right side the leaderboard how it live updates with the actual amount that these teams are banking, how much they're earning from the bounties, and who's getting knocked out, and it helps you visualize what can be in some ways a jarring format.
And this is what's really good about it, right? We can actually kind of have the predictions and see how things could work out, see who could be walking away with which money. If I'm one of the teams, you might just do this and say, okay, how could this be going if all the things align just so I want? You guys at home can play along, though. You can see how it will look here, and we will be taking you through how it works between the bounty hunters and the most wanted as we go through this opening stage. Because guess what, guys? We got a hell of a lot more days of this fun action. We do get to see more games, including 4 coming your way tomorrow. And we're starting off with Astralis taking on Wildcard, followed up by Saw going up against Big. Maui, anything to say about the new Big?
Oh, I mean, so much. Like QB is a really interesting. That kind of came out of left field for me. So I'm really curious.
Okay,
about
you didn't expect that one.
Not quite. Not quite. I'm not as tapped in as you are, James.
I didn't know what was happening. I'm not even going to pretend on that one. Falcons versus Ents. The only thing I'm looking at just as a keen eye is right. We get to see Nico's debut on this one. The heroic trio. I think this is the best Falcons that we've seen, but obviously the first Falcons was a mess. So
don't sleep on Ents, man. Don't sleep.
Sure.
On.
Okay.
Listen. I mentioned that while FaZe were losing the grand final to Spirit, Ents were losing to Spirit Academy. However, prior to that humiliating loss, they were playing quite well. I mean, they had wins against Mongols, they had wins against Heroic. I don't think that is by any means a foregone conclusion that Falcons are going to win that one.
And the final game of the day would actually be Vitality taking on Metasport, but Metasport didn't really get to choose anyone. They just got given Vitality at the very end of this whole thing, and it was like, guess we got to play them. But a good first day here at the Blast Bounty. Closing thoughts, Maui?
Just overall, it's already exciting to see how this format's playing out, to see Heroic take down 3D Max, that we got one of the bounties already been taken, and so I'm really just curious in how it develops, and I really am excited for the second week, just seeing them potentially gamble everything that they've won at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most interesting part of the whole format. You build up a bank, and then you spend it, and then you bet everything you've got. Hopefully in the final we see both teams bet
just wager it all.
Yeah.
All in. All in.
All in. Not betting advice at all from these guys. We'll wait to see what happens when the teams are doing it, but that is it from day one of the Blast Bounty. Let's see if some of the bounty hunters can get some of that money in their pockets tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?